Hey guys, how are you? Like and hype this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1. The Myriad Realms Extractor System is successfully bound. For the first time binding, you will be given the Myriad Realms Extraction permission once. The world is being randomly selected for extraction. Ding! Extraction succeeded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect world, An Lan Emperor Bloodline Ancestor Technique. The top of the fairy, proud of the world, if I have An Lan, there will be heaven. Chifeng Spear, Immortal Shield, slaying the Immortal King and destroying the 9 heavens. The vast sky sound shook the world. A golden-backed bull pulled an ancient chariot from the distant sky. The golden-backed bull is sturdy, with dark red fur all over its body, its limbs like pillars of the sky, its back is golden, and its horns are golden. This ancient beast pulling the cart is extremely powerful and can be called an immortal. It is not in a hurry, but one step is a world, spanning the vast sea of stars. There are many mottled war marks on the ancient chariot pulled, very simple, with axe marks, knife marks, and sword marks left, too many. Every trace recorded an earth-shattering battle. The ancient chariot crossed the boundless desert, walked above the starry sky, and finally stopped in front of the endless abyss. Boom! A stalwart figure bathed in the supreme divine light stepped up from the sky, propped up the boundless universe with one hand, and gathered the whole world in the palm of his hand. The Immortal King's coercion impacted the universe, and the stars burst into pieces. Even if I need to hold the original imperial city with one hand, I am as invincible as An Lan in the world. At the last moment, the dazzling star river was not enough of a supreme existence, and a monstrous hand reached out and grabbed it towards the endless abyss. Get the Bloodline secret technique Chifeng Spear. A light spot filled with rich purple energy flew in and rushed into Jiang Feng's body instantly. This is... Jiang Feng swallowed, his mind went blank. Immortal King Bloodline Ancestral Technique? The beginning was a little too exciting. The Immortal King is equivalent to the Fairy King, the King of the Fairy. The Immortal King is immortal in body and immortal in spirit. Looking down on the eternal years, sitting and watching the era change. Destroy the great world with a snap of your fingers, invincible from ancient times. Time has no meaning to them. The will of the Immortal King represents the great way of heaven and earth, and no one can go against it. It is unbelievable that the Immortal King ancestral techniques branded in the blood of the younger generation by such a strong man was actually acquired by himself. Although he is a villain, he is powerful, and his strength is unparalleled in the mid-term. He is the ultimate existence among immortal kings. Zhang, a spear pierced through the skyhorn ant. Although many immortal kings joined forces, it was enough to prove its power. The system is further divided into flawed fairy kings, ordinary fairy kings, supreme fairy kings, giant fairy kings, supreme giants, and extremely top fairy kings. An Lan is the supreme immortal king, equal to the supreme immortal king. Jiang Feng's body glows, the whole body is dazzling, and the divine brilliance rises, covering the dazzling golden light, and the immortal symbols circulate, like a god descending to earth. The blood vessels undergo qualitative changes, and the body is bathed in endless creations. Everything is changing towards the Immortal King's direct line. Immortal King direct line, the talent is so terrifying, it is enough to be proud of the world's peers, and cross-border countermeasures. As soon as he was born, he was a scorching sun, which completely overshadowed the brilliance of other geniuses. Jiang Feng is immersed in the changes of rebirth, and the blood, marrow, and bones are changing. Yang No. 1 Middle School. Jiang Feng. A stern sounded in the ear, like a thunderbolt from the blue. On the podium, a male teacher took the seating chart and called out Jiang Feng's name. Staring at Jiang Feng, who woke up yo-yo with hateful eyes. Jiang Feng, you are about to face the unified test, you still have the mind to sleep. There is no sense of urgency at all, think about your future, and think about your parents who work hard for you day and night. Jiang Feng lowered his head and lowered his eyes, silent. He was not moved by the male teacher's words. But what the new teacher said was completely irrelevant to his actual situation. The golden runes circulated in the pupil. A golden spear appeared, majestic and sacred, as bright as the sun. Jiang Feng tried his best to suppress the vision. Once exposed, he would definitely be in trouble. The Immortal King's bloodline ancestor technique transformed his body into the aptitude of the Immortal King's direct line. The vision that appeared was too amazing, beyond the imagination of the world. If it is manifested, there will inevitably be some great forces with detached status who have crooked thoughts. Many students in the class looked at each other. This new teacher really doesn't understand their situation. Who doesn't know that the students in the third and second classes of senior high school are also called the class of powerful people? Students' families are either rich or expensive. Even if they don't have genius aptitude or awakened transcendental talent, their wealthy family is enough for them to live a rich life for the rest of their lives. No matter what era the rich are in, their status has never been lower. So desperately cultivating and enhancing strength, isn't it just for money in the end? They have no shortage of money, and their practice of martial arts is just a general trend. After all, since the beasts invaded hundreds of years ago and the world changed drastically, martial arts has become the mainstream of the new era. In today's world, the weak eat the strong, and the strong are respected. If you have strength, you can get more benefits. Therefore, the rich people try their best to make their children become powerful people. Some boys gave Jiang Feng a complicated glance. This guy, even an orphan, with that handsome messed up face, can still get along well. What's more, the family is still a second generation, and most of the new teachers have some problems in their minds. Student Jiang Feng, this is my contact information. I will soon become an official martial artist. If you have any questions, you can contact me. A young and beautiful girl with a beautiful face blushed and handed the small note to Jiang Feng. The 15th female genius in the grade, Wang Xian. Not only is he talented and intelligent, but he also has a very beautiful face. The figure is graceful, slender, and moving. Beauty and strength coexist, and she is the perfect goddess in the eyes of many boys. Suitors can line up from the gate of Yuyang No. 1 High School to the commercial street of Yuyang Center. Thanks. It was not the first time Jiang Feng had experienced this situation, so he politely thanked him. Every day, there are all kinds of girls who are either open-minded or surreptitiously give him contact information. Some of them are very direct, sending him their own learning materials on social platforms. They have the same goal. They all want to FK him. Although he knew that these girls had ulterior motives, he still politely declined. Under Jiang Feng's gaze, and the heartbroken eyes of countless men, Wang Xian blushed to the back of her ears, and ran into a luxury car as if fleeing. Among his countless suitors, Wang Xian is the best in both beauty and strength. Jiang Feng shook his head. If it was the original me, maybe I would really think about it. But now, the Immortal Emperor's direct line of talent is added, and the bloodline ancestors of the King of Pretenders are added, and the training buffs are directly stacked. I no longer need the support of a rich woman. From now on, Bai Wang belongs to me, Jiang Feng, not An Lan. Thinking back to the perfect world novels he had read in his previous life, Jiang Feng's heart was full of excitement. The top of the fairy, proud of the world, with me, Jiang Feng, there will be heaven. Chapter 2. Spacious underground space. This is an exercise room with an extraordinarily wide field, the size of a basketball court. The surrounding walls and floors are equipped with 1-meter thick alloy steel plates, which can easily withstand high-speed armor-piercing bullets. Golden radiance enveloped the entire basement. A sonorous, harsh voice hummed. Myriads of divine lights are intertwined, and the golden brilliance spreads. In the air, a sacred spear full of gold and mysterious patterns appeared. A large white hand held the golden spear. Chifeng Spear, also known as the Spear of An Lan. Jiang Feng looked at the bright spear buzzing and humming in his hand. Chifeng Spear, 8-star talent An Lan, the Immortal King, branded the blood ancestor technique of the direct descendants. Its descendants can borrow part of the power of the spear of the Immortal King, An Lan, with infinite power and extreme sharpness, which can penetrate and tear everything in the world. There is not much introduction to the blood ancestors of the Immortal Emperor. It doesn't need much introduction either. The bloodline ancestor technique of the Immortal King is so overbearing and powerful, 1,000 words are not enough to describe its power. Jiang Feng's body is crystal clear, and every inch of his skin is shining brightly, spraying the essence, flowing with amazing power. The blood is bright golden, like a long golden river rushing. The bone is a perfect color of glass, covered with complex divine patterns. The pupils shone, golden light shone out, and golden runes surged. Holding a golden spear in his hand, his face is grim. Jiang Feng is like a god descending from the earth at this moment, majestic and powerful. The clanging sound continued to explode in the basement. The golden thunder burst out, full of destructive power. The thick alloy steel plate exploded, and was instantly torn apart by the violent thunder, blasting a big hole. Countless golden arcs were also beating in the big hole, exuding an amazingly high temperature. The basement became pitted, and the thick alloy steel plate appeared shockingly large holes. A lot of dirt splashed in. The 1-meter-thick A-grade alloy steel plate was completely pierced by the golden thunder. It should be known that the defense power of A-grade alloy steel plate is extremely abnormal, even the electromagnetic gun cannot penetrate the thickness of 1 meter. But it was easily penetrated by the golden thunder. And this level of destruction. It's just that Jiang Feng's strength in holding the golden spear increased slightly. And the power that spontaneously bursts out is nothing more than that. Far from reaching the level of Su's scene. It is hard to imagine what kind of scene would it be if Jiang Feng tried his best to mobilize the golden spear. I am afraid that the entire basement will be smashed by the aftermath in an instant and destroyed. The majestic breath on Jiang Feng gradually subsided. The sound of the rushing river from the blood flow disappeared. The golden spear in his hand turned into a golden streamer and sank into his right arm and shoulder. Formed a gleaming imprint. It was a golden gun-shaped brand. Lifelike, full of majesty and sacred, it is attached to the right arm like a tattoo. There are faintly astonishing fluctuations, it is the immortal vast power. Looking at the messy basement, Jiang Feng secretly said that it was dangerous. I almost blew up the basement, but fortunately the power was contained in time. Otherwise, let alone the basement, even the villa on the ground will not be spared. His parents are away all year round and can't come back several times a year. He is not worried, he has enough time to repair the practice room. As for whether the movement just now will disturb the neighbors, Jiang Feng is not worried. The basement is built dozens of meters underground, the sound is completely submerged in the soil, and the ground vibrates at most. Each villa is hundreds of meters apart. Unless Jiang Feng blows down his own house, it is impossible to attract the attention of the neighbors. But it was a wake-up call for him. The power of the golden spear is too terrifying, even if it is only slightly manifested, it has unpredictable power. Never activate it at home in the future. After all, it was the Immortal King who destroyed the universe with a snap of his fingers. With such an existence, the ancestral technique imprinted in the blood of the descendants can be so weak. The lowest level of recovery has the power to eclipse the world. Now my strength. I don't know which level it belongs to. Jiang Feng's eyes are splendid, with an indescribable majesty. The body has inherited the talent of the imperial lineage, as well as the baptism of blood ancestors. It has already transformed to an unimaginable level. In the big world of the perfect world, it is barely a fledgling, and it is nothing. In today's world, it belongs to the most powerful people. The sky and the earth roared, and the infinite might was added to the body, like a god descending into the world. During the thought, the body rises out of thin air, the brilliance is lingering, and the body is flawless, like a god. Flying in the sky, this is a field that only a great master can reach. It's the hallmark of the strong. But in the higher world, monks who are new to cultivation can master it. Martial artists are divided into 3 small realms: beginning, middle, and high. The martial artist has strong muscles and bones, his body is like iron, and he bears thousands of kilograms of tremendous strength. The martial artist tempers the internal organs. The internal organs are extremely tough, and the internal and external cultivation is both internal and external, and the physique is like a beast. The master is flawless inside and outside, perfect as one, constantly taps the potential of the human body, trains the blood and chi to refine the inside and outside, and comprehends the artistic conception of heaven and earth. The great master condenses the true meaning of martial arts and walks out of his own martial arts path. He is already a fairy-like existence on the land. Above the great master, there is the realm of the supreme great master. Represents the pinnacle of success in the field of masters. The combat power is stronger, it can fly at supersonic speed, break through the sound barrier, and the flight speed is far greater than that of the Grand Master. Further up, it is beyond the mortal realm, breaking through the limit of the human body. The chi and blood in the realm of the Supreme Master is like a torrent. The true meaning of martial arts is solid, and it can communicate the power of heaven and earth, and it is vertical and horizontal in the sky. Breaking the sound barrier with flesh and blood, compared to supersonic aircraft, the lifespan limit is as high as 500 years. At that level, a single hand has 1,000 tons of power, and it can compete against a large-scale armored army alone. It is extremely powerful. Is there a gap between me now and other existences? Jiang Feng's index finger glowed brightly, ancient symbols appeared, and terrifying fluctuations came out. Ripples rippled in the void, and the space seemed to be shattered. The secret method of the Immortal Emperor, split the sky. Jiang Feng did not point out that finger after all. He is well aware of the terrifyingness of this kind of secret method, and the powerhouse can use it to sever the sky and divide the sky. As soon as he pointed out, his home was afraid that it would turn into ruins. Chapter 3. Every time the Myriad Realm Extractor extracts, it needs to provide 10,000 basic energy units. The source of energy can be obtained directly. Killing a powerful existence can plunder its original essence. In Jiang Feng's line of sight, lines of numbers are being refreshed every moment. Original energy plus 0.001. Original energy plus 0.001. Original energy plus 0.001. This is the source energy obtained after the microorganisms attached to the body die. Just a poor number. You can save dozens of energy all day long. It is a far cry from the source energy required for a single extraction. It takes 180 days to perform a Myriad Realm extraction. The scope of Wanja's extraction is too broad. The 10,000 energy required is just the foundation. Jiang Feng believed that it was not accidental luck that he obtained the Bloodline ancestor technique of the King of Saihua after the first extraction. For the first time, the system will naturally give Oyu Huang Qi. It is a daydream to expect good things to be issued with basic energy extraction units again and again. Jiang Feng hasn't dreamed of that. Maybe the next time 10,000 sources can extract a goddess's holy scarf. 10,000 sources of energy are only a minimum condition for extraction. If you want to actually extract something good, you have to extract it precisely. For example, provide the name of the world view, which realm, which planet, which race, which power. To be more precise, provide the direction that needs to be extracted. For example, what to extract is talent, resources, magical powers, or scriptures, exercises, physical fitness. For each additional search message, the extraction energy increases tenfold. If you don't want to rely on precise positioning, it's purely a matter of face. He is not lacking in talent, and has a talent comparable to the direct line of the Immortal Emperor. Even if the cultivation environment greatly slows down the progress of cultivation, it is enough to crush anyone. There is no shortage of supernatural powers, and who dares not to follow Wang Zushu once he comes out? What kind of sky-splitting finger, star-picking hand, and magical powers that destroy the sky and destroy the earth are randomly selected from a large pile? However, the limitations are also obvious. This side of the world is not as complete as a fantasy world with complete rules and abundant spiritual energy. It's even better than the mundane. No magical powers can exert their true power under such restrictions. Because the growth progress has been stuck. Unless you can enter a higher world and have a better cultivation environment. Jiang Feng burped after drinking 8 tubes of grade A special nutrient solution. This thing is extremely precious. A 300 ml tube costs 30,000 yuan. In the past, he could last several days without eating or drinking after drinking 1 tube. 8 tubes are now required for a day's consumption. After the absorption efficiency is greatly improved, the body still needs such a large amount of nutrient solution. This world is huge, far more vast than the previous life. The total area exceeds 100 billion square kilometers, which is unimaginable. The Daxia Empire alone covers 1.8 billion square kilometers. It is 3 times the size of the entire planet in the previous life. And that's just land area. After the rejuvenation of spiritual energy, the world has greatly improved the lifespan of human beings. Coupled with the huge territory, the population has grown exponentially. The Daxia Empire now has a population of more than 2 trillion, and is the world's most populous and most extensive super empire. Thanks to the advanced technology of the new era, residential buildings with a height of 1 kilometer are everywhere, and the proportion of habitable land is extremely high. The population has not yet reached saturation. Devils, monsters, beasts. Jiang Feng opened a thick book. This is a monster illustration, but also a history book. 500 years ago, a large crack appeared in the sky of the first mountain range. The spiritual energy was poured back, and countless beasts invaded. In the early stage of the invasion, the battle situation was extremely fierce, and human beings were at the point of life and death, and they were in danger of being destroyed. 152 countries perished, and only 31 countries with superior geographical locations or strong military power overcame them. During those 20 years of dark ages, the major countries are exhausted, and the constant detonation of nuclear bombs on the mainland cannot stop the offensive of the beasts. The preservation of human fire is not due to the recalcitrance of human beings, but because the world is large enough. The aura spreads all over the world, and every inch of land is suitable for outsiders to live. Once the beasts get enough habitat, they will no longer attack human territory on a large scale, leaving only local conflicts. The dispute between man and beast has continued to this day. Later, strange and unpredictable monsters also appeared in human sight. They are hidden in the human kingdom, or make bloody killings, or merge with human beings, and it is difficult to detect. There is very little news about monsters, who usually disguise themselves as human beings and are difficult to detect. Since Jiang Feng traveled through, he had never heard anything related to monsters. There is only one name for this type of species, but no related events and details. Feminine is widely known, synonymous with fear. They are violent and bloodthirsty and have no emotions. Often, bloody storms are set off when they appear, creating large-scale panic. It is exactly the same as the monster in the previous life. It is a disaster for the world, terrifying and vicious. Zombies, ethereal ghosts, and materialized yin and evil things all belong to yin things. Ordinary people are staring at the dead end, only the bloody warriors can survive. After a while, the phone rang. Jiang Feng glanced at the note and answered the phone. Master Jiang, isn't it boring to be bored at home at night? There was a young and frivolous voice on the phone. Zhao Xing, what are you doing? Jiang Feng flipped through the books and asked casually. Zhao Xing, one of the few friends he can play with. The family background is superior, and he is the same as him. After all, only the rich second generation can play a piece. Don't try to join me to go racing, it doesn't make sense at all. Last time you almost went down the mountain, didn't you have a long memory, or your father didn't beat him hard enough? No, no, young Master Jiang, we don't play such low-level entertainment anymore. We have more exciting shows now, how about it, come or not? Chen Yuxuan and several of them are here with me, and there are many beautiful sisters. Chen Xingman said seductively. What program? Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows. These second generations are all hormone excess, and they feel uncomfortable without doing something for a day. He had forgotten how he played with this group of people in the first place. We are going to form a team to explore the 14th area, starting at 11 o'clock, do you want to go? Are you crazy? Jiang Feng flipped the book and blurted out. Don't be so excited, it's all in the past, things there have long been suppressed and wiped out. Now there are some buildings left, let's go and see, what's there to be afraid of? Chen Xing disagreed. The voices on his side were very noisy, the voices of men and women were mixed together, and it was difficult to distinguish. If you're interested, come to Huaxing number 3 club at 11 o'clock. That's it, I'll hang up first. Chapter 4. Area 14 is a former area of Yuyang. Called Ling'an District, it is the smallest district among the dozen or so districts in Yuyang, with a population of only 100,000, which is far in the suburbs. It's just that Ling'an District has now been delisted. 30 years ago, a paranormal case occurred in Ling'an District that shook the entire Yuzhou. The 2,541 residents of Ping'an Street, number 2, Ling'an District, were all slaughtered overnight, and none of them were spared. The bloody scene on Ping'an Street at that time is still searchable online. Blood and water infected the entire street, flesh and blood everywhere, bones paving the way. Like a slaughterhouse, it is called purgatory on earth. The smell of blood permeated the entire Ling'an district, lingering. Across the screen, you can smell the strong bloody smell of the scene, which is disgusting. Overnight, a total of 2,541 people died. Yuyang City caused a sensation, and on the same day, everyone in Ling'an district was evacuated and a blockade was set up. Everyone realized that this was a strange act of worship, and they were all terrified. Faced with such a major incident, the Bureau of Foreign Affairs urgently dispatched 30 investigators to the scene. But nothing was found, no source of the strangeness was found, only the strangeness took the initiative to show up at night. At night, the 30 investigators entered Ping'an Avenue. The night was cloudy and windy, as if winter had come, and the cold was biting. 30 investigators lost contact half an hour after entering Ping'an Avenue. After dawn, military soldiers entered the cordoned area to search and found the bones of the 30 investigators. All were divided into a dozen sections, the eyes were gouged out, and the broken internal organs were everywhere, and the death was extremely miserable. Both the Foreign Affairs Bureau and the military were furious. Directly let the Air Force drop high-explosive bombs and napalm bombs, and also transferred artillery groups to bombard the blockade area indiscriminately. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights before it went out, in order to completely ensure that the strangeness was eliminated. The 3 masters of the alien administration came off the field in person and joined forces to enter the bombing zone. After some fierce fighting, the strangeness that the field was destroyed and the strength dropped sharply was finally wiped out, and the strange disaster was completely eradicated. The number 14 area that Zhao Xing and the others were talking about was the Ling'an area that was abandoned after the bombing. Abandoning Ling'an district has a deeper consideration. In order to avoid the strange resurgence, it is unknown that it will happen again. Yuyang City announced the abolition of Ling'an district, and the population was merged into other areas. To this day, the blockade of the year is still preserved. What a bunch of lunatics! Jiang Feng closed the book and felt a headache for the IQ of these second generation. Killing is not the same way. Although the official announced that the strangeness of Ling'an district has been completely eliminated. But after so many years, who can tell what's going on inside? He could remember that there were warning signs all over the blockade area. It was not erected during the time of the strangeness, but it was erected after the strangeness was announced to be eliminated. The blockade line has also been reinforced later, and an ultra-high voltage power grid has been installed to prevent someone from sneaking in. Zhao Xing and the others are planning to venture into it, so they must be prepared. It's just that Jiang Feng can't figure out why these people's brains are so different from ordinary people. The bizarre massacre of the year, no one talks about it without discoloration. Treat that area as a great terror, lest it be avoided. And people like Zhao Xing even wanted to cross the blockade and enter it. The lower limit of death refreshed Jiang Feng's cognition. If it was his previous self, if the persuasion was fruitless, he would only tell the parents of a few people, and would never follow up to find death. Who knows what else is in there? Now, he has some ideas. After all, he can only obtain source energy by killing, and he can only take this route. Outside Area 14. A line of luxury limousines approached. My God, this ghost place is too eerie. As soon as Chen Xing got out of the car, he felt chilly and biting cold all over his body. The group of people who were eager to try was poured a basin of cold water, and most of the fire of passion was extinguished. When I stand here, I feel fear from the bottom of my heart. That is the fear of the unknown. Are we really going in? Several beautiful girls with outstanding appearance looked forward in fear. The blockade area has been shrouded in fog for many years, surrounded by a circle of high-voltage power grids that can't be seen, and it looks strange and mysterious. The pretty faces of the girls turned pale, and when they thought of the horrific incident 30 years ago, cold sweat broke out. The boys who were clambering along the way also looked a little unnatural. Standing in front of the blockade area is very embarrassing, and I originally planned to perform well in front of the girls. But in the end all plans fell through. It's foggy in the summer and it's still so cold, so there won't be anything left in it, right? Chen Yuxuan, who has always been bold and powerful, was also frightened. Chapter 5. Forget it, let's go back, it feels too risky. Chen Xing shivered and changed temporarily. Jiang Feng gave him a surprised look, but he didn't expect this guy's mind to suddenly wake up. But if these people leave, he intends to enter it and make a foray. See if there is really something unknown. Chen Xing, you were the first to agree when I proposed it. Now, is it too disrespectful for me to regret it? Besides, there's nothing inside. Those things have been wiped out long ago. A group of big men are still timid and afraid of being like this. It's shameful to say it out. A well-dressed young man spoke with dissatisfaction. With contempt in his eyes. His name is Yang Zifeng, a genius of Yuyang No. 2 Middle School, a man of the hour, and very famous. At the age of 18, he has a strength of 700 kilograms, which is close to the threshold of a prospective martial artist. Soak in expensive medicated baths and take advanced nutrient solutions since childhood. He has a solid foundation and good talent. Many teachers bluntly say that he is expected to become a formal martial artist before the age of 20. Chen Xing really regretted it. He was really fascinated at the beginning before agreeing to come to Area 14 to seek excitement. The fog in the summer is still so cold, just like the ghost realm. No matter how it looks. 30 years later, there should be no such scene. Why is it still foggy all the year round, and the temperature is much lower than the outside world? I am very scared to think about it. The grey fog seemed to infiltrate. The whole group got goosebumps just looking at it. Chen Xing could not wait to slap himself twice. Now that it is difficult to ride a tiger, he can't guarantee that he will be safe when entering. There are bound to be some terrifying things. But if he doesn't enter, Chen Xing will be looked down upon in the future, which is unacceptable to him who has a good face. Now the hesitation is mainly due to the subconscious thinking that there is no such thing in it. If something strange happens on the periphery of the blockade area now, the group will definitely turn around and run away. Jiang Feng, are we going in? Several girls were pale and said timidly. Out of the good impression of Jiang Feng and the reassuring breath of the other party, they naturally regarded Jiang Feng as the backbone. All the boys were immediately envious, but they also found that Jiang Feng was very calm. This surprised them, because Chen Yuxuan, who was the strongest present, was not so calm and steady. Jiang Feng noticed a jealous look staring at him. He didn't need to look to know that it was Yang Zifeng. This man is very expressive and pushy, and exploring Area 14 is what he suggested. I really don't understand what to be afraid of, a bunch of cowards. Seemingly wanting to show his tall image in front of the beauty, Yang Zifeng showed no fear. He took a few tall boys from number 2 middle school and entered the blockade area from a half-meter deep pit under the power grid. A bunch of cowards. The group clearly heard Yang Zifeng's words, and immediately their faces were a little bit overwhelmed. Who the hell does Mad look down on? Chen Xing's reaction was very big, and he was anxious on the spot. Let's go in, it's alright for everyone to follow closely. Chen Yuxuan suggested. All the boys had no opinion, they were aroused by Yang Zifeng's words and refused to be compared in front of beautiful women. Fengzi, do you want to come with us? Many people looked at Jiang Feng. Well, let's go together, it's safer. Jiang Feng glanced at the few figures that disappeared in the blockade area, and his pupils shrank slightly. He saw what others couldn't. Normal people have body temperature, but those guys didn't feel any temperature, it was very strange. It's a corpse, but it can be like a living person, and still has its own thinking. The behavior is also very strange, and he has been provoking everyone with fire and beguiling them into the blockade area. So. He glanced at everyone's reaction after hearing Yang Zifeng's words, thoughtfully. This is a trap. No wonder Chen Xing and the others have their IQ offline from time to time. There are invisible external forces that interfere with their thinking and judgment, and they continue to make wrong choices. Although Chen Xing and the others pursued excitement on weekdays, they would not make fun of their own lives. Although they are cynical, they are even less likely to drag their friends to death. Clearly they were bewitched by an invisible force. This was the case with everyone present, only Jiang Feng was not affected. The femininity in the 14th area is Zhou Chang. The conclusion is only this possible. Feminine creatures are captivating, can create illusions, and induce people as just one of their strange and unpredictable abilities. Chapter 6. Where did those three go? In the fog, a group of people moved forward. Chen Xing frowned. After a short delay, the three people disappeared. Visibility in the fog is very low, only 2 or 3 meters can be observed. They all rely on the asphalt road under their feet to judge their orientation. The group of people are all alone together, feeling a little scared and exciting. Jiang Feng shook his head secretly. The deeper they went into the fog, the more abnormal their behavior became. Because the influence of that thing is growing. Even in the end, all these people will lose their vigilance. Treat this place as a playground. If it wasn't for his arrival, if nothing else happened, Chen Xing and the others would definitely be buried in this ghost realm. So cold. A beautiful girl shuddered and leaned towards Jiang Feng. The few girls all snuggled up beside him, making all the boys jealous. Chen Xing and the others are envious of Jiang Feng's treatment. This person is really a peach blossom, and his happiness is not shallow. Jiang Feng was speechless when he looked at the girls who were always approaching him intentionally or unintentionally. But he didn't break it, just kept it like that. Where did Yang Zifeng and the others go? Chen Yuxuan used a flashlight, the light was blocked in the fog, and only a white fog could be seen. Where are you dogs? Chen Xing shouted at the top of his voice. The surroundings were quiet, and there was no response. The boys also started calling Yang Zifeng their names. But got no response. This time, no matter how slow their reaction was, they realized that something was wrong. My brain is much clearer. The three of Yang Zifeng were only half a minute faster than them. How could they go far? According to the route in memory, several people walked for more than 10 minutes and almost reached the city ruins in Ling'an district, and no one has been seen yet. Even if they ran all the way in, and the surroundings were so silent, they should still be able to hear their voices. The more you think about it, the more people feel bad. It's over, shouldn't they? A handsome boy gritted his teeth and had a bad idea. You guessed it right, stop shouting, you can't call them back. A calm voice made them stunned for a moment. Fengzi, you mean they? Chen Yuxuan opened his mouth and hesitated. Everyone knew what he meant, but he didn't say it clearly. The dead will not answer you. Jiang Feng's next sentence made their hearts go cold. It's really weird. There was a boys' double-strand war, and he reacted immediately. All the people in the group changed color, and their thinking returned to normal. Only then did I realize that I and others were making the wrong choice from beginning to end. The girls' faces were pale and bloodless. Being able to hold on without screaming is already their state of mind. Only one Ning Shanshan was relatively calm. She was next to Jiang Feng, and she could even smell the quiet fragrance on her body. As a talented female genius, Ning Shanshan is much stronger than the boys present, second only to Chen Yuxuan. More calm than boys in dangerous situations. To Jiang Feng's surprise, she was protecting Jiang Feng's side intentionally or unintentionally, very vigilant, like protecting him. I will be protected by a woman. Jiang Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, his expression changed. The suffocating qi became stronger and stronger, and something was awakened by the sound just now. At this moment, Chen Xing's cell phone rang. Seeing the call, Chen Xing's expression became unnatural. Hey! Dad, what's the matter? Where are you? Don't go to the wild countryside, the night has not been peaceful recently. I just received news that the bodies of 3 students in the second middle school were found in the sewers, and one of them was named Yang Zifeng. I remember you and him. There was a busy tone on the other end of the phone, and the signal was cut off. He was on hands-free, and everyone present heard it clearly. The expressions all froze, and an emotion called fear was quickly contagious. 3 corpses? Yang Zifeng? Those people just now were. Chen Xing, why are you here now? A familiar voice came, and 3 people walked out of the fog, looking at everyone with a smile on their faces. I tell you, I found something interesting. Yang Zifeng said with a smile. Everyone looked at their faces, and a cold air rushed to the sky, and their scalps were about to explode. Chen Yuxuan's lips trembled, his face pale. What's the matter with you? Why are you all looking at us with this expression? A boy standing beside Yang Zifeng had a cold breath and looked at the group of people whose faces were as white paper. The 3 slowly walked over. The leader Yang Zifeng still had a smile on his face. The epidermis on his face began to peel off layer by layer, revealing rotten flesh full of bugs. There was thick black blood flowing down from the eye socket, all the hair fell out, and a centipede-like wound hung on the forehead, splitting the entire head. The neck is covered with traces of stitches, as if forcibly pieced together. The fingers have been replaced by a pair of claws more than 10 centimeters long, which are extremely hideous. This is what they really look like. It's just that everyone was blinded and didn't see it. What are you running for? Come and join me. The corpse with a terrifying face made a sound. The terrifying pupils emitting a faint green light stared at the people who were desperately running. That shrill voice seemed to come from hell. The 3 monsters stared coldly at the direction where everyone ran away, disappearing in the mist. Mad, scared me to death. Running out of the blockade zone at the fastest speed in his life, Chen Xing was out of breath and broke out in cold sweat. He swore that he would never get such a result on the unified test. Call it its own limit. Thinking of the appearance of those monsters, Chen Xing couldn't help shivering, and his heart lingered. Fortunately, I waited for someone to respond quickly, or else I would have explained where it was tonight. Is everyone out? Chen Xing looked around at a group of people who were also tired and gasping for breath. I clicked on the number of people, and there were 2 less. Where are Jiang Feng and Ning Shanshan? Chen Yuxuan was also shocked. Everyone was dazed, and they haven't recovered from their panic. There was a thick fog floating around, and the visibility had dropped to about 1 meter. Jiang Feng symbolically followed the crowd for a while, then avoided the large army and circled back again. But in the perception, a familiar breath is dozens of meters behind him. Ning Shanshan is very keen. In that crisis situation, Jiang Feng was found to be separated from everyone. I thought he was in a panic and wanted to go up and pull him, but he was led astray. Coupled with the sharp drop in visibility, Ning Shanshan herself was trapped in the fog and completely lost her direction. Several gloomy breaths stared at Ning Shanshan, who was alone, and was rapidly approaching. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes. Court Death. Chapter 7. Ning Shanshan's pretty face was solemn. He took out a portable alloy dagger and stared vigilantly around. She heard footsteps coming, approaching. Rao is as firm as she is, and she can't help but feel desperate. After seeing the changes in the faces of the 3 people, even some warriors can cause great fear. What's more, a girl who is still in school has never seen such a terrifying thing with her own eyes. Don't worry. A calm and heavy voice sounded from behind. Ning Shanshan, who was tense, reacted subconsciously and stabbed hard behind her. But a slender big hand grabbed his wrist firmly. It's me. A familiar voice sounded, and Jiang Feng's handsome face appeared. Ning Shanshan was unmoved, and with a flick of her wrist, she broke free from Jiang Feng's restraint. She clenched her white fingers tightly and smashed Jiang Feng's face with all her strength. The sound of breaking the air sounded, and a strong wind blew away a large area of fog. This punch is full of strength, and her movements are smooth, so it can be seen that she has a high fighting literacy. Having experienced what happened just now, Ning Shanshan knew that everything she had experienced might be an illusion. So she made a move without hesitation. It's really me. A helpless voice sounded. The fist was caught again. The full-strength blow was like a mud ox into the sea, and Ning Shanshan was full of disbelief. Why didn't you go out with them? Release Ning Shanshan's right hand, Jiang Feng asked. Ning Shanshan gave him a complicated look and explained. I saw that you were going in the wrong direction and wanted to remind you, but I lost my way. What shocked her most was undoubtedly Jiang Feng's strength. Her strength is 700 kilograms, and even the geniuses in the top 20 of the grade dare not take a hard blow. In the end, he was stopped by Jiang Feng without any disturbance. Isn't it said that Jiang Feng's strength is very average in Yizhong? It is said that his strength is only more than 500 kilograms, which is far worse than his own. She was so confused. Usually a boy who doesn't show off his mountains and water, hides so deeply. The one who can catch his full blow without moving at all is at least the strength of a quasi-warrior. There's a monster coming. Jiang Feng's voice was still calm and steady, and he couldn't hear any emotional changes at all. His voice just fell. A shrill scream exploded right in front of him. The harsh sound wave shook the heavy fog. A tall black figure rushed forward with a terrifying momentum. Jiang Feng's face did not change, his 5 fingers clenched tightly, and he rushed out with a straight punch like a tiger and a leopard. Boom! The air burst, like a muffled thunder, and the air waves rolled. The 10-meter fog was swept away by the violent fist wind. The black figure exploded with a large amount of blood, and the body was marked into a U shape on the spot, almost folded together. The black shadow flew out of the face at a faster speed with a burst of bones. Boom! The strong wind swept through more than 10 meters away, the hard asphalt road was cracked, and the soil and stones splashed. It was a terrifying humanoid monster. It was covered in rotten flesh, its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and its claws were sharp. At this moment, the entire chest collapsed, twisted and deformed, and the back bulged high. It's as if the front chest is about to be punched out of the back, which is extremely terrifying. Ding! The host kills the Li-level femininity and obtains 180 energy. Ning Shanshan stared at the dead humanoid monster that could no longer die. The momentum of that punch completely stunned her. Her eardrums are still tingling. Punching like thunder, how strong is he? The martial artist level powerhouse is not so scary. Call out. A dark arm grabbed it, sharp fingernails flickered coldly, and stabbed towards Jiang Feng's head. Be careful. Ning Shanshan reminded in a hurry. Jiang Feng didn't look behind, grabbed the dark arm with one hand. His strength is detached, and the humanoid monster is directly pulled up by him, as light as a straw. Jiang Feng slammed it into the ground like a heavy hammer. Boom! The ground shook, the monster's rotten and disgusting head exploded like a watermelon, and black plasma splashed everywhere. Ning Shanshan's eyes were dull. Jiang Feng's fighting power breaks through the sky. The so-called genius is not a fart in front of him. Roar! The black shadow ran at a high speed, screaming loudly. Weird screams came one after another, as if they had stabbed a monster's nest, and monsters were plundering from all directions. Stay behind me. Jiang Feng only had one sentence. It was calm from beginning to end, and there were dense screams, but he never lifted his eyelids. Ning Shanshan didn't say much, her silver teeth clenched tightly. She knew that she was just a burden now. The only thing that can be done is not to drop the chain to distract Jiang Feng. The strength shown by the monster is far beyond the scope of what she can deal with. Only quasi-warriors can compete, and real warriors can kill without injury. She's still too weak to help. Jiang Feng picked up an iron bar from the side of the road, ignoring the front. The roaring humanoid monster was already within 5 meters. A large mouth is covered with fine and sharp fangs, and it pounces with open teeth and claws. Call out! The thick and long iron rod swept out with a whistling sound of airflow. Jiang Feng's stick was so powerful that the monster seemed to be hit by a galloping heavy truck. Twisted and deformed under extreme force. Boom! The monster's body was as fragile as a wafer biscuit, it was smashed into 2 pieces by a huge force, and it was cut into pieces on the spot. Chapter 8. High decibel screams come and go. With the rustle of friction. On all fours, monsters like oversized humanoid spiders crawled close to the ground at an astonishingly fast speed. There are dozens of them. His eyes were a deep green, his tongue was pitch black, almost extending to the ground, and swung violently as he crawled. It looks like the liquor in the zombie movie of the previous life. This monster looks more terrifying and powerful. The muscles all over his body are like tight steel bars, and the speed is extremely fast. A monster flew over, opened its mouth and bit down. I want to bite off Jiang Feng's head. The iron bar was swept out, and a large hole exploded in the monster's chest, and flew out with astonishing power, knocking several crawling monsters behind it to the ground. Jiang Feng strode forward with a calm expression. An iron claw came with the wind and thunder. Boom! The claws covered with scales were broken, and half of the bones of the hand flew out, revealing the stubble. And the iron rod in Jiang Feng's hand has also reached its limit. Under the successive violent bombardment, it has already been bent and cracked. At this moment, it collided with the iron hand whose hardness was comparable to that of fine steel, and it collapsed directly. The monster roared in pain. Jiang Feng pointed at it like a knife, and cut the monster's head directly like cutting tofu. The brain spattered, bloody and violent. The 2 monsters jumped up and opened their bloody mouths to bite. Boom! Boom! There were 2 consecutive explosions, the flesh and blood were shot like bullets, and countless blood flowers bloomed in the sky. 2 headless corpses flew out of the sky and fell into the distance. Die! Jiang Feng's face was sharp and he stammered. Like a tiger going down the mountain, it slammed into the group of monsters alone, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, with a fierce and messy mess. One hand grabbed the neck of a flying spider, and the other hand exerted force. With a puff, he pulled out the entire head, along with the flesh-stained spine, like weeds. Boom! He kicked his right leg out, the air banged, a large fog was blown away by the strong wind, and the sound was deafening. The lightning-like whip legs were like a battle axe, and it kicked a spider monster apart. The body was instantly blasted into countless pieces. A spider monster jumped up to a height of 10 feet, and 2 sharp claws grabbed it. Sizzle! The sound of cloth tearing sounded, and the monster was torn in half by Jiang Feng with his bare hands. It looks as easy as tearing a piece of tissue paper. Jiang Feng threw a heavy punch, a conical air mass condensed and exploded at the moment of punching, and a loud thunderous sound shook. The earth trembled. Seems to break some kind of shackles. This punch has the potential to overwhelm the mountains and the sea, blasting the 2 monsters into blood mist like a cannonball. Not even the corpse was left, it exploded directly under the unimaginable terrifying force, and was crushed in an instant. Ning Shanshan was completely stunned. Shocked beyond measure. The strength that Jiang Feng showed was unbelievable. Make her almost doubt life. Is this a high school student? This is the first time I've grown so big that the world is so absurd. Is this guy still human? Ferocious beasts in human skins are not so terrifying. The brutal and violent aesthetics severely impacted her 3 views. Seeing Jiang Feng's demon-like figure, she was inexplicably excited. Countless blood and minced meat splashed, and the scene was too bloody. There were disfigured corpses scattered all over the place. More than a dozen ferocious monsters were fragile like rag dolls in Jiang Feng's hands. With 1 punch and 1 kick, either the body will be dismembered or it will become a slush. One by one monsters were constantly being smashed and torn, and the prompt sound also followed. Ding! The host kills the Li-level femininity and obtains 205 energy. Ding! The host kills the serious femininity and obtains 220 energy. Ding! In a blink of an eye, there were only 2 spider monsters left. Rao was born from gathering yin, and the violent and bloodthirsty monsters were frightened by Jiang Feng's ferocity. Fear for the first time. The power of this human being makes even the insane creatures instinctively fear. It's like the oppression of a tiger on cattle and sheep. This is a natural fear, which comes from the oppression of top predators. The 2 monsters kept retreating, not daring to attack, they were retreating. Want to run? No way! Jiang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he stomped his legs abruptly. The asphalt road with a radius of several meters collapsed directly, and a pit appeared. The speed of a figure was extremely fast, and Ning Shanshan hadn't reacted yet. I only heard 2 putchy sounds, as if a blood bag exploded, and several fragmented stumps in the distance flew into the distance and disappeared. Ding! The host kills the serious femininity and obtains 210 energy. Ding! The host kills the serious femininity and obtains 210 energy. The battle is over and all the monsters become part of the bloody scene on the ground. That's it, it's solved. Ning Shanshan's red lips were wide open, like a dream, she couldn't believe it. More than a dozen powerful monsters were solved so easily, and they were still unscathed. Strong exaggeration. Ning Shanshan stared at Jiang Feng, as if she was looking at a monster. There were boundless waves in my heart, and it was difficult to calm down. Chapter 9. There is no danger for the time being. You go out and tell Chen seeing them, so they don't worry. Jiang Feng was bathed in black blood, but his face was indifferent and looked extremely cold. His body exuded an astonishing heat, and the blood on his body quickly evaporated. The chill in the surrounding air disappeared, and it became dry and hot. The fog is receding, the concentration is rapidly decreasing, and the field of vision is clearer than when it first came. The change started after Jiang Feng killed all the spider monsters. The thing hiding behind the scenes is scared. I was shocked by the power displayed by Jiang Feng. Deliberately, want to let them leave, no longer go deep. You won't come with me. Ning Shanshan hesitated and heard the meaning of Jiang Feng's words. There are still some things here that have not been cleaned up. Since they come, they will be killed together. The cold tone made Ning Shanshan's heart skip a beat. It was obvious that the killing was decisive, but it made her heart pounding and she was very moved. She felt that the boy in front of her was too cold and domineering. Mysterious and full of charm. The invincible aura that pushes everything horizontally is enough to convince any opposite S**X. Not only does he have strength and personality that does not match his age. It has all the characteristics of a strong man. How strong is Jiang Feng? Ning Shanshan can't give an accurate answer. The record of broken limbs and broken arms on the ground is not all of his strength. And it swept across with a rather relaxed attitude. Ning Shanshan could see that he didn't use all his strength at all, and he didn't even face up to the massacre. Just the performance just now is enough to compare with a senior martial artist. The real strength, Ning Shanshan no longer dared to think about it, it was too amazing. Just how strong he is still an unsolved mystery. Perhaps it's a young master. Be careful. Ning Shanshan was silent for a while and then spoke. She really wanted to follow Jiang Feng in, but she knew it wasn't realistic. She is too weak and will only become a burden, she doesn't want to drag Jiang Feng down. Glancing at the other party's cold expression, Ning Shanshan blushed pretty and walked out in the original direction with her long legs. Now that the fog has almost dissipated, the visibility has become extremely high, and she has found her way. Jiang Feng opened his mouth, but did not say the last sentence. He wanted the other party to keep it a secret for him. But after thinking about it, forget it. There is zero possibility of hype with Ning Shanshan's character. The secret will only be passed between the two. We are all smart people who know what to say and what not to say. He didn't show more detached power and wasn't worried. Even if it spreads out, it will only be regarded as a top genius. Anyway, sooner or later. Fengzi. Ning Shanshan. Someone was calling loudly in the fog, and Chen Xing and Chen Yuxuan were holding flashlights and irritated them. They knew that there was danger, but they still attacked without hesitation to search for Jiang Feng. Chen Xing was full of self-blame. If Jiang Feng had an accident because of this, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. If he knew earlier, he shouldn't have let Jiang Feng come here. Even if he had an accident, it would be better than his best friend being brought into the abyss by himself. The fog quickly dissipated, the vision became extremely bright, and the tense hearts of several people relaxed a lot. Although I don't know why, this sign is obviously that the crisis has been lifted. But why was there a violent roar in the distance before, as if a strong man was fighting? There was a lot of movement, and the ground could feel the vibration faintly. Just when a few people were wondering, a beautiful figure walked out. I'm here. Ning Shanshan waved at them. Chen Xing and others were overwhelmed by surprise and ran over quickly. Shanshan, it's great to see you're all right. Seeing that Ning Shanshan was safe and sound, several people breathed a sigh of relief, but when they recovered, they found that there was one person missing. Where's Fengzi? Isn't he with you? Why didn't you see him? Chen Xing asked anxiously. He's fine, he went the other way, let me tell you not to worry. Ning Shanshan almost leaked her mouth, but fortunately, she changed her mouth quickly, and no clues were found by a few people. He left first. Chen Xing was stunned, thinking that Ning Shanshan had something to hide from herself. Immediately do not believe, to rush inside to find out. Don't go, I'm telling the truth, I swear Jiang Feng has nothing to do with him, I promise. It's just that he's gone first for some special reason, and you can call him in person in a few hours. Ning Shanshan hurriedly stopped him. There are corpses all over the place. If they are found, it is difficult to guarantee whether they will guess something. Ning Shanshan didn't know whether Jiang Feng had any plans to make it public, but since she saw it, he saved her life. She has the obligation to keep secrets for Jiang Feng. Chen Xing, believe what Ning Shanshan said, Fengzi will be fine, don't think wildly. Chen Yuxuan and others grabbed Chen Xing and comforted him. He knew Ning Shanshan as a person and would never play them with such an important matter. Although the fog has receded, there is no guarantee that there is any danger in the depths. You rushed in so recklessly, how should we explain to your parents if there is something wrong? Or, you don't believe that Fengzi has left safely, and that you don't believe Shinshan's words? Finally, the group left this place of right and wrong. With heart palpitations, he returned to the outside of the blockade meeting and leaving with the waiting crowd. What happened tonight is destined to be unforgettable. Ning Shanshan looked at the blockade line that was getting farther and farther, thinking of Jiang Feng's unparalleled figure sweeping away the monster, her mind flooded. Chapter 10. Deep in Area 14. The building collapsed, the ruins were broken, and the ruins were in pieces. Jiang Feng stopped, the asphalt road ahead had disappeared. A shocking huge crater and ruins replaced everything. All the high-rise buildings collapsed in the previous bombing, and the entire area was bombed in a mess. The ruins are piled up like hills. A gloomy and obscure atmosphere shrouded here. A desolate scene. Ping'an Street, this is it. Jiang Feng looked at the tattered sign among the rocks. There are dark red traces left on the sign, and the words on it have been dyed red. 30 years of wind and rain can't wash away the remnants of the past. That's a trace of blood. The blood of the former residents was smeared on it. Gathering Yin Field. This area is unusual, it is a place of gathering yin, and the yin is particularly strong. The fog is so thick that you can't see your fingers. If ordinary people are here, they will completely lose their sense of direction. Only he can penetrate everything without hindrance. Jiang Feng's blood was shocked, brilliant golden light erupted all over his body, and the scorching hot air wave was like a tsunami that lifted the heavy fog. The dense fog in a radius of 100 meters has been washed. His actions completely angered the existence dormant in the ruins. Huge yin qi gathered and wanted to cover it again. But the qi and blood emanating from Jiang Feng's body was too fiery, like a sun, radiating brilliance. Once the cloudy mist is close to a radius of 100 meters, it will dissipate like a cloud of smoke. From a ruin shaped like a tomb bag, black smoke rose, and a biting cold came. There were shrill mourning around, and the screams sounded, like a ghost howling. There were hideous figures screaming on the ground, and headless ghosts emerged. Unfamiliar faces kept appearing, all screaming differently. The chaotic screams are terrifying and full of weirdness. Pretend to be a ghost. Jiang Feng's expression was indifferent, and his eyes lit up with blazing light. Every inch of his skin was glowing, his golden qi and blood were boiling, Shen Xi was dazzling, and the jade bones of the color of glass were clearly visible. The whole person is like a flawless natural god, majestic and sacred. The surging qi and blood just oscillated, and it defeated the curtain-like black fog. What? There was a terrible sound in the tomb bag, which seemed to be extremely painful. The ruins exploded, countless gravel splashed, and the ground shook. A ghostly figure with disheveled hair and a distorted figure rushed out. Her face was terrifying, pale as paper. There is only one eye, the mouth occupies most of the face, and there is no nose or ears. The hands are very strange, they can no longer be said to be hands, but a pair of claws that spread to the arms. It is 2 meters long and has a sharp edge, which is extremely incompatible with the proportion of the body. Full of indescribable horror. Roar. The strange roar shook countless stones flying, and sharp sound waves whistled. The air was rippling with great lethality. This is a strange attack method, which can ignore any defense and attack the soul, which is extremely terrifying. Break. Jiang Feng said the word, and the majestic and sacred breath spread. A circle of faint light waves swayed away, defusing the sonic attack and advancing forward. Boom! The seemingly calm wave of light passed by, and the evil spirits that dashed around like ghosts were hit hard. As soon as it touched the light wave, there was an explosion, and the violent roar flew out. With astonishing movement, it smashed a large block of concrete and smashed it into the depths of the ruins, setting off a sky of dust. Golden ancient symbols filled the air, and Jiang Feng's eyes burst into two golden brilliance. It is like the sun's burning light, with extreme high temperature. It is the nemesis of the yin, and it can dissolve all the unknown and strange. In an instant, the distorted white and strange body made a shishi sound. Under the light of the brilliance, its body quickly became dim and dim, melting like ice cream. The white screams constantly, and the body keeps twitching and twisting. But it's a futile struggle. Like a substantial golden beam of light burning it like a scorching sun, it will be completely reduced to ashes. In just a few seconds, the weirdness that once caused countless murders vanished. Ding! The host kills the murderous femininity and obtains 25,000 energy. 30 years ago, Ling'an district was bombed by bombs and heavy artillery, and Julian land was completely destroyed. The strength of the femininity that has lost the field is greatly reduced. Faced with the powerless resistance of the three Grand Masters who joined forces, they were defeated. But no one thought that this genital was so tenacious that it survived. And it has been luring people into this restricted area for 30 years. Mass killings have brought the venue back to life. Its strength has almost returned to its heyday. Also raised a group of monsters to guard here. In time, it will become a disaster. But it met Jiang Feng, and its efforts fell short. The biggest taboo in Area 14 completely disappeared. But this natural gathering place is still there, where more than 2,000 people have died tragically, and the resentment is lingering. Without external interference, after a long time, there will be a strange birth and chaos again. If you want peace in the future, this place must be completely erased, leaving no possibility of a resurgence. Splintering fingers. Jiang Feng's index finger is lingering with light, symbols are intertwined, and a little brilliance gradually shines. He used one of the inheritance secret techniques of the Immortal Emperor. To raise this place to the ground, erase all traces, and there will be no more strange chaos in the future. Boom! A gigantic finger with countless brilliance emerged like a flawless jade. Like the guidance of the gods, with a majestic atmosphere, shaking the void, and carrying endless power. The vast light instantly illuminated the night sky. The dazzling brilliance shot straight into the sky, and the white sea of light shrouded the earth and drowned everything. The earth with a radius of 1,000 meters was trembling wildly, as if it was about to be overturned. One after another huge cracks spread, and the earth was torn apart. Like a 12-magnitude earthquake, the sky is shaking. Thousands of tons of gravel rose into the sky like a wave, and were lifted into the sky. In the center of Guanghai, a meteorite seemed to fall, and the wave of terror tore apart everything, and the ruins were completely flattened and razed to the ground. A terrifying abyss with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared in the center of the ruins, like a tiankang, empty and unfathomable. The surroundings are flat, the ground is full of dust, and there is not even a thumb-sized gravel in sight. The undulating terrain was flattened by that force, annihilating everything. Ding! The host destroyed a natural gathering place and gained 60,000 energy. Above the abyss, Jiang Feng stood in the air, glanced indifferently at the Julian ground flattened by the shock wave, and jumped into the sky. This finger, living up to its reputation of shattering the sky, has the power to destroy the sky and destroy the earth when it is displayed in the current realm. His real trump card has not been used yet. The Chifeng Spear, which originated from the ancestor of the Immortal King who raised his hand to destroy Dakian, should be so powerful. Chapter 11. When I got home, it was already 2 in the morning. It is still bustling outside, the neon lights are flashing, and it is very lively. The phone has many unread messages. Among them, several people from Chen Xingning and Shanshan made several dozen calls. He responded with messages one after another, and attached a photo to keep them from worrying. In a high-end residential area a few kilometers away, Ning Shanshan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was full of Jiang Feng's figure. Still haven't recovered from the shock. Thinking of the earth-shattering loud noise and the beam of light piercing the sky halfway back, she couldn't believe it. The direction of the loud noise and light came from the number 14 area, which is comparable to an astronomical wonder and shocking. Chen Xing and the others didn't think much about it and didn't associate such a terrifying movement with Jiang Feng. But she is different. She knew that Jiang Feng was still deep in Area 14 at that time. The term young master still underestimates him. The vast scene of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and the shock wave sweeping the clouds, can never be compared with the Supreme Master's full-strength shot. How on earth did he do it, or was it not him? Ning Shanshan had too many questions in her heart. The phone screen lit up, and Jiang Feng replied to her message. Ning Shanshan's face was overjoyed, and she quickly took out her mobile phone to check. Source energy, 88203. Jiang Feng sighed. After all, it is still a little worse and cannot be accurately extracted. He thought about it, and then spoke up. System, perform 8 Myriad Realms Extractions. Although the probability of revealing good things without adding information prefixes is very touching, he still believes in himself. He even obtained the system. Isn't this the manifestation of profound blessings? If you are a bad boy, how can you have such good luck? The world is being randomly selected for extraction. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a broken iron sword. Perhaps the item level is not high, and there is no indication of which world it came from. Jiang Feng's expression didn't change. It was normal to offer some tasteless things. As long as there is one useful thing in the 8 extractions, he is satisfied. Anyway, the buffs are already fully stacked, and the strength is a mess. As long as he is not targeted by those who are feudal lords and kings, it is enough to fear nothing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pure source. Jiang Feng's eyes moved. This is what he lacks the most at the moment. The world level he is in is too low, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is thin. Even with peerless talent, it is difficult to exert, and the progress of cultivation is directly stuck. And the cultivation resources from the advanced world can solve the urgent need. The source from the world of one leaf covering the sky is one of the most extensive cultivation resources, containing powerful energy for cultivators to absorb and cultivate. The weight of Yufang Chunyuan is 3,300 jins. For ordinary monks, this is a huge wealth, and it is more than enough to cultivate from the secret realm of Lunhai to the realm of the Four Poles. Absorbing these sources, his strength will definitely skyrocket. Congratulations to the host for getting a tiger tank. Congratulations to the host for getting a napkin. Congratulations. The things extracted next are all unbearable for Fella, which is equivalent to collecting a pile of waste. No effect at all. Jiang Feng was not discouraged. The extraction of 3,300 jins of source had already exceeded his expectations, and it was not a loss at all. There is one last extraction left. Congratulations to the host for getting an adult batch hen chicken. Jiang Feng's face suddenly became strange. It was the first living thing he extracted, and it was a chicken. But the word batch henji sounds a little familiar. Jiang Feng recalled it carefully, only to realize that this chicken had a great background. It is the realm of perfection, one of the 8 immemorial treasures in the 8 realms of the 9 heavens and 10 underworlds. Known as the delicacy of delicacy, even the gods will drool. The deliciousness of the meat is rare in the world, and this famous dish must have been served at the feast of the ancient times. There is only one royal family of the Stone Kingdom that rules the territory of hundreds of millions of miles, and it is extremely precious in the lower realm. What makes Jiang Feng coveted is that batch hen chicken contains spiritual blood, which is a nourishing medicine, surpassing many spiritual medicines. And every half a month, a spiritual egg with extremely strong medicinal properties will be produced. This is a treasure that can stably provide resources. The whole body is full of treasures, and its value is more than 3,300 jin. All the extracted items are stored in the system storage space. Bachhen chicken is put into a special space. Because it is a living creature, Jiang Feng needs to do it himself. Of course, it can also be sent directly. But Jiang Feng didn't do that. Bachhenji is considered to have little combat power because the people in that world are too strong. Powerful beasts and monks walk everywhere, rushing mountains and mountains, cutting off rivers, and destroying hundreds of miles of land, a terrifying group. Bachhen chicken is considered to be incompetent, which is normal. The Supreme Grand Master was thrown into the great wasteland of the 8 realms of the lower realm. It cannot be said that there is nourishment to live, but to survive in the wilderness is definitely not running away. Jiang Feng estimated that the strength of Bachhenji in this world should be able to easily kill the master. With a thought, a fist-sized, crystal-clear jade, ember-like strangeness appeared in his hand. This is a pure source. A piece the size of a fist weighs 3,300 pounds, and the density is amazing. Originium contains extremely strong life essence, and it emits light like a light source, which is very strange. There is a glow-like thing circulating inside, which is the essence of heaven and earth, and it has great benefits after absorbing it. Chapter 12. In the room, it was white. It was the life essence leaked from the originium, dissipating throughout the room and lingering. If ordinary people take a sip, they will be refreshed and full of vitality. The dense airflow was like a dragon, which was slowly absorbed by Jiang Feng. His body shone with a dazzling divine light, like a golden robe shrouded in it, which was incomparably miraculous. Countless heat flows out from the pores, and they are absorbed and discharged evenly, forming countless vortex airflows. The exuberant life essence quickly spread to the limbs and bones, nourishing his body. There are golden brilliance flowing in the body, and the airflow full of rich essence complements each other. The golden spear on the right arm was branded with light, emitting the light of divine auspiciousness. The sound of waves echoed in the room, as if in a stormy ocean, the waves hit the sky, surging. A little under Jiang Feng's abdomen, a golden vortex as bright as a scorching sun is madly absorbing the essence of life. Gradually solidified, evolved into an endless golden ocean, the rays of the sun were shining, and the divine light was blazing. Sea of bitterness. It was a golden sea of bitterness, so vast that it was almost opened up. Jiang Feng's spiritual sense looked at himself, and descended over the sea of bitterness in the form of a god of creation. Terrible tsunamis swept through the sky, raging waves and thunderous flashes of thunder. Intertwined above the golden ocean, the momentum is terrifying. It's like opening up. This is my sea of bitterness. Jiang Feng looked at the boundless golden ocean and swallowed. This is also too huge, like a real and unreal world, vast and boundless. Clang! A golden long spear stands between the sky and the earth. It is too huge, like a pillar supporting the sky, supporting the entire sky. It seems that Mount Buzhu is standing in the golden ocean. There are mysterious and ancient symbols imprinted on it, like the truth of the Dao, densely packed. Jiang Feng's scalp was numb, and the sight was too amazing. He was familiar with the book One Leaf Covering the Sky, and the original book had never described such a vast scene of who opened up the sea of suffering. The famous desolate holy body opened up the sea of bitterness, but it was just a piece of golden light, and the sea of bitterness was just a golden dot. And like the gods and demons who created the universe, the movements were astonishing. Call. When his consciousness returned to the outside world, Jiang Feng took a deep breath. The originium in his hand was already empty. Lost the magical color and became ordinary and ordinary. 3,300 jins of source, only worthy of allowing him to open up a sea of suffering. Changed to a normal monk, enough to practice for the second half of his life. In Jiang Feng's practice this time, it was a waste of time. The resource consumption is outrageous. The stronger the physique, the more terrifying the resources consumed. The foundation is more solid. To a certain extent, the foundation represents the height that can be achieved in the future. That's why so many protagonists of web articles kill the same rank like slaughtering dogs. Reverse cutting across the realm is like eating and drinking. The cultivation base that has been smashed with massive resources has a much more solid foundation than that of the ascetic monk who takes one step at a time. Just the aptitude of the Immortal King's direct line is not enough to open up such an unheard of bitter sea. Jiang Feng muttered to himself, he was really surprised. He extremely doubted whether his physique became special after he bound the system, otherwise how could this happen? After all, he didn't have the unparalleled talent from the mother's womb, it was acquired the day after tomorrow. The foundation can only be solidified by oneself, and those evildoers have a cultivation level that is difficult for ordinary people to reach when they are born. For example, the great Emperor Wu Bei was born in the realm of a saint, and needed the essence of an entire ancient star of life to support him. Shaking his head, Jiang Feng didn't think too much. It's a good thing to be gifted, nothing to worry about. He stood up. Boom! Like the roar of drums, the entire floor was almost collapsed by the force of getting up. Jiang Feng's eyelids jumped, and he quickly stopped his strength, lest his house collapse. It would not be funny. Feeling the vast blood energy in his body like a savage dragon, Jiang Feng couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Now I dare not say that I stand at the top of the world, but it is absolutely no problem to be invincible across a state. His current strength is enough to easily crush the previous self with one hand. That huge boundless sea of suffering continued to provide him with strength, increasing his combat power to an unimaginable level. The golden gun-shaped brand on the right arm was even deeper. A faint red color appeared, there was a change, and it became more stern and bright. It seems to grow with itself, become one with itself, and feed back each other. Looking at the bustling city towering into the clouds in the distance, a sense of pride and ambition arises spontaneously. There is an unparalleled aura that the world is in the palm of your hand. His temperament and character have quietly changed. Chapter 13. A grey, chaotic space. A big turkey with the height of an adult, sharp claws, and brown hair walked around restlessly. The sound of clucking kept echoing in the space. On the ground next to it, there is a radiant radiance, and the essence surrounds the spiritual egg. It's the size of a fist, it's crystal clear, and it looks very greedy. What a big turkey! A slightly surprised voice sounded. Jiang Feng appeared in this space and looked at the big chicken with a smile. Fat and round, it looks just a lot bigger than the average turkey, there is nothing surprising. Jiang Feng found the spirit egg on the ground, and it was so radiant that it was hard not to notice it. His eyes moved slightly. The medicine is full of properties. If ordinary people take it, it will definitely be reborn, cleanse the essence and cut the marrow. Jiang Feng was amazed. After all, it is Teku 8 treasures, one egg is enough to break the head scramble. After the aura recovered, many rare treasures emerged in the world. There is no shortage of some spiritual grass and roots, which have the effect of prolonging life. But compared with the spirit eggs laid by this batch hen chicken, those are all garbage and not worth mentioning. With the medicinal power of spirit eggs, even ordinary people can take it to the sky in one step. You must know that this is something that even powerful cultivators are envious of. To work hard for this, to be valued by them. Putting it in your own world is a fairy-like existence. One egg every fortnight, give it to your parents when they come back. Jiang Feng thought of his parents. His father was a warrior, but only an intermediate warrior. He was seriously injured when he was young, left behind a dark disease, and the road ahead was cut off. This is his regret, often on his lips. So he pinned his regrets on Jiang Feng and had high hopes. I hope Jiang Feng can become a young warrior and even surpass himself. His mother was just an ordinary person, with ordinary aptitude, hopeless with martial artists, and suffered a lot of indifference. Ordinary people have no status and dignity in this world. Will inevitably be discriminated against. But now they have the eggs laid by batch hen chicken, which is enough to change their future. Even your own parents can become powerful masters. Cuckoo. Bachhanji was extra vigilant when a stranger suddenly broke in here. It has good intelligence, has the IQ of a young man, and realizes the extraordinariness of this young man in front of him. Inadvertently leaking a trace of air made it tremble. As if facing a natural enemy. Just staring at Jiang Feng for a while, Bachhanji was very sensible and left the spiritual egg, flapped its wings and escaped, and disappeared in an instant. Jiang Feng ignored it. This is the space inside the system and it is impossible to escape. You can get it back with just a thought. But this chicken is doing a great job at the moment, and it's not too late to stew when it's worthless. He walked over and picked up the spirit egg. It is smooth to start with, and the light inside is flickering and dark, and different colors are intertwined, which is bright and moving. Good stuff. Feeling the amazing medicinal properties, much stronger than thousand-year-old ginseng, Jiang Feng's smile grew stronger. Yuyang News reported that at 1:50 am on the 15th, Imperial Time, a magnitude 3.5 earthquake occurred south of Yuyang City, and the tremor was obvious. Looking at the large LCD screen in the high-rise building, Ning Shanshan was slightly absent-minded. The official announcement was an earthquake, but only she knew the truth. Manpower. Who would have thought that a 3.5 magnitude earthquake was caused by an 18-year-old high school student? I'm afraid no one would think about that. Miss. The maid driving the car saw that her young lady was absent-minded, she was dazed, and asked with concern. Fine. Ning Shanshan shook her head slightly. Today is a mock test before the unified test. The master cares about the results of the young lady. The maid muttered to herself and was a little worried. She looked at Ning Shanshan's state and felt that something was wrong. The mock test standard is consistent with the unified test. Not only is the assessment of students' physical fitness, but also involves another aspect. Awaken. Awaken a warrior with special talent. The official institution also conducts the most important test of each student, examining their hidden talents with the awakening stone. If you become a talented martial artist, your status will be greatly improved. Even big figures in the city will pay attention to it and dedicate all resources to cultivate it. That symbolizes potential, is the 1 in 10,000 arrogance. The future is limitless, destined to be smooth and high. The luxurious 3-pronged Xinggui sedan was driving in the traffic and headed towards number 1 middle school. Mock test. Jiang Feng glanced at the news that Ban Kun was pinned to the top, and smiled without saying a word. Someone is destined to shine. Chapter 14. Yuyang number 1 middle school, the playground is full of people. Students arrived with excitement and anxiety. He cast awe at several majestic figures on the high platform. It was a big man from the Jinwu Bureau who went to number 1 middle school for the mock test to supervise the scene. Such a person is rarely seen on weekdays and has a high position. The principal, a senior martial artist, sat respectfully on the side with a smile on his face. It is conceivable to imagine the status of several great people. Martial arts master. The students had only this word in their minds. This word seems to have infinite magic power, which arouses the infinite reverie of the students. When the Grand Master was in front of him, almost everyone was short of breath and couldn't help themselves. Only a very few people looked calm. Principal Lin, it's time to start. A young man in his early 20s looked at the prudent first middle school principal and nodded. He is very young, and even his voice is full of magnetism. The eyes are very deep, with vicissitudes that do not match the appearance. In the realm of the master, the lifespan increased to 300. The strong in this realm will have the phenomenon of rejuvenation. That is the change of vigorous blood and nourishing the whole body. It can restore the appearance to youthful state. After decades of resident youthful appearance, they will gradually enter middle age. He looked like he was in his 20s, but he was actually at least 30 or 40 years old. The middle-aged looking, somewhat fat headmaster withdrew his envious and awe-inspiring gaze and stood up to give a speech. Classmates, I announce the official start of the mock test. Don't be too nervous, just play as usual. The principal said with a warm expression on his face. He smiled and looked down at the nervous and youthful faces. Each session of the test will attract the attention of the top. The following students are also related to his future prospects. He didn't want any student to be overwhelmed by stress. If you can produce a few good seedlings and satisfy a few big people, maybe there is hope for promotion. This is a kind of performance, which shows that he manages the school well. Under the watchful eyes of the three big men, both teachers and students were very solemn and began the test in an orderly manner. Strength is tested first, then speed, and finally awakening. In the temporary prefab houses, dull sounds continued to come out. Lian, strength test 830 kg. With a dull crashing sound, a tall and sturdy boy walked out, ushered in envious glances. Tisk tisk, 830 kilograms, quasi-martial artist, worthy of being the 18th ranked genius. The students waiting for the test looked enviously. He became a quasi-martial artist at a young age, and I am afraid that he will become a full-fledged martial artist within half a year after graduation. Lian, you did a great job. The assessor recorded Lian's score and was very satisfied with this score. Worthy of the name of the top student. Next. The examiner shouted loudly. A thin student nervously entered the boardroom. Boom. A muffled sound came out, but the sound was obviously much smaller than that of the Lian test, and the difference was obvious. Zhang Liu Yuan, the strength test is 613 kilograms. The skinny boy walked out a little disappointed. Go for the next test and keep working hard. The examiner wrote down the results and encouraged him. Zhao Xing, strength test 690 kg. Chen Yuxuan, strength test 758 kg. Zhang Lulu, the strength test is 623 kilograms. Ning Shanshan, the strength test is 731 kilograms. The test will soon be Jiang Feng's turn, ahead of her is Wang Xian. Jiang Feng, come on, I'm going to test first. Wang Xian blinked at Jiang Feng and walked into the boardroom. I'll go, Jiang Feng, what hooked up with Wang Xian? Grandma, this guy's strength seems to be only more than 500 kilograms. How could he be attracted by Wang Xian? It's outrageous. Don't complain, people's faces are born, it's useless for you to be jealous, just watch him make a fool of yourself. Many boys saw the small movements of Wang Xian and Jiang Feng. Suddenly one by one whispered, complaining. Wang Xian, the strength test is 945 kilograms. A slightly happy voice sounded. Goddess Wang 666. My god, 945 kilograms is just a mile away from being an official martial artist. Lu's Haijun, who just finished 13th, is only 941 kilograms. Goddess Wang should move up the ranking. There was an uproar in the rear, and the students were stunned as they whispered. Next, Jiang Feng. The voice of the examiner came from the boardroom. Jiang Feng walked in calmly. Put a full punch on the test machine. The boardroom is very simple, there is only one testing machine, the chief examiner is standing on one side and said to Jiang Feng. There are also two actual combat class teachers with big shoulders and round waists behind them, who are responsible for maintaining order. It is good. Jiang Feng nodded. He looked at the test machine and thought quickly. All out? Certainly not, if that is the case, the entire playground will be wiped out. Then just use a little strength and pretend to go all out, otherwise it will be difficult to explain. Jiang Feng clenched his fingers tightly, and all of a sudden the air condensed. The examiner's pupil shrank, his hairs stood on end, feeling that something was wrong. Just the action of making a fist, there is an invisible pressure spread. It made him, a high-level martial artist, feel throbbing, as if his heart was pinched. Then, his eyelids twitched wildly. A shrill and sharp whistling sound sounded, which was the sound of the air being violently rubbed. It sounded like an air defense siren throughout the playground, attracting everyone's attention. Boom! Chapter 15. Zhou Weiping's eyes were deep, watching the real-time uploading results on the large LCD screen. The two supervisors next to him were also staring at the big screen in front of him. Principal Lin sat on the side, carefully looking at the facial expressions of the three governors. It is hoped that these three important figures of real power can affirm the achievements of this class of students. That is the biggest compliment to him. This student named Fang Hao is very good, and his grades are among the best. With a strength of 1083 kilograms and a 100-meter score of 5.3 seconds, the overall strength has reached the standard of an official martial artist. Even the response speed test of the unified test, I believe it will not be bad. The governor on Zhou Weiping's left opened his mouth with admiration. That Luo Shijia is okay too, with a 100m time of 5.1 seconds, faster than Fang Hao, who is number 1 in strength. He is a speed-type martial artist, and he doesn't know if he can awaken his special talent. Difficult. The chance of a talented martial artist is too low, there is no 1 in 10,000, maybe 1 out of 10,000 geniuses can appear. The main reason is that the power of blood is not strong enough, and can only be awakened by its own potential. Only the direct descendants of the big clans have a higher chance. Ordinary people want to awaken their talents, it is as difficult as going to the sky. The governor on the right of Zhou Weiping also showed satisfaction. Zhou Dutong, don't you have anything to say, don't make. Zhou Weiping said nothing, picked up a cup of tea and opened his mouth to drink. The eyes of several governors changed and looked in one direction. A shrill scream resounded in the sky, and Principal Lin's expression suddenly changed, thinking that something was wrong. The next moment, a deafening sound like thunder exploded. Boom! The earth-shattering loud noise resounded through the sky, and the entire ground shook. The tea in Zhou Weiping's hand overflowed, but he didn't seem to hear it. Staring blankly at the board house that was flying more than 10 meters high, his expression was sluggish. It looks like a bomb exploded in the boardroom in the strength test area. The temporary house was directly lifted by the shock wave more than 10 meters away. Countless pieces of debris splashed, and earth and rocks flew. The students were stunned, their faces turned pale with fright, and they fell to the ground subconsciously, avoiding the flying debris. They also thought that there was a terrorist attack and that terrorists detonated bombs. Run! The boardroom was blown up, and someone attacked. Terrorist attacks. The screams came one after another, the students hugged their heads and ran away, and the scene suddenly made a mess of porridge. Damn, who shouted, there is no terrorist attack. Everyone stand up for me, who dares to talk nonsense again and see that I don't smoke him. What a formality to panic and panic. The shocked invigilators came back to their senses and yelled loudly. Immediately organize manpower to maintain order. Under the harsh scolding from the teacher of the actual combat class, the chaotic assessment field quickly returned to calm. The students who were still in shock also came back to their senses. Realize that things don't seem right. Don't panic, don't worry, it's not a terrorist attack. 3 calm figures appeared on the assessment field at an unknown time. The 3 grandmasters came off the stage, and the scene suddenly calmed down. Everyone was completely relieved. Even if there is a real terrorist attack, the 3 grandmasters can suppress it. What happened in the number 3 strength test area? Principal Lin rushed over with a gloomy expression and glanced at the teachers. The speed of the 3 governors is too fast, and he can't catch up at all. Principal Lin was anxious to die, and most wanted to know what happened. If something goes wrong, his future promotion is likely to fail, so why not worry? The invigilators looked at each other in dismay, and no one could answer. No one was hurt. A supervisor looked around. No. Everyone shook their heads. The principal was relieved to see this. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. They all turned their attention to the number 3 strength test area filled with dust and smoke. Cough, cough. The coughing came from the dusty area. Several grey-faced figures walked out, embarrassed. Examiner Jiang, what's going on here? Principal Lin frowned and his tone was very unkind. If he doesn't say why, he will definitely settle accounts after the autumn. Strength test, a student blew up the test machine. Zhang Xian took a sip of dust and couldn't speak well. What? There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone suspected that something was wrong with their ears and couldn't believe it. Blast the strength tester! A student! What a joke! Several governors who were used to seeing strong winds and waves also had their eyelids jumping wildly. The strength testing machines for the simulation test are all shipped directly from the manufacturer after inspection. Is brand new. The test machines used in the test are unified as advanced test machines. It can withstand a single blow from a junior grandmaster at most. If you are a new master, you will have 50 tons of power. In other words, a high school student can punch stronger than a junior grandmaster. But if you want to completely blow the test machine into pieces, and blow the entire boardroom more than 10 meters high, the peak strength has to be doubled. Everyone fell into a petrified state and was stunned. Heck! 18-year-old master, make fun of me. Absurd. Anyone felt absurd, full of wonder. Zhou Weiping took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Excited, indescribably excited. If the situation is true, their Yuyang Town Martial Arts Bureau really found a treasure. Young master. No matter how far away the vocabulary is, it is rare to see a vast state and territory several times, and there are very few historical records. Only those few people. Where is he? Zhou Weiping's heart was beating wildly, and his breath was hurried. The other 2 governors also stared at each other, and the Grand Master's aura was almost unbearable. Out! Zhang Xian's expression was the calmest in the audience. There are traces of resentment on his face, as well as the happiness of the rest of his life. His brain is still buzzing, so he's not deaf. The ghost knows that such a monster appeared in a common strength test. The smoke dissipated. A handsome young man with a clean face and a calm face walked out. He is very unique, detached from the world, like an immortal, and his eyes are calm and clear. During walking, the dust is automatically separated 1 meter away. There seems to be an invisible aura surrounding him, and the dust is not close. Chapter 16. Heavenly Wizards. This was Zhou Weiping's first impression when he saw Jiang Feng. He was amazed by his calm disposition at the cusp of the storm. Master Field. The 3 governors exclaimed in unison, their eyes inconceivable. The invisible field that isolates the dust is the power of the field that only the masters have. It's an iconic symbol, more convincing than anything else. Truly a young master. The mood of the onlookers could no longer be described as shock. It's a horror, the scalp is numb, and the eyes are like looking at a strange monster. A person who is usually invisible and leaky on weekdays turned out to be a young master, so terrifying. Large areas of people gasped frantically, causing the oxygen levels in this area to drop. Sorry, I used a little more force, I really didn't expect this to happen. Facing the crowd of amazement, Jiang Feng turned a blind eye in disbelief. Apologetic, they said to the disgraced Zhang Xian. His attitude was sincere, but very speechless. The students looked at Jiang Feng's calm appearance, so they didn't vomit blood from anger. What kind of weirdo is this, to say such a thing? Versailles can't be like that. A little? That's the billion point. This is the voice of all students. It's okay, no problem. Several teachers waved their hands again and again. Of course, he was very embarrassed, and he lost the majesty of the examiner. But this is a young master who broke the record of Yuyang City, and even the entire US Who, and will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. It is a great honor for them to be the examiners invigilating Jiang Feng. Maybe the history books will say so. The assessment area supervised by a certain examiner, how Jiang Feng is so. Zhou Weiping's eyelids jumped wildly. This genius is truly indistinguishable. That vote of people may be hit and lost their dreams. That's true. If it was anyone else, he would be worthy of becoming a martial artist, and becoming the proud son of all eyes. However, he found that someone around him had already stepped into the realm of the master, and he was called a powerhouse and was admired by the world. There really is no harm in comparison. He held a moment of silence for this generation. Contemporaneous with a monster like Jiang Feng, the blow he suffered was not an ordinary one. What do you call this, classmate? Zhou Weiping stepped forward with a smile. His voice was gentle, and his eyes were full of surprise and curiosity. Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng cherished his words like gold, and glanced at the young man in front of him. Very young and full of vitality. An intermediate master. He glanced at the other two, who were also intermediate masters. Judging from the level of blood qi, it is weaker than the one in front of him. Introduce yourself, Wuhan Bureau, Zhou Weiping. Zhou Weiping showed a smile and stretched out his right hand. Hello, Chief Zhou. Jiang Feng stretched out his hand and saw the title badge on the shoulder of his clothes, and knew his position. The three superintendents are a bit interesting. The other two governors also came up to shake hands and introduce, with a very eager attitude and no pretense of being a big man. Principal Lin was almost petrified and completely numb. Shake hands with the governor and talk as equals, what a monster. Obviously, these three big figures regarded Jiang Feng as a strong man of the same level, very solemn. This mock test is still out of the question. Principal Lin suddenly realized that a young master appeared in the number 1 middle school he led. He couldn't understand what it meant. The meaning of these 4 words was too heavy. Enough to make a sensation in US Who. 4 words are worth 1,000 words, I really want to climb up this time. If it weren't for the presence of the 3 governors, he would probably have laughed out loud. Dear classmates, the test continues, don't affect the process because of this mutation. A superintendent gave the order, and the test proceeded as usual. The students returned to their positions one after another under the urging of the invigilators. But their hearts were already messed up. A storm surges inside. The most shocking people were Chen Xing and the others who had a good relationship with Jiang Feng. When did Jiang Feng become a master silently? A group of people were stunned for a while before they recovered. My brother is the master. I don't know how many people are envious of this sentence. This group of guys is really on the list, and in the future, even the entire Yuyang can walk sideways. Jiang Feng. Wang Xian's beautiful eyes brilliance again and again, looking at the tall and straight figure like the stars and the moon, smiling like a flower. As expected. Ning Shanshan didn't feel anything wrong, as if it should be the case. She knew that Jiang Feng also hid a large part of his strength. 3.5 magnitude earthquake, who knows the real inside story of the morning news broadcast? This person is too mysterious, as if he can never see through. Personal charisma is amazing. A large number of girls' eyes are about to see flowers. Do I still need a speed test? Jiang Feng looked at the speed test area, a little embarrassed. He had already shattered these students into pieces, wouldn't it be too bullying to conduct a speed test again? No need, your strength is obvious to all. Zhou Weiping and the others laughed dumbly. As soon as the Master Realm came out, it was indisputable. Straight to the conclusion. It doesn't matter whether they are tested or not, it's a matter of their words. And the blow to these students was too great. It's really not suitable to destroy their fragile hearts again. Chapter 17. Student Jiang Feng, the speed test can be waived, but the awakening test is essential. This is a rigid requirement from above, everyone has to test it again, and we have no choice. Zhou Weiping added a sentence with some helplessness. Young master, 4 words are better than everything. Stepping into this field at the age of 18, the talent can no longer be described by common sense. Awakened or not, it has become unimportant. Even without the blessing of special talents, it cannot cover up the light on his body. The future is destined to be dazzling. Awakening any talent is just the icing on the cake. No problem. Jiang Feng did not embarrass them. Of course, he has his own ideas. Appropriate display of talent, it is possible. If there is really a force to move because of this, then he can only say that the source can be obtained. It just so happened that he also wanted to see the magic of the legendary Awakening Stone. Awakening Stones, each city has only a few pieces. It can detect the special talents hidden in each person. It is for students of major schools. It can only be activated within a specified time. Except for the 2 tests, even a Grand Master is not qualified to transfer. Several supervisors hurried to the last test area with Jiang Feng. There is the gymnasium of number 1 middle school. At this time, many people from the Jinwu Bureau are stationed here, and the defense is heavily guarded. The news of the awakening test is to be kept confidential and cannot be made public. Talented warriors are too powerful and have infinite potential. It is inevitable that some evil forces or big families will kill people out of their own interests. Past cases are proven with gory examples. There have been too many geniuses that have disappeared for no apparent reason. Everyone knows that. Don't worry, besides you, only the 3 of us know about your test results, and they will be kept strictly confidential. Unless you use your innate abilities yourself and are known to the outside world. Zhou Weiping took Jiang Feng into the test lobby, talking while walking. It's closed here, and there's electromagnetic interference, shielding from any snooping devices. Jiang Feng didn't pay much attention to Zhou Weiping's words. There is a limit to how confidential it is. If I really want to deal with you, I still can't hide. Those big forces who hide behind the scenes have hands and eyes, only their own interests, no matter how cruel things can be done. Human experiments are still going on in the new era. And the experimental prototypes are all talented warriors who died prematurely. This kind of thing is no secret, and ordinary people have heard a little about it. The awakening stone is there, put your hand on it, and then you can try to awaken. Zhou Weiping pointed to a half-human high, jade-like block stone in the hall. He did not follow, and stopped with the 2 governors to watch from a distance. They were also curious whether Jiang Feng, who was already a master, could activate special talents. If activated, what kind of talent should it be? Jiang Feng walked to the awakening stone, which had a palm-like notch on it. Put your right hand in. At the same time, he mobilized part of the power of Chifeng Spear, and his spiritual sense was also injected into the awakening stone. Buzz! The awakening stone, which was as white as jade, shone brightly and made a violent hum. So much movement! The 3 governors were stunned, and the awakening stone's reaction was unexpected. But they don't have much experience, and talented warriors are too rare. They have only seen 2 so far. When the 2 activated their talents, the awakening stones only responded slightly. Compared with Jiang Feng, Emojing was far behind. If I have to describe it, it is the difference between calm lake water and stormy waves. What is certain is that the greater the movement, the more amazing the activated talent. The awakening stone's light became brighter and brighter. It is no longer a white light, but a layer of golden color, which is humming. Really? Several people held their breaths, their eyes fixed. Once again, witnessing a talented martial artist who is one of a kind, the state of mind of the superintendent can't help but fluctuate. Chong! A sonorous sound shook the void. It penetrated the obstruction of the wall and spread to the outside world. On the playground, everyone couldn't help but look back and look in the direction of the gymnasium. There, the rays of light soared into the sky, and the vision was amazing. This is the manifestation of awakening talent. Anyone successfully awakened? Countless people lost their voices and paled in horror. What kind of talent is this? Zhou Weiping was shocked. The golden light in front of him was too bright, like the sun rising, so dazzling that he couldn't look directly. Several people squinted their eyes, trying to see the scene inside. The rays of light subsided, and when they looked, they couldn't help but suffocate. A long spear, cast like gold, is dazzling, and the long spear covered with ancient symbols stretches across the void. Zhou Weiping stared. He felt a terrible power from the golden spear. It is too sharp, as if it is the sharpest thing in the world. Nothing is broken, and nothing is pressed. Just looking straight at it, it seems to be penetrated by its spear. There is an unspeakable sting. What kind of talent is this? It's so scary. Unheard of. Several people were shocked, terrified, and their hairs were upside down. There was an inexplicable chill. That is because the spears are too strong. An ray of light falls like 1,000 knives. Chifeng Spear. They only listened to Jiang Feng's drink, and the golden spear sank into his right arm like a streamer. Chifeng Spear. Zhou Weiping recited this unfamiliar word silently. As if there is a vast ancient atmosphere blowing. Gives a sense of boundless expanse. The taboo of its name seems to have a great origin. It cannot be studied. Just thinking about it makes my scalp go numb. Chapter 18. Township Bureau. Chief's Office. A middle-aged man with a dignified face was correcting documents, and there was an invisible momentum flowing between his eyebrows. Deng deng. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Director, there is an urgent matter to report. There was a voice outside. Come in. Hearing the word urgent, the middle-aged man stopped and put down the document in his hand. The door was pushed open. A clean young man with a shaved head hurried in. He also held a folder in his hand, wrapped in vellum. I have something important to report. Say. The youth kept his mouth shut and did not open the cowhide folder. Instead, it was handed to the table of the middle-aged man. Director, Governor Zhou has specifically instructed that no one can read it except you. After saying this, he walked out and closed the door softly. That guy Zhou Weiping, isn't he supervising the mock test at number 1 middle school? Why is there an emergency? The middle-aged man glanced at the red label on the folder and was surprised. A-level secrecy, is that guy messing around? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, his expression changed, and he quickly opened the folder. There is a small U-disc, and a paper document. Apart from that there is nothing else. He took out the paper documents and just glanced at it, his eyelids jumped wildly. Young Master. 4 big characters appear on the paper. However, he frowned, since it was the strength that he showed on the testing ground. Then everyone should know it, the so-called confidentiality is just superfluous, there is no need for this. Why is it still affixed with the A-level secrecy logo and the signatures of the 3 governors? He continued to watch. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Zhou Weiping described the changes and movements of the awakening stone in detail. The whole awakening stone is shaking and glowing. When seeing this, the middle-aged man suddenly changed color. Completely lost calm. His knowledge and experience are much richer than those of Zhou Weiping. He had seen things with his own eyes on many levels. So learn a lot. Awakening of this level, I am afraid it has reached the point of awakening. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. How rare it is to make the entire awakening stone vibrate and glow. How strong the activation talent must be to make the awakening stone resonate so strongly. The awakening stone is rendered golden. The further back the content of the data, the more thrilling he was, and his heart skipped a beat. When he saw this, he almost jumped up. Beyond the awakening of the gods, even the awakening stone will be infected and assimilated by it. Chifeng Spear. He murmured, unheard of talent. Weapons manifested, turned the virtual into reality, and even the Grand Master dared not look directly at it. What kind of talent is this? Hard to imagine. There are not a few warriors who have awakened their talent in weapons, but there has never been a special case like today. After a long time, he slowly spit out 4 words, heaven-defying posture. Several times in US whose 133 large and small cities, more than 4 billion people's livelihoods, and tens of thousands of warriors. In terms of talent, there is almost no one who can outdo him. The term young master is far less shocking than the content behind it. The whole information is interpreting 4 words from beginning to end. The capital of the sky. Rare, too rare. He picked up the USB flash drive, and he didn't even have to think about it. It contained the whole video of the activation of the talent. There is indeed electromagnetic interference in the awakening field. But that is to interfere with the outside world, and my own people still keep a hand. He docked the USB flash drive to the computer socket and began to watch the awakening video. The text description is too thin. The contents of the USB drive allow him to see everything he wants to see. From beginning to end, the middle-aged man looked like his pupils were constricted and his mouth opened wide. After so many years in a high position, it was the first time that he had lost his temper so much that he didn't even notice it. After watching the video, the middle-aged man was dazed. The shock the picture brought him was too great, and he couldn't be relieved for a while. After a long time, he took out a special telephone from a secret compartment. A mysterious number was dialed. After a few minutes, he hung up the phone. I hope to collect all the information about Jiang Feng in the shortest possible time. One after another orders were passed out, and various departments began to operate the law. The news about Jiang Feng was reported to the State Town Hall, Military Department, State Capital. His information quickly appeared on the desks of big people. Whether it is his life history or his current rise against the sky, the information is clearly written. If Jiang Feng saw these documents, he would definitely be surprised. Because there are some things that even he can't remember clearly, but there are no details and no mistakes in the documents, and everything is stated in detail. Chapter 19. The news that Jiang Feng was the Grand Master spread throughout Yuyang No. 1 Middle School as if it had grown wings, and the whole school knew it. This has been personally confirmed by the big figures of the Jinwu Bureau. Everyone was shocked and shocked. An 18-year-old martial arts master? It is heavy to read, full of gold. His starting point is the end that many people can't see in their lives. Ordinary people can't even imagine how bright his future should be. Could it be that you want to step into the realm of the fishers of the frontier? My God, Fengzi, when did you become a boss? In the classroom, Chen Xing and others looked at him with a curious baby's eyes, as if it was the first time they knew him. The gap of strength did not make everyone feel estranged. After all, everyone died together last night. Just a fluke. Jiang Feng smiled lightly and gave a vague statement. They didn't ask any further questions, and they dispersed after playing around for a while. Apart from these friends, Jiang Feng clearly felt awe-inspiring gazes. Those classmates who are not too good are all avoiding themselves at this time. This is the effect of strength. Not to mention these students, even the teachers and even the principal should respect them when they see them. Who dares to pose in front of the master? Even if they are the same masters, they need to be respected. Even the 3 big figures in the Jinwu Bureau were polite to Jiang Feng. How dare these people be treated as usual? In the final analysis, this world is based on strength. The city at night is extraordinarily prosperous. The neon lights of high-rise buildings are flickering, full of human life. A group of people walked out of the Huaxing No. 3 club drunk. Fengzi. Ming, see you tomorrow. Chen Xing was stumbling around drunk and said vaguely. After speaking, Chen Yuxuan and a few people carried them away. Jiang Feng shook his head and laughed, and got into a Taurus LP770. The ignition started, and the roar of the V12 resounded through the streets. The life of the rich second generation is so unpretentious. Drinking a little wine and racing a car is quite interesting. Slot, it's so rich. What can you do if you have money, but you are standing on the shoulders of your predecessors? Except for wasting time and wasting resources, these people are useless. Several young people pointed at the passing sports car, and were very suspicious of those who disdained their voices. According to you, you must be a martial arts genius. Almost. I'm only 20 years old this year, and my strength is 300 kilograms. How about my talent? Hey, listen to me, don't go. At the intersection of traffic lights, the cool shape and high idling sound of Taurus LP770 attracted many passers-by, who took photos and videos with their mobile phones. Jiang Feng also cooperated with the accelerator with 2 feet, and the roar of the exhaust through the whole section made these people exclaim, and they were so addicted. They all sigh that being rich is good. Handsome guy, take a hit. A prancing horse 488 approached. The owner of the car was a beautiful woman with dyed red hair and wavy curls, and threw a wink at Jiang Feng. Her makeup is stunning and has an alternative beauty. Jiang Feng, who was used to seeing beautiful women, was amazed. This is the first time I have seen a girl with this style. Can? Jiang Feng smiled slightly. Drag racing? Hehe, with his current reflexes, he has surpassed others by a large margin in terms of starting. The green light is on. A deafening sound broke out from 1 cow and 1 horse, roaring across the street. Jiang Feng's start was perfect, and Jinyu's ejection start was also notoriously good, leading several positions in an instant. Bye-bye. Jiang Feng stretched his hand out of the car window, waved his hand, and walked away. Ah! Damn guy, I'm not convinced. Inside the prancing horse, Musiki watched the other party's tail lights disappear, and shouted angrily. The voice was very clear and pleasant, like an angry little she-cat. Between high-rise buildings, a cloud of dark mist clings to the walls, motionless, turning a blind eye to the pedestrians on the street. Occasionally, there are warriors who appear, but they can't attract its attention. Call out. A cool Taurus supercar gallops past. The remaining breath slowly drifted up. After a while, the black mist moved. Smell good. What a strong blood, what a young human, his blood must be delicious. There was a cold voice floating in the darkness, full of infinite malice. Eat him, eat him. Such a delicious breath. GG. In the void, a strangely twisted figure seemed to emerge. Walking upside down, long hair hanging upside down, terrifying and gloomy. A fish is hooked. Jiang Feng glanced at the rear-view mirror, and a hazy black mist flashed by. He grinned, exuding a little blood, and continued to seduce. After being baptized by the ancestors of the immortal emperor and opening up the sea of suffering, his blood has a fatal attraction for some beings. It's like a person who is about to enter the earth and suddenly sees a panacea that can prolong his life for 100 years, and he can't resist it at all. His current speed has exceeded 150 km per hour. And the black fog still followed closely behind, like a bone-encrusted maggot. Chapter 20. Death is right. Jiang Feng smiled coldly as he looked at the eerie black mist that lingered. There is no reason to let go of the energy delivered to the door. Weird is, as its name suggests, elusive and unpredictable. Even the prosperous martial arts and the dragon-like steel forest are infiltrated by them, pervasive. As long as it is not too reckless and rampant to slaughter, human beings really have no way to take these things. At this time, he had come to the industrial area on the outskirts, and the vehicles on the road had become extremely scarce. The street lights were dim, and the trees next to them cast long reflections. Jiang Feng drove the Taurus sports car to the side of the road and turned off the car to get off. He lit a cigarette for himself, blowing the cool evening wind, and looked at ease. "Brother, alone at night?" After a while, a young man in a black cap came trotting along the road. He was wearing a vest and headphones, panting as if he had just finished a run. Jiang Feng nodded and said nothing. "Come on one." "Sorry, I don't smoke." The young man waved his hands again and took off his cap, revealing a slightly pale face. Jiang Feng didn't care about the other party's ignorance. He didn't smoke the last cigarette before he died, and it seemed that he didn't care about living. "Your car is not bad, it must be several million." The young man came over and looked at the cool Taurus sports car, and was amazed. "It seems envious." "Almost, are you from this side?" "It's a long way from the city." "Well, my home is nearby. I can go out for a run at night when I have nothing to do, and blow the evening breeze." The young man said with a smile. He took off his earphones, took out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. "Your face is so pale and your blood is empty. It's better to come out less at night." Jiang Feng glanced at the mineral water the other party was drinking. It was bright red and dazzling, thick like blood. After saying this, the air seemed to be a little colder. The young man's body stiffened, and his smile became stiff. The wisps of icy cold spread, but quickly subsided. "I'm not very good at being small. I'm used to it. Running can also strengthen my body," he explained. "It's your home over there, and the feng shui is pretty good." Jiang Feng pointed to the graves that were scattered across the mountains and fields, and his tone was calm. "What?" The young man didn't react for a while. "You're really joking?" He smiled awkwardly. "No, I see people very accurately, I never joke. No, I made a slip of the tongue, I should be very accurate in seeing tricks." Jiang Feng snuffed out the cigarette butt and smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth. Looking back, the young man has disappeared. The bone-chilling cold came, and the air was rippling. A figure with a distorted figure and a head turned to the ground floated slowly. A strong yin and evil spirit rushed like a wave, and a layer of frost began to condense on the ground. The cold wind is blowing, giving people the illusion of being in the cold winter and 12th lunar month. The face with its head turned to the ground was extremely distorted, and the eyes and mouth had also turned into large black holes. Along with the face, it elongated and twisted, almost touching the ground. "It's like turning into an abstract painting. Hanging a corpse." Jiang Feng did not change his face, calmly watching the scene that was enough to make ordinary people collapse. An extremely terrifying femininity recorded in the weird records. The strength is comparable to that of a Grand Master, and it is a terrifying existence at the fierce level. "Your blood is rare and delicious." The hoarse voice seemed to rise from hell, and the space seemed to be frozen. Like a mop's hair squirming like a bug. Countless black hairs straightened in an instant, like steel wires bursting out, and like 10,000 snakes coming out of their nests, stabbing with shrill screams. Boom! Like the thunder of the sky, a heartbeat like a drum suddenly exploded. The surging hot wind howled up. A circle of golden red light curtains centered on Jiang Feng, spreading out in a mighty manner. Shi. The sound was like pouring magma deep into the volcano into the glacier. The weird black hair like steel wire collapsed at the touch of a touch, swept away by the hot astral wind, and dissipated like smoke. The strange corpse with its head and tail upside down smoked, and the black mist on its body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the figure has become illusory, looming, as if it will disappear at any time. I can't even take my blood out, and it's really sad to want to draw my attention. Jiang Feng's eyes were indifferent, without any movement. Just standing there, waves of blood swept through waves, and the scorching high temperature almost wiped out the hanging corpse. Every time the blood energy fluctuates, it seems to contain incomparable power, like an invisible giant hammer bombarding, the corpses cracking and shaking. The thick burnt stench rose to the sky, as if burning a corpse. Thick black water spilled, but it evaporated before it hit the ground. Boom! The golden divine light irradiated, and the power of the most yang to the just spread, unstoppable. The hanging corpse couldn't bear it any longer, it shattered with a bang and exploded in the air. It seems to be a ray of ghosts before the big day, and it instantly vanishes into ashes. Ding! The host kills the murderous femininity and obtains 30,000 energy. There was still a burning smell in the air. Baked by the high temperature, the ground is cracked, exuding amazing heat. Put an egg on top and it will definitely turn into a fried egg. The sports car drove away quickly, and everything went back to the beginning, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 21. System: Extract Myriad Realms 3 times. The world is being randomly selected for extraction. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a ginseng. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a powerful bull magic fist. Congratulations to the host for getting a litter of fairyland air. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows. These 3 withdrawals are considered a lot of luck. At least not some rubbish. The first 2 are under understanding. But, what the hell is the third fairyland air? Could it be that the air of this fairyland can be immortal and immortal with one breath? He was really unsure. After all, the word fairyland is too much. Among the worlds, the fairy world is also divided into high and low versions. Such as a novel with Yang Daxiang as the protagonist. 3,000 layers of fairyland, the 33rd layer is comparable to the multiverse. If it was a breath of air from the fairy world of that level, he was really afraid of bursting the world. The level is too high to hold, after all, that world can be called the existence of the ceiling. There is no hint of which world it came from, so it should be unpopular. Jiang Feng quickly dispelled his worries. The Immortal Emperor clan ancestral technique extracted by himself indicates which world it came from. Prove that you have to reach a certain level before you are eligible to be raised by the system. In this way, my system seems to be quite advanced. Completely true to the cause and effect of these big men. After all, some monstrous figures can reverse the long river of time and space, cross the infinite universe, and even if they are infinitely far apart, they can be wiped out in a single thought. My own system is definitely extraordinary, and it is considered to be the top in the system. Spiritual ginseng. With a little thought, a ginseng with spiritual energy appeared in his hand. The appearance is like white jade, clean and flawless, shaped like a human, with numerous roots and white mist rising. Good. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Although it is not as good as originium, it is quite rare. It is a precious medicine. He grabbed the spirit ginseng and ate it violently, the juice splashed everywhere, and the medicinal power was surging. 3 or 2 mouthfuls swallowed the spirit medicine whole. The majestic energy circulates in the body, very strong. Like swallowing a fire, billowing heat rushed to the limbs and bones. He mobilized the sea of bitterness, absorbed the strong medicinal power like a whale, and refined it directly. Then it turned into life essence to feed back on itself, and the strength has obviously grown a little. The effect is not generally good, convenient, and efficient. His sea of bitterness is so special that it can not only nurture life essence, but also hone medicinal power and spiritual power. That is to say, even if there is an immortal medicine, he can swallow it directly without worrying about being held to death. Sweet and delicious. Jiang Feng smashed his mouth, the medicinal fragrance filled his mouth. Elixir is elixir, even the taste is so moist. It is a pity that the number is too small, there is only one plant. Strong Bull Demon Fist, it's not very useful. Jiang Feng checked a practice method that was directly imprinted in his mind. This is a body refining and foundation building exercise, and the threshold is not high. It is very suitable for people with ordinary qualifications to practice. It is a relatively easy way to get started. If it is extended to the army, the combat effectiveness can be improved by several levels. After training to Dachan, the muscles, bones and flesh are strong, probably comparable to a martial artist. For today's Jiang Feng, vigorous bullfighting is really too inferior. Totally disliked. If it wasn't for supernatural powers, it wouldn't be able to get into his eyes at all. However, if it is fully promoted, the comprehensive strength of a faction can increase a lot. The last one, Immortal World Spiritual Qi. In his expectant eyes, a cloud of white air dispersed. It contains amazing energy, and it actually has some longevity substances. Although it is very small, it is enough to increase life expectancy by more than 10 years. Jiang Feng did not waste it. The longer it remains in the air, the more it will evaporate. He directly absorbed the aura and incorporated it into the sea of bitterness. Into the purest source of power. This time the harvest is okay. Feeling the increase in strength, Jiang Feng showed joy. There is nothing more gratifying than the steady rise in power. He deserves to be a systematic man, favored by luck. Even the most basic Myriad Realms Extraction, without any prefix, can get a lot of good things. War Practice Match. In the luxuriously decorated private room, Jiang Feng asked suspiciously. Zhou Weiping, who was wearing casual clothes, was full of peace at this time. Yes, it's the experience competition, the annual Tianjiao competition in Yuezhu. The Bureau intends to recommend you to represent Yuyang City to participate in the war experience competition. I wonder what your intentions are. Speaking of this, Zhou Weiping was a little uneasy. Yuyang City has a population of more than 30 million. According to the population size of the imperial cities, it is a small city. There are 133 cities in Yuezhu. There are 67 small cities, 53 medium-sized cities, 12 large cities, and 1 state city. The total population is 4.78 billion. The geniuses screened out from such a huge population are all the leaders of the younger generation, true geniuses with huge potential. It is conceivable how fierce the competition should be when the talents from major cities collide together. Yuyang is only a small city, with few talented people and limited resources, so it cannot cultivate true evildoers. The annual practice matches are the bottom ones. He can't compete with the geniuses of those big cities with excellent conditions and outstanding talents. Yuyang's best rankings in the past are all outside the top 500. But this year has turned around. A young master who has also activated an incomparably powerful talent, which can be called an insurmountable peak for the younger generation. If he can represent Yuyang, he won't dare to say that he will be ranked in the top 10. Yuyang Town Martial Arts Bureau can finally raise its eyebrows for a while, and no longer need to be underestimated by those medium-sized cities and large cities. Those super geniuses in Zhoucheng may not be as perverted as the young man in front of him. They are descendants of aristocratic families. With the power of blood and special talents, they can be proud of their peers by taking the essence of heaven and earth from a young age. This situation is different. It belongs to the sudden awakening of potential, the direct overtaking of the curve, and the strength to climb up like a rocket. Yuezhu Experience Tournament. Can you kill someone? Jiang Feng did not rush to answer, but asked instead. Zhou Weiping slapped his face fiercely. Murder? What's going on in this monster's head? Probably, it is to send a batch of selected Tianjiao to the front line for trials and fight with fierce beasts. You may even fight against the strange and experience the test of blood and fire. There is a certain mortality rate in the practice match, of course, it is a very small probability. When there is real danger to life, the organizer has protective measures, so there is no need to worry too much. Zhou Weiping explained helplessly. I'm participating. Jiang Feng is decisive. What can he think about, fighting with beasts in a strange way? He can't ask for it. Stepping into the battlefield is the best way to generate energy. As for the danger, he completely left it behind and ignored it directly. Zhou Weiping was stunned. I didn't expect Jiang Feng's answer to be so straightforward, completely without consideration. What a belligerent maniac! He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. These materials contain a detailed introduction to the experience competition. As for the time, it has not yet been determined. At the latest 1 month, at least 10 days, I will tell you after the notification. Then hand a file bag to Jiang Feng. There is information about the practice game. After completing the task assigned by the Bureau, Zhou Weiping looked a lot more relaxed. Row. Chapter 22. The top floor of Yuyang World Trade Building. In the extravagant room, a young man was lying on a rocking chair, listening to the report of a black-clothed subordinate next to him. Oh? Young master, it's interesting. The young man opened his eyes were as sharp as hawks and falcons. He was dressed in brocade clothes, and his eyebrows were not angry and arrogant. With a wave of his hand, the man in black beside him bowed and stepped back. It's been so many years that such a genius has not appeared, he. The young man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the scenery below. It seems to be trampling all living beings underfoot, high above. I can feel that your heart is not at peace. A magnetic voice came from behind. A handsome man with silver hair came forward. Becoming a master at the age of 18, with such a talent, who can be calm and self-sufficient, when you and I are the same age as him, it is not as good as it is. The brocade-clothed youth smiled coldly, looking down at the ever-flowing road below. His tone was very cold. You want to attack him? The handsome man said calmly. And then? The young man in brocade was unmoved. Many big figures in the military department and Jinyu Hall are watching closely. I advise you not to take risks. In addition, he also represented Yuyang to participate in the training competition, and there was no room for loss. I think you know what kind of consequences such a genius will die inexplicably. On such joints, it is not suitable for hands. The handsome man turned his head and stared into the eyes of the young man in brocade clothes. I don't want to affect the entire organization because of your personal actions. No one can bear the thunder and anger of the military. His voice was suppressed, with a hint of threat. Hearing the word organization, the young man's expression finally changed. You use the organization to press me. His voice was cold, the air temperature dropped sharply, and his attitude was tough and tit for tat. You can think so, that's what the team leader meant. The handsome man was non-committal. Haha, when will our monsters need to follow the rules established by humans? The brocade-clothed youth laughed loudly, strands of breath leaked out, and the thick bulletproof glass was suddenly covered with cracks. The situation is stronger than people, and now the general situation is not with us, and there is a danger of overturning if we are not careful. The handsome man continued to speak as if he had not heard it, completely unaffected by the other's breath. He activated his talent, and the awakening stone appeared to move like never before, stronger than any talent I've ever seen. You should be clear about what it means to have a talent beyond the awakening of the gods, not to mention that his talent is a type with extremely strong attack power. Even if I don't stop you, you may not be the opponent of that young man, I am saving you. When the handsome man recalled the scene of that day, it was difficult to calm down. He will never forget such a scene in his life when the golden spear swept across the sky, and the killing intent was soaring to the sky. As a monster, an extremely powerful monster, his strength is comparable to that of a great master, and his strength is greatly increased in the real state. But with such a powerful strength, it trembled uncontrollably under that long spear, and there was no face. That's fear from the genetic level. Facing the golden spear, he seemed to smell the breath of his own death, which was so terrifying. If the other party uses that kind of talent, even if he is in the real state, he will not be able to escape. Save me! Ha ha ha, it's a high-sounding speech. The young man in brocade is full of irony. It seems that you have been in the human world for a long time, and you have been assimilated by them. Cowardice is gradually replacing your arrogance. What about an 18-year-old BD who was lucky enough to walk away with shit luck and awaken his talent? If my real body comes, I can kill him with just one hand. Humph! The handsome man snorted. Excessive arrogance will hurt you sooner or later. For the sake of what I said, since you are still obsessed, you can do it yourself. He finally glanced at the young man in Jinyi, as if he was looking at a dead man. He kindly reminded him that he wanted to take his life back, but instead of being appreciative, the other party made a mockery. Those who haven't experienced it personally will never know how terrifying the monster's talent is. Unfortunately, it was only a glimpse at that time, and it was not recorded. Otherwise, this guy would definitely not be so self-righteous. Ignorance really kills. If he pursues his own way and seeks death, then he can't be blamed. Thinking of kinship, what should be reminded has been clearly stated. Without looking at the young man in front of the windowsill again, the handsome man walked out of the room. Young master, great medicine for the human body, I don't know what kind of changes it can bring to me after swallowing you, I'm really looking forward to it. After the soft whisper, there was a burst of harsh laughter. The whole top floor of the earthquake is shaking. Chapter 23. Tianyu Mountains, fierce beasts are rampant. Jiang Feng casually flipped through the information, took a few glances and memorized all the information in his heart. Warriors never forget. The strength is stronger than him, he will know what he does, and he will be fine as soon as he learns. The Tianyu Mountains are a branch of the first mountain, spanning 8,000 kilometers and running through several state boundaries. There are countless beasts entrenched there, and there are often beasts rioting, rushing into human towns in groups, causing great calamity. Therefore, the state government set up a frontline base there, with a large number of warriors stationed there. It is whose first line of defense, serving as a barrier against the beasts of the Tianyu Mountains. If you go there, you will inevitably fight with beasts, and there will be no shortage of energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, his strength may usher in a leap forward. Walking out of the cafe, Jiang Feng suddenly noticed that there were eyes staring at him. As soon as he moved in his heart, he didn't look back. When he reached out, he found a luxuriously dressed young man sitting in a remote corner of the coffee shop. The breath is unusually calm, and if there is no space, the power of the field spreads. Different from the master field, it is more solid, and the space within a certain range is affected by the other party. It can even interfere with the human subconscious and has a shielding effect. But to Jiang Feng, it was useless. Shen Nian glanced at the young man and found nothing unusual. Not femininity. Jiang Feng was slightly disappointed and tasteless. I thought that there was a femininity staring at me, and I could harvest the source energy again, and I was happy. He didn't pay much attention to each other. The strength of that person is very strong, depending on the strength of the field, he should be a master at the level of a grand master. This level of powerhouse is enough to run rampant on one side, and Yu Yang is definitely the top figure, who can hold the post of director, with high authority. But nothing in front of me. Jiang Feng didn't stop and walked straight. Looking at the back disappearing into the street, a smile appeared on the young man's face. So strong blood, it can give me a sense of danger. A rare human medicine. The young man's eyes flickered, and his fingers tapped the table lightly. His body is different from other monsters. Every period of time, it is necessary to devour the blood of geniuses with great potential in order to maintain their human form. And it can absorb part of the potential of the other party and increase its upper limit. This ability is extremely terrifying and can be called plunder. Even many monsters are extremely afraid of his ethnic group, and they are very unwelcome. Because as long as it is a genius, whether it is a human or a monster, as long as the potential is huge. By devouring the seeds of potential, it can transform itself to an extremely terrifying level. This time, he was eyeing Jiang Feng. The 18-year-old young master has such an incredible potential. In the past, only the ancient super family could have such amazing talent. There are strong people around, and there is no chance to start. And this difference, without the background of the aristocratic family, dare to blatantly expose. It seems that he is still too young to know the dangers of the world. In the middle of the night, the wind suddenly picked up outside. The wind blew into the window screen, and the curtains by the window were blown and danced. Woohoo! The sound of howling wind poured into the room, like a woman squatting in a corner sobbing and sobbing. There was thunder and lightning in the sky, and it was pouring rain. The strange voice was intermittent, as if full of resentment and unwillingness. Not even a thunderstorm could cover up that creepy sound. In the rainy night, a vague figure strayed outside the window, like a rootless weed fluttering in the wind. If anyone sees this scene, I am afraid that heart disease will be scared out. In his sleep, Jiang Feng did not respond at all, and fell asleep. The outside world is quietly changing as if unheard of. A slight voice sounded, and a strange thing happened. The window slowly moved to one side. The cold and ominous breath slowly came. Despair. A pale bone claw grabbed the edge of the window, gloomy. The blood was spreading, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. A woman on all fours with disheveled hair and a horrified face crawled into the room. There are dense scars on the infiltrating face, which is not human-like, the eye sockets are hollow, and there are no eyeballs. The terrifying mouth is full of fine black teeth. The empty eyes looked at the sleeping figure on the bed. Wu Qing's tongue licked his lips, and slowly crawled over. In his sleep, Jiang Feng frowned, as if he had dreamed something bad. The blood spread to the foot of the bed, and there was a smile on the monster's face, and a pale ghost claw was drawn towards Jiang Feng's heart. The sleeping Jiang Feng suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the terrifying woman beside the bed seemed to be grabbed by an invisible force. Ling Kong hangs in the air, his claws dance and struggle. The room was rendered golden red by blood. Waves of surging blood scorched the monster imprisoned in mid-air. Jiang Feng's eyes were dim, looking at the screaming monster. He suddenly whimpered. There is actually a brand. He raised his eyebrows. This evil level peak is equivalent to the strangeness of a senior martial artist, and there is some kind of brand on his body. This discovery is amazing. This genital is actually driven by people. Who would do that? Jiang Feng was not in a hurry to kill the monster, his eyes became cold, he wanted to find out the truth. Roar! A piercing roar of resentment came out. At this moment, the monster's body changed unexpectedly. Black smoke surged up, like an ice cube transformed into a lit powder keg. Dramatic energy changes are clearly palpable. Next moment. Boom! The twisted body of the monster exploded, and the violent negative energy shot out like a violent storm. The loud noise was like thunder, and the sound shook all directions. The whole villa trembled suddenly. Chapter 24. In the sky, a figure floated there out of thin air, standing in the air. Under the action of an invisible force field, all the rainwater flowed to the ground along a distance of 1 meter from his body, and not a single drop fell on him. It is an intangible but real power. It can interfere with most substances, and the weak cannot even break through this barrier. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded as expected. Lin Ye smiled. The strange self-destruction of the peak of the evil level, even if the old master is careless, he will be seriously injured. He didn't believe that a young master who had just entered the master and had little combat experience, reacted so fast, and could survive this level of blow unscathed. He was seriously injured, and his strength was inexhaustible. Even if his talent is really as terrifying as it is said, and can threaten the great master, the power of his display will be greatly reduced at this time. The threat to yourself is greatly reduced. Wrong. A bizarre self-destruction at the peak of the evil level, the power is comparable to that of a missile, that villa should be razed to the ground. After the sound of the explosion, there was no damage at all. Irregular. In the room, a deep ball of energy that flickered with black light was caught in Jiang Feng's hand. The intense and violent energy fluctuations were bound, squeezed into a sphere, and could not be completely released. He looked out the window with faint eyes, and threw the energy ball out. Call out! The sound of breaking the air goes from far to near. What? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was preparing to deal with it calmly. The black ball with amazing fluctuations flew at an astonishing speed and swept to the front in an instant. Not good. The speed of the black ball was too fast, and it instantly smothered his face. When Lin Yi's face changed, he realized that it was too late. Boom! The violent yin qi exploded in the night sky, and violent fluctuations shook the rain curtain within 100 meters. There was a rumbling sound, like a thunderous explosion. Lin Ye staggered, so that he didn't fall down from the mid-air. Like being struck by lightning. The hair is messy, like a chicken coop, and the luxurious clothes are tattered, looking like a beggar. Lin Ye hasn't been so angry for a long time. The chest seems to be burning, the indescribable anger is like a volcano about to erupt. Next moment. You! His pupils shrunk to the size of needles, his face full of disbelief. The raging anger was poured into a basin of cold water, and my heart was half cold. I'm looking for you, and you're looking for death. Jiang Feng's tall and slender figure stood in the air, opposite Lin Ye. The corners of his mouth curled up, looking at the embarrassed person in front of him with interest. Grandmaster! You turned out to be the great master. Lin Yi's voice was full of disbelief, and she screamed. 18-year-old Grandmaster! God, what's wrong with this world, it's crazy. As long as you know. Jiang Feng's eyes gradually became cold. This person who has only one relationship with him, who does not know how to calculate himself, really eats the gall of a bear and a leopard. The majestic blood is like a rushing river. The humming sound of rumbling reverberates through the void. Boom! Lin Ye didn't even think about it, turned around and ran. At this age, he has become a great master, and there is no one before or after. He was sure that even if the entire An Lan region was overturned, he would not be able to find anyone with similar age and strength. Lin Ye was very decisive, turned his head and ran away in horror. With a sonic boom, it quickly flew away into the distance. Did you run? Jiang Feng laughed loudly, with a strong voice like Hong Zhong de Lu, mighty. Boom! A sonic boom cloud exploded, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread across the sky. Boom! Thunder roared, and in the night sky, a figure slammed into the ground like a meteorite. Boom! The earth boiled like a tidal wave, and countless mud and rocks rose into the sky. A big hole more than 10 meters deep was smashed out abruptly. So strong! Inside the big pit, Lin Yi's heart was filled with turbulent waves. With just one punch, the great master field that he had been condensing for many years was shattered, and his ribs were broken, I don't know how many. Almost missed a punch. Air blast sounded. A boundless sense of crisis flooded Lin Yi's heart. The great master's vitality is extremely tenacious, and it takes only a few seconds to be reborn from a broken bone. In the midst of the great adventure of the dead, he hurriedly flew out of the pit. Just as he left, a figure as strong as a dragon fell like thunder. Where Lin Ye stood before, the ground collapsed and collapsed layer by layer. The terrifying force destroyed the surface structure and an abyss formed. Thousands of tons of dirt flew out. Gollum! Lin Yi's Adam's apple rolled, and he stood upside down with hairs all over his body. If I had been slower just now, I would have been beaten to the point that I would not even have minced meat left. Terrifying power, is this really an 18-year-old boy? One punch can kill the great master who has just entered this realm. The monstrous aura shattered the curtain formed by the fall of the dim dust. A slender figure stepped out like a demon, his eyes were as deep as water, and the golden red blood was soaring to the sky, which made Lin Ye feel fear after a long absence. Even in his physical state, he has more than half of his body's combat power, but in the hands of the opponent, he is so unbearable that he has no power to fight. He really regrets not listening to the advice now. He lost before the opponent's trump card was revealed. How could he fight? Tell me how you want to die. The icy voice sounded, and it exploded in Lin Yi's ear. Chapter 25. Lin Yi's face changed wildly. The whole person is horrified, as if being stared at by a wild beast. Your Excellency, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Lin Ye said in a hurry, wanting to remedy it. At this time, he can't care about the dignity of the great master. This guy's fighting strength is not like a human being, and his demon body state may not have a half chance of winning. Or the situation where the opponent has no cards. If you really want to fight to the death, you may really explain that you are in this uninhabited area. Misunderstanding, indeed. A faint voice sounded. Lin Yi's eyes flashed and he lost Jiang Feng's figure. The wind whistled past, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of him. Lin Yi's eyes are dull. Is this teleportation? The speed is so fast that he can't even catch the afterimage. This is a misunderstanding. The sound of the sonic boom resounded, a big hand slapped the air, and it landed on the face like lightning. Boom! Lin Yi's face sank a lot, and his jawbone was directly smashed. The whole person flew out like a cannonball, clinging to the ground, and flew out for hundreds of meters. The force of that slap was heavier than that of the mountains, causing his entire face to twist and deform, and his head almost flew out. Nice plow! Jiang Feng was expressionless, stepped out in one step, and appeared 100 meters away. Ah! Too deceiving! The furious sound shook the sky and the earth, and the Grand Master's field was in full bloom. Invisible ripples rippling. Lin Yi's terrifying face was revealed, and his face had been severely deformed. Rao is due to the self-healing ability of the Great Master, and he can't heal for a while. He had never been so humiliated. Being beaten up with such contempt, even if his strength is higher than his, is intolerable, and the shame must be washed away in a battle. He broke out completely, his eyes widening with anger. Qi and blood are like a torrent, and the blood is turbulent, lingering on the body. The terrifyingness of the Great Master was truly revealed, and the world trembled with a roar. Die! A fist was violently blasted forward, the white airflow spread violently, the ground was directly torn by the astral wind, and the wind swept. But in the next second, his expression froze. Crack! The crisp fracture sounded, his right arm shrugged weakly, and Lin Yi's face became extremely distorted due to the pain. A full blow is like hitting an iron mountain. The force of the shock even caused a comminuted fracture in his right arm. It's like hitting a stone with an egg, not being self-sufficient. Too weak. The two words floated mercilessly, full of ridicule. He raised his head and saw a pair of golden eyes staring at him indifferently. That look, as if looking at an ant. Jiang Feng clenched his fists with 5 fingers, the world was silent, as if everything in the world was brought into his palm. A golden fist suddenly slammed out, it was unstoppable, and nothing could not urge it. The sky and the earth are eclipsed, and the sand is flying. It's like the end is coming. Boom! The violent power is like a volcanic eruption. The wave of destruction swept the earth like a tsunami, and the sandstorm drowned everything. The earth uttered an overwhelmed groan, and countless wide cracks spread in all directions. Jiang Feng was thinking that the guy was dead, but something unexpected happened. Is this a monster? He looked at the monster with bone spears and scales in front of him, and his face changed slightly. In all these years, you are the first person to push me to such a degree. The magic sound sounded, with inexplicable majesty and domineering. Humans, it's too late to stop now, I can let go of what happened before. The tall phantom opened his mouth, his voice strong and deafening. Are you pretending? Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't know the truth of the other party, but this sentence made him very uncomfortable. Jiang Feng grinned, revealing a smile that made Lin Yi's scalp tingle. He annoys others to pretend to be deep. Looking at Jiang Feng's disdain, Lin Yi's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Even if he entered the demon state, he had no confidence. What invincibility and courage are bullshit. The strength of the man in front of him was unheard of. The punch just now completely smashed him into two halves, separating the upper and lower body. If he hadn't entered the demon state, I'm afraid he would have died. His arrogance has been completely shattered by this person, and he will never come back. Lin Ye didn't give up. Knowing that if you can't let go of your body, you may really die. You shouldn't be my enemy, I. What greeted him was an ever-enlarging fist. Boom! The burly and tall figure flew through the sky with a sharp airflow whistling sound. The thunderous sound of bone cracking continued to sound. The terrifying force rioted in his body, pounding wildly, almost tearing him apart. Chifeng Spear. Jiang Feng drank lowly, his right arm was glowing, very splendid. The golden gun-shaped brand is lifelike. If there is spiritual consciousness, it will directly rush out of the body surface. In mid-air, a sacred and dazzling spear appeared in the world, dazzling as the sun. It is sharp and dazzling, and it can penetrate and tear everything, like an immortal spear of eternity. Jiang Feng holds a long spear, and the golden blood reflects the sky, illuminating half of the sky. I give you a decent death. Jiang Feng's eyes are bright, like two golden suns. Only at this moment did he get serious, holding a golden spear with an invincible aura. This is the first time he has used the Chifeng Spear in actual combat, to sacrifice the spear with the blood of the enemy. Chong! The spear hissed, entwining the golden thunder. Tear the air, let out a scream, and turned into a golden light that ran through the void. Boom! In the distance, a dazzling golden light lit up. Countless golden lightning bursts full of destructive power. Rising into the sky, sinking a piece of land, the mighty power is vast. Chapter 26. Ding! The host kills the great master monster and obtains 100,000 energy. Call out! The streamer came quickly, and the golden spear returned to Jiang Feng's hand. He glanced in one direction and said lightly, "How long do you want to hide?" There was nothing in that direction, it was empty. Didn't get any response. He seemed to be talking to the air. Jiang Feng didn't move, a golden lightning burst out from the spear in his hand. Boom! The golden arc exploded in mid-air. An electrified figure fell to the ground. The whole body was bubbling with smoke, as if it had been roasted. The shock in Bai Mu's heart couldn't be further increased. Monsters are born with various abilities. The ability of his family is space, which can be integrated with the void, completely undetectable. But it was easily seen through. Jiang Feng stared at the young man with silver hair. The tip of the gun shone with lightning, and the golden light flickered, making a crackling sound. The space is shaking, and the power of thunder and lightning is amazing. There is no need for Chifeng Spear to revive, a flash of lightning can destroy people and gods at will. Bai Mu looked at the golden spear flickering with electric light, and immediately became anxious. "Sir, spare your life, I have no intention of being your enemy." He is very sensible and keeps his posture to a minimum. Clearly aware of the gap between yourself and the other party, life and death are only between the other party's thoughts. The original intuition was outrageously wrong. The power of the Chifeng Spear was countless times more terrifying than he imagined. And the person in front of him is not a young master at all. Everyone was deceived by the illusion. It is definitely an old monster who is hidden from the world, and his life is about to end. He chooses a young body to seize the house and rebuild it. Give me a reason not to kill you. Jiang Feng is very calm, the spear vibrates and will fly out at any time, giving the enemy a fatal blow. Bai Mu's face was as pale as earth, and cold sweat broke out. Jiang Feng felt too oppressive, the pressure was like a mountain pressing on his chest, and he could hardly breathe. In particular, he witnessed the entire battle just now and witnessed Jiang Feng's unparalleled combat power with his own eyes. He couldn't even think of resistance. He didn't even dare to escape, because he couldn't escape from his palm at all. If he could really run, Lin Ye wouldn't have died so miserably, and he couldn't even find a single fragment. He and Lin Ye are equal in strength. Seeing that Lin Ye used his demon body and was beaten like a dead dog, he didn't want to repeat it. My patience is limited. The cold voice came, and to Bai Mu, it sounded even more terrifying than a life-threatening talisman. I have nothing to do with him. He insisted on doing his own thing, and I stopped him. Although he is both a monster, he is very unpopular, he is an alien, and I have nothing to do with him. Bai Mu quickly organized the language to clear the suspicion that he was in the same camp as Lin Ye. Anyway, he has always been unable to get along with Lin Ye, and he sneered when they met. At this time, he didn't feel guilty for throwing the blame. My lord, everything I said is true, if there is any inconsistency, the sky will be struck by thunder. Bai Mu was about to cry in fright, and his voice was full of tears, and his desire to survive was astonishing. He wanted to give himself a big mouth. He was so stupid that he knew the ending, but he was still curious, and ran over to see how tragically Lin Ye died. It's all the idiot's fault. Bai Mu scolded Lin Ye's ancestor for the 18th generation, and wished he would have his ashes thrown up. If it weren't for this guy's head being caught in the door and sent to death, he wouldn't have followed him to watch the battle. This time it's good to sink yourself into it. Bai Mu was trembling, and he didn't dare to take a sip, for fear that it would affect Jiang Feng's mood and be wiped out. I'm afraid no one would have thought that the dignified Grand Master would also have such an unbearable side. This is not to blame Bai Mu, it really is not that he is spineless. But Jiang Feng is really scary. The golden spear made his heart break. A random burst of lightning can make you lose your combat effectiveness. Killing yourself is not much harder than running over an ant. Jiang Feng looked strange. After all, this guy is also a great master, and a mysterious monster. I don't want any face at all, I'm begging for mercy as soon as I open my mouth, snot and tears. It made him feel a little reluctant to start. Seeing that people were frightened, their souls were almost gone. He naturally knew that the other party had no intention of becoming his enemy. Mainly because he didn't have the guts. When he activated his talent, he sensed that there was a powerful aura watching him. It is very consistent with Bai Mu, I think it was this guy from the beginning. He didn't think that after witnessing his activation of his talent, this guy would dare to stand against him. It's not arrogance, it's the truth. As soon as the Chifeng Spear came out, its coercion could make anyone tremble with fear, and they couldn't help but bow their heads in adoration. The breath that belongs to the Immortal King, even if it is a trace, has unpredictable power. How can the ancestral technique branded by King Bai in the ethnic group be a joke? Monster, have you ever committed murder? Jiang Feng's eyes are so sharp that people don't dare to look directly, and he has the power to see through falsehoods. As long as this guy has murdered innocent people, he can't be kept. No. Bai Mu vetoed it, his head shaking like a rattle. He really has never harmed innocent people. The biggest difference between monsters and femininity is that they are rational. They are integrated into the human circle, and their character and behavior are exactly the same as those of people. Some even choose human beings as their other half, get married and have children, and forget their identities. As long as they don't actively expose them, no one will think they are monsters. Even Jiang Feng didn't notice this, and he couldn't see it without using special means. Disputes of interest and murder are inevitable, and none of the strong have blood on their hands. Jiang Feng's golden eyes shone brightly, causing Bai Mu to sting all over his body, as if 1,000 knives had been slashed. He resisted and did not make a sound. After watching him for a while, Jiang Feng spoke. Get out. The pressure on Bai Mu's body dissipated, and his body lightened. He breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been granted amnesty, and the boulder that was pressing in his heart finally fell. Thank you for not killing. Overjoyed, Bai Mu bowed excitedly to Jiang Feng, then hid in the space and left quickly. I don't want to stay here for a moment. Chapter 27. Bai Mu escaped into the void, full of happiness for the rest of his life after the catastrophe. Fortunately, it wasn't an extreme murderer, otherwise he would have been robbed. I don't know which is the powerhouse of good fortune. Recalling the golden spear that was incomparably sharp and tore everything apart, his heart could not help but tremble fiercely. The fluctuations emanating from the gun are too amazing, far beyond the boundaries of the Supreme Grand Master, and it seems to have reached another level. Follow the lords and worship the generals, and enshrine the territory. This is another name for that realm. Aloof from the mundane, his body is almost immortal, looking down on the world. That is a truly earth-shattering existence. When the sky and the earth are shocked, the situation changes, like a panic. Jiang Feng's performance is almost the same as that. Bai Mu is sure that he is definitely beyond the realm of the Supreme Master. When he thought that he had survived in the hands of such people, he actually felt a sense of pride. It's not that he is mentally distorted, because even a great master at that level is difficult to reach, and Shenlong sees the beginning but not the end. It was a great honor to meet each other. The organization must be notified and must not be an enemy of him. Bai Mu just wanted to hurry back and report the situation. The news was too important to stir up the organization. Even an organization that is as strong as a cloud would never dare to provoke it in the face of such an existence. Even if you can't make friends, you can never make friends. After a great war, the earth became devastated. Several huge sinkholes are particularly noticeable. We are late, people have left. 10 minutes later, 3 figures came across the sky. They are all standing in the air, their blood is as majestic as a river. These 3 people are all unparalleled masters at the Grand Master level. The battle between Jiang Feng and Lin Ye was too loud, and the thunder couldn't completely cover it up. Because the fluctuations of the battle are unconcealed, the strong are already keen, and they can detect it from a distance of more than 10 kilometers. The 3 fell to the ground and walked together. They were observing the marks on the ground. What a powerful force! A tall and burly Grandmaster with a bloody murderous aura couldn't help but marvel. He was standing in front of a huge pit that was dozens of meters wide and bottomless. It was the abyss that was punched out by Jiang Feng. The residual martial Dao will even shocked this battle-hardened Grandmaster who had been fighting all year round, and felt ashamed. It was my human race powerhouse who shot, the other one, if I guessed correctly, it seems to be a monster. A man in black armor with a resolute face had an uncertain tone. There seems to be more over there, go and have a look. The 3 felt a palpitating wave, looked at each other, and flew in the direction of the wave. This is... The scene in front of them completely shocked the 3 great masters. The 3 of them leaned back and made an obvious inhalation motion. In an instant, the air in a radius of more than 10 meters was pumped clean. The sight in front of you is a miracle. Entering the eye is a large crack that stretches for hundreds of meters, dividing the entire land into 2. Secondly, there are tens of meters long, like cracks in the stumps of the tree trunks. The endless aura of destruction rushed towards the face, making the 3 hearts palpitate. The entire land was in a state of dilapidation, and the surface structures were smashed to pieces. There are still residues left. The man in black armor suddenly exclaimed and his eyes widened. At the bottom of the abyss, a golden arc flashed past, implying the annihilation of all things. In just a short moment, the hairs of the 3 people stood upside down, their scalps were numb, and their bodies instinctively warned. Chi glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It is unbelievable that it is only an aftermath that is about to dissipate, yet there is such a terrifying power. It's hard to imagine how strong the person responsible for this horrific sight must be. I'm afraid that the monster is not directly turned into ashes. A big man with a full beard and a rough face froze. There is no second possibility. The 2 joined. It can only be someone at that level who can make a move, penetrate the sky and the ground, and change the terrain with one's own power. Only that realm has such power. The black-armored man sighed, showing a look of fascination. The human race has a population of more than 2 trillion. Although the Great Master is a strong man admired by thousands of people, he can look at the entire empire, and there are not tens of millions but also millions. And to break the limit of life, make the ultimate leap, and step into the existence of Fengka realm, is a real powerhouse. They have lived for more than 100 years, and they have only heard about such characters, but have never seen them with their own eyes. At this time, a strong man in the Fengka realm shot and fought the enemy, which made them stunned and shocked. Record this, pass it to the state capital, and let those people decide. Jiang Feng didn't know what happened later. I don't know that the abyss that the Chifeng Spear blasted out caused a big earthquake in the upper floors of Yuezhu, causing an uproar. Some big people stay up all night because of this. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much because of his temperament. At this time, he was struggling, whether to carry out 10 consecutive extractions or precise extractions. Jiang Feng was in a dilemma. The former can get more rewards, but only by face. The latter 100,000 sources can be used once, and the precise extraction will not be bad. After hesitating for a while, he decided to be arrogant and make a precise extraction of 100,000 origin energy. System, perform a precise extraction. Please choose the world, or the type of extraction from the host. Jiang Feng hesitated for a while before making a decision. Accurate extraction of cultivation resources. Resource extraction in progress. Ding, the extraction was successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of divine spring water. God spring water. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, and it turned out to be a resource that covers the world with a single leaf. It seems that he has an indescribable bond with this world. The divine spring water contains majestic vitality, which can live and die, delay the aging of monks, and regenerate vitality. Even if many holy places are flocking to the divine spring water, the saints are very envious. This is an extremely rare life-extending treasure, which can make the secrets of the sealed and limited lifespan come out safely. A white jade bottle floated quietly in front of him. The material is very unique, with inexplicable fluctuations. Even Jiang Feng was touched, and his expression changed. It's really the original product, it's a buy one get two free. He smiled. The jade bottle is a container for holding divine spring water, not something ordinary. A piece the size of a palm weighs tens of thousands of pounds, and it is extremely hard and contains the power of rules. Jiang Feng squeezed hard, but the bottle was not damaged at all, even with all his strength. A good thing, the hardness is unimaginable. With this weight, if you throw it out, you can kill a large number of grandmasters. Jiang Feng smiled and found the treasure. The bottle body material of the jade bottle is naturally not a high-end product, it is a kind of divine jade. Not to mention bad streets, but it's not a rare thing either. In this resource-poor world, it is a well-deserved divine material. The kind that can resist nuclear explosions without leaving any traces. Driven by one's own strength, using it to smash people is like a mountain flying over. No one can catch it. Although throwing a bottle at someone sounds weird, it doesn't stop Jiang Feng's eager heart. This wave can be called killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 28. The inside of the jade bottle is unique. Yun has a vast space, can store a lot of things. This surprised Jiang Feng, feeling that it was more than enough to put down a mountain. A clear spring water flows out. Exudes Shen Xi, overflowing with a little bit of crystal light, like a gathering of divine liquid. There are silver flowers blooming in the water, flickering and fragrant. The rich vitality radiated out, filling the whole room. That is pure source essence. One sip can prolong life, rejuvenate, which has great benefits. This is the divine spring liquid that makes the almighty cultivator crazy, and every drop is a priceless treasure. Jiang Feng swallowed and his mouth was dry. The majestic essence poured into the body, nourishing the internal organs, full of energy, and the immortal energy rose, as if it was about to become an immortal. He opened his mouth to drink, and the spring water was clear and sweet. With a wisp of fragrance, such as nectar and jade liquid, it makes people unforgettable. The body seems to be stuffed into a sea of life, full of vitality. The golden sea of wheels revolves, and the surging suction devours pure energy, honing it with the power of the world. He has never felt this way before. Strength grows at a perceptible rate. The golden red blood chi wrapped around the body like a real dragon, and it came alive. The heart glows with golden light, like a small sun, and the golden blood is like smelted gold, galloping through it. His organs are like crystals, crystal clear, pure and flawless. Jiang Feng looked at himself and made an amazing discovery. With the nourishment of the divine spring liquid, the sea of wheels of his own is even bigger. Like the prototype of the universe, it is constantly evolving. There is a faint outline of land in the ocean, and it must emerge and break through the sea level. Is it really possible to breed an inner world? Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, his nerves were as thick as he was shaking. According to this stance, it might really be possible to evolve a complete great world. This is simply sensational, and it is a very rare cultivation path in the world. My foundation is solid enough, and after building it for a while, I can start extracting scriptures and embark on the path of cultivation. Jiang Feng's eyes are bright, and his current training system has not yet been finalized. Although the Sea of Bitterness is similar to the secret realm of Lunhai in the secret realm method, there are still big differences. Just the same name. My own Sea of Bitterness is like the real world, constantly evolving, different from that of any cultivator. He will not consider the exotic system and the ancient method. The weak heaven and earth, without the complete laws of heaven and earth and the support of the world tree, are not suitable for cultivating that kind of system at all. However, there is something to learn from the ancient method of chaos. The opening of the cave is very much in line with my real sea of suffering. Jiang Feng was contemplative, his heart was up and down, and the chaos of ancient methods gave him a lot of inspiration. Gradually, he had eyes and a bold idea. Combining the real sea of bitterness with the realm of the cave, focusing on the realm of the cave, and deducing it to the extreme with the help of the real sea of misery. Opening up a cave is equivalent to taking the creation of the world. It is necessary to constantly absorb the spirit of the outside world and replenish the body. Of course, he didn't open up a cave in the real world. Instead, he opened up in the real sea of suffering, and he could descend into the sea of suffering as a god. Then, use the continuous essence of the real sea of bitterness to feed Dongtian, so that it will grow stronger and stronger. This is his cheating method. It is impossible for ordinary people to cheat like Jiang Feng. 10 caves have evolved to the extreme, promoted to 10 worlds, and 10 worlds have grown to infinity and turned into universes. So repeatedly, constantly jumping, beyond the limit. This is a path destined to be invincible, with no end or upper limit, and it is the most suitable method for him. This is extraordinary, extremely terrifying, and the potential is endless. If you go to the back, you can evolve into the heavens and the world. One punch is equivalent to the joint force of all worlds, and no one can resist such a mighty force. Even the immortal gods will be completely wiped out. Just a rough thought, to construct a grand blueprint, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed. This is a system that has never been seen before or since, and it is very whimsical. Only he can practice it. Transform the world, transform the spirit, transform all living beings, transform all things, transform the universe. Because this requires unreasonable features, equivalent to bugs, and there is a chance with this. On the other hand, Jiang Feng found the most suitable method and path for him according to the real situation of the sea of suffering. His eyes are fierce, he understands his own body, and realizes his own way. After drinking most of the divine spring water, Jiang Feng left a small half and stored it in a jade bottle. This thing is very beneficial to the human body. After drinking it, his longevity increased sharply, and he felt relaxed and happy. Even the spiritual ginseng he had taken before was incomparable. He left some for emergency. After all, he also has relatives, friends, and many worries. If something unexpected happens, the divine spring liquid that brings the dead back to life can play a big role. As long as there is one breath left, you can pull back from the gate of hell. Chapter 29. Sea of Bitterness. The boundless sea of gold glowed with luster. Under the sea, the outline of the continent became clearer. Jiang Feng appeared here. Looking at the boundless golden sea, he smiled. This is equivalent to a world, and it is amazingly energetic. Raising the world of Dongtian is the best. His whole body was full of blood, and golden wolf smoke ran through the sky. As the god of bitterness, Jiang Feng is comparable to the god of creation in this world. He is the sky, and he is the Dao. Every move is blessed with infinite might, and it is the physical incarnation of the will of the Dao. The whole boundless ocean boiled, and the waves were roaring and roaring, overwhelming the sky. The golden pillars appeared one after another, the golden guns that propped up the heavens and the earth were restless, and countless mysterious symbols appeared. Open! Jiang Feng shouted loudly, the sound shook the sky, exhaled immeasurable energy, and the boundless divine power was added to him, and a golden vortex that was constantly spinning appeared. Like a black hole, countless seawater was sucked up, swept up, and swallowed directly. Sure enough, Jiang Feng became a little excited. The first cave was very stable and did not collapse due to lack of energy. He didn't stop, his divine power was condensed, and another cave appeared, coiling behind him, like a treasure wheel spinning slowly. The next opening has been very smooth, until the 11th. Boom! The dazzling light shone, and the cave sky that had just formed collapsed directly. It seems that 10 is already the limit, and this number cannot be exceeded. Even with the omnipotent power of the bitter sea god, it cannot be changed. World limits. After a while, Jiang Feng sighed. The Sea of Bitter World has just evolved, and it only has a prototype, so there are restrictions. If the Sea of Bitter World evolves completely and becomes a real world system, then the upper limit will increase along with it. 10 is enough. Jiang Feng looked at the golden light behind him, like 10 small golden suns spinning in the cave, and was slightly lost. He consciously dived in. There is nothingness inside the cave, and chaos lingers. It was like the beginning of chaos, a void. The space is not very large, only a few thousand cubic meters in size, which is also larger than a standard swimming pool. Dongtian is constantly absorbing the essence of the bitter sea world, expanding rapidly. However, it looks like it will take a long time to evolve. The 10th cave is different. The space is the size of a lake, which is far larger than other caves. Cultivating the ancient method of chaos, once any monk has opened up the 10th cave, then this cave will be called the Supreme Cave. Whether it is power or size, it is far more than the previous Jiukao Cave. 9 small and 1 large cave are all breathing out their essence, as if they are alive, breathing in and practicing. But it will take a long time to wait for the cave to take shape. Jiang Feng is not in a hurry, the world of Dongtian is paving the way for his future self. Nourish the spirit with the cave, nourish him and me. When he and I are successfully cultivated, Jiang Feng will extract the Myriad Realms cultivation technique and let him and I practice with the help of the cave world. Different systems are intertwined, but there is no possibility of going crazy. This is the magic. Jiang Feng glanced at the continent that was actively going beyond sea level, and suddenly felt a pity. The exuberant essence of the bitter sea world is extremely strong, comparable to immortal soil, and the effect of cultivating spiritual roots is amazing. However, foreign objects in the world of bitterness cannot enter, only his thoughts can come. In other words, he hasn't reached that level yet. The 10 caves are all independent worlds, and they are not connected with the world of the Sea of Suffering. It's like a big ring wrapping a small ring, layer by layer. Jiang Feng glanced at the 10 caves that were slowly growing, and flicked his fingers into 10 rays of light, all of which were his spiritual consciousness, which he penetrated and cultivated. With a thought, returned to the main body. Is Mr. Jiang Feng there? There was a knock on the door. Jiang Feng opened the door, and a woman in a black uniform with a cold face stood there. He recognized this kind of clothing as the standard work clothes of the Jinwu Bureau. With the title badge hanging on his shoulders, his breath is restrained, and he is a high-level martial artist. Is there a problem? Mr. Jiang, Governor Zhou asked me to send you something. The woman was surprised by Jiang Feng's youthful appearance, with a respectful tone. Is this the juvenile master spread by the big figures in Yuyang City? Sure enough, he was young, and he looked like a high school student at school. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Feng took a heavy black box and thanked him. It is my honor to serve Master Jiang. Beautiful woman smiling. Back in the room, Jiang Feng was a little puzzled. What did Zhou Whipping send? The material of the box is very strong. It should be a very precious thing. Face recognition. The identification is passed, and the identity is confirmed as Master Jiang. With a click, the box opened automatically. Metal. Inside the box lies a purple metal, which is very delicate. Surrounded by clusters of patterns, in the middle is a rising purple sun. The purple sun metal represents the identity of a Grand Master. The cost of this metal alone is as high as several million yuan. If you take it out for auction, the price will only be higher. Because this metal represents a Grand Master, an extremely honorable Grand Master. Jiang Feng didn't care about this metal. Just a master, nothing more. In addition to the metal, there is a folded war knife in the box. The whole body of the sword is black, and when it is folded, the blade is 60 centimeters long and very deep. Like a light insulator, it has a light-absorbing effect. Shadow Sword. The main material of the sword is black Yao iron, which is an extremely precious and expensive precious metal. It is also an excellent material for making cold weapons. The blades of the Shadow Sword are all made of black Yao iron. Know that this metal is 10 times more expensive than gold. And the density is very high, a small piece is dozens of pounds, 10 times heavier than ordinary metal. The weight of these blades alone is more than 100 kilograms, and it is conceivable how amazing the cost is. Worth over 1 billion. Jiang Feng came up with an approximate number. The Jinwu Bureau is really rich and powerful, so dare to pay for it. It's a good thing, but unfortunately I can't use it. Jiang Feng sighed and put the shadow sword back. He doesn't have a big golden spear, so to use these weapons made of ordinary iron, is it not a brain water? It is estimated that those people also do not know the role of Chifeng Spear. Thinking it was just pure talent, how could they know that this was the ancestor technique of the Immortal King level? Chapter 30. The full moon hangs high, and the sky is full of stars. The dirty things that were hidden during the day began to move again at night. Donghua area, La Shui community. It was very late at night, but it was quite unsettled here, and people were frightened. Downstairs in the community, the crowd was dense and full of voices. The world is really not peaceful recently. 11 people jumped off the building in one night, and 3 people disappeared. It's really evil. Who said it wasn't? The night before yesterday in Building 12, it was said that a family of 3 committed suicide by hanging. The Bureau of Foreign Affairs came to investigate all night without any results, but after only one day, 11 people jumped from the building. I heard that the Jiawen community next door is also making a fuss. It sounds scary to say that he woke up in the middle of the night to shave off his own face. I hope that the Bureau of Foreign Affairs can completely eradicate the problem this time, otherwise they will not dare to come back at night. Yeah, I live in the next building, who is not afraid? People gathered and pointed at a 70-story residential building. Although they are watching the fun, these people have fear on their faces. The cordon was opened downstairs, the ground was covered with 11 white cloths, and the smell of blood was pungent. Blood was everywhere, jumping from a height of hundreds of meters, and the corpse fell directly into a muddy flesh, none of which was intact. All the residents living in this building were pale and trembling all over. The most feared is them. If the problem has not been solved this time, next time, it is not guaranteed that they will be lying on the ground. Stop, this is a blockade area, idlers are not allowed to enter. The aliens guarding downstairs looked sharply and stopped a young man who was trying to break into the building where the incident occurred. Now the above situation is unclear, and ordinary people have no choice but to go in rashly. As guards, they couldn't possibly let anyone of unknown origins in. Jiang Feng didn't speak, he took out the purple metal, the sea of flowers surrounded by a purple sun, it was particularly eye-catching. This is... Hiss. The pupils of several guards shrank and took a deep breath. Grandmaster Strong. I don't know if the Grandmaster is in front of me, so please don't blame me. After reacting, several people quickly bowed, respectfully. I can go in now. Jiang Feng put away the metal and said lightly. Sure. The guard said hurriedly, and quickly moved out of the way. Just kidding, blocking a Grandmaster? Unless they are crazy. This is a big man at the superintendent level, and his status is second only to the chief. Not to mention them, even the immediate boss who is investigating the strange incident on it, he has to salute when he sees it. Admiringly watching Jiang Feng walk into the building, several guards were in high spirits, and even standing guard became more energetic. I can't believe that there was a Grandmaster who came out in person to solve the strange incident. How serious is this? 54 floors. A chilly wind blew through the passage. The lights flickered and flickered. It seems to be extinguished at any time, and the scene is very strange. Boss, the room where the accident happened is the same, we still can't find it. But we can be sure that this weird one is the same one the night before. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Chifeng rubbed his sore head, which gave him an incomparable headache. This is the result again. He couldn't find the strange mess, which made him extremely aggrieved. Angrily, he punched the wall, and the entire corridor shook. The investigator who reported the situation broke into a cold sweat. It had been a long time since he was so angry. Chifeng didn't know how long he hadn't gotten angry like this. As an inspector of the Alien Management Bureau, I have already failed twice in my apprenticeship. If this continues, the public's trust in the Foreign Affairs Bureau will be shaken. No matter what tonight, we must completely solve it. Chifeng had no choice but to give a death order. Yes. The man didn't dare to offend Chifeng, and quickly responded. But whether it can be solved or not, everyone has no idea. Hey, troubled autumn. Chifeng looked at the flickering light and sighed. He knew the weirdness was here, but they just couldn't find it. Life is gone one by one, and it has something to do with him. Thinking of this, Chifeng felt extremely guilty in his heart. Ding dong! The elevator door opened. Everyone in the corridor looked at each other and saw a handsome and tall young man walking out of the elevator. Who are you? Chifeng frowned and asked. What are the guards downstairs doing to eat? They let people up at will, don't you know that this will cause a big mess? You can step back, and I will solve the matter here. Jiang Feng didn't talk nonsense, got straight to the point, and took out the purple sun metal at the same time. Master! Everyone was shocked, even Chifeng was no exception. Even this level was shocked. Their expressions changed, no wonder it was so tricky. Chifeng looked a little embarrassed, he had never seen this young master. Mainly because the purple sun metal does not fully represent a Grandmaster, he is somewhat skeptical. Grandmaster is not a cabbage on the street, how can he be dispatched casually? The matter here is not something you can solve, let's go. Jiang Feng spread out his left hand, revealing a few strands of black hair. That hair doesn't look anything special. But the power of Yin Sha in it, even Chifeng, an intermediate martial artist, was covered in hair. Feeling the powerful qi and blood fluctuations in the opponent's body, Chifeng didn't dare to say more, and hurriedly led the person away. He does not yet have the courage to question the master. The group evacuated here. When everyone left the corridor, Jiang Feng stepped on the hair on his hands under his feet. This move seems to anger what exists. Crackling, sparks flew everywhere, and all the lights went out. The corridor suddenly darkened, and I couldn't see my fingers. Woohoo! A strong overcast wind blew, and the wind howled. A terrifying and cold evil spirit rushed toward the face, and the air seemed to be frozen and frozen. On the ceiling, a mass of pitch-black things twisted and wriggled, terrifyingly black. Jiang Feng seemed to be unaware and stood there. What? In the shrill screams, the windows on the upper and lower floors were all shattered. Chifeng and others who had just arrived downstairs heard the movement and looked up. I saw countless shards of sparkling glass falling from the upper floors like rain. That horrifying scream, even the people on the ground could hear it clearly. What's that sound? Everyone's face turned pale. A lot of hair poured out from the ceiling, entangled Jiang Feng's limbs and body, and wrapped his whole body. Countless long black hairs pulled together and tightened suddenly, trying to strangle Jiang Feng who was trapped in it. Boom! The dark corridor lit up with a fire, and the temperature rose rapidly. Those long black hairs were burning up, blowing thick black smoke. What? Countless ignited long hair danced wildly, like thousands of steel bars swaying, and the walls were swept away and collapsed. Jiang Feng was covered in firelight, staring coldly at the struggling black hair. A mass of hot red gold waves spread. Boom! The whole building trembled suddenly, and countless people looked up at the middle of the building in shock. There are firelights lingering there, and the red gold color is particularly dazzling in the night sky. From a distance, it looks like a fire is burning. The fierce yang gang wind swept across, and all the cold were annihilated and became nothingness. Ding! The host wipes out the limbs of the terrorist level femininity and obtains 25,000 energy. There are 6 levels of femininity: vicious, fierce, fearful, and evil. Fear level femininity, equivalent to the great master among humans. And the weird hair that was burned to ashes by Jiang Feng. It is a part of the body of a fear level femininity, which contains part of its power. Chapter 31. Fear level femininity. It's quite fat. In the night sky, Jiang Feng slammed his mouth, his eyes became a little hot. Grandmaster level monsters are worth 100,000 energy. If you find all the bodies of the fear level femininity, and destroy them one by one, you will not be far behind if you think about it. Backtrack. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, and he traced it back to the source of the strange long hair. The gun-shaped brand on the right arm shines with immortality. The vast divine power is overwhelming, covering the entire Yuyang city. In the World Trade Building, a white-haired young man standing on the top floor admiring the night view changed his face wildly, and was so frightened that he stumbled. It's him. Bai Mu will never forget last night, when a golden spear pierced the sky and destroyed everything. He will never forget the familiar atmosphere. Absolutely can't be wrong, it's the fluctuation of the gun, it's him who is shooting. Bai Mu looked horrified and roared. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and this terrifying and boundless aura made him fight with both sides, and he was almost scared to pee. Like a little white rabbit who smells the breath of a tiger, trembling. Terrible, who is he fighting? Found it! With the power of the Chifeng Spear, Jiang Feng successfully captured the location of the breath that is homologous to the long hair. He marked several locations, sneered, plunged into the sky, and swept toward a marked direction. Outside the outskirts of the city, an abandoned hospital stands here. Alone, with no other buildings around. Because of disrepair, half of the walls collapsed. No one cares about this hospital, and no one has visited it for decades. Not even treasure hunters bother to come here. Just today, we had an uninvited guest. Boom! A bloody figure fell to the ground like a meteorite, and a single stone caused 1,000 waves. A circle of white air waves swept in all directions. The ground trembled and rumbled, as if thousands of troops were galloping. Jiang Feng stood in the sunken ground, staring coldly at the hospital ahead. His eyes burst out with golden light that could see through the illusion, ignoring the obstacles, and stabbing the bottom of the abandoned hospital. There is a huge tomb there. In the center of the burial chamber was a rectangular pool filled with blood and some whitish corpses floating. With the arrival of Jiang Feng, the blood in the pool boiled inexplicably. Whoa! The head of a blue-faced Fangs rushed into the pool of blood. Without hair, it was bare, and the scalp was blue-black with black lines all over it. A pair of scarlet eyes looked out, and a low growl of unknown meaning came from his mouth. Ah! An unusually unpleasant crow sounded from the ruined hospital. Hurrah! Like a chain reaction, countless white eyeballs and black crows rushed out of the hospital. The gloomy and cold breath was like a dark cloud, and countless crows fluttered their rotten wings and flew towards Jiang Feng. Chong! The incomparably terrifying golden long spear soared into the sky, with a murderous aura that was unrivaled in the world. The whole body is wrapped around the divine chain of order, shining brightly, with golden symbols all over the sky. Impossible, this breath! In the basement, the floating head turned pale in shock. The murderous aura shocked the world, shaking the heavens and the earth. This power is far beyond it, not at a level at all. It trembled, and the fear-level femininity was already conscious, and it didn't want to die after living for a long time. The speed of the head is very fast, and it rushed out of the underground tomb in an instant, trying to escape. But Jiang Feng won't give him a chance. As soon as he made a move, he directly resorted to the strongest killing move. One can imagine his determination. No chance left at all. Call out! The spear pierced through the air, and the tip of the spear seemed to explode as if there was a big sun, and a golden ocean of thunder suddenly erupted. In an instant, countless eerie crows evaporated. The spear was like a broken bamboo. Without any pause, it blasted into the underground tomb with a mighty thunder. Jiang Feng didn't want to stay here, he wanted a quick solution. Because this terrifying creature has already sensed the danger. Other parts fled in all directions, and if the movement was too slow, it would take a lot of time to recover. Boom! The golden light illuminated the clouds in the sky, and the earth fell. Everything happened in a flash of light and flint, and a series of big explosions shook the sky. The entire hospital collapsed in the thundering ocean. The violent golden thunder annihilated everything and razed it to the ground. Ding! The host killed 3,475 crows and gained 34,750 energy. Ding! The host obliterates the head of a terrifying genital object and obtains 30,000 energy. The violent earthquake almost overturned the earth, and cracks spread in all directions. Jiang Feng took back the golden spear, ignored the changes here, soared into the sky, and directly locked on the next target. Want to run away? Delusional. The violent airflow ripped apart the cloud curtain, and a figure pierced the sky like thunder. Boom! The sky resounded with rolling thunder. Countless people looked at the night sky in confusion. The weather forecast didn't say it would rain tonight. How can it be thundering so well? Jinwu Bureau, Alien Management Bureau, Mayor's Mansion, Military Department. All have a tyrannical aura rising, looking at each other from a distance, complementing each other. A great master spreads out the field, and the blood is full of smoke. Pay attention to the domineering figure in the sky. Who is this person? Why is the breath so unfamiliar? Is it a newly promoted Grand Master? No, the breath is too tyrannical, and it is almost about to step into the extreme peak and break through this situation. What is he chasing? The breath has disappeared. Wacky and weird. The Great Master of unknown origin may be from another city. Chapter 32. A luxury single-family villa. In the room, a delicate figure was breathing evenly, holding a lovely pillow. With a sweet smile on her white face, she slept soundly. In her sleep, Wang Xian had a beautiful dream, unaware that the danger was coming. A bloody arm flew into the room. The arms are about the size of a door, glowing blue-purple, with some black hair growing out. An ominous black fog shrouded it, with a chill that forced into one's bones, gloomy and biting. The temperature in the room plummeted. Wang Xian, who was sleeping, felt nothing and was not affected in the slightest. The black-haired big hand circled around the room, and then opened the sinister palm, and grabbed Wang Xian with the claws as fierce as sharp blades. Roll! King Gli's anger sounded. A peaceful mask appeared on Wang Xian's body. Like an upside-down white bowl, it enveloped her. The mask blocked the cold and blocked the black-haired hand. A woman in white clothes with a beautiful face appeared. It is very illusory and hazy, but it protects Wang Xian. Her eyes were cold, and she was tit for tat, rivaling black hair's big hand. Dirty things, get out of here, this is not a place for you to offend. The woman in white floated in front of the mask with a very firm attitude. Dirty? Gigi, are you talking about yourself? As a yin, you are actually protecting this human being. There was a voice in the void, hoarse and cold. I'm different from you. Things that are chaotic and disordered, even their thoughts are erratic, and they are also worthy of being compared with me. If you dare to hurt her, you will have to die. The woman in white did not move her lips, but her voice appeared clearly. The rich yin radiates out, stronger than the black hair's big hand. My lord is about to come, and the yin spirit body is the best sacrifice. If you stop me, you will be punished in the future. Hand over the yin spirit body and be loyal to my lord, you will not be limited to the fierce level. He Mao's big hand is unrelenting, and his obsession is very deep, and he wants to capture Wang Xian. It's ridiculous, a mere yin who is initially born with intelligence dares to make a big statement, get out. The white-clothed woman's tone was cold, and there was a ghostly realm behind her, and the yin energy was extremely strong. Court death. The black hair's big hand waved in anger, and the black claws lingered with yin, and he was about to shoot. Boom! Thunder bursts, resounding through the sky. An extremely vast breath approached quickly, and the blood energy was so amazing, like a round of blazing sun. The thoughts of the two confronting feminists shook, which was shocking. He Mao's big hands were frightened, and the man seemed to be coming towards him. The two auras of the same origin in the perception dissipated and were wiped out. Cuckold, it doesn't look like something is right, you've provoked a great character. The woman in white sneered and made no secret of it. Black hair big hand is not in the mood to entangle with her anymore, that terrifying human being is approaching, and there will be no chance if he doesn't run away. It unwillingly glanced at the sleeping Wang Xian, and flew out of the window hatefully. He Mao withdrew his big hand and fled in embarrassment. The white-clothed woman glanced in the direction of the blood chi shock. Looking through the wall, I saw a blurry silhouette like lightning across the clouds. What a terrifying fluctuation, almost comparable to the Supreme Master. Her eyes became solemn, she put away the mask, and returned to Wang Xian's body. The room became quiet again. After a while, a figure appeared. The breath is restrained, like a mountain standing horizontally, extremely deep. Jiang Feng looked at the sleeping Wang Xian, his eyes rarely fluctuated. She has such a physique. He was surprised, and there were waves. Yin spirit body, a naturally extremely yin physique. This physique is very special. After awakening, the muscles and veins of the whole body are connected, and the aptitude is greatly improved. Cultivation is going 1,000 miles in a day, and the progress is very fast, enough to leave his peers far away. But the disadvantages are also obvious, as the name suggests, it is born to attract yin. Once the awakening is successful, the ghosts will continue to come to the door, and disasters will continue. Because the yin body has a great attraction to the yin. It is equivalent to a peerless medicine pill. After swallowing it, it has great benefits and ushered in transformation. Without the protection of the strong, the yin spirit body could not grow up at all, and often died after awakening, and was swallowed by the strange corpse. Of course he saw the woman in white who was boarding on Wang Xian. It seems that the background is not small, but the state is not right, and the strength has weakened to the level of only the peak of the fierce level. She is attached to Wang Xian's body and recovers her strength with the help of the natural yin qi of the yin spirit body. The woman in white looked at Jiang Feng. Protect her. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Wang Xian is considered to be blessed with a deep fate, attracting powerful yin people with good intentions to follow her willingly and shelter her. So strong. The woman in white breathed a sigh of relief when she noticed Jiang Feng was leaving. That human is too strong, and she is no match for her current state. Fortunately, the other party was not hostile and recognized her existence. If she is extremely hostile to the femininity and kills indiscriminately strong people, she will be in trouble. Chapter 33. The big black hand flew as if it was dead, as if there were some terrifying beasts behind it, frightening the souls of the dead. The wind was blowing, and the underground buildings quickly retreated. Although it is an arm, it is the body of a fear-level feminist, and it is extremely fast. 2 of the limbs with partial strength are dead. This is a great disaster. It's so scary. Since that person can completely obliterate other parts, he can naturally make this arm disappear. It divides itself into 4 pieces, brewing a great event, to welcome the arrival of a being. But at the most critical time, a problem occurred. Now I can only try to escape as much as possible, so as not to lose all my efforts. The wind and thunder exploded, and the violent airflow cut through like a blade. A man crossed in front of him at a speed that was hard to see, blocking his way. Little thing, where are you going? The handsome young man descended like a demon, with a faint smile on his face. Humans, you and I have no grievances and no grudges, why do you have to press on step by step? Black Hair's big hand vibrated, and a wave of fluctuations spread out, conveying a paragraph. Thick smoke lingered behind the giant hand, sketching a hideous grimace. There is no hatred, but I just want to kill you. Jiang Feng smiled, raised his palm, and patted it lightly. Boom! A flat slap, but it contains unimaginable power. It was as if a heavy bomb had been detonated in the air, and the loud noise shook the sky. The sound wave quickly swept the clouds, black blood sprayed like a torrential rain, and the black-haired big hand fell to the ground like a meteor. A large piece of the hard concrete road collapsed in an instant, the cobweb-like lines were densely packed, and the entire road section was crashed. What? The black hair's big hand trembled and floated out of the pit, and the entire arm was cracked, like a piece of porcelain that was about to shatter. The pus and blood sputtered like a fountain, and the dark shadow behind him roared in pain, almost invisible. Jiang Feng appeared in front of it silently, condescending and full of contempt. You're going to die. Ha ha ha. When my lord comes, all of you humans will die. Yuyang City will bleed into a river, and there will be no survivors. Not one can escape, ha ha ha. He Ying knew that he was doomed, and when he was about to die, he let out a frantic laugh. Even if his body was destroyed, he would still make the enemy panic all day long. Its words are amazing, revealing a shocking dark story. There is an extremely terrifying femininity that will come soon and wash Yuyang City with blood. At that time, blood will flow into rivers, bones will pile up, and life will be covered in charcoal. But I never thought that Jiang Feng's expression was overjoyed, as if he heard some great news. Sombra's maniacal laughter froze. If you read it right, the expression of this human being is uncontrollable joy. Has this guy lost his mind? The shadow was about to collapse, and Jiang Feng's reaction made it hairy. It's more weird than weird, and it doesn't play cards according to common sense at all. When normal people hear such news, shouldn't they be apprehensive and worried? Why is it completely different from what it expected? Looking at the sincere smile on Jiang Feng's face. It feels like things are going terribly wrong. Seems like, you said something wrong? You still have a master? Take me there, I can consider giving you a treat. Jiang Feng was overjoyed and put down his clenched fist. He stared at the big black-haired hand, as if he had discovered a treasure, and wanted to speak out of its mouth. Does this thing have an owner? Good news. Jiang Feng's music blossomed, and to make a terrifying monster so enthusiastically admired, his strength must far surpass that of the great master. That level of femininity may surpass the evil level. The source energy obtained by killing must be an amazing number. He felt that he might be about to get rich. Invisible pressure shrouded, and the giant black-haired hand with the large door panel was picked up like a chicken. Speak quickly. Even if the Yin God is born, I, Jiang Feng, bind half of my strength, carry the ghost realm, and suppress it with one hand. Jiang Feng is extremely domineering and has an invincible aura like An Lan. A layer of golden flames spread out on his body, like a corona floating, and the space was scorched and distorted. It was just a spark that made the black shadow let out a piercing scream. The Yin is most afraid of blood, not to mention the golden divine fire that is the most masculine. This is Jiang Feng's divine fire after being baptized by the ancestral technique of the immortal imperial family. It is similar to the Chifeng Spear, with an unparalleled sharpness in the extremely high temperature. A spark caused the shadow to suffer no less than 1,000 cuts, and the soul seemed to be torn apart. What? You devil! Devil! You will go to hell! The black shadow screamed again and again. The soul body was like a candle in the wind, it would go out at any time, and it suffered inhuman pain. It really regretted it. Why did it pretend to be a conspirator when it was dying? As a result, instead of successfully spreading fear, it made people even more excited. This man is incomprehensible. There is a perverted madness that makes it shiver. Black Hair's big hand slammed into space crazily, trying to escape this purgatory. But it is doomed to be futile, and the field that Jiang Feng exerts is impregnable. Its meager and pitiful strength is like a mud ox into the sea, and no ripples are raised. You will be punished. Black Shadow's voice was full of resentment, and he couldn't stand the torture, as if he wanted to explode himself. Jiang Feng's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he took the first step, and a golden flame jumped out, directly burning the black-haired big hand to fly ashes. Even that remnant was burnt down. Ding! The host wipes out the limbs of the terrorist-level femininity and obtains 25,000 energy. Jiang Feng glanced at the ashes on the ground and dismissed it. Want to blow yourself up? There are no doors. After the strange self-destruction, the system will not determine that it is killed by itself, and cannot obtain energy. Even if you are forced to self-destruct, it doesn't count, you must do it yourself. Pity. Jiang Feng felt very sorry for not being able to get the words out of He Ying's mouth. When he was about to find the last breath of the marker, he suddenly stopped. Would you like to kill it? Jiang Feng raised his brows slightly. Some hesitant. This is the last limb, in the barren mountains and ridges south of Yuyang City. If it is killed, he is worried that the master in the opponent's mouth will not be able to come smoothly. Forget it. Let's raise pigs. It's not too late to kill pigs when they're fat. Jiang Feng's thoughts were up and down, and he resisted the thought of shooting. As for making Yuyang City blood flow into rivers and corpses everywhere, he just thinks the other person is farting. After the human race has accumulated over a long period of time, without using the Chifeng Spear, there are old monsters that even he is afraid of. The owner of a mere terrifying strange mouth still wants to massacre the city? It's not enough, call Niu Tao Ma Mian. Chapter 34. South of Yuyang City. A torso without limbs and head streaked across the sky and flew into the distance. The boundary of Tianxing City. Under a hill. This is a space that has been cut open, it is extremely wide, and it is a huge underground world. The straight and spacious ancient road leads directly to the deepest part. A tall and eerie stone statue is dotted all over the place. The shape of each stone statue is completely different. Some are like fierce beasts, showing their teeth and dancing their claws. Some people make faces, which are extremely scary. Some have 3 poems and 6 sides, which are evil and weird. There are red candle holders all over the stone wall, and the scarlet firelight is beating against a dark red. In front of all the stone statues is a huge altar. There was a shishi sound in the darkness. A strange figure came, covered with thick black hair, 3 meters high, with only 2 legs and torso. No arms, no heads. My hands, my head, my hair are gone. Burned alive by a human being. A hoarse and jerky voice sounded, both resentful and frightened. If it's gone, it's gone. Who makes your limbs restless and asks you to catch the bloody food? If you have to make a big noise, it will attract strong human beings to take action. It doesn't matter if you die, if it affects the Lord's cross-border arrival, you will be blamed for your death. The hissing sound spread, and a large black snake swam out of the darkness. Its body is like a train, more than 30 meters long, and it is coiled into a snake mountain. The scales and armor are dark, and a chain-like white pattern runs across the snake's body. If you look closely, on the white lines, there are countless grievances and grievances. It's hard to imagine how many people this strange snake devoured. It raised the snake's head, and it actually had 3 eyes that flashed scarlet light. The pupils larger than the window looked at the altar, full of awe. It's easy to say, if you go, it might become a snake soup. The headless figure snorted coldly, very dissatisfied with the giant snake's attitude. The giant snake revealed a black snake letter, and a dangerous light flashed in its eyes. Hey Zong, pay attention to your words, your current state is nothing. Its third eye rolls with dizzying malice. A hair-raising whine echoed. You. The headless figure was speechless and suffered a dumb loss. 3 parts were damaged, and even the head could not come back, and its strength did drop to freezing point. Strictly speaking, it is not qualified to have an equal dialogue with the giant snake today. You too, if you have grievances, don't break out here, you anger the Lord, and no one can afford it. A man with a ghost face and 4 arms appeared. His breath was very deep, and the expression on his face kept changing. Sometimes angry, sometimes flat, sometimes fearful, changeable. He glanced coldly at the 2 monsters who were quarreling. The headless figure was silent, the giant snake's vertical pupils shrank, and they were all silent, daring not to make a sound. This man is extremely terrifying, and he is 1 level higher than them in terms of strength and status. Evil class. The strength is far above them. Hey Zong, what news has you brought back with your remnant? The man's face turned dull and asked lightly. I found a yin spirit body in my arm, I wanted to grab it and sacrifice it to the Lord. But it was blocked by a feminist, and the success fell short, and then a human appeared and killed my arm, and he also wiped out my head and hair. The headless figure's voice was very resentful, gloomy, and the hatred was carved into his bones. Oh, to kill your body one after another, the most important thing is to find the location of your limbs. It's not easy. How strong is he? The 4-armed man has deep eyes, and his face is still calm. At least it's the Supreme Grand Master. The power that burst out when he rubbed my arm was very strong, and his attitude was very evil. The headless figure paused here. It had to admit that even if it wanted to smash that human into tens of thousands of pieces, the other party was really much stronger than it. And in the end, his attitude was so strange that it was hard to speculate, and it was suspected that he had hidden his strength. These are all his guesses, and he didn't say it. I didn't dare to say it, because the arm leaked the news. If it was explained from the beginning to the end, it would probably have been crushed to death, and then swallowed by the big snake. Feminines are emotionless. This is true even for colleagues, who only see the presence on the altar. Oh! The man's face changed into a thinking look, pale as paper, very penetrating. The Lord is coming, other things are trivial, don't worry about them all, the sacrifices are enough, and the ceremony is about to be completed. In the next few days, don't make trouble again, so as not to cause human suspicion. The sound of the chains rattled. Several feminists looked at them together. A creature with dark wings on its back, a snake tail, and a single horn flew out slowly. What is striking is that it is wrapped in dense chains. From time to time, bright symbols light up, and the burning flesh of Chi. Its breath is extremely strong, holding a trident, like a fierce god. Stronger than all femininity present. The face of the four-armed man also changed to a terrifying look. The giant snake and the headless figure trembled all over and were very uneasy. Boom! The underground palace vibrated, and on the black stone floor, blood-colored lines lit up, spreading to the huge altar on the high platform. Crack! The space is like broken glass, and cracks appear. On the altar, a blood lake with an area comparable to a lake set off waves. Violent blood is constantly surging outwards. Thick hot blood boiled. Maleficent, malevolent, yin, and all kinds of evil thoughts are constantly mingling with chaos. A huge pupil slowly opened, and the reflected blood light illuminated the entire underground palace. A terrifying existence is about to cross the border. My lord! All the femininity standing under the altar bowed down and bowed their heads, pious and fanatical. In the darkness, more shadowy existences appeared, pilgrimage to the altar. Boom! The boundless earth shakes. Chapter 35. System: Perform 11 Myriad Realms Extractions. The world is being randomly selected for extraction. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Batch Hen Chicken Feathers. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm Level Treasure Silver Iron Pot. Congratulations to the host for getting a piece of golden antelope meat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 blood strengthening pills. Congratulations to the host for getting a weed in the fairyland. Congratulations to the host for getting a dagger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Biko liquid. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-grade nourishing elixir. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Tianxiang oil. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 caddies of pure source. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sky-shattering bow. 11 extractions from Myriad Realms yielded a wide variety of things. Seems like a lot of stuff, but that's for ordinary people. The 3 things that really worked for Jiang Feng were the golden antelope, Zhentian Bao, and Chun Yuan. As for the silver iron pot and the fairyland weeds, it is full of uncertainty. Jiang Feng took out the shock bao. Boom! There was a muffled sound in the air, and an extremely heavy object appeared. A simple and heavy bao was held by Jiang Feng. The arms of the bao are as thick as thighs, and the whole bao is heavy, weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds. No wonder it just appeared, and the air exploded. The bao body shines like a star-like star pattern, which circulates non-stop, complex and mysterious, and possesses powerful divine power. The divine bao has no strings, and Jiang Feng poured golden blood into the Zhentian bao to form a brilliant golden bowstring. He was struggling to pull the bao and string. The golden light in the house was brilliant, the endless airflow rioted, and the air was drained. Even the power of blood surging in Jiang Feng's body was extracted, and it turned into a dazzling golden light in the center of the bowstring. It was an illusory arrow that was gradually solidifying, like a sun bread. A single shot can shatter the world and shatter mountains and rivers. Good bao. Jiang Feng stopped moving, his eyes brightened, and he was very satisfied with the Zhentian bao in his hand. Just the act of drawing a bao, the vibrating space hummed. It's good that the villa didn't collapse. This bao is really extraordinary, and it is difficult to draw the bao with his strength. He didn't know how strong Jiang Feng was. In tons, at least an astronomical amount. One can imagine how terrifying the power would be if he pulled the Zhentian Bao with all his strength. An arrow is shot, and no one in the world can stop it. Golden antelope meat. Jiang Feng's eyelids twitched. This is another kind of beast from the 8 realms of the lower realm of the perfect realm. As an adult, it is hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters long. It is a fierce beast of the inscription realm. The body shape is like a golden mountain, it is a rare ancient alien species, and its strength is powerful. The 2 horns can control lightning and fire respectively. If you put it in this world, a proper overlord-level creature will dominate the Wanli Mountains and be respected as the Beast King. He took out the golden antelope meat, and in an instant, the room was flooded with golden mist. A large piece of meat with golden flames floated, and the essence was illuminated by rays of sunshine. Even if it is a piece of meat, the remaining Yue of the beast in the inscription realm is shaking the space, with ripples. Jiang Feng took action and cut off the remaining terrifying pressure on the meat. Otherwise, if a few drops of blood fall on this piece of meat, the power will not be weaker than that of a bomb. It's so tempting. Jiang Feng looked at the golden meat, his Adam's apple rolled. It just so happened that he extracted a silver iron pot, which was a magic weapon of the dragon transformation level. It's really extravagant to use for stewing meat. But the pot is used for stewing things. The Emperor Huangtian also used the fairy to cook meat. It's nothing, it's just a small scene. A gleaming silver pot appeared, and Jiang Feng threw the golden antelope meat directly into it. There was a raging fire under the pot. This was the golden flame on Jiang Feng's body, with a terrifying high temperature. Only the golden flame on his body could barely cook the golden antelope meat. Then he poured in clean water, and then poured the extracted herbal liquid, fairy weeds, blood-strengthening pills, nourishing spirit pills, and heavenly sesame oil into it. Even a few drops of divine spring water are even extravagantly added to make the fragrant antelope meat in the pot more colorful and more fragrant. A pot of golden antelope meat is like a magical medicine, blooming with radiance and fragrance. The soup is crystal clear and translucent, and the mutton is like a golden carving, flowing treasure. In order to cook this pot of mutton, apart from water, nothing Jiang Feng used was ordinary. It's so delicious. Jiang Feng was so greedy that his mouth was watering. He asked himself that he had eaten a lot of good things, and his self-control must be extraordinary. As a result, there is no resistance in the face of this pot of mutton. Jiang Feng took out the golden spear, and it bloomed with unparalleled sharpness, cut a piece of meat, and dropped it into his mouth. In an instant, the taste buds exploded. The extremely rich aroma hit Jiang Feng's sense of taste, and he couldn't wait to swallow his tongue. He tore off another piece of meat, forming a golden brushed thread, with a little bit of sparkle. The meat is golden and fragrant, which is a big explosion of taste buds. The pores of Jiang Feng's meal were dilated, and his whole body was fluttering like a fairy, especially comfortable. Completely intoxicated, with endless aftertastes, unable to extricate themselves. He did not patronize and enjoy, the golden antelope meat was too rich in energy, second only to pure source and divine spring water. After taking a bite, his whole body was full of qi and blood, and he pulled the qi into the real sea of bitterness and directly refined it. It's so fragrant. Who is roasting meat? How can it be so fragrant and attractive? I have never asked such a fragrance, and I feel refreshed when I smell it. What kind of meat is this? It's so fragrant, could it be the flesh and blood of extremely powerful beasts? Hundreds of meters around the villa area is filled with a strong aroma. The billionaires were all startled by the aroma, and the halo was flowing. I always thought it was the flesh and blood of an extremely powerful beast. Chapter 36. Hello, Mom and Dad? Well, are you coming back? Well, the world has not been peaceful recently. There are frequent strange murders in several cities. They seem to have rioted. The business side of the business will be put aside for the time being. There is no way, the official has issued an official notice, the mine is relatively remote, and the people from the Bureau of Foreign Affairs advised us to go back for the time being. Okay, be careful on your way. Jiang Feng received a message that his parents thousands of miles away were coming back. He hangs up. My mind was full of doubts. Weird riot? No, isn't it peaceful these 2 days? Suddenly, he realized a problem. The calmness in his mouth is that for him, now he has no interest in the femininity below the fierce level. Specializes in hunting high-level femininity, but these days, high-level femininity has indeed disappeared. It was also last night that I met Zhou Chang, the body of a terrifying femininity. After being killed by himself, he also found other mutilated limbs. He turned on his phone and searched the internet. Sure enough, things have been weird recently. It's just that the figure of the high-level femininity is hard to see, and they seem to have disappeared. Only some low-level femininity is making waves, which is eye-catching. Divert your eyes. Jiang Feng whispered. With his keen observation, he smelled unusual smells. A trick called conspiracy. Really weird track. Thinking of what Black Hair said last night, it's really intriguing to look at now. Powerful femininity hid one after another, while low-level cannon fodder appeared, disturbing cities and spreading fear. Let the Foreign Affairs Bureau be overwhelmed and exhausted. It is obvious that he is trying to hide something, hiding something. Come on, come quickly. Jiang Feng smiled, looking forward to the real arrival of that powerful femininity. After thinking for a while, he went to work. There was a brilliant egg-shaped object in his hand, which was the egg of a rare chicken. Prepare a pot of soup for the parents to take. As soon as his thoughts changed, a bright silver cauldron appeared. He dropped a drop of divine spring water, put the batch hen chicken eggs in it, and started to boil the soup. It wasn't that he was stingy and was reluctant to pour in more than a dozen drops of divine spring water. Ordinary people's body's ability to withstand is limited, and they can't stand the violent medicinal properties at all. Putting too many effects can backfire. Not everyone, like Jiang Feng, has a sea of misery that can never be filled. Even the real Immortal King's direct descendants should bow to Jiang Feng in the field of refining. Son. The door was opened, and 2 familiar figures walked in. It is Jiang Feng's parents. Dad. Mom. Oh, son, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you've grown taller and stronger. Jiang's father and Jiang's mother walked up with a smile on his face. Jiang Feng went up to give a hug to the second old man. He hadn't seen him for a few months. He also missed his parents who were working outside. People are not plants and trees, how can they be ruthless? Although he is a traveler, he has been used to this identity for several years. It has completely entered the world. The parents of this world have long been regarded as close relatives by him. Seeing his parents work hard all the year round, and their faces become a little old, his heart stings slightly. His father, Zhang Changlin, was an intermediate-level martial artist. Her mother, He Ziyufen, was not so good, with white hair appearing in her long hair. There are also wrinkles on the forehead, no longer youthful. Even taking qi and blood drugs cannot reverse aging. In this world where the average person is 100 years old, mothers are aging faster. Mom and Dad, I've made the tonic soup. You can drink it first. You work outside all the year round. Drink something good for your body. Jiang Feng took the luggage from his parents first and moved it upstairs effortlessly. My son has grown up. Zhang Changlin looked at Jiang Feng's tall and straight back and sighed. A warm heart, a sense of pride. Did you feel that your son seems to have changed a lot? As a mother, He Ziyufen, even an ordinary person, is very careful about the changes in her son. Blood is thicker than water, no matter how Jiang Feng transforms, that is her son. The high-spirited confidence in Jiang Feng's eyebrows could not be concealed. That is the unique temperament of the juvenile Tianjiao, as bright as the scorching sun. The aura of the whole person has become calm, and at first glance, the aura is not inferior to that of a big man in a high position. Because the governor of the Jinyu Bureau had warned everyone in person that Jiang Feng was not allowed to spread the news that Jiang Feng was the master. Therefore, except for the teachers and students of No. 1 middle school and a few high-ranking people, many people do not know that there is a young master in Yuyang City. Not even the billionaires have access to this news. Ordinary people who knew about this matter did not dare to disobey the majesty of the Grand Master, even if it was just a verbal warning, so that they did not dare to spread it freely. Therefore, Jiang's father and Jiang's mother were completely kept in the dark, and some wealthy people who knew each other did not dare to tell the two of them. You said that, but I found it too. It has indeed become taller and stronger. Zhang Changlin nodded in agreement. It should be that my son's martial arts performance has improved, otherwise he would not have become so strong. After thinking about it, he added another sentence. His mother, He Ziyufen, rolled his eyes at him, and sure enough, the father is not as careful as a mother, and only pays attention to the outside, not the inside. You are so dull. He Ziyufen muttered and walked towards the kitchen. What with what? Inexplicable. Jiang Changlin scratched his head, not knowing why. Upstairs, Jiang Feng smiled at his bickering parents. This is family affection, the warmth of home. Well, Xiao Feng's stewed soup is delicious. Yet, I've never had such a fragrant soup before, and the soup made from the bones of a fierce beast in a big hotel is not so fragrant. This soup is so special. After taking a sip of the soup, my whole body is completely exhausted, and my whole body is full of energy. Hey, why do I feel like I'm getting younger? Me too, the dark disease has disappeared, and the meridians are connected. In the kitchen, there was a conversation between the parents, and they all discovered the extraordinary and amazing effect of the soup. When they finished drinking the soup made from Bachhen chicken spirit eggs and a drop of Shenchuan liquid, they suddenly found that their bodies had undergone reborn changes. Boom! Boom! The powerful medicinal effect is exerted, and the heat flows through the limbs and bones, nourishing the body. The strength of the parents is soaring rapidly, driven by this huge medicinal power, and it is rising straight up. I actually broke through the martial artist. The sound of blood flowing from Jiang Changlin's body, his strength soared, and his face was full of disbelief. He Ziyufen was also stunned. She is just an ordinary person without qualifications. If there is no accident, she will never become a warrior in her life. Now, after drinking the tonic soup, he broke the shackles one after another, his strength skyrocketed wildly, and he became a martial artist who dared not even think about it. Moreover, the momentum of improvement has not stopped. Boom! Boom! Two roars of qi and blood sounded, and the kitchen was hit by invisible waves in a mess, and even the window glass was blown open. Master Field. To make. Stepping into the realm of masters in one step, this is simply a fantasy, it is impossible. Now it's actually happening, it's shocking. Zhang Changlin and He Ziyufen were shocked and speechless. It's like a dream, like a trance, like being in a dream. Wife, pinch me, am I dreaming? Zhang Changlin was stunned, looking at the broken marble floor under his feet, dazed. Husband and wife, both become masters. Jiang Feng was not surprised by this. The spirit eggs of Bachhen chicken can be competed by the cultivators who are flying in the sky, and the effect is naturally not very good. Parents are just ordinary people, even if the body only digests part of the medicinal effect, it is enough for them to truly step into the realm of masters. This is also the limit of their body, just right. Chapter 37. Fengzi, be honest. What did you put in the soup? Confession is lenient, resistance is strict. In the lobby on the first floor, Zhang Changlin and He Ziyufen sat on the sofa and asked seriously. This posture is like trying a prisoner in a court. They were shocked for several minutes before the two of them reacted. When I looked in the mirror, I almost didn't recognize myself. They couldn't believe the young faces in the mirror. It was them, rejuvenated, like young men and women of youthful age. In the realm of the Master, 300 years of life can stay in the state of youth for 100 years. As long as no fool can think of the source, everything starts to change after drinking the tonic soup. It can make people step into the realm of masters in one step, and it is an ancient anecdote. Maybe there is such a strange thing in the world, but it is definitely not something ordinary people can understand. Not even qualified to know. The husband and wife knew very well what the tonic soup they drank meant. It could make a sensation in the whole world and make waves. It was out of his safety consideration that I had Jiang Feng. After all, if the origin of such an amazing thing is unknown, it will really put my son in a dangerous situation, and we must ask clearly. There are too many greedy people in the world. For their own benefit, they can do anything crazy. They were really afraid that their son would be involved in the turmoil. Jiang Feng knew why they were worried. The excuses that have been made up have been carefully spoken, so that parents can let their guard down and not worry. You mean, you accidentally picked up a ginseng while having a picnic in the wild, and then accidentally discovered that it has great effects? Mom Ziyufen's face was full of suspicion, and the excuse made up by Jiang Feng was too lack of authenticity. But she couldn't think of anything more reasonable than that. Yes. Then have you taken it? You won't leave us all the ginseng, will you? Zhang Changlin stood up immediately, very excited. If they delay their son's future because of the two of them, they will feel guilty until death. Although I had regrets when I was young, I have already let go. Now Jiang Feng is all of their efforts, they would rather die of old age than drag Jiang Feng down. Ziyufen also had the same expression. Jiang Feng had long expected this reaction from his parents. They care about themselves more than anything, more than themselves. He took out the purple sun medal without speaking. The meaning is self-evident. Master. Son, you are the master. Zhang Changlin sucked in a breath of cold air, and the smile on his face couldn't be turned away. Ecstatic. Much more exciting than knowing that I became a Grand Master. Ziyufen, did you hear that? Our son is also a master. Zhang Changlin's tiger eyes were red, and there were tears in his eyes. Those were tears of excitement, and he hugged his mother tightly. Jiang Feng looked at his parents who had become young with a bright expression. He knew that all this still needed to be digested slowly. It takes a while to transition. All day long, the Jiang family was shrouded in a strong sense of joy and joy. Tai Yu. The top of the mountains of Dongyuanli. Its peak is towering into the clouds, like a pillar of heaven and earth. The emperors of the previous dynasties in the Great Xia dynasty will all come here to make sacrifices to the heavens after they ascend the throne. It has always been shrouded in mystery here. After the new era, Yuezhu Prefecture spent a lot of manpower and material resources to build a ladder to the top of the mountain. Today, it is the most famous tourist attraction in Yuezhu, and a large number of local and foreign tourists come to visit and worship every day. There is no shortage of powerful warriors trying to climb mountains and surpass their own limits. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Feng looked at this huge and incomparable giant mountain that enveloped the whole world, and ripples appeared in his heart. Taiyu is 24,000 kilometers above sea level, nearly 3 times that of the previous Mount Everest. It is delusional for ordinary people to want to reach the top of this mountain. Even if there is a ladder that leads directly to the top of the mountain, the warrior will be exhausted and half dead, and it will take at least half a day. It's really shocking. Jiang Feng sighed that even if he entered this realm, there would still be a visual impact. His own destructive power is far from enough to destroy such a mountain. The use of the sky-shocking bow and Chifeng Spear is another matter. The Chifeng Spear is the ancestor of the Immortal Emperor family, and it is countless times more terrifying than the Emperor's parent-child and the Emperor's killing techniques. One shot to kill the venerable who destroyed hundreds of thousands of miles of land is absolutely the same as playing. Standing in front of this giant mountain, the huge gravitational force is overwhelming. This is a manifestation of extremely high mass, and gravity can affect the surrounding. So many people stand in front of the mountain and feel an inexplicable pressure. Jiang Feng stepped out in one step, the roaring sound exploded, the air roared, the wind swept through, and reappeared, already on the stairs 100 meters away. Countless travelers at the foot of the mountain opened their mouths, and the warriors were no exception, and they were all stunned. Then what kind of powerhouse? Grandmaster. A young warrior was stunned and muttered to himself. That handsome-looking young man was too strong, like a method of changing shadows, and the speed was too fast to capture. I saw that on the stairs, the power of chi and blood was surging like a river, rumbling up, roaring like rolling thunder, and rising into the sky. In a few breaths, he disappeared from sight. But the incomparably thick river of chi and blood is still stirring, and the sound is rumbling and shaking, reaching the foot of the mountain. Grandmaster. Definitely a master. My God, I was lucky enough to meet a Grandmaster. Quickly take a picture of that red light, such terrifying blood is definitely a master. There is a master to climb the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, countless exclamations sounded. As soon as the passengers recovered from the shock, they hurriedly took out their mobile phones to take pictures of this shocking scene. Shan, what are you talking about on Saturday? You have to climb this Taiyu mountain. You're exhausted before you reach the middle of the mountain. A girl with a beautiful face was holding her sore waist, she was speechless, and complained to a young and beautiful girl with a ponytail next to her. Calm down, you won't feel so tired. We only need to go to the rest stop halfway up the mountain. We didn't say we have to go to the top of the mountain. Ning Shan glanced at her best friend. Although she was dripping with sweat, her face remained unchanged and her expression was extraordinarily determined. Taiyu has been mysterious since ancient times, and it is even more so in the new century. After many strong people climbed the mountain, they had a deeper understanding of the general trend of heaven and earth, and they went a step further. There are even many masters who meditate on the top of the mountain for several days, comprehending the Tao with one heart, and stepping into the legend of the great master. She chose to climb this mountain, not without the idea of honing her will. Hey, you are so cold, it's no wonder that you can't find a boyfriend yet. The best friend murmured dissatisfied, and puffed up her little face. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound from the bottom of the mountain, and the surging chi and blood surged up, like an angry dragon hitting the sky. There was a clear vibration from the stairs under their feet, and the warriors who climbed the mountain were shocked. They quickly grabbed the handrail, stabilized their center of gravity, and looked down in shock. The river of blood and energy rose into the sky, and a young man with a face like a crown of jade had a dull expression. My old swan, Shan, have you seen it? The girlfriend was eclipsed by the shocked Warong, and frantically swayed Ning Shan, who was also sluggish. Grandmaster, at least Grandmaster. He looks so young, woohoo, so handsome, my heart is going to fly out. The girlfriend looks like a nympho, and her saliva is about to stay. Ning Shan narrowed her eyes. This man is indeed handsome, but why is he so familiar? Wait, isn't that Jiang Feng? Ning Shanshan's head exploded, staring straight at the young man who walked away, as if he was about to become an immortal. Look, the master is watching us, ah! She smiled and nodded at us. The best friend was going crazy, shaking Ning Shanshan's arm, the waves were choppy. In a few breaths, the young man's figure crossed thousands of stairs, flashed past everyone's eyes, and headed towards the top of the mountain. Such a strong blood, the master is just like this. The warriors who climbed the mountain exclaimed one by one, and it was difficult to calm down. As warriors, they see it more deeply. With such surging blood energy, most grandmasters are not so strong. Chapter 38. There is pressure. When climbing to more than 10,000 meters, there were invisible ripples in front of him, very subtle, but Jiang Feng noticed. Not from the gravity of the mountain, but an inexplicable pressure. It seems that there is a heavy object coming, and it becomes more and more obvious with the distance forward. Very special, like what imprints on the brand. There is a great suppression of mountain breakers. No wonder it is extremely difficult for warriors to reach the top of Taiyu mountain. The reason is here. There is an inexplicable suppression in the dark, which will double the pressure on the warriors who climb the mountain, which is equivalent to climbing a mountain with a big rock on his back and moving forward with difficulty. There is a rest station halfway up the mountain, people come and go, very lively. Many warriors stayed there, adjusted their status, recharged their energy, and prepared to go to the top in one go. Exhausted, climbing a mountain is like falling apart. I have also climbed Tian Mountain, which is 18,000 kilometers. I don't know what happened. It's not as tiring to walk to the top of Tian in one breath. You must know that you are only halfway up the mountain. Where is Taiyu? Most of the emperors from ancient times to the present have come here to enshrine Zen and worship the heavens. How can they be worthy of the title of the head of Dongyu without something special? It's really strange for you to say that. I feel that my bottleneck is slightly loose. Several warriors were sitting in a small pavilion, all looking young and looking like students. Hey, why are those people restless? What happened? Boom! There were thunderstorms under the stairs, like a monstrous flood spreading up. A figure's feet do not touch the ground, walking in the air, like an electric light, one step across 100 meters. The aura was so terrifying, he kept going forward, regardless of the pressure. Hey! The master is so terrifying. The strong wind swept through, and a large group of warriors were messed up in the wind, sucking in cold air. Darling, I'm so lucky today, I was able to meet the Grand Master treading the peak. Several young warriors looked at each other, and their shock was on the surface. The gust of wind whistled in his ears, and as he got closer to the top of the peak, Jiang Feng's mood rose and fell. The heavy pressure hit like a tide, and the surging blood roared, directly dispelling the pressure, like a big mountain being moved away, straight to the top. It is now 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky became bright and red. A round of radiant morning sun is slowly rising. On the top of the mountain, there are many people standing here, the sea of clouds rolling under their feet, and watching the rising sun in the distance. No one made a sound, quietly watching the rising sun, very peaceful. Suddenly, someone narrowed their eyes and looked in the direction of the stairs. An extremely strong blood energy fluctuation rolled in. Boom! The sky shook, and countless seas of clouds were blown away as if they had encountered a gust of wind, and the sight on the top of the mountain was suddenly clear. A few meditating like statues, with restrained breaths, opened their eyes and looked down the mountain. The top of the mountain is really magnificent. Standing at a height of 24,000 kilometers, looking down, a different kind of touch arises spontaneously. Jiang Feng stood on the top of the mountain, stepping up into the air, golden light blowing his face. A big sun rises behind it, blooming with endless brilliance and fiery heat, and the clouds and mists churning, like being in a fairyland. The big sun above the head, standing in the air, the golden red blood is overwhelming. This moment, Jiang Feng is like a sun god, surrounded by Jingxia, shining like the sun, full of endless holiness and majesty. Clang! At 6 o'clock, the bell rang faintly. The golden glow of the sky is scattered, and the bells are ringing, like the heaven and the earth, making people fall into the sympathy between heaven and man and have an epiphany. Call! Jiang Feng heaved a sigh of relief and cut through the sea of clouds like a sharp sword, stretching into the distance. Feeling comfortable from the inside out, like breaking the shackles, seeing the bright heart. A great master! What an amazing breath, the harmony between human beings and the sky, the artistic conception has reached a very profound level. The big sun above the head, rising with the sun, the nameless powerhouse, what a great spirit! On the top of the mountain, his eyes flickered, his eyes widened, and the powerhouses were all uneasy and shocked by this scene. Really like a god who came into the world. The golden light gathers, and the Xiaqi shrouds. Jiang Feng saw that there were many masters among these people, with a restrained breath, they looked like ordinary people, and they were unremarkable. Only the powerhouses of the same level can discover their identities. Supreme Grand Master. There is a strong man with strong breath like the roots of an old tree, exclaiming secretly. In my heart, I was shocked, setting off a huge wave. The artistic conception is completely natural, almost to fit the world, become one, and is about to make the ultimate leap into the misty and distant realm of confinement. This is impressively a great master, with simple grey clothes and a middle-aged appearance. I have been sitting cross-legged here for an unknown number of days, and I am a real ascetic. At this moment, I was shocked. The mood I had cultivated after watching the sun rise for dozens of days fluctuated and was deeply shocked. Really amazing. Ashamed, he stood up and bowed to Jiang Feng. This is the customary etiquette of the human race. The real strong person is admired and worshipped. Jiang Feng's strength is far above him, but he can accept this gift calmly. Many grandmasters were shocked. The person sitting cross-legged watching the sun was shocked, and they couldn't see the depth of the grey-clothed man at all. Now that the men in grey are all alarmed and saluting, doesn't it mean that the young man standing in the sky? I've seen seniors. The grandmasters no longer hesitated, bowed and saluted, shouted in unison, and the sound shook the top of the mountain. This scene shocked a large group of young people who climbed the mountain. Many martial artists were stunned and looked at the masters who saluted. It was found that the opponent's originally flat body erupted with amazing fluctuations. Although it quickly subsided, the power made people palpitate. Is the master God? A lot of people are dizzy. It can make more than a dozen grandmasters salute. What level of big man is that? Jiang Feng looked at the one-vote grandmaster who was bending over and bowing with a little stunned. After nodding slightly towards them, Jiang Feng slowly landed under the gaze of countless eyes. The feeling of being in the spotlight doesn't make him feel uncomfortable, at most he just pretends to be an expert outside the world. Glancing at the crowd, Jiang Feng suddenly stopped. Look in one direction. Two tall and straight young men stood there, looking handsome and imposing, looking over with smiles on their faces. These two. He raised his eyebrows slightly. A supreme master. Another. A strange scene appeared in his eyes. Sometimes it is integrated into the world, sometimes it is solidified from the illusory, as if to integrate into this world. The bones are shining, the blood is like flowing silver, and the incomparable vitality has broken the limit of life. Fengcao Realm. Chapter 39. The feudal lords unify the land of the state, lead billions of people's livelihood, and govern tens of millions of square territories. Such as the ancient princes, who sealed the territory and split the soil, sitting on one side. Under the real person, over hundreds of millions of people. The status is very high. The physical body has surpassed the ordinary, broken and stood up, broke the genetic restriction, and gave birth to the divine will. Strictly speaking, the genes of the Fengcao Strong are already a brand new transcendence, which can be called a new human being. The genetic structure is completely different from normal people. Their lifespans are extremely long, and perhaps they themselves don't know how long they can live. Time is passing, and they stand still, like reefs in a rolling wave, unaffected. Sit back and watch the dynasty change, vicissitudes of life. No one knows what kind of existence Fengcao is, it cannot be described in words. Because even in the online martial artist forum, there are no pictures or videos of Fengcao Strong people circulating. This kind of existence is so mysterious that even a great master would hardly see it a few times in his entire life. And a strong man who can stand above billions of people has appeared on Taiyu. If it spreads out, the whole of US who will have a big earthquake. I don't know how many people will come to worship. Jiang Feng frowned. The two young people in front of him seemed to know his strength. Not the insight into the full force, but the part. If they knew Jiang Feng's true strength, it wouldn't be this expression. The higher the level of existence, the more terrifying and extraordinary Jiang Feng can be perceived. Obviously, the Feng Cao strongman believes that Jiang Feng is also at this level. The world is so big, but I don't want to. On top of Taiyu, two lords stand side by side. The voice rang in the ear. Very young, full of magnetism, unimaginable, this will be the voice of someone who has lived for hundreds of years. The two young men came, and the strange thing was that the people on the top of the mountain didn't even notice their existence. Walking through the crowd, like a ghost in time, silently, no one noticed. The power of the field. Jiang Feng saw this invisible force clearly. It's really strange, like the power of time, giving people the ability to hide years. The top of the entire Taiyu is shrouded in the opponent's domain. Even the Grandmaster can't see them. Unless you show up yourself. The power of the domain shrouded, Jiang Feng did not resist. Now many people are paying attention to him. If Jiang Feng talks to the air in their eyes, they are not allowed to be suspicious. Yuan Rangheng. Chu Yi. The two held out their hands. Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng stretched out his right hand. Your Excellency is really hidden. If you hadn't noticed our existence, I really wouldn't have been able to see your true identity. Yuan Rangheng smiled. The power of the domain shrouded, but even so, he still failed to detect the depth of the opponent. Only know that the other party is unfathomable, and when the blood is rippling, it is like a tsunami. Indistinctly, a kind of power suddenly spreads and quickly binds. The volatility even shocked him. It is a forbidden power. Standing here for hundreds of years, sitting and watching the ups and downs of the world, it was the first time he saw an unpredictable person. I never imagined that I could meet two such extraordinary people by accident. It is unexpected. Jiang Feng smiled lightly, as if sighing. Very calm and calm. That is a kind of invincible aura, invincible in both vertical and horizontal direction. Who is it? Even the strong Feng Cao can be calm in the face. Your Excellency. Yuan Rangheng smiled. He re-examined Jiang Feng without a trace, and it became more and more difficult to see through. Hard to guess. The thought flashed through his mind. Actually, I'm curious, why are you two here? Jiang Feng had a faint smile on his face, his pupils glowed with golden light, and golden veins appeared on his body. The change in him surprised them both. Golden blood? Feeling that power like the sun, Yuan Rangheng felt dignified in his heart. It's just a matter of fate. Taiyu is a special space node, like the heart of the heaven and earth veins, which can find deep spaces within thousands of miles. Recently, we are looking for a space crack that will be opened, and there may be otherworldly creatures coming from across the border. Yuan Rangheng opened his mouth and did not hide it. Because it is not necessary, in his opinion, this is irrelevant news, and many ancient families already know it. Alien creatures. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows, he couldn't understand a word of the previous words. But in the next few sentences, he captured the key words. All of these spearheads seem to be pointing to the things that came from the mouth of that femininity. I thought only myself had the news. Now it seems that it is still too underestimated the powerhouse in this world. But that thing seems to take a while to come, and he is not worried that his monster will be robbed. If it does come, he will be the first to know. Yet, don't you know? I don't know. Yuan Rangheng looked strange, and he really didn't know what Jiang Feng looked like. This news is not secret. As a powerhouse at this level, he should have known it long ago. Found it. Suddenly, Chu Yi's eyes lit up next to him. who had been silent for a while. He opened his palms, and blue light waves swept through. It is transmitted like a radar, and the position is locked by the strange wave reflected back. This is a very strange ability, similar to the ultrasound of bats. He's a special talent. Yuan Rangkung explained. Jiang Feng nodded. There is one more thing that has not been said. This Supreme Master not only awakens his talents, but also has a special bloodline. Similar to special physical power, but slightly different. In fact, he wants to know why the attitude between the two is equal, rather than subordinate status. Is it because of special bloodline and talent? We still have something to do, let's go first. When they found the location of the crack, the two were about to set off and say goodbye to Jiang Feng. Ripples like water waves spread, and the two of them shrouded the power of the field and broke through the air. Jiang Feng looked at the leaving figure, thoughtful. A monster. It was an aura similar to Bai Mu, very unique. Chapter 40. Strange, when did a little-known lord appear in US Hu? Walking in the direction guided by the light wave, Chu Yi fell into thinking. Among the lords, Jiang Feng is a new face that they have never seen before. Every feudal lord will not be anonymous, even if it is a new breakthrough. How can they not know with their height and status? The huge US Hu, 16 million square kilometers, has no more than 2 palms. It was accumulated hundreds of years ago. 40 billion people, no one has broken the limit and stepped into this field in the past 200 years. After thinking about it, this person seemed to pop out of a crack in the stone. I can't think of his origins even after racking my brains. Don't think about it, it's not from US Hu. Yuan Rangkung reminded. It came from another state. Chu Yi asked, thinking that was the case. But thinking about it carefully, almost all the feudal lords have a fixed range of activities. They are all shouldering heavy responsibilities, equivalent to a country's heavy equipment, and it is impossible to mobilize them casually. Think about it carefully. The person in charge of the Yuyang area reported to the organization 2 days ago that the greedy demon was killed, and the person who shot it is suspected to be a lord. There are also secret news from the Jinwu Hall and the military department, and there are traces of the princes in Yuyang. They inferred from the traces of large-scale destruction found after the greedy demon was killed. Chu Yi was taken aback. He asked, I remember that greed and addicted to the devil is not eyeing a potential human descendant, could it be the one just now? It's him. The person in charge of the Yuyang area said that he has awakened a talent beyond divine awakening, so he was targeted by the greedy demon. But things are not that simple. It's not without reason that the one who rose overnight, so the greedy demon died, and even the scum was not found. Yuan Rangkung nodded and spoke in a very relaxed tone. As if a great master-level monster died, it was insignificant. So you're occupied by some old monster? Chu Yi was lost in thought again. Not necessarily, maybe it's a creature from another world, but it seems that he doesn't know a lot of things. It should be a mistake when plundering. If there is no conflict of interest with us, try not to be hostile. Yuan Rangkung said seriously. In the observation just now, the other party was really strong, and it was completely invisible. Even if it is shrouded in its own domain, it is impossible to speculate on the strength of the other party. Of course I know, I'm not crazy, who would provoke a vassal for nothing? Chu Yi was speechless, he wasn't that stupid. Not every monster is as mindless as the greedy monster, and can't hold back when he sees good things. Otherwise, how could it become an endangered species among monsters, and only a few of them have a little brains in the world? The brainless are dead. The talent and potential are all full, and the devouring and plundering talent makes many monsters jealous. Anywhere is good, but the spirit is not normal, and the brain is not very good. I am inexperienced, bloodthirsty, and violent, and the level of madness is second only to the femininity. For this reason, a civil war broke out among the monsters, and the door was cleared. Because the scourge of this family is too great, it not only devours human geniuses, but also makes the relationship between humans and monsters go downhill. He also reached out to other monsters, which caused dissatisfaction among other monsters, and was almost destroyed by cooperation. It has to be reminded of that sentence. God is fair, when it opens a door for you, it also closes a window for you. He doesn't seem to have a camp affiliation. If possible, try to draw him over. It's best to let him join the organization, and our influence in US who will reach an unprecedented height. Yuan Rangkung thought for a while and added another sentence. It's not that simple. A vassal, as long as it doesn't cause trouble, the empire will be treated as a guest. Chu Yi shook his head, not very optimistic. He is not yet confident to this level. If a vassal is used to being unfettered and just wants to be alone, no one can do anything to him. It belongs to the existence that can only make friends but not evil. As long as they don't go crazy, any force will sell face. There are two cracks. Suddenly, Chu Yi's face changed slightly, and the news of the ripple feedback was unexpected. That thing should know that we are looking for it, so it deliberately opened two cracks to confuse us. Yuan Rangkung smiled coldly. The creatures that are about to cross the border have many eyes and ears, and they know the situation here. For fear of failure, two cracks were opened abruptly. During the conversation, the scenery of the mountains and rivers under the two of them quickly retreated, heading towards the boundary of Tianxing City at an astonishing speed. It's here. According to the information provided by the person in charge of Tianxing City before, and the feedback of the space ripple, it should be under this hill. Chu Yi's palm glowed brightly, and the ripples of feedback became more and more urgent. The two appeared above a raised hill and looked down. The four sides are high, the wind does not enter, the water is difficult to pass, the filth accumulates, and there is no way out. This is the right place. The hills are not covered with a trace of vegetation, they are red and surrounded by terrain, like a shoal trapped by a dragon. It is a Jedi. After a long while, Chu Yi let out a light sigh. It is shrouded in the Yin realm and cannot enter. His words were helpless. Isn't it okay to attack? Yuan Rangkung frowned, and things got tricky. No, there are countless Yin things in it to maintain the Yin domain, which is extremely strong. Chu Yi shook his head, this idea would not work. Unless there are several Feng Kao strong men joining forces, we can only wait a few days for the space crack to open and the Yin domain to automatically disintegrate. Besides, there is more than one crack, there may be a place that confuses the sight. He added. That's it. Yuan Rangkung gave up directly. Just kidding, how is it possible for a digital Feng Kao realm? Even if he could, he would not join forces with others. Who is not coveting the source of the Yin in the body, the more people involved, the less benefit they can get. Where's the person in charge of Tianxing City? Ask him to come. Before Yuan Rangkung finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chu Yi. He died. A crystal about the size of a thumb appeared on Chu Yi's hand, dull and dull, with dense cracks appearing on the surface. His face became a little gloomy. In the underground palace, a monster with arms like a sickle, a head like an insect, a torso covered in armor, and thin wings on its back was pierced by a trident and nailed to the wall. Things that do not know life and death, peeping at the coming of my lord, the sin is unforgivable. A cold voice sounded in the dark. A creature with a snake's tail appeared, and the dark wings vibrated, setting off a black wind. Its scaly arms were raised, and the trident was pulled and flew autonomously. Black snake, swallow him. After saying that, it turned around and flew to the bottom of the altar, prostrate on the ground reverently, and worshipped. A huge crack appeared above the altar, spewing thick black air. Countless tiny black incantations poured out from the cracks, with boundless evil thoughts. The altar shook and blood boiled. Fizz! A giant snake with horizontal white stripes swam out of the dark, and it bit the corpse in its bloody mouth, swallowing it in one bite without even chewing it. The the smell of monsters is much more fragrant than that of humans. The white-striped black snake vomits snake letters, and the sound is penetrating. Chapter 41. Halfway up the mountainside rest station. After hours of hard climbing, Ning Shanshan finally got here. At this point, she was so tired that her chest was sticking to her back. The delicate and beautiful face was flushed red, like two red apples, panting. The sports vests were soaked with sweat. She glanced at the sports bracelet, which said 6 hours and 42 minutes. That is to say, since I climbed in the middle of the night last night, I have barely reached the mountainside, and there is still more than half of the distance from the peak. Thinking of Jiang Feng's figure stepping across thousands of stairs in one step, like a lightning bolt, she felt sad. I was stunned for a while. He should be able to reach the summit in less than 10 minutes. Alas, I'm really too bad, I can't even take a look at his back. Ning Shanshan thought wildly. I found that the gap between myself and Jiang Feng was really like a moat, insurmountable. Shanshan, next time I won't follow you to suffer again. Her best friend was so tired that she couldn't stand up, and she murmured unconsciously, as if she was about to die. Lying on a wooden chair, he was almost paralyzed, and he didn't want to move his fingers. Ning Shanshan took off the purple hairband and shook off the sweat on it. Suddenly looking back, she saw a familiar figure. Shanshan. Jiang Feng beckoned to her and walked over with a sunny smile on his handsome face. Ning Shanshan was stunned, and her beautiful eyes stared straight at the tall and straight young man walking towards her, but did not respond. It wasn't until Jiang Feng came closer, stretched out his hand and shook it in front of her eyes, that he suddenly came back to his senses. Sorry, just looking at the scenery. Ning Shanshan's beautiful face blushed, and she couldn't wait to find a seam to get in. I had no idea that my self-control was so poor. Just a smile makes me fascinated. She was completely unaware that she had become infatuated with Jiang Feng to the point of inextricability. Every move can draw her mind. Yes. Jiang Feng smiled lightly, non-committal. You've been recently. Ning Shanshan had an affectionate conversation with Jiang Feng. Ning Shanshan, I didn't have hallucinations, I actually heard you talking to a man. The girlfriend who was reclining on the wooden chair opened her eyes and heard Jiang Feng's voice, and let out a strange laugh. The whole person was suddenly full of strength, and the fatigue was swept away, and was ignited by the raging fire of gossip. Ning Shanshan, I thought you were an iceberg girl. The girlfriend got up with a weird smile, ready to laugh at her good friend. But when he saw Jiang Feng's face, as if struck by lightning, his expression was dull and froze. Isn't that the master who climbed the mountain like a foot on the ground? She took a deep note of Jiang Feng's appearance, and at that time she was still crazy for a while before it stopped. I didn't expect to meet him here again. And many more. How can she be like the big brother next door, chatting and laughing with her good friend? Is she dazzled? She looked at Jiang Feng in disbelief and talked to Ning Shanshan. Brains buzzing. Looking at the attitude of the other party, it seems that you are very familiar with your best friend? She couldn't believe that Ning Shanshan had such a good relationship with a grandmaster. I don't even know. But you've kept her too deep. Ranting, this is my classmate Jiang Feng. Ning Shanshan introduced. Hello. Jiang Feng greeted politely. You are the young master. Su Ranting stammered, and all the agility of the past disappeared. The word classmate made her dizzy for a while, and she almost fainted. What it means can't be clearer. A young master. A young master with unlimited potential and unlimited achievements in the future. Destined to become a dazzling star, looking down on the world from above. She chewed her tongue when she spoke, but didn't hold back a word for a long time. The pale face flushed red. As soon as these words came out, Ning Shanshan's face changed suddenly. She suddenly remembered that when she was climbing the mountain in the morning, her best friend also saw Jiang Feng stepping up the sky. The whole person suddenly became worried. She still remembered Zhou Weiping's warning to everyone not to leak the news that Jiang Feng was the master. Although not intentional, it is an indirect relationship. She was afraid that Jiang Feng would have a bad influence on her. Yes. Jiang Feng's reaction made her worry for nothing and admitted it generously. Seeing this, Ning Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief, and decided to remind Su Ranting not to spread the true news that Jiang Feng is the master. Su Ranting is not from Yuyang City, her home is in Jinan City near Taiyu. Jiang Feng doesn't care, but that doesn't mean Ning Shanshan doesn't care. She didn't want to cause trouble to Jiang Feng, and paid great attention to details, even the slightest possibility should be eliminated. Can I take a picture with you? Su Ranting took out her phone and said expectantly. This is a Grand Master, even people at her father's level will look up to him. Also looks so sunny and handsome, young and promising. The beginning is the end of countless people. Really make her psychedelic. Think of the small heart pounding, so excited. Ranting. Ning Shanshan was a little anxious. Fine. Jiang Feng waved his hand and didn't care. Yet. Su Ranting shouted and danced with excitement. After taking the photo, Su Ranting held the phone like a treasure, and she didn't get tired of looking left or right. I think this may be the proudest thing in my life. Are you ready to go down the mountain? Jiang Feng asked suddenly. Yeah, it's probably going to take a few more hours. Ning Shanshan looked sad, not even qualified to walk side by side. I have a good idea. I can be at the foot of the mountain in a few minutes. Jiang Feng smiled brightly. I'll take you on a ride. Ning Shanshan blushed, and her slender neck was full of blush. Su Ranting also blushed, and the Grand Master took the flight, which sounded very exciting. Does this affect you? Ning Shanshan didn't think she would be taken advantage of. Being able to be taken advantage of by the young master is something that no number of young women can ask for, and it is rumored that many girls will be jealous of themselves to death. On the contrary, she felt that she took advantage of the sky. What's the impact? Jiang Feng looked strange. Does this girl care that she has gone too far? Just follow my method, it can save a lot of time. After all, he could not help but grab Ning Shanshan's slender waist, and then grab Su Ranting. One in each hand, in the exclamation of the two women, they flew towards the foot of the mountain. My God! Grand Master flirting with sisters is different, just hug them directly. Cow, 1 on 2, my knees are on my knees. This is the real flying with a girl. If I can become a master in my lifetime, I must do it once. Forget it, with your talent, you are thankful to be a martial artist. Many warriors or tourists at the rest station saw this scene, and they were stunned, and there was only admiration and worship in their eyes. The master just knows how to play. Some girls looked at the figure flying away, envious and jealous, wishing to replace it. Incomparably handsome and powerful, this is simply the perfect male god in the eyes of countless girls. As for the age gap, Grand Masters have a lifespan of more than 300 years, they are getting old, and when their youth is gone, people begin to enter middle age. Chapter 42. Because he was worried that the two girls could not bear the extreme speed, Jiang Feng specially slowed down the speed. After all, they have not yet become warriors, and their physical strength is not enough. Even so, they reached the foot of the mountain in 20 minutes. The two women landed on the ground, and suddenly felt empty and unfinished. The feeling of flying in the sky is too exciting, overlooking the scenery of Taiyu, flying to the ground. Very unforgettable. Jiang Feng, have you come by car? Su Ranting bit her lip and asked. Taiyu is more than 700 kilometers away from Yuyang City, and it is impossible for the master to fly around all the time. A master is not a great master. Although it can also fly in the air, its speed and endurance are far less than that of the Grand Master. Flying cannot be used as a daily routine. Long-distance flights consume a lot of energy. Except for emergencies, Grandmasters usually take transportation to save energy. Have. Jiang Feng pointed to a luxury car not far away. The statue of the flying goddess on the front of the car is very dazzling, and it is golden in the sun. Of course he came by car, and it was too high profile to fly directly across the sky. It's not to catch tricks at night, there is no need to appear in front of people every day, and if you pretend to be too much, you will be numb. Maybe there are still a lot of troubles, he doesn't want to learn how to learn the world, and those who are in high positions and positions of power. We came by taxi, can you give us a ride? After Su Ranting said it, she regretted it, and carefully looked at Jiang Feng's expression. Admiration makes one brave. That's how she is now. Well, I'm like an ugly duckling trying to get close to the beetle. She knew how huge the gap between the two of them and Jiang Feng was. They were completely two worlds. It could be said to be wishful thinking. But still unwilling to just brush it off like this, trying to win. Ning Shanshan covered her face helplessly. Her best friend is really worrying, she dares to hit Jiang Feng with her idea. She knows Jiang Feng's strength best. Knowing that he is not a master, just an appearance. She still remembers what happened that night in Area 14. The sky is falling apart, and the great masters may not have that kind of strength. As a classmate of Jiang Feng, she didn't dare to give birth to the idea of getting the moon first. My best friend can be said to be daring. Sure. Jiang Feng did not refuse, and it is not bad to bring two beautiful and delicious beauties. Unlike Yuyang, Jinan is a medium-sized city. The population size is much larger than that of Yuyang. Along the way, we can see that this city is much more prosperous than Yuyang, full of vitality. Warriors are everywhere. There are often warriors galloping down the street, as fast as cars, causing pedestrians to exclaim. Martial arts aura is strong, and XIN is going up. Along the way, Su Ranting was very enthusiastic, talking about Jinan's recent anecdotes, like a tour guide. Jiang Feng listened with relish while driving. Ning Shinshan's parents have business dealings here and have known Su Ranting's family very early. The two have been playing together since they were young, and it is logical to become good sisters when they grow up. Ross car parked in front of a villa area. This is a prime location, right next to the city center. The house price is high, and a villa is less than a few 100 million yuan. To have a house here, Su Ranting's parents are quite powerful. I didn't expect you to be a rich woman. Jiang Feng joked. There's no. Su Ranting forced a smile and got out of the car. Along the way, she had a lot of interactions with Jiang Feng, but she still didn't dare to say it. In other words, she pinned her hopes on Ning Shanshan. Seeing the car driving away slowly, Su Ranting felt empty in her heart. She really fell in love at first sight, not greedy. In the car, Ning Shinshan's expression became strange. She and Jiang Feng took the way back to Yang, and naturally did not get off. Read the message from Su Ranting. I don't know why my face suddenly turned red. This girl. I thought, two women serve one husband together. Constantly urge yourself to take the initiative to attack, first to be strong, and then to pull the line for her. It sounds outrageous. She secretly glanced at Jiang Feng, who was concentrating on driving, and her heart suddenly accelerated. Jiang Feng naturally noticed her strangeness. I am very puzzled, why this woman blushed every day, and she was so sad and sentimental every day. He glanced at the rearview mirror, and a black sedan followed closely behind the car. It seems that after entering Jinan City, he followed himself. Jiang Feng was a little puzzled. But he didn't care, he was very clear in principle. As long as he doesn't provoke himself, he won't shoot at others for no reason. Just when I was about to take a high-speed journey, when there were no cars in the front, rear, left, and right, a sudden change occurred. Wow! The whistle blared, and the black sedan following it suddenly turned to one side. A heavy truck loaded with concrete piers hit the bottom and rumbled. This heavily overloaded heavy truck is a veritable 100-ton king, with an actual weight of more than 200 tons. The horsepower is full, and the gravitational potential energy is amazing. Even if the impact force was an infantry fighting vehicle, it would be crushed into a discus. It ran directly towards the Ross sedan at an astonishing speed, crushing it into pieces, as if it had been planned for a long time. Boom! With a sound, the heavy truck rolled over the Ross sedan. Countless pieces were flying, and the sound of steel twisting was sour. RAW is a Ross sedan, which has always been known for its safety and excellent anti-collision ability, and instantly collapsed under this crazy impact. Completely crushed into a mass of scrap iron by the terrifying gravity. In the thick black smoke, a large amount of gasoline leaked from the horrible body. The heavy truck driver didn't want to jump out of the car and ran towards the rear. Parked in a black car several hundred meters away. The man with a scar on his face was smoking a cigarette, casually glanced at the car accident scene in the distance, and pressed the button in his hand. Boom! A group of violent flames shot into the sky, and a terrifying explosion completely engulfed the heavy truck. The earth trembled wildly. On the road, cars honked their horns wildly, and countless drivers stared at the mushroom cloud rising in front of them, dumbfounded. Deafening explosions, horns, and sirens mingled, mixed with the screams of many people in horror. The place is chaotic. Ended. The scarred man watched the black smoke rising hundreds of meters high. He didn't think anyone else would survive such an explosion. A full 2 tons of high-performance explosives are enough to blow a dozen-story building to the ground. Junior Grandmasters will be seriously injured in the center of the explosion. The operation was successful. Ning Runhua's daughter is dead. He spoke into the walkie-talkie. Drive. The sedan was full of men with sturdy expressions, all of them rebellious and murderous. It is full of reckless air. This is the momentum that can only be obtained by licking blood with a knife all the year round. Chapter 43. Scar, there's something, Tsitsizi. Scar knocked on the walkie-talkie, but there was no response. A murmur came. Boss, signal interference. A bald man next to him spoke, and several people took out their mobile phones, all of which could not be used normally. What happened? The scarred man raised his eyebrows. He thought things were a little out of the ordinary. The car that was about to turn around suddenly lost power. The interference is too strong, the engine can't work properly. A cold sweat broke out on the driver's forehead. It feels more and more wrong. Boss, look over there. Slot, there are still people alive. Suddenly there was an exclamation in the car. The big men with fierce faces stared straight, as if they saw something extraordinary. The scarred man followed the eyes of the crowd and finally knew the source of the matter. Boom! The flaming wreckage suddenly rose into the sky and was lifted by a terrifying force. Countless steel shards shot around like bullets, with the sound of bang bang bang. The wreckage of the heavy truck was abruptly blown away, and fell heavily to the ground, sparks scurrying around, causing a violent shock. In the thick smoke, waves of terrifying fluctuations were like volcanic eruptions. The extremely strong life magnetic field directly stops any electronic instrument within a radius of 1 kilometer from working. The fluctuations swept across, and the black smoke that went straight to the sky was cut off in the middle, and it was directly extinguished. Well, why did you lose the signal? Even the camera function is gone. What a broken phone. How can I be afraid from the bottom of my heart? My God, look at the explosion center, there are still people living there. A few hundred meters away, the drivers and passengers holding mobile phone videos held their breaths. He looked forward in surprise, his chest was as heavy as lead. He walked out of the blast center, safe and sound. How is it possible? Even the tank will be turned into parts with an explosion of that magnitude. How did he survive? The crowd was in an uproar, full of incredible. He looked ahead with awe. A young man with a calm face walked out like a demon holding a delicate figure. A faint halo shrouded him, and wherever he passed, the fire was extinguished, and the ruins were pushed away. That invisible fluctuation intensified and spread from the youth. Like a giant dragon looking down on ants. Everyone covered their hearts, their faces pale. It was as if the heart was being squeezed by someone, and all the energy in the body was drained. That breath made everyone tremble, as if a wild beast was awakening. Inside the car, a few desperados looked sluggish. The sound of swallowing saliva sounded one after another. The scarred man lit a cigarette, his hands trembling. He lit a few times without lighting. He shivered and exhaled smoke. "Hacker, have you investigated what happened to that person?" "I did a cursory investigation, it's just a wealthy family, nothing special." A man with glasses, who was completely different from a group of tall and big men, opened his mouth with a naive expression. The 3 souls and 7 souls seemed to have been taken away, leaving only the empty shell. Jiang Feng hugged Ning Shan, who was in a coma, with one hand, and looked straight ahead with cold eyes. A black sedan with its engine stalled was parked there. He could clearly see the expression of a personal Muna inside through the window glass. Despair and fear are spreading. Jiang Feng's palm stretched out, and the violently burning flame behind him seemed to be commanded by the Flame Master. As if it was given life, it formed a stream of flames that flew over, like a confluence of rivers, gathered in Jiang Feng's palm. The charred steel wreckage disintegrated, also turned into molten steel, and merged with the flame. Gradually, a spear surrounded by flames condensed. Get angry and kill. Supernatural talent. Inside the car, seeing this magical scene, the atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme. One wrong step, one wrong step. There were sad smiles on everyone's faces. From the time the man walked out of the blast zone, they had already seen their fate. Death is a foregone conclusion, there is no revolt. The front end was crushed at full speed by more than 200 tons of heavy trucks, and the explosion of 2 tons of high-performance explosives was carried at almost zero distance. If it is replaced by a real master, most of them are also dead. And this young man walked out intact. Such a person, the level of terror is unimaginable. At least a top-level Grandmaster close to the Great Grandmaster. I want to know, what kind of existence have we provoked? The scarred man exhaled a cigarette, his voice hoarse and weak. No one responded to him, and there was a dead silence. Call out. Like the shrill neighing from hell, the air screeching of ghosts and wolf howls sounded. A flame was entangled, and the blazing spear of flames burst through the air. Under the blessing of terrifying power, like a meteor, with a dazzling fire, the car runs through the car like a broken bamboo. Boom! The car was blown away by the violent impact, flipped over in the air for an unknown number of times, and fell 100 meters away like a spinning top. Then the various parts fell like rain. There is bloody dregs, and there are internal organs that are sticky like mud. The largest corpse is not as big as a little finger, and some are just a lump. After being strangled thousands of times by an unparalleled edge, the meat sauce formed. There was a rain of death in the sky, and the sky was bloody. The black car has become an empty shell, and the interior is blood red, like freshly dyed red paint, but the smell of blood is strong. In some places, there are still white spots, which are bone slag that has been crushed into slag. The scarred man climbed out of the empty car unharmed, but his body was covered in blood red. It's like crawling out of a meat grinder, terrifying. He didn't die, not because he was strong enough, nor because he was lucky. But that person didn't want him to die just yet. Jiang Feng hugged Ning Shan and stepped out, as if shrinking into an inch, and instantly came to the scarred man. If you have any questions, just ask. The scarred man's voice was calm and self-aware, and he knew Jiang Feng's purpose for leaving him. He is like a dead man, his body is cold, but his soul has not left the body. What force, motive for doing it? Jiang Feng's voice was calm, but an extremely cold air spread, as if the air was about to condense. Black Wolf Gang, the purpose is this girl you are holding in your hand. His father had a conflict of interest with the head of the Black Wolf Gang, and our Flying Fox mercenary group was hired by the Black Wolf Gang to solve her problem. That's how it happened. The scarred man's blood-stained face was expressionless and dead. If you kill us, someone will naturally avenge us. That's how the world is, with constant grievances and grievances. We are just tools for some big people to deal with dirty things, their identities are there. Some dirty work can't be put on the table, and we will handle it secretly. Although it is a dog, it is also related to their face. The scarred man's tone was faint, full of dead silence. When you beat a dog, you have to look at the owner. The big people will be very angry when you know that you have insulted their dog like this. The Black Wolf Gang and our Flying Fox mercenary group are the same faction. If you slaughter everyone, you will cut off the arms of the big man behind him. If the dog they have raised for many years is gone, they will find you to settle the matter. Although the master is strong, it is not enough to run the world. I've finished speaking. If you want to kill you, you have to slash you. Jiang Feng looked at him calmly. You seem confident, he said. It's not self-confidence, it's fact. The power of the family is unimaginable, it is the top ruling class in Jinan. Don't annoy them, don't cause big trouble for yourself because of outsiders. Enough is enough, the big people will turn one eye and close the other, and they will get angry if they make an inch, and they will remind you when they are dying, and I hope they can give me a good time. The scarred man smiled faintly. The power of the family has been everywhere since ancient times. They are entrenched on one side, intertwined, deeply rooted, and unimaginable. There are many cities side by side like princes, and they are high above. As you wish. Jiang Feng looked back without even looking at him. The twisting force field crushes. Almost instantly, the scarred man was crushed into a pool of blood. It's as easy as crushing an ant. Black Wolf Gang. Jiang Feng glanced at the trembling crowd in the distance. Ning Shanshan in her arms was breathing evenly. Lu Mei glanced up, as if she had dreamed of something bad. Looking at the sleeping beauty, Jiang Feng's emotions rippled. This little girl is real. When the heavy truck rolled up, she actually rushed over to protect herself. Jiang Feng was in a complicated mood. She knew that she was a master, but she was still so resolute. As always, just like that night in Area 14. Chapter 44. This station reported that a heavy truck lost control on Section 13 of the Huancheng Expressway in our city, collided with a Ross sedan, and a big explosion occurred at the scene. The casualties are currently unknown. The cause of the accident is under investigation by the Jinmu Bureau. Su Ranting covered her mouth as she watched the thick smoke billowing on the TV. Ross sedan? Her pretty face was pale, and she really didn't want to be connected. However, it was such a coincidence that it was not long after Jiang Feng left. Ranting. A magnetic voice sounded, and then a handsome young man walked in with a beautiful girl in his arms. Jiang Feng? Are you? Su Ranting looked at them in shock. The news just reported that Jiang Feng appeared. Could something really happen? She was frightened. Let's take a break with you for the time being. Su Ranting took over her sleeping girlfriend and then looked at Jiang Feng. I deal with some things. His voice was flat. Need my help? Su Ranting trembled a little when she spoke. It's not hard to guess what Jiang Feng means by handling things. No, I'll fix it. Jiang Feng left this sentence, and his figure disappeared. In the sky, bursts of thunderous sonic booms sounded, and countless people looked up at the sky in amazement. Zhenchen Building. This skyscraper with a height of more than 700 meters stands in the urban agglomeration. On the surface, it is a big company, but it is actually a big gang station. Black Wolf Gang. The premier overlord in the underground world of Jinan, with absolute dominance in Jinan. Even the military bureau and the military department seldom asked about the Black Wolf gang. As gang members, they are very blatant and directly use a building as a gang member's residence. Because there is someone behind the backstage is hard. He was about to hang the 3 characters of the Black Wolf gang on the building. The highest floor of Xinchen building. Duan Xinjia overlooked the row upon row of buildings below, uneasy for some reason. As the saying goes, the left eye jumps for wealth, the right eye jumps for disaster. 10 minutes ago, after Scar hung up the phone, his right eye kept twitching. Damn Scar, dare to hang up on me. Duan Xinjia's face became gloomy. He felt his majesty violated. This is already contempt for him. Also working for the Duan family, as the most outstanding member of the Duan family, he has a very high voice. To manage the huge Black Wolf gang for the Duan family, his status is far above the Scar of a mercenary head. Moreover, his strength has made a leap in recent times. Become a guru. Now even the powerful figures in the direct line attach great importance to him and entrust him with important responsibilities. Grandmaster strong. Even in the gigantic Duan family, it is a very noble existence and will be treated with due courtesy. When the descendants of the patriarch's lineage meet, they have to call their seniors honestly. And that BD Scar dared to hang up his phone in a grand manner. This is not just a matter of face. In the underground world, strength is everything, and the following actions are the most taboo. Help master, something is wrong. A strong man in a suit broke in without even knocking on the door. He looked flustered, as if a catastrophe was imminent. This look made Duan Xinjia even more angry. Scar was already burning with anger when he despised him, and now even one of his subordinates doesn't follow the rules. Do you think he doesn't exist? You didn't follow the rules. Duan Xinjia's tone was cold, and he stood up from the office chair. He suspects that he has not made a move for many years, and his prestige has been shaken in the eyes of these gang members. The Grandmaster field unfolded, covering the room, and the strong man in the suit only felt the pressure hit like a tidal wave. All the bones in the body were crackling and bursting. He knew the gang was angry. But he couldn't care less about fear, because there was something bigger. Help master, I have something important to report. The brawny man in the suit fell to his knees and spoke with difficulty, looking very painful. The muscles and bones of an intermediate martial artist have no resistance at all in the master domain. Swept away by the heavy pressure, he was in a cold sweat. Speak. Duan Xinjia was unmoved, and his expression was extremely indifferent. Looking down at the brawny man in a suit kneeling on the ground, his eyes never wavered. Zone. Grandmaster shot. Flying Fox mercenary. Core, annihilated. The brawny man in the suit said it was extremely difficult, and his neck as thick as a wash basin turned red. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique, he would have fainted under this kind of pressure. Duan Xinjia frowned and took back the Grandmaster domain. The originally boiling anger was like being poured into a basin of cold water. He seemed to know why Scar hung up on his phone. I also know why my right eye keeps twitching. The intuition of the warrior is extremely sharp, similar to what ordinary people call the sixth sense. When the master comprehends the artistic conception of heaven and earth, he will sense something in the dark, and seek good luck and avoid evil. If there is a catastrophe, it will be disturbed. Stand up and say it in detail. Duan Xinjia's brows were aching, and the bad feeling made him a little restless. He understands that the matter has reached a very serious point, and he has to pay attention. Flying Fox mercenary group will attack Ning Runhua's daughter according to your instructions. But their information was wrong, they didn't check the situation clearly, and they didn't know that Ning Runhua's daughter was traveling with a Grandmaster. Then, the strong man did not say any more. Damn, a bunch of idiots who have more than enough success. Duan Xinjia's face was ashen, and he smashed the expensive yew wood table with one punch. He did instruct Scar to kill Ning Runhua's daughter. But if those idiots' information could be more detailed, they wouldn't make such a big mistake. Ning Runhua is a businessman, because when he was acquiring a small company, he was interfered by the Black Wolf gang when the acquisition was about to be successful, and he was completely messed up. In order to retaliate, Ning Runhua collected a lot of criminal evidence of the Black Wolf gang and handed it over to the Jinan Town and Military Bureau, which made Duan Xinjia disgusted. Even because of this, there were dissatisfied voices in the Duan family. He was considered to be ineffective in leadership and his position was shaken. In order to save face, Duan Xinjia naturally wants to repay the other party. But now there's a big mess, his daughter even got on with a Grand Master, and those idiots made a Grand Master angry. It doesn't matter if those people are dead, but it's absolutely wrong to let a Grand Master get angry. How strong is that Grand Master? Duan Xinjia's tone was rarely anxious, and he planned for the worst. He broke through the Master in just 1 year. At this level, the combat power belongs to the bottom, and facing another aggressive Grand Master, there is really no bottom. Hardly resist the crushing of 200 tons of heavy trucks, and face the explosion of 2 tons of high-performance explosives at zero distance intact. The big man had a bitter expression on his face. Duan Xinjia's pupils contracted. I almost doubt life. What kind of monster have you provoked? Call out. High-pitched sonic booms from far to near. Supersonic flight. Duan Xinjia was completely stunned. Do these people have brains? What is this special master? What kind of bullshit master is this? He is clearly a great master. Worthy. Duan Xinjia cursed in his heart. Now unless there is a strong person in the direct line, no one can save him. Boom. Xinchen building made a loud noise as if it was hit by a meteorite. There was a large area of collapse in the middle of the building, like paper paste. A large hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared, which was extremely dazzling. The whole building trembled suddenly, and the building that was more than 700 meters high was shaking. The shock wave spread, all the glass of the whole building shattered, and it fell like a waterfall. Duan Xinjia staggered under his feet and almost fell over the violent vibration. There was uncontrollable horror on his face, and his eyelids twitched wildly. What power is this? Let's shake a 700-meter-high skyscraper. Who is the gang leader? Get out and die. The terrifying shouts sounded like muffled thunder, and the members of the Black Wolf gang on the dozens of floors up and down were almost spared the shock. Rao is so, and they all fell to the ground with foaming at the mouth, and their eardrums burst directly. How brave! Duan Xinjia's face was gloomy, his anger attacked his heart, his anger far surpassed his fear. In front of the entire Black Wolf gang, he scolded him like a dog. So disrespectful. He has already sent a signal to the main lineage, and there will be strong supporters soon. Even a great master cannot act recklessly. Chapter 45. Too deceiving. Duan Xinjia's glasses were all red, and his blood was surging with anger, and he shouted loudly, not to be outdone. The Grand Master's chi machine fully bloomed, and the blood chi was surging. The people from the main family will come right away. As long as you persist for a while, things will usher in a turning point. If he was defeated without fighting, he would definitely be transferred from his post after this incident. I would rather die than give in, but I will be appreciated by the masters of the main family. Maybe I can continue to stay in this position. The big man in the suit was shivering like a 300-pound quail in front of the Grand Master field that was bursting out with all his strength. Climbing out of the room, he didn't dare to stay in this place of right and wrong. The gang leader fought the unfamiliar Grand Master, and any aftermath could kill him. Boom! The violent roar continued. The floor beneath my feet shook violently. Duan Xinjia's expression suddenly changed. This lunatic directly smashed through the hundreds of ceilings of the building and went straight to the top floor. Duan Xinjia was bleeding. The post-war maintenance costs alone are astronomical. Not to mention how many gang casualties, the strength of the Black Wolf gang will be greatly reduced in the short term. the chances of getting fired are even greater. Boom! The floor on the top floor was overturned, and countless pieces of concrete and masonry were splashed. Dust is everywhere, filling the entire luxury office. Are you the head of the Black Wolf Gang? The cold voice has palpitating fluctuations. A biting cold wind blew away the dust. Duan Xinjia's body froze and shivered. He forced his composure and lowered his voice. He said in a low voice, "I'm the leader of the Black Wolf Gang. Of course I made a mistake first, but your move is too overbearing. Domineering? If you make a mistake, you will pay the price." The voice was still so indifferent. A tall and straight handsome young man was suspended in the air, looking down at him playfully. Duan Xinjia's forehead burst into blue veins. The tone of the other party did not take him seriously at all. But he still didn't make a move, and wanted to continue to deal with it and delay time. Now that... As soon as he opened his mouth, Duan Xinjia's pupils shrank sharply. Boom! A fist quickly enlarged in front of his eyes. Boom! The overwhelming force hit the whole body, and Duan Xinjia's eyes bulged. His body seemed to be hit by a meteorite, smashed through several walls like a cannonball, and fell from the top floor of the building. What? The screams broke through the sky. Duan Xinjia fell from the sky, and the blood sprayed down like a fountain. With the effort of breathing, a figure fell from the sky to the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire street suddenly shook. A large human-shaped pit appeared on the ground, and the hard asphalt road was smashed and collapsed half a meter deep. It hurts. Duan Xinjia stood up with difficulty, his face grim. The moment he got up, he scared the passers-by who were watching from afar. His body was twisted in a strange shape, and his torso was thrown back after being beaten. The back is bulging high, the clothes are broken, like a big tumor. It was only now that he deeply realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. The gap between oneself and the other party is not even the slightest bit. Strong is not like a human being. You. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Duan Xinjia took a breath, and the chill was like countless small snakes rushing to the sky. Not dead, not bad. As soon as the sentence fell, before Duan Xinjia could react, a fist hit him in the face like thunder. Boom! The strong wind swept the entire road, and a figure flew upside down and smashed into the building. The Xinchen building trembled suddenly, and a billowing tsunami of smoke rushed out of the gate. Jiang Feng took a big step, pinched Duan Xinjia like a dead dog with his big hands, and punched him into the sky. Boom! The dull impact is like the ringing of a big bell. Duan Xinjia's chin was dislocated, and he was beaten up high, like a cannon shot into the sky, piercing through an unknown number of ceilings. Boom boom boom! Inside the Xinchen building, there seems to be a pile driver working, and the roar is continuous. The smoke dissipated, and the big holes went straight through the 100-story building. Abruptly opened up more than half of the floors of Xinyuan building. The inside of the building was full of wailing and screaming, the smoke filled with gunpowder, and the members of the Black Wolf Gang suffered heavy casualties. Anyone who is affected can't escape the end of broken tendons. This is not the worst. Accidentally hit by the body of the gang leader flying around, there is no chance of screaming, and it will be smashed into scattered minced meat on the spot. The members of the Black Wolf Gang who can still stand are all scared to death. The gang members who usually show off their power and might want to cry without tears, they are about to cry for their father and mother. They are not fleeing, neither are they fighting, they are just standing there, they don't dare to put a fart. Because of the spread of the war, the elevator of Xinchen building has been paralyzed. The elevator passage was blocked by Duan Xinjia. Jiang Feng ignored these gang members. Too weak. It's not worth his shot at all. No pity for them. These people don't usually say that they have lost their conscience, but they definitely didn't run away for wrongdoing. If they died, they deserved it. Since I joined a gang organization and bullied the good and oppressed the good, I should have expected such a day. Boom! The marble floor under Jiang Feng's feet cracked. Like a rocket soaring into the sky, it shot into the sky along the hole that Duan Qinjia hit. On the 153rd floor, a horrific person lay in the pile of bricks, dying of breath. My domineering, have you seen it? Jiang Feng stared coldly at Duan Qinjia, who was not human. He was still conscious, and even if he was beaten into a vegetative state, his body couldn't help twitching. Jiang Feng's terror and cruelty have been imprinted in his bones. The dignified Grand Master of the first generation has been ravaged like a doll and has no power to fight back. Chapter 46. Does your reinforcements seem to be coming? Jiang Feng ignored the distance, and there were several tyrannical breaths quickly approaching. The blood is majestic, and they are all great masters. One was aggressive, the other two showed no hostility. I'm going to tear you to pieces. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face stood in front of Xinchen building. The anger in my chest was about to burst out. It was the first time I felt so angry. In a shattered building, Jiang Feng is in front of Duan Qinjia, who is like a dead dog. They all slapped Duan's face naked and slapped one after another loudly. Are you here to die too? The calm voice came softly. Jiang Feng smashed Duan Qinjia's head with one foot, ending his life. Ding! The host kills the master and gets 18,000 energy. Damn you! The Duan family powerhouse finally couldn't bear it any longer. Duan Yuanshan, calm down. Don't have common knowledge with juniors. The other two great masters came, with solemn expressions, trying to hold the furious Duan family powerhouse, preventing him from taking action on Jiang Feng. I calm down your mother. Duan Yuanshan roared violently, and the sound waves rolled. Within a few hundred meters, the glass of buildings shattered and fell like snowflakes, causing screams from downstairs to avoid this unexpected disaster. Today you will surely die. The furious sound shook the sky, and Duan Yuanshan flew towards Jiang Feng at extreme speed. The surging blood hummed continuously, and the qi and blood filled a radius of more than 10 meters, which was extremely hot. I can't stop it. No way, that kid is too hateful. If Duan Yuanshan doesn't take action, he will soon become a bodhisattva. The two Grand Masters of the Military Suppression Bureau looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They are not suitable to shoot. If you take action, it will represent the Empire's position, and you must do something to these noble families who have been entrenched for many years. The impact of the matter is great, and the whole body is affected. It's not something they can decide. Even if they want to make a move, they are powerless because of their official status. Therefore, although the two are persuading, they will not really stop it. Jiang Feng's ancient will is unwavering. He raised his hand and slapped it. Boom! The imposing figure froze and flew out at a faster speed than when it came. I rely on this pervert. I slapped a great master away with one slap. Doesn't it mean that he is only 18 years old? You can't be so strong when you start practicing in the womb. This news is so fake. Did Yu Yang's gang play us? The two Grand Masters who were watching the battle gasped in unison, and their horror was on the surface. He quickly stumbled out of the way, avoiding the flying Duan Yuanshan. Shuzi, I want you to die. Duan Yuanshan coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, his face distorted from excessive anger. His chest was about to explode. A 5 fingerprint appeared on his face, bruised and purple, and the congestion could not be cleared for a while. This is a great disgrace. Who can't talk shit? Jiang Feng appeared in front of him in one step, cold and ruthless, and slapped it out again. With a bang, Duan Yuanshan turned somersaults and smashed into Xinchen building. A large pit was directly smashed into the surface of the building, and the concrete stones crashed down. I rely on this person to defy the sky. Really perverted. The two great masters uttered foul language, dumbfounded, and their mouths were enough to put a goose egg in their mouths. Get out of the way, get out of the way, don't hinder him from playing. A great master noticed Jiang Feng's gaze. As if he was looking at a mountain overlord, his scalp was numb, he shivered, and he hurriedly exited the battlefield area. Jiang Feng's aura changed suddenly, red gold blood covered the sky, and dazzling golden light bloomed all over his body. Countless golden veins appeared on the surface of the body, and the golden blood rushed like a tsunami. The figure pierced the sky at a high speed, like a round of sun across the sky. The rumbling crushing void passed by, and the movement was astonishing. The entire Jinan city was shaken, and countless people watched from afar, paying attention to this battle. This sudden change is astounding. So shocking. Is this his talent form? Even if I look at it from a distance, I feel like my heart is blocked. Boom! It fell with a punch, and the golden light exploded, like a mountain collapsing, and the top floor of the building was directly collapsed, which was extremely shocking. Duan Yuanshan repeated his retreat, and was bombarded by a monstrous force that penetrated the entire building and smashed into the foundation. The vibration of the earth can be felt within a radius of 1,000 meters. The reinforced concrete is like paper in front of the two, and it will shatter with a poke. At a depth of more than 10 meters underground, Duan Yuanshan was covered in blood. The body cracked, the chest was sunken in a large piece, and the ribs were stabbed into the organs. The Grand Master's resilience can't keep up with the newly added injuries. He had no idea that this junior would be so maddeningly powerful. Just fighting a few tricks, you will suffer a serious injury. Is that human being? What the hell did that BD offend? Duan Yuanshan scolded Duan Shinja thousands of times in his heart, and he couldn't get any advantage with his full combat power. He had no intention of continuing to fight. Unless the three great masters of the family are dispatched together, or he is alone, he will definitely fail miserably in the end. In the sky above the building, Jiang Feng spread his fingers and suddenly lifted it up. With a thunderous roar resounded. Duan Yuanshan was pulled out like a puppet from a height of several hundred meters. An invisible force bound him and made him unable to move. The head is like a sledgehammer, and the floors are lifted. This is equivalent to trampling his entire body on the ground, which is extremely insulting and extremely lethal. What kind of ability is this? Many of the powerhouses who were watching secretly were frightened, and the more they watched, the more frightened they became. How to fight this? It's not so easy for Whack-A-Mole to throw you around a few hundred meters away. Looking at Duan Yuanshan, who was embarrassed like a clown, the powerhouses of the big families mourned silently in their hearts. The Duan family's luck is not good. I'm afraid it will be difficult to end with such a pervert. All kinds of abilities are emerging one after another, and even the Grand Master is stunned. One can't help but wonder how many means he has yet to use. More and more people are speculating about Jiang Feng's identity, who is sacred, and beating a great master is like beating a dog. Blood. The furious Duan Yuanshan roared, and a layer of blood mist suddenly appeared on his body. Form a circle of blood, wrapping around the body. His breath suddenly soared, and he broke free from Jiang Feng's shackles. The bloodline talent of the Duan family. Burn blood. Once it is used, the combat power will soar rapidly, increasing a lot. But the side effects are also obvious. Burning blood in exchange for combat power is a taboo secret technique that kills 1,000 enemies and loses 800. If you can't make a quick decision, you will be in a crisis. But Duan Yuanshan can't take care of that much anymore, he has already reached the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted. Die! Duan Yuanshan's pupils were scarlet, and he raised his fist to kill. With one punch, the sound waves spread like waves. Jiang Feng clenched his fists with 5 fingers, and punched him with the same punch. Boom! The sky shook suddenly, and the loud noise resounded through the sky like thunder. Countless warriors watching the battle covered their ears, it was so painful that the eardrums would be torn. Chapter 47. What? Hearing the familiar screams, a Grand Master twitched, as expected. Even if he used the means of pressing the bottom of the box, he was still crushed mercilessly. It turned out to be so. The two great masters of the Military Suppression Bureau were numb, and no longer had facial expressions, as if the robots were numb. The famous method of the Duan family has been cracked, and there is no suspense in this battle. They realize a problem. His original intention was to persuade Duan Yuanshan not to be too ruthless, but now it seems to be the opposite. Jiang Feng should be advised not to be too ruthless. The blood of the great master was scattered all over the sky, and the vigorous blood was dissipated, forming patches of red mist. Duan Yuanshan clutched his right shoulder and looked terrified. It was empty, the arm was missing, and it was blown apart by Jiang Feng's punch. Not bad ability, but unfortunately people are too weak. Jiang Feng's voice seemed to float from hell, without a trace of emotion. His chest was glowing, and his heart was like a sun. Every beat is like a bomb going off, the sound is so loud. The sky is covered with red gold blood, like a doomsday twilight, red gold fills the sky. The golden light in his eyes converged, and two golden beams burst out suddenly. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout Jinan City like a thunderbolt. A violently burning fireball rose, engulfing half of the 700-meter-high Xinchen building. The terrifying fluctuations spread throughout Jinan City like a tsunami. This power! The Grand Master of the Jinwu Bureau was drooling wildly and his mouth was dry. They actually smelled the breath of death from those two beams of light. Boom! Duan Yuanshan smashed through Xinchen building and blasted out a big hole with bright front and back. Flying out from the other side, the body was bubbling with green smoke, and there was not a piece of good meat on the whole body, it was scorched by roasting. His chest was pierced, his spine was broken, and he was almost cut in half. The internal organs are clearly visible, and even in the state of burning blood, the recovery speed is extremely slow. Those two beams of light are too destructive, and they are still generating secondary damage, preventing recovery. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was breaking down, yelling, and mentally unstable. The hearts of warriors have been shattered. The bloodline talent that the Duan family is proud of is so vulnerable, and completely lost in the fight against the best strength. It was almost shattered by the opponent's blow. It seems that he is not fighting with people, but with a beast king. Escape. Escape from here and never meet this monster again. This idea emerged in Duan Yuanshan's mind. Turn around without hesitation. Crazy burning of nearly depleted chi and blood, took pieces of sonic boom clouds and flew away from here at high speed. His heart was completely filled with fear. I really can't think of fighting Jiang Feng. Come aggressively, go in a state of embarrassment. Escaped. The countless powerhouses watching the battle all lost their voices, their eyes were about to fall out, they couldn't believe it. Dignified Grand Master, are you so shameless? Can't stand it after just a few moves? It ran so neatly. What kind of murderer is this? The cruelty was a complete mess, and with a few tricks, the great master was forced to leave his face and run away. Goosebumps all over the people watching. This. The Grand Master of the Military Suppression Bureau was at a loss for words, looking at Duan Yuanshan, where the souls of the dead were on the rise, and didn't know what to say. Jiang Feng looked at Duan Yuanshan who was about to disappear, his eyes were cold, and he was about to chase after him. Your Excellency, please forgive me and forgive me. The two Grand Masters of the Military Suppression Bureau flew over with a wry smile and persuaded them. Killing a collateral master is nothing. If this great master is really killed, Jinan City will change. At that time, the conflict will be completely unresolved, and unless one party is defeated, it will not give up. No one wants to see such a result. It is not surprising that human beings can kill each other, but there are still very few high-level life and death killings. A great master like this blatantly took action in the urban area, and it has not been seen for many years. Unless there is a major conflict of interest, even if it is a two-way force. Unless absolutely necessary, it is generally impossible to go to war. You want to stop me? Jiang Feng's pupils turned golden, like a god looking at the two. It's not to stop you, if your excellency insists, we won't stop it, we just advise you. A great master shook his head. As an official force, they are peacemakers who do not help each other. It's not good for everyone to continue making troubles. Presumably your excellency is not alone, and you have fetters. Appropriate concessions are still possible, not only for yourself, but also for your loved ones. A great master said very seriously. They know the general outline of things. This unparalleled fierce man who killed the Black Wolf gang, crushed the Duan family's collateral master, and beat the great master almost lost his life. It belongs to the kind that rushes to the crown and turns into a red face. Of course, the reasons certainly don't stop there. Jiang Feng didn't speak. Indeed, he was not alone. Sometimes you have to act not only for yourself, but also for your family and friends. If you stay with the Duan family, you will be wiped out with a slap in the face. But what about after the showdown? He could just walk away and be at ease. But what about his parents, friends, close people? Will you be implicated by yourself? This is indeed a question worth thinking about. If your excellency thinks about it clearly, we will let the Duan family give you an explanation. A great master spoke solemnly. After seeing Jiang Feng's terrifying fighting power, the Duan family definitely doesn't want to fight him again. How precious is a great master, if it really falls into the hands of Jiang Feng, it is really not worth it. The interests of the family are clearly divided, and everything is solved in the direction of maximizing interests. Of course they wouldn't refuse if they could reconcile with Jiang Feng, and they couldn't even ask for it. It is acceptable for them to resolve the conflict at the cost of a collateral master and the headquarters of the Black Wolf gang being destroyed. After all, this paragraph of Shinja and the Black Wolf gang are the tools of the Duan family. Can. Jiang Feng nodded after thinking carefully. When people live in the world, there are bound to be all kinds of constraints. Unless he doesn't want to integrate into this society and break away from the whole human being, Jiang Feng won't completely tear his face in the end. Now the real culprit has been killed, and most of the anger in my heart has disappeared. Although the Black Wolf gang was a tool of the Duan family, the attack was led by Duan Shinja and planned by the Flying Fox mercenary group. It has nothing to do with the top of the Duan family. Now the two people who made plans are dead, otherwise Jiang Feng wouldn't give up so easily. Seeing Jiang Feng nodding, the two great masters finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were really afraid that Jiang Feng would run away, and no one could stop him. Chapter 48. Jiang Feng, are you all right? In the distance, a group of people came from the sky. Headed by three powerful masters. They are the director of Jinyu of Yuyang City, the director of different management, and the military commander of the Yuyang sub-military region. When they learned that Jiang Feng was attacked halfway and made a scene at the headquarters of the Black Wolf gang, they felt that something was wrong. Called a group of people who burned their buttocks to come. Lest something go wrong with Jiang Feng. This is the future hope of Yuyang City, who dares to move them and worry about anyone. What about people? The leader was a dignified middle-aged man in black armor. The visitor was not good, and it seemed that he was here to fight. He stared at the tiger's eyes and looked around, but he didn't see any trace of the Duan family's great master. Don't look, people have already run away. The eyelids of the great master of Jinan City jumped wildly. These people really don't know the truth. The two suddenly envied Yu Yang's colleagues. With such a monster out, it will be difficult not to get promoted in the future. Run away? Lao Hu, did you do it? Director Yu Yang Jinyu was puzzled. Glancing at the broken Xinchen building. There are many holes in the building, and all kinds of big pits are densely packed. The upper part of the building has become a shelf, the building has disappeared, and it has been burned to ashes, and only a few steel beams are left standing alone. It was really hard to hit, and after a while, the building is estimated to collapse. The hands of your people, Duan Yuanshan of the Duan family used burning blood, his right arm was broken by a punch, and then he was almost cut in half. Now he has gone to his old nest to recuperate. He burned too much blood, and now his blood is exhausted, and he has injured his source. He will not recover after a few years of careful recovery. Another great master twitched his face and spoke unnaturally. If you had come earlier, I guess he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. After thinking about it, he added. What? A group of people were dumbfounded and looked at Jiang Feng in disbelief. You broke through. Jinwu Chief Li Shizhong couldn't believe it, and the other two stared blankly. Heart attacked by 1,000 points. Isn't he only 18? This is so special, there is no news for a few days, and if he appears again, he will be able to beat a great master and run away? For a time, everyone had the feeling that they were living on a dog at an age. At the age of 18, he was still struggling in the martial artist realm. At the age of 18, he was already able to coerce one side, punching the family, and kicking the great master. If there is no comparison, there is no harm. It is also a human being. Why is the gap so big? No. Jiang Feng shook his head. The two great masters of Jin and Jinwu Bureau covered their faces and stayed away from this group of people who sang and harmonized. If you listen to it anymore, your mind will be shaken. Take care of yourself to deal with the follow-up matters. This battle has attracted a lot of attention. First of all, we have to operate the official force, work with the Duan family to block news and control public opinion. Then delete all the videos on the internet. One is a peerless genius who cannot be easily exposed, and the other is about the face of the family. Neither is willing to ferment and expand and spread to other cities. My God, you are truly beyond words to describe. Rich Shizhong felt inexplicably sad in his heart, and his body was completely beaten. My awakening talent is very strong, and it can allow me to leapfrog and fight against the Great Master. The realm has not yet broken through the Great Master. Jiang Feng thought it was better not to be so exaggerated, so he just gave a reason to explain. I see. Richie Chung sighed. His remarks made several people feel a lot better, at least they were balanced, and they would not be hit with doubts about their lives. After all, it is a talent beyond the level of awakening. It is not impossible to fight a great master with the body of a master. Although it is sensational, it is not impossible. This level of talent, no matter how defiant it is a matter of course. Use as little as possible in the future, so as not to be exposed. These families can have bad intentions. Li Shizhong did not forget to remind Jiang Feng that he had seen the documents presented by Zhou Weiping, and although he was shocked, he was still relatively calm. The director of the different management and the Yuyang army were not so good. Their brains seemed to be hammered, and they were in a mess, and they were still digesting amazing information. I am clear. Jiang Feng nodded. The appearance of the wind is light and the clouds are light, so that several great masters feel ashamed. Look what the reaction is. Such a heaven-defying talent is truly inhuman. It can actually make people leapfrog the Grand Master, and still have the upper hand. Metamorphosis is not enough to describe. He hadn't heard of such a terrifying evildoer to go against a big realm. The gap between the Master and the Great Master is too great. Those who can achieve are the best. At this level, talent and bloodline power become very common. They were once crowned as peerless geniuses, otherwise why would they step into this level? Now that he was beaten by a junior grandmaster, it was hard to believe that such a result would be the case. They suddenly remembered a sentence, "You have lived on dogs for hundreds of years." It really fits their situation. Okay, since you've solved it, let's go back first. Rich Shizhong waved to Jiang Feng, and was speechless to Jiang Feng. I don't want to talk to this guy anymore, it's too shocking. He led a group of people back to Yuyang City. At this time, Yuyang officials did not have a great master in charge, and the high-end combat power was depleted, so they had to rush back as soon as possible. Otherwise, it is difficult to keep the night and take the opportunity to cause chaos. Chapter 49. You fought with Duan Xinjia and Duan Yuanshan for a total of 13 minutes. Although you grasped the proportions, it did not spread to the outside world and controlled the battle in Xinchen building. But there are still 3,125 people whose eardrums are ruptured due to your fighting, causing intermittent deafness. 1,353 people are bleeding from 7 orifices, and they are unconscious. The traffic in the city center is almost paralyzed, and all walks of life have directly stopped operations, and the indirect economic losses caused have not yet been estimated. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, there is not a single piece of glass in all the tall buildings. And these are the losses caused by your control of the shot, plus the short-term battle. The top floor of Shuangmao building in Jinan City. A man with extraordinary temperament has a faint gaze. Looking at the dilapidated Xinchen building in the distance, half of the building was blown up, his tone was heavy. His name is Zhou Ming'an, and he came on behalf of the state government as the commissioner to adjust the conflict between Jiang Feng and the Duan family. It is a high-level Grand Master, suspected to be from an ancient family close to the official, with an extremely powerful bloodline talent. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. In this level of battle, accidental injuries are inevitable, he said. The scope of the war was indeed too wide. After all, the battle is in the bustling urban area, and even if it is extraordinarily controlled, damage will inevitably occur. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. The official evacuation was timely, preventing innocent people from being involved. It's all over, it doesn't matter. The strong have the privilege. Let me tell you, I just hope you can pay attention. Zhou Ming'an shook his head, turned around, and faced Jiang Feng. His face became solemn. Now the head of the Duan family apologizes to you personally, and compensates you with 10 billion in cash, as well as 10 sets of luxury manors in various cities, a piece of fear-level evil. You can enjoy the most distinguished guests in the industry under the Duan family's name for life, and you don't need to pay for shopping. How do you feel about this result? Zhou Ming'an took out a golden letter with the contents of the apology written by the head of the Duan family. The apology is very sincere, not only verbal apology, but also various real and huge compensation. It seems sincere. The Duan family lost their wife and lost their soldiers. They were the instigators of this dispute. They didn't manage their subordinates well, and they had to pinch their noses. Not bad. After Jiang Feng glanced at the content, he nodded and accepted it calmly. There was no shock or dissatisfaction, and he acted calmly. Those people are still sincere, and their beatings are still very effective. The grievances between you and the Duan family have been written off. They made a promise that all friends or relatives related to you in Jinan City will be taken care of and protected by the Duan family. As far as I know, you have a few friends here, and they can take off with the help of the Duan family. Zhou Ming'an suddenly laughed. He was referring to the families of Ning Shanshan and Su Ranting. Both of them are in business. With their relationship with Jiang Feng, the Duan family will definitely help. Business will be unimpeded in Jinan City. The Duan family was really frightened by this person, and the conditions he offered surprised him. There was a reason for the incident, and the face was lost, and the strong man sent came back with half his life. They saw Jiang Feng's potential, and they couldn't kill him. The feared future was liquidated, and they took the initiative to apologize. The meaning of the statement is almost to bow down. You must know that this is on the bright side, and there is a big family with 3 great masters. The real strength is much more than that. Except for the 3 great masters guarded by the bright side. There are also several great masters who live in seclusion or wander around. What is even more amazing is that the 2 supreme masters established the Duan family 300 years ago, and they are still alive and well. This is the true heritage of the Duan family, a real living fossil character. Therefore, the Duan family is the well-deserved overlord of Jinan, covering the sky with one hand, and its status cannot be shaken. Even the powerful institutions such as the Military Bureau and the Military Department have to give the Duan family face. Even in some big cities, the reputation is like thunder, which makes many aristocratic families jealous. Zhou Minggan also heard amazing news. The Duan family's apology this time is the meaning of a supreme master. When the Duan family founder learned of Jiang Feng's grievances with the Duan family, he was directly angry and severely reprimanded the current family owner. He also drenched the blood of Duan Yuanshan's scolding, who was half dead after returning, and almost caused a great master to be dealt with by family law. The Supreme Grand Master level knows far more than the Grand Master. The old ancestor may have known some secret news. Only then will he instruct the current Duan family patriarch to take the initiative to calm down and apologize. Jiang Feng said nothing. This is a bit strange. Are all the Duan family members with Stockholm Syndrome? Even Jiang Feng was a little surprised to treat himself like this after being disgraced. For a while, I wondered if their brains were broken by themselves. Your move this time has had too much impact, and even disturbed the state capital. Looking at Jiang Feng, whose expression did not change, Zhou Minggan continued to speak. Although many aristocratic families are afraid of you, it has also made more top families clear about your existence and talent. Bad things may be brewing, I hope you can think twice before making a move next time. Zhou Minggan said meaningfully. During this war, many ancient families noticed the existence of Jiang Feng. Start investigating his background. Such changes conflict with the thinking of the state government. He has not yet fully grown up, and he has exposed such a powerful potential, which may really lead to unexpected events. It is indeed too exaggerated for the Grand Master to defeat the Great Grand Master. There has never been a precedent in the history of US Who. The young man in front of him created a precedent. I know. Jiang Feng's tone was calm, and he took over an exquisite box, which contained the compensation from the Duan family, worth tens of billions. Chapter 50. Watching Jiang Feng leave, Zhou Minggan's eyes flickered. Yu Yang's gang actually let him participate in the war season training competition, a person who has the power to crush the great master. Tian Jiao. Zhou Minggan's expression became extremely strange. He knew the terrifying potential of this man. Before rushing to Jinan, he used his authority to investigate all information about Jiang Feng. Knowing that his real age was only 18 years old, he blasted the test machine with a punch a few days ago, alarming the state capital. Later, he awakened his talent, the vision soared into the sky, and the sky changed color, which was extremely amazing. It's a pity that he has insufficient authority, and he doesn't know what Jiang Feng has awakened. It is a SSSS level secret, and only a few people in Yuyang City and the state capital know it. The Grand Master has no right to consult the document that goes directly to the state capital. But it's not hard to guess. What Jiang Feng awakened must be an extremely heaven-defying talent. It is very likely that it is a top talent that has never appeared. It is very rare for ordinary people to awaken their talents. Not only have they awakened, but the awakened talent is still standing at the top. Zhang Wen, what do you think? Zhou Minggan asked. There was no one on the roof, as if talking to the air. He has shown enough talents: metal control, flame ability, teleportation, telescopic intake. A young man with sword eyebrows and star eyes walked out slowly, with an undisguised horror on his face. And the most perverted golden form, 2 rays can reimburse a great master. Speaking of this, he is already complaining, his mood is ups and downs, and it is difficult to calm down. The ability that Jiang Feng showed made people's scalp numb. They even had the idea of finding a piece of tofu to kill them. No less than 5 kinds of talents are still manifested. Who knows what unpredictable abilities he has left? The buff is full, and the whole body is a super luxurious suit. Compared with him, the genius who awakened a single talent is as desolate as the beggar on the street. No wonder Duan Yuanshan was beaten so miserably. Using the blood-burning ability at the bottom of the pressure box is still a trick. It's not much better to replace them. Can kill the blood-burning mid-level Grandmaster ultimate move in seconds, even if it can't kill them. But he was beaten all over the floor and couldn't escape. It is estimated that only the top Grandmasters who possess strong talents can barely compete with him. The level of awakening is only like this, no wonder the ancestor of the Duan family made such a decision. Zhou Mingyan felt that his worldview was shattered on the ground and could not be picked up. After thinking about it for a while, the Duan family's big concession is really wise. It's about the future. If such a person can grow up smoothly and break through into the otherworldly world, it will be a sure thing for the heaven and man to be one. Confronting an almost destined juvenile lord, you can't make such a stupid decision with your brain on your butt. That would lead the family to annihilation, and the glory of hundreds of years would vanish into thin air and become a thing of the past. The problem is that he is really only 18 years old, his parents are still alive, and the evildoer is not so demonic, his posture against the sky is indescribable. The young man with Jianmei and Xingmia was speechless and felt an unprecedented decadence. This statement is irrefutable. The two of them are people who have made rapid progress in the field of great masters. With the resources of the family, as well as his own potential and talent, at the age of 200, he is already a high-level grandmaster. The speed surpassed many peerless geniuses, but compared to Jiang Feng, it was nothing, and it was pitifully slow. They couldn't help but worry about the arrogances from all over US who coexist with such an inhuman monster in an environment. Row is that they are a little thrilling. Most of them are still warriors, and the best ones are nothing more than the so-called pride of heaven of warriors. After encountering this monster, whose combat power can crush the middle-level Grandmaster, how will it look like? I'm afraid he will suffer inhuman torture. You can imagine the consequences of putting an adult tiger into a flock of chickens. Sorry, this year's arrogance has suffered. The two of them shivered involuntarily, and the cold air was blowing. The people in Yuyang City were kicked by a donkey in their brains, so they threw this monster out to harm geniuses everywhere. Not to mention the young boys. If they were replaced by these old people who had lived for 200 or 300 years, they would be hammered all over their heads. This evildoer has the strength to kill the great master. If Duan Yuanshan hadn't realized that something was wrong, he would leave his face and run away, and if he slowed down, he would really die. The people in Yuyang City are really crazy. Zhang Wen said helplessly. Playing cards well, I played an unsolved king bomb. A conclusion can be drawn before the practice match begins. If it wasn't for Jiang Feng at the top of the list, he swore that he would swallow a ton of cement. I am afraid that many aristocratic families have cursed their mothers in their hearts. The successor of his baby is about to usher in the biggest blow in his life. As soon as Jiang Feng left, Ning Shanshan woke up. Knowing that Jiang Feng was alone to seek revenge, she immediately fell silent. Although she is worried, she believes in Jiang Feng's ability, and taking care of herself is the greatest help to him. On the contrary, Su Ranting has been in a state of anxiety and deep worry. She only knew that Jiang Feng was a master and did not pay attention to those details. Although the master can only look up to her, she knows that there are more powerful existences in Jinan City. Grandmasters are not invincible. This attack is extremely strange, and many things have not been reported by the official. It was deliberately concealed, only circulated in the upper classes, and was contained by an invisible force. With his father's energy, there is very little information that can be inquired. Many rich and powerful people keep it a secret. It is only known that this attack is related to the Black Wolf Gang. Because Ning Shinshan's father had a holiday with the Black Wolf Gang, this time it was for her. Su Ranting's father also revealed a terrible truth. The Black Wolf Gang is suspected to be an affiliate of the Duan family. Even if the Grandmaster can sweep the Black Wolf Gang, it will probably anger this behemoth and cause even greater disasters. The Duan family's prestige is known to anyone with a bit of identity. In Jinan City, it is even louder than the Jinwu Bureau. This behemoth is firmly in control of the city, and it is in full swing. Is the undisputed king. There is no shortage of masters in the Duan family. It is said that there is a strong man far above the Grand Master sitting in the town, and the power is creepy. So Su Ranting was extremely worried about Jiang Feng's comfort, for fear that something would happen to him. She was from Jinan City and knew the Duan family's prestige all too well. That is a family that even the military department and the Jinwu Bureau have to sell face. Shan Shan, are you all right? The voice suddenly sounded, causing the two women in the room to be stunned. Chapter 51. The two women looked at Jiang Feng, who suddenly appeared in the room, and their faces were stunned. You. Jiang Feng looked helpless as he looked at the two people who were scrambling to hang on him. I'm fine, don't worry too much. He coughed. Wangxiang Nephrite fell into his arms, who wouldn't be moved, let alone two beautiful beauties. Iron-struck men are going to get angry. Only then did the two women react, and they suddenly realized how intimate their actions were, and two red glows quickly flew on their faces. Your box? Su Ranting noticed the box he was carrying and asked in confusion. Didn't Jiang Feng go to the Black Wolf gang for revenge? Why did he bring a suitcase back? This puzzled her. On the contrary, Ning Shanshan was very thoughtful and guessed something. Her beautiful water-like eyes shone with brilliance. The compensation from the Duan family. Jiang Feng said indifferently. What? It was Su Ranting who exclaimed. She widened her beautiful eyes, full of wonder. A simple sentence, revealing too much information. Why did the Duan family pay her compensation for no reason? These aristocratic families are not charities. One can't be arrogant. If you want them to apologize willingly, you must have a hard enough fist. In other words, Jiang Feng made this famous overlord family in Jinan City bow their heads and had to apologize. Her little head was starting to run out of steam. What kind of freak is Ning Shanshan's classmate? To subdue the Duan family by herself is impossible in her opinion. But it is such a whimsical thing, it really happened, and it is still in sight. Sorry, Jiang Feng, you have been implicated because of my affairs. Ning Shanshan's eyes darkened and her tone was low. Although it wasn't intentional, she did cause trouble to Jiang Feng. The other party came for her, but Jiang Feng was affected, which made her blame herself. She didn't want to see others being implicated because of her. Ning Shanshan is a girl who understands reality very well. Self-definition is extremely low, thinking of yourself as a drag-and-drop bottle that doesn't help at all, only adds to the trouble. Jiang Feng looked at her deeply, a little lost. He found that Ning Shanshan was really inferior in front of him. Obviously it really has nothing to do with her, but she often finds the reason in herself. Don't be sorry, because your business is mine. Seeing that Ning Shanshan couldn't raise her head, he realized that he had lost his temper, smiled lightly, and embraced the other person's delicate body. Ning Shanshan was completely stunned, unexpectedly. Does Jiang Feng mean by directly treating himself as his girlfriend? The sudden huge surprise overwhelmed her mind. Both excited and apprehensive. She wanted to say something, but was blocked before she could say it. You. Su Ranting was dumbfounded, her eyes staring at the boss. The delicate and beautiful face was full of shock. How can this come to life without a word? Still in front of her. When she came back to her senses, her mood became indescribable. I was about to envy Ning Shanshan to death. A blessing in disguise, holding the heart of a young and strong man, in addition to envy is envy. But Ning Shanshan succeeded, she should not forget her good girlfriend. Jiang Feng won't mind either. Probably. She thought desperately. The air fell silent. Su Ranting didn't bother and started the timer secretly. Finally stopped at 3 minutes and 52 seconds. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Really thrilling, won't you suffocate? The strong is different, and the lung capacity is amazing. Of course, if she could, she would also like to experience such a thrilling thing. You can rest assured that the Duan family will not trouble you. They have already expressed their attitude. If you want, you can cooperate with the Duan family. Jiang Feng suddenly spoke and looked at Su Ranting, who was blushing. Cooperation with the Duan family. Su Ranting swallowed her saliva with a grunt, her tone uncertain. Cooperate with Jin and Overlord? This is something you can't even dream of. Well, people related to me can get the full help of the Duan family. This is their promise. Jiang Feng didn't care about Su Ranting's expression. He opened the box. Immediately, Ning Shanshan and Su Ranting, who had not recovered their senses, suffocated. There are 5 black dragon patterned cards in the exquisite and compact box. They are all wealthy daughters, and their vision is naturally not low. The dragon pattern black card was recognized. This is the dragon pattern black gold card that Daxia Bank has issued very little. Even an empty card is worth tens of millions if it is auctioned. It's not just money, it's a status and status symbol. The deposit of the dragon pattern black gold card must be no less than 1 billion, and 1 billion must be kept in the card before it can be activated. That is to say, these 5 cards alone have at least 5 billion deposits. This number is mind-blowing. Ning Shanshan, who has always had no concept of money, was surprised when she saw the 5 dragon-marked black cards. Su Ranting was even more stunned. This number is staggering. Even if all the fixed assets of the Su family are sold, the cash obtained cannot exceed 2 billion. And fixed assets cannot be sold at will. Such as real estate, luxury cars, land. The current cash that their family can come up with is only 400 to 500 million at most, and they can't spend it casually. It is necessary to ensure that the capital chain in business will not break. And Jiang Feng is carrying at least 5 billion in cash. The other party looked like he didn't care, which made people silent. There are not only 5 Longwen black gold cards in the box, but also a stack of property certificates as thick as a book. Tianfu Pavilion Sky Villa in the center of Jinan. Room 1, Yuyu, Kaiyang Building, Platinum Palace, Yuyang City. Jinghua No. 1 Manor in Yanchuan City. Huiban City No. 1 Street Shenxi Huading City Villa. Sets of real estate certificates were collected by Jiang Feng, and they were all expensive houses that sold for hundreds of millions or even billions. Jiang Feng didn't pay much attention to these real estate certificates, and took out a stack of gold foil paper from the box. These are made of real gold and bear the unique seal of the Duan family. And each one has the personal name of the head of the Duan family. It contains the true meaning of martial arts that belongs to him alone, and there is no imitation. With this gold foil, I believe they will be very happy to cooperate with you. Jiang Feng took out a piece of gold foil and handed it to Su Ranting. He doesn't care about cooperating with the Duan family, but if his friends need him, he doesn't mind helping. Just a little effort. This is a token given by the Duan family for Jiang Feng. Look closely, and there is Jiang Feng's name in the lower right corner of the gold leaf. The purpose is to use it for Jiang Feng's relatives and friends. This can also pull in the relationship with Jiang Feng. This. Su Ranting shivered softly, trembling with excitement, and took the gold foil. She knew that Jiang Feng regarded her as a friend, otherwise she would not have given her such a meaningful item. A small piece of gold foil paper symbolizes the takeoff of the family and the doubling of assets. Even if she doesn't care, her parents do care a lot. I want to know, how much did the Duan family pay you? Su Ranting asked courageously. Jiang Feng blurted out, 10 billion in cash, plus those properties, it's not clear. Chapter 52. You're uninvited, I'm disturbing my uncle. Jiang Feng looked apologetic. Without even saying hello, suddenly breaking into someone else's house and walking out of his daughter's room is indeed a bit excessive. Jiang Feng was also a little embarrassed. After all, it's very thought-provoking. No, it's an honor for Su to visit the poor house. If the master wants to come, the door of Su's house will be open at any time, and Su will be overjoyed. Su Hongchang didn't dare to care, and waved his hands again and again. Looking at the handsome young man, his attitude was extremely low and respectful. He knew that this seemingly young and excessive youth had earth-shattering strength. Let the patriarch of the Duan family apologize in person. The youthful appearance is nothing but an illusion. Therefore, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction with him suddenly appearing in his home and walking out of his precious daughter's boudoir. Instead, he was honored. After taking over the special gold foil paper made by the Duan family from his daughter, Su Hongchang knew that he would usher in the most glorious moment in his life. The Su family will flourish in his hands. It is the dream of many billionaires to have business cooperation with the Duan family. And all of this was brought about by the young man in front of him. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded. Su Ranting's father was overzealous. Of course he knew what the other party was thinking and wanted to be his father-in-law. But he's not someone who can't walk when he sees a woman. But Su Ranting, who rolled her eyes and lowered her head, didn't know what she was thinking. Sister Flower. This is extraordinary. He sighed inwardly. Looking at Ning Shanshan who was holding Jiang Feng's arm, Su Hongchang glanced at his daughter without a trace. I am anxious. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He is still very confident in his appearance. If his daughter can tie the knot with such a character, the Su family will really take off, and it will not be a problem for hundreds of years to flourish. In today's era, the status of warriors is extremely high, and polygamy is nothing new. Even the empire encourages warriors to be polygamous or polygamous. Because after becoming a warrior, life strength increases, and it is extremely difficult to give birth to offspring. Some centuries-old families may have only a dozen or so descendants, which is pitiful. Even if his daughter becomes that person's lover, it is a great blessing. As long as the news spreads, the Su family will benefit immensely. Countless big companies or big forces are scrambling to cooperate with the Su family. As a father, it appears to be pushing his daughter into the fire pit. In fact, it is not. In this era, people who have money cannot do whatever they want, but only with strength can they do whatever they want. Becoming a powerful spouse is the dream pursued by countless women. Walking out of Su's house, because Jiang Feng's car was destroyed, Su Ranting proposed to drive the two back to Yuyang. She naturally had Xiaozhiju in her heart, and took this opportunity to enhance her relationship with Jiang Feng. In this way, we are approaching the dream of two women serving one husband together. At this moment, a mighty convoy approached from a distance. At the beginning is a custom-made Ross extension sedan with a golden flying goddess logo on the front. There are a dozen cars in a row, all of them are all kinds of customized limited edition Ross cars. With such a huge pomp, people who don't know think that there is a political dignitary going out. The Ross convoy stopped in front of the Su family villa. Several people are all in shock. What is this for? Only Jiang Feng was calm. As soon as his consciousness swept away, he knew who was coming. Su Hongchang always felt that the team seemed very special. Somewhat familiar, suddenly, he saw a golden old Duan sign in front of the car. Duan family. Su Hongchang's face was full of astonishment. This turned out to be the Duan family's team. He once met a junior of the Duan family at a banquet. At the banquet, he was the protagonist of the much anticipated, and countless rich and powerful families were flattering. And sitting in the far corner, he didn't even have a chance to flatter him. The vehicle he was riding in had this kind of logo engraved, but it was much simpler than the team in front of him. It's just a silver label, not as dazzling as a gold label at all. The door of the Ross sedan, headed by him, opened, and a handsome and personable man came down. He looks very young, about the same age as Jiang Feng. There was an air of nobility between his brows. As he got out of the car, a row of big men in black suits came down from the convoy behind. The deep breath surprised Su Hongchang and the others. These people who looked like bodyguards were all warriors at the level of martial arts. The man walked quickly to Jiang Feng and bowed respectfully, in awe. Duan Shaiyu, the eldest son of the patriarch of the Duan family, has seen the adults. His words are very natural, not a bit far-fetched, it is his own will. As if bowing to Jiang Feng was a matter of course. The old ancestor was angry, scolded his father for his ineffectiveness, and the third uncle who shot privately went back and was almost disposed of by the family law. Duan Shaiyu was greatly impacted when he heard the words of the unfathomable ancestor who had reached the realm of transformation. If there were no accidents, he would definitely be named a marquis. These things were deeply imprinted in his mind and lingered. Therefore, when his father sent him to contact this person and told him to have other respects, Duan Shaiyu was not at all dissatisfied. He knew this was an opportunity and his honor must be sealed. He knew exactly what the concept was. In the whole of Yuezhu, there were no more than 2 palms, and his ancestors had only seen a few of those people. I once felt that I couldn't become a prince, but after all, I was just an ant. Thousands of years have passed, and those characters are still standing at the top of the world. Duan family sent you here. Jiang Feng didn't look at him and asked calmly. My father asked me to pick you up and return to Yang. Duan Shaiyu lowered his head and replied respectfully. Let those people go back, I don't like being too high profile. Jiang Feng glanced at the silent bodyguards, frowned, and ordered. Such a scene is rare, and there are already many people in the villa taking pictures with their mobile phones. Yes. Duan Shaiyu didn't say much, made a gesture, and all the well-trained bodyguards got into the car and left here. He personally opened the rear door and asked Jiang Feng and Ning Shanshan to get in the car. Then I glanced at Su Hongchang and Su Ranting, and took a deep note of this. People close to Jiang Feng are all distinguished guests of the Duan family. Then he acted as a driver himself and drove out of the villa area. Su Ranting stared at the long-distance car without saying a word. But you can see the reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Su Hongchang only recovered from the shock. The young master of the Duan family is the driver. In this scene, the entire Jinan cannot find a higher standard than this. The heir to the strongest family in Jinan city would actually bow down to his daughter's friend like a servant. If those dignitaries found out, their jaws would fall to the ground. Ranting, I have to tell you some things, some people and some things, if you miss it, there will be no chance. This kind of person is like a real dragon in the sky, who sometimes comes to the mortal world. Your future and the future of your family are all in your hands. Su Hongchang said solemnly. He could see the affection in Su Ranting's eyes. Such a perfect man would be moved by a woman, not to mention a girl who was just beginning her love life. Su Hongchang walked into the house. Some things are better for women. Let go of restraint, take the initiative, and put aside those useless ideological burdens. He is very good. You need to take the initiative, not wait for him. A beautiful middle-aged woman said in a low voice. She is persuading her daughter and opening her daughter's heart lock. As a girl's family, if there is no outsider to mention, some things are naturally hidden in the heart and dare not say it. Inherent modesty can become a hindrance instead. Because in the face of such excellent people, there is no possibility of further restraint. Do you expect the real dragon to soar for 9 days to come down to earth repeatedly for you, and actively pursue it? For a romantic and sweet love? What are you kidding? Who do you think you are? 9 Heavens Fairy? No initiative, no results. It is only possible to cook raw rice into rice. Chapter 53. After watching Ning Shanshan get out of the car and wave goodbye, Jiang Feng took out a cold box. The box is transparent and contains a black exotic stone. The stone is shaped like a sphere, dark and deep, with liquid flowing in it. In the perception, the majestic energy radiates from it. This is the source of darkness. The energy source taken from the body of the fear-level femininity. What makes Jiang Feng care about is not the majestic energy contained in Yin Yuan. Rather, detection of a terrifying and strange yin source. After absorbing it, you can get 40,000 energy. Do you want to absorb it? Jiang Feng's eyes flickered slightly surprised. It is even more bizarre than the peak level of the fierce level. It seems that the fear level negative object has ushered in a qualitative change, and something like the negative source was born. Jiang Feng cares a lot. It means that if he encounters a horror level strangeness, the source energy he obtains can increase a lot. The horror level weirdness he encountered last time was incomplete, just some body parts, he could understand without a source of darkness. This yin source is at the fear level, and the fear level is as strange as a great master. Jiang Feng weighed the box and seemed to speak intentionally or unintentionally. Duan Shengyu immediately understood, his ability to observe words and expressions is not weak. It was killed by the ancestors of the family. The fear level femininity is haunted, and the method is strange. It is much more difficult than human beings. If you want to run, it is difficult to keep them. He looked at the Yunyuan in Jiang Feng's hand through the rear-view mirror. Fear level yin source is so precious, it represents the essence of a fear level yin object, and the yin source can be directly absorbed by the human body after eliminating the negative. The effect is far from the nutrient solution that can be compared. Even the great masters are very beneficial. This piece of yin source was ordered by the ancestors himself. Otherwise, his father would be reluctant to take such a precious thing as compensation. The yin source of fear level femininity is priceless, not measurable by money. With the Duan family's hundreds of years of heritage, the fear level yin source is only 5 pieces. One of them has been taken by the dying third uncle. His condition is too serious. Even if he recovers without the source of yin, his strength will not be the same as before. The other piece was given to Jiang Feng as compensation. Now the Duan family has only 3 terror level sources left. Oh? Your ancestor is very strong. Being able to kill terror level femininity alone is not that simple. Jiang Feng didn't know that the Duan family still had the Supreme Master. Supreme Grand Master. Duan Shengyu opened his mouth. In the past, when he mentioned his ancestor, he would show a very proud expression. But in front of Jiang Feng, he always kept it in mind and did not dare to be complacent. Oh! Sure enough, Jiang Feng just gave a faint oh without any shocked expression. It is indeed a character who is bound to be enthroned. Duan Shengyu sighed. Given time, even the Supreme Master is nothing in front of him. In addition to the fear level femininity, can a ferocious level evil level femininity have a source of birth? Jiang Feng played with the box and asked casually. Very few. There is a certain probability that a complete yin source will be born in the fierce level, but the energy contained is not satisfactory. Under normal circumstances, it is an incomplete yin source, which has little effect on the existence of the Great Master. Duan Shengyu explained in detail. I see. Jiang Feng nodded. Then apart from femininity, can monsters and beasts give birth to something similar? He suddenly remembered Lin Ye who was killed by him. But he didn't know it at the time. He sacrificed the Chifeng Spear, and even if there was a similar magic source, it was blasted to ashes. I don't know about monsters, this race is too mysterious, and there is very little news. And most of them are not hostile to humans, often appearing in human form, and cannot be killed casually like femininity. Duan Shengyu continued to explain to Jiang Feng, very patient. As a direct descendant of the big family, he has a wide range of knowledge and knows secrets that many people do not know. When the fierce beast reaches a certain strength, a beast nucleus similar to the yin source will condense in its body. But the adults also know that the beasts are extremely powerful in physique, and their size and weight are inherently dominant. The existence of the condensed beast core is stronger than most of the great masters, and the combat power far exceeds that of the feminist, and it is more difficult to attack. And most of the beasts are in groups, and the beasts that have condensed a complete beast core have been born with wisdom, leading a group, or staying with other intelligent beasts. It's really troublesome to attack. Once you do it, it's like poking a hornet's nest, and the beasts riot and attack in groups. Even if there are many great masters working together, it will be difficult to resist. Duan Shaiyu drove seriously while telling his experiences. Jiang Feng asked so many things, and he answered them respectfully, without showing any impatience on his face. Jiang Feng saw his performance in his eyes. If he can be loyal enough, he doesn't mind cultivating the other party as his subordinate. He needs some ears, eyes, and power. After all, he can't do everything himself. There are times when you can't do everything. The border of Yuezhu faces the Tianyu Mountains, where there are countless powerful beasts. Every time the beast riots, the border will suffer heavy casualties. With the current level of technology, except for a few electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons that can tear apart the body surface of these monsters, most conventional gunpowder weapons are difficult to damage them. Even some powerful beasts can resist a nuclear explosion head-on and remain intact, and the beasts that have evolved to that level are comparable to the lords. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows. He had already heard about the power of the beast group. During the Dark Ages, the despair and helplessness came to the fore. Humanity is really close to being wiped out. If it weren't for the fact that the heaven and earth were suitable for the beasts to live in, the beasts would no longer compete with humans for habitat. Perhaps humanity has disappeared into the long river of history. A custom-stretched Ross sedan is parked in front of the villa. Duan Shaiyu got out of the car first and respectfully opened the car door for Jiang Feng. "You are very good." Jiang Feng glanced at him lightly and left a sentence. "This guy is very good." His first follower was him. "War season experience match, you and I walk together." Duan Shaiyu was stunned for a while, looking at Jiang Feng's back. A joy flooded into his heart. As Jinnan's top talent, he must have a place in the war season training competition. His family background is strong, he is the parent and son of a great master, and his foundation and talent are extraordinary. Even in the training competition that brings together the entire Yuezhu talent, the background and talent are still the first. But there are many talents there, and there are many people who are evenly matched with him. Although he is confident, he cannot guarantee that he will be able to squeeze into the top 30. As for the top 10, he did not dare to hope that the 10 thrones were reserved for the evildoers of the state city. There were no accidents in previous years, and the top 10 were all the arrogance of the state city. But this year, the inherent rankings that have lasted for many years will be broken. There is no doubt that the first place is this person. Even if the 572 people who participated in the competition were replaced by grandmasters, the first place would only be him. In less than 10 strokes, the blood-burning talent was activated, and the third uncle at the level of the intermediate grandmaster almost died. His father admitted that he is far inferior to him, and the ending of the 3 great masters of the Duan family will not change. The combat power is shocking and weeping ghosts and gods, and it is difficult to resist in the realm of the great master. With this evildoer who subverts people's views covering him, he can walk sideways in the practice match. There is great hope to squeeze into the top 20. It's hard not to get excited. Chapter 54. System: Perform 6 Myriad Realms Extractions. The 40,000 source energy absorbed by the fear level Yin source, and the 18,000 source energy obtained by killing Duan Xinjia. There are also the thousands of energy left before, which can be extracted 6 times from Myriad Realms. The world is being randomly selected for extraction. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a Taurus LP700 sports car. Congratulations to the host for getting a can of century-old wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the incomplete treasure bone. Congratulations to the host for getting 100 lonja rice. Congratulations to the host for getting a good horse, Jiaoma. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the tiger demon bone fist. It's really broken. Jiang Feng was holding a huge bone that was 2 meters long, and one person hugged it together, frowning slightly. This bone weighs tens of thousands of pounds, and I don't know what kind of beast it is. There are mysterious runes on the surface of the bones, which are a primitive treasure of branding. It is a pity that it is really incomplete, and the treasures contained in it have been erased, and now only faint residues remain. Jiang Feng sighed with regret. He was reluctant to throw away such a big bone, maybe it was left by some powerful beast. There is no way for the treasure to disappear. But the big bones are like white jade on the outside, and there are bright lights on the inside, and it is a good thing at first sight. That which glows within is the marrow. It has amazing value. Based on the residual breath, Jiang Feng speculates that this fierce beast was extremely powerful during his lifetime. One bite should be able to kill the monster in the Marquis realm back then. Such a valuable bone, it is a pity to throw it away, and it is not bad to use it to stew a pot of soup. It definitely tastes fresh. Throwing the white jade bones into the system storage space, Jiang Feng thought. A dagger-like, crystal-clear rice appeared in his hand. Lonja rice. Each grain of lonja rice is 3 feet, 3 inches, and 3 miles long. It looks like a dragon's teeth, and it is said that it uses divine thunder as fertilizer. It matures after 10 years of growth, and the medicinal properties are strong but not violent. Ordinary people can eat it directly, and they will not be hungry for a year after eating one. If a martial artist takes it for a long time, he can become a martial artist. The food of Teiku Tian Long. The jade-like rice in the hand is shiny, attractive, fragrant. All of a sudden it whetted the appetite. He knows the origin of lonja rice, which is the unique food of the ancient Tianlong family in the world of the sun god. It is very precious. Long-term use can create a large number of strong people and strengthen the entire ethnic group. Even the Holy Emperor of the human race has conquered the dragon clan for this, in order to obtain the dragon tooth rice. However, Jiang Feng only has 100 tablets, which is too small. Moreover, the planting requirements of lonja rice are extremely demanding, and it is a fool's dream to want to plant it under the current conditions of the world. Lonja rice cannot be planted with ordinary soil. First, 5-color soil must be refined, and then watered with jade spring water. At the same time, it is necessary to control the thunder and anger, and the essence of the sun and the moon can be successful with the cooperation of the sun and the moon. All kinds of things Jiang Feng only has part, he still has some divine spring water, but unfortunately the quantity is too small. The power of thunder, he might be able to replace it with the golden thunderbolt of An Lan's spear. But humiliation is more majestic than Wang. The dignified Immortal King Zushu used it as food for the rice, and the bigger lost quickly. An Lan knew that he might have to cross the border to hunt him down. Even if you have the above conditions, you still need suitable land and the essence of heaven and earth. He can't figure out these two things at all now, and he has to give up the idea of planting by himself. If there is a lot of divine spring liquid to water a piece of spiritual land, that's okay. Jiang Feng came up with a whim and felt that his idea was feasible. However, with a large amount of water from the divine spring, the royal family of the Holy Land in a leaf that covers the sky does not dare to be so extravagant. This is the divine liquid that nourishes the elixir of immortality, and a drop is precious and invaluable. Lonja rice watered with Shenchuan liquid is definitely more effective than the original version. Not to mention the golden lightning that is bigger than the king's spear. His thoughts were all on lonja rice. The rest of the things that were extracted, the Jiaoma let him take a look. Currently placed in another living space, staggered from Bajhunji. I have to say that this horse is quite handsome. 3 meters high, there is a trace of mottled Jiaolong blood. The head bears a single horn, the 4 hooves are like claws, and there is a lintel tail. The whole body is covered with black scales, and it is extremely powerful. When he rode out, Bagram had great fighting power. Someone told him to dismount and fight. Jiang Feng could also let the Jiaoma go over and kick the opponent to death. Take one and try. Jiang Feng took out the silver iron pot and placed the lonja rice in it. Golden flames gushed out, burning raging, and under the terrifying high temperature, ripples appeared in the space. When a piece of lonja rice is cooked, it becomes a big pot, which becomes a thick rice porridge. Floating with pearl-like grains of rice, the fragrance washes the pores of the body and penetrates deep into the bone marrow. Jiang Feng took a mouthful of rice porridge, and suddenly there was something strange in his eyes, and he noticed the difference. Lonja rice is different from the elixir he has taken, it does not need to be digested at all, and it is directly transformed into the purest energy after eating. It fuses with blood and bone marrow, and slowly transforms people's physique. Ordinary people eat for 2 or 3 years, and they can directly become the Supreme Grand Master, and they are expected to become a Marquis for more than 10 years. Good things, but unfortunately too few. Jiang Feng let out a breath of heat and said with emotion. If he takes it for his relatives for a long time, then he doesn't have to worry too much about their longevity. Chapter 55. Director Li? Will the war season experience be postponed? 20 days later? Good. Jiang Feng hung up the phone quietly. Regarding the war season experience competition, there is news from Rich Zhong. Originally, Zhou Weiping was responsible for notifying this kind of thing. But now Jiang Feng's fighting power is too terrifying. Several great masters in Yuyang are particularly attentive, and they do everything themselves to ensure that they are correct. For some reason, the practice match was delayed for a while. 20 days is enough for him to do a lot. It is estimated that the big monster will come in these few days, and I just have time to kill it. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows. His parents were at home. Who would ring the doorbell? Xiao Feng, go open the door and see who is coming. Ziyufen's voice came from the kitchen. It is good. He replied. His consciousness reached out of the door unconsciously, and his expression suddenly became strange. An unexpected person. Why did you come to me? Outside the gate, Jiang Feng looked a little bad. The young man standing in front of him was pale and frightened. Jiang Feng was not surprised that the other party could know his residence. With the energy of a great master, finding someone's home couldn't be easier. He wondered why Bai Mu dared to come here. I was so frightened last time that I didn't expect that I would dare to go alone. Is this the source of energy? Sir, there is a strong man in our organization who wants to see you. Look at it. Bai Mu stood in front of this great devil, as if carrying a mountain on his back. He was so stressed that he almost suffocated. He bit his head and carefully said what he meant, carefully observing the other party's facial expressions. For fear that Jiang Feng would kill him if he disagreed. The near-fatal experience that night had cast a great shadow on him. Even if the powerhouse of the organization came to Yang, he did not feel any sense of security. No one can stop the feudal lord to kill a person, even a strong person of the same level. Those people don't care about the life of a great master at all. Even if he was slaughtered by Jiang Feng on the spot, the organization behind him would not have much trouble. After all, he's not really an important person, just the head of a small city. Oh! Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows. This look made Bai Mu's face pale, his heart seemed to be pinched, and he didn't dare to make a sound. Organizing strong. Chewed the sentence. Jiang Feng had already guessed who was behind Bai Mu. Both are monsters, and both have mentioned the word organization. There is no doubt that the person who wants to see him is Yuan Rangheng, who had a relationship with Taiyu. Just when Bai Mu was about to collapse in this depressing atmosphere, the atmosphere suddenly changed from cloudy to sunny. Address. Jiang Feng spoke calmly. The 368th floor of Yuyang World Trade Building. Bai Mu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and let out a careful sigh of relief. He took out a golden business card and solemnly handed it to Jiang Feng. Hey? Xiao Feng, is this your friend? Why did you keep him standing at the door for so long, without any hospitality? Ziyufen took off her apron and saw the two people standing outside the door talking. Seeing Bai Mu's youthful appearance, he didn't think much about it, and thought it was Jiang Feng's classmate or friend. She said enthusiastically, "Student Xiao Feng, let's go after eating here so late." "No need for aunt, I'll ask Jiang Feng to say something." Bai Mu had a strong smile, but did not dare to agree at all, and politely refused. "Just kidding, let him eat at Jiang Feng's house. It really kills people." He suddenly discovered a big problem. Jiang Feng's parents, who are preparing meals, are actually masters. He was extremely shocked, knowing that Jiang Feng's father was only an intermediate warrior, and his mother was an ordinary person. "After just a few days, I became a master. The speed is too exaggerated." But he didn't dare to show it on his face. To spy on the secrets of a vassal, 100 lives are not enough to die. I can only sigh that the means of people at that level are terrible, and even a grand master can do it quickly. What he didn't know was that the lords had no such means at all. It is Jiang Feng who is so special that he can extract the spiritual materials and treasures of the world, and wash the impurities of the body for his relatives to enhance his physique. The realm of the master can only be formed by comprehending the artistic conception of heaven and earth. With the resources of this world, it is not so easy for an ordinary person to become a grand master. It is also difficult for the lords to make ordinary people become masters within a few days. This field requires water mill time to polish slowly, and it cannot be accomplished overnight. "You can leave now." After taking the golden business card, Jiang Feng said lightly. Bai Mu, who got permission, hurriedly left here. Midnight. The top of the World Trade Center. "Meet again." Yuan Rangkung turned around with a smile on his face. Chu Yi stood beside him, smiling as well. "I knew it was you." Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he walked over slowly. "I finally know who was the one who made the big noise outside Yuyang City. It turned out to be you." Yuan Rancheng's voice was suddenly low and his expression became solemn. "Why, the person who killed you came to me to ask the teacher for guilt." Jiang Feng sat down calmly. Gu Ziyi poured himself a cup of tea without raising his eyelids. Yuan Rangkung didn't say a word, and neither did Chu Yi. After half an hour. "Haha, I've lived for more than 1,000 years and my brain is still normal for a madman who doesn't know how to live or die." Yuan Rangkung and Chu Yi looked at each other, suddenly burst out laughing, and took their seats one after another. Chapter 56. 1,000 years? You lived that long? On the contrary, Jiang Feng was surprised. The Dark Ages are only 500 years away. Going back 1,000 years ago, wouldn't it be that Daxia was in the age of the ancient feudal dynasty, and he had already walked the world? Didn't it mean that after the Dark Ages, when the spiritual energy recovered, human beings began to break the limit, and martial artists appeared one after another? He found that the more and more he didn't understand the world. It's not just me, to be precise, most of the lords are old antiques that survived in ancient times, including the few in US who are almost the same age as me, or even older. Do not you know? Yuan Rangkung was also surprised by Jiang Feng's reaction. Isn't this well known in the world concept of the feudal lords? Why, Jiang Feng had never heard of these. Or, you have risen in modern times and haven't learned about it. Yuan Rancheng's tone was surprised. This is the only possibility. Almost. Jiang Feng did not deny it. After all, what he asked was very general, and it was considered modern a few days ago. I want to know, why did an extraordinary person like you appear 1,000 years ago? Listen to your tone, in that era, it seemed that there were not a few people like you. Jiang Feng is very curious about what happened in the past years. The news from the mouths of these powerful people overlooking the world is diametrically opposite to what is recorded in history. The time offset is too far. Several centuries away. The great change of heaven and earth actually started 2,000 years ago. Feminine things and beasts have appeared and existed for a long time. But then the spiritual energy was exhausted, and the heaven and earth returned to the beginning, and they disappeared again. The truth was covered up by various dynasties, so there are so many legends and rumors among the people, and those are all real things that happened. But most of the cracks 2000 years ago poured spiritual energy, and there were only a few otherworldly creatures, which created many strong people, which is different from the subversive Big Tear 500 years ago. Yuan Rangkung took a sip of tea, as if telling a story. Since there are so many powerhouses accumulated over the millennium, why is humanity still completely defeated? Jiang Feng was even more surprised. After thousands of years of accumulation, the strong are as numerous as stars. Even if the technology is not as developed as it is now, it will not be so miserable. You don't know what the meaning of a full-scale invasion is. 20 years of darkness have killed more than 500 lords. 3 of the kings above heaven and earth have fallen. Yuan Rangkung said a very surprising news. The entire US who has a population of nearly 5 billion, and there are fewer than 10 lords. And the Dark Age was only 20 years, and more than 500 princes died. It really fell like a meteor shower. You must know that every monarch is equivalent to a mobile high-yield hydrogen bomb. As long as he is not hit by tens of millions of tons of nuclear bombs at zero distance, he can walk out of the nuclear explosion unharmed. However, more than 500 such existences died, and even 3 kings above the feudal lords died. The current empire seems to be more prosperous, but in fact its strength has regressed by an unknown amount. 500 years ago, the empire had absolute dominance over all parts of the country. But in that war, the aristocratic family did not work hard, and even took the opportunity to expand, and the empire was in crisis and unable to govern. After the end of the war, many noble families even dared to defy official orders. Jiang Feng sighed. It is no wonder that the current family is so rampant, obedient to the official. It was really too much consumption back then, and after finishing most of the 1,000 years, he had lost his prestige, and even the aristocratic family who used to bow their heads and be their ministers dared to stand up and contradict. It's a sadness to have done everything to keep this country, but in the end. It's time to talk about the purpose of your invitation to me. I think it's not just here to drink tea and watch the moon, right? Jiang Feng did not forget the key points of tonight. History has become the past, and grasping the present is the key. 2 days later, the ancient underground palace opened, and the evil god of another world came. Yuan Rangkung threw out a shocking news. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered. So you want to invite me with you? That's right. Yuan Rangkung nodded. He continued, that thing seemed to know that someone would stop it, and opened 2 cracks, one in the middle of the straight line distance between Tianxing City and Yuyang City. The other one is near Chongning City. We are the only feudal lord in US who. I am short of manpower. There are 2 positions. I can only invite you to join us. Jiang Feng squinted his eyes and said, why don't you cooperate with those big men in US who? Why did you find me? Yuan Rangkung smiled calmly and said, I don't like to cooperate with people who are insatiable and intriguing, especially those aristocrats. Seeing Jiang Feng's doubts, Yuan Rangkung had no choice but to explain, it's an aristocratic family with a lord in charge, which means that it is as high as the stars and never falls into the world. After the vitality of the empire was severely damaged, their forces were able to expand and become stronger. Unless the empire returns to its peak, the status of the Xing Chen family will always be so detached. Never fall? Hehe, when the stars are bleak and shattered, they also claim to never fall. Jiang Feng is not interested in these so-called star families. In his eyes, they are all pitiful worms who are sitting on the well and watching the sky, ignorant of the vastness of the world. If he was truly invincible, he would have revolted against the empire long ago, and he would have no need to be honored in one place. Will those star nobles participate? Jiang Feng is more concerned about this. Whoever dares to fight with him will die. Of course they will, but they lack information. They only know about the crack in Chongning City, not as much as we know. After Yuan Rangkung finished speaking, he glanced at Chu Yi. Being able to find 2 cracks can be said to be the credit of Chu Yi. His space system ability is connected with Taiya's space node, and only 2 cracks were found. Not only that, his bloodline also seems to have the ability to track and search. There should be no talents in this area in the family, so the information I learned is incomplete. I'm going to Chongning to meet those old friends who are not very friendly. Yuan Rangkung smiled, as if remembering something old. He misses the old friend he hasn't seen for many years. You are so relieved to let me go to Tianxing City, not afraid of any trouble. Jiang Feng has no opinion, no matter where he goes. As long as he can earn energy, he doesn't care. No, it's not that easy to die, and it's not the war 500 years ago. Yuan Rancheng's tone was calm. Based on his understanding of Jiang Feng, the opponent's strength is even higher than his own, and it is not so easy to die. This man is very demonic and elusive. I don't even know some basic news, but it's so powerful. Very evil, this is Yuan Rancheng's evaluation. At this level, even if the heart is poached and the body is 90% destroyed, it can be quickly reorganized. Extremely hard to kill. It is almost impossible to kill a prince one-on-one. Even if it is a feudal lord who has accumulated for thousands of years, it is impossible to wipe out the other side in a life and death battle with the first-level feudal lord whose foundation has not yet been established. Can't stop trying to escape. Forgot to mention, the evil gods from outside the realm did not come to the realm, they just sent their wills to this world. This time it is not good, and it wants to come, but the world will extremely reject the arrival of these powerful beings, and it only needs to be obstructed a little. Our target is mainly the source of those fear level and evil level femininity. When the evil god descends, the yin is overwhelming, and the yin is bound to be attracted to one side, and everyone is rushing to this point. Yuan Rangkung said solemnly. He and Chu Yi have been studying 2 cracks. Many doorways were found. The evil god who came this time is different from the past. He has opened 2 cracks. He wants to truly break the world's impediment and come and wash the world with blood. Chapter 57. You are very strong, and even I can't see through you. I want to invite you to join our organization. Yuan Rangkung looked serious and looked at Jiang Feng. Chu Yi, who never interrupted, also stared at Jiang Feng, wanting to see how he would express his position. If Jiang Feng agrees to join the organization, their influence in Yuezhu will skyrocket. The 2 feudal lords, the Xing Chen family that dominates the city, must be afraid and dare not act rashly. Why? Jiang Feng didn't say a word, and asked, as a monster, isn't it funny that you attract a human to join? Yuan Rangkung shook his head. For profit, nothing is impossible, the energy of the organization is beyond your imagination, there are many people like me, and there are not a few human beings. We have our bases all over the country, and the Star family cannot compare to us in terms of information and intelligence. If our forces come together, no one will remain indifferent, not even the Empire. I hope you will seriously consider that, with your strength, join us, you can get anything you want, and you can know a lot of secrets that cannot be revealed. He is very sincere and sincerely invites Jiang Feng. This is a great power, and the potential may be higher than himself. It is very extraordinary. After hundreds of years, there is a possibility of breaking through the realm of the king. Sorry, I refuse. Jiang Feng didn't think about it and refused directly. He has no idea of being under people. With his strength, he can completely stand on his own, there is no need to join other forces, and he is bound by various rules and regulations. What a pity! Yuan Rangkung shook his head regretfully. But we're still partners, right? He turned around and smiled. It is. Jiang Feng drank a cup of tea and did not deny it. The door of the organization is always open to you, if you have trouble, you can come to us for help, we will be happy to help you. When he was done he laughed to himself. What kind of trouble can stumbling a strong man? Such an existence has too many choices, and there is no desperate situation. I remember. Jiang Feng replied calmly. Of course he knew the strength of Yuan Ranchen's organization, which was the strength of an entire ethnic group. Looking at the world, no one can ignore it, and even before the war, its influence is unparalleled. From the point of being able to drive a vassal, you can spy on the tip of the iceberg of this huge organization. The Xian existence behind that, in all likelihood, is the powerhouse above Feng Kao. Even Jiang Feng had to look at that realm and couldn't ignore it. Without using the Chifeng Spear and many secret techniques, his physical body is almost standing at that level, comparable to the king. This is not unacceptable. People like Yuan Rankheng have lived for thousands of years. The age of the king is definitely more than that, and it is impossible to say that they have lived from the beginning of civilization to the present. Witnessing the rise and fall of each era, thousands of years of change, it is not surprising that it can have the most terrifying power. After all, if a pig has lived for so long, it can become the beast king who dominates the mountain range. In just a few days, he has equaled the distance of 2,000 years. In contrast, they are even less able to accept this fact. Tianxing City is 1,300 kilometers away from Yuyang. The terrain here is uneven, the terrain is complex and diverse, and it is composed of mountains and hills. 2 days later, at 6 o'clock in the evening, at sunset, at Tianxing Airport, a large passenger plane slowly landed. 343 kilometers left. Looking at the location marked on the phone map, Jiang Feng frowned. That guy Chu Yi doesn't know what the hell is going on. He ran to the squatting spot in advance without saying a word, and only sent him a coordinate. There was no one to answer. Boom! The muffled thunder exploded, the sky became gloomy, and thunder streaked across the thick black clouds. After a while, it suddenly started to rain heavily. The passengers who were caught off guard were drenched in soup. One by one, they ran to the covered bridge to take shelter from the rain, complaining that the weather was going to change. A coincidence. The invisible field on Jiang Feng's body was opened, and the torrential rain couldn't get close to him. There seems to be a sense of depression in the world. Everyone had a worried look on their face. Is that thing that strong? The momentum brewing before the arrival can trigger changes in the world, affecting hundreds of kilometers of heaven and earth. The stronger, the more excited Jiang Feng is. I'm really looking forward to it. With an inexplicable smile on his face, the field was isolated from the rain, and he walked out of the airport indifferently in the eyes of many people. Dad, why can't the rain catch that big brother? A little girl held her parents' hands, raised her head in confusion and asked, her big black eyes full of curiosity. Grandmaster, that big brother is Grandmaster. His father's eyes were unbelievable, and he actually saw a Grandmaster with his own eyes. Wow, the Grandmaster big brother is so powerful, and Ting Ting will be as powerful as the big brother in the future. The little girl's soft voice sounded, full of innocence. Right here. Jiang Feng and Chu Yi stood in the air, looking at the red muddy land below. Yes. Chu Yi nodded. I thought you had broken in so early. Jiang Feng glanced at him and fell slowly. It's not yet the opening time. You can only enter when it really comes. At that time, there will be a lot of femininity. Remember to leave some for me. Chu Yi held the blue light in the palm of his hand, and layers of strange fluctuations were emitted, which was the power of space. On your own. Jiang Feng only said one sentence. If there are enough femininities, he doesn't mind leaving a little to Chu Yi. The premise is to eat meat Chu Yi and drink soup. There was a faint vibration on the ground, very slight, and both of them noticed it. Cracks opened on Chang Ning's side, one step ahead of us. Chu Yi closed his eyes and felt the fluctuation of feedback. We're going to open here too. Suddenly, he retreated violently and fled back to the sky. The ground cracked, the hills collapsed, and the entire land suddenly collapsed and sank, and the monstrous yin air permeated out. The whole sky was dark, with lightning and thunder, the humming wind hung up, and the sounds of ghosts and wolves were bursting. Coming! Chu Yi stared at the bottomless pit that was quickly formed, his eyes shining. The evil god of another world, come! Chapter 58. There seems to be a giant beast opening its mouth under the ground. The earth with a radius of 100 meters fell like a cliff, and was swallowed up in an instant. It was a terrifying vortex, swirling with extremely rich and monstrous yin qi. One after another yin qi is like a tornado, one after another, almost turning into a liquid yin mist that sweeps the earth. In an instant, it was like frost, moon, and flying snow, and the bone-chilling cold enveloped dozens of miles around. Such strong fluctuations! A dignified expression appeared on Chu Yi's face. He began to wonder if it was the will of the heretic god or the arrival of his true body, and the movement was astonishing. The whole world that can be seen is dark and covered by the incessant yin qi. The yin realm is open, let's enter. Chu Yi turned his head, but only saw a golden light and thunder blasting into the abyss, and the golden thunder burst into pieces. The surging ocean of yin was torn apart. The vortex like a cyclone exploded directly and was torn apart. That thunderbolt has the power of the most masculine, piercing the darkness, and it is extremely dazzling. Chu Yi watched this scene speechlessly, and held back the words he had not finished speaking. It's really high profile, he muttered to himself. The next moment, he turned into a blue light and followed Jiang Feng. My lord! Great and supreme god of yin, your servant asks your will to come and rule this earth. In the huge underground palace, a grotesque array of femininity bowed reverently under the altar. The hoarse and obscure voices continued, like countless people whispering in secret. At the front is an extremely old man, his skin is dark and wrinkled, like lime, and like old tree bark. His face was pale and withered, he was wearing a red shroud, and he was holding a black wooden staff in his palm as dry as a branch. The wooden staff is very strange, with ancient incantations in the shape of snakes, and green ghost fires dancing on it. Like a priest, it opened its hands crazily and looked at the altar reverently. Weird and obscure syllables were uttered aloud. Behind him, a black mass of visible or invisible femininity knelt down, worshipped at the altar, and muttered words. But it is not a human language at all, but an ancient and unknown language. One after another blood-colored lines spread from the layers of stairs to the altar, like blood flowing, gathering on it. Great God of Yin, the servants are waiting for your will to come. It seems that their devout prayers worked, and the presence on the altar answered them. My servant! The low voice was like a whisper of a ghost and a god, and it spread throughout the underground palace. The blood lake roared up, reflecting thousands of blood lights. The pupil that filled the entire blood lake became more and more solid. It's like casting your eyes from another world to see through the obstacles of time and space. The cracks above the altar continued to widen, and a dense black mist surged. The blood light dissipated, the pupils disappeared, and the blood lake lost its strange characteristics and became ordinary. It seemed that everything was silent. However, the densely packed female creatures below became even more frenzied. He chanted a spell in his mouth, communicated the will that spanned the two realms, and provided coordinates and directions. Boom! The entire altar as huge as a pyramid trembled violently, and thousands of tons of blood spilled out. With the crisp sound of glass shattering, the cracks in the void completely shattered. Formed a bottomless vortex like a black hole. A huge ancient coffin that was as black as ink flew out at an extremely slow speed. There is an invisible force hindering it, it is difficult to move forward. Even if there are dozens of powerful feminists chanting incantations below, it can only speed up the black coffin a little bit. That is the power of the law of the world, hindering it, the whole world is repelling, and it is difficult to integrate. Because the laws are different and the differences are too great, we can only break through the power of the ubiquitous laws little by little and slowly integrate into this world. At this moment, a thunder-like roar sounded in the underground palace. The terrifying shock wave rolled up more than 10 meters high, like a stormy wave sweeping the underground palace. Boom! The extremely hard black stone floor spread out tens of meters of cracks, and it couldn't bear the majestic impact like a mountain. The underground palace is really huge, like a town, and there are huge pillars clasped by dozens of people standing everywhere. The stone statues were arranged in an odd order. The space was so high that it couldn't reach the top. Jiang Feng flew supersonic for more than 20 seconds before reaching the bottom. It is conceivable how wide it is. Below the altar, the weird people who were worshipping the black coffin devoutly sighed together and looked back. It's him, the human who wiped out my body. The headless figure crawls at the back of the strange group, sensing the familiar aura, and the voice is extremely resentful. Because of its sharp decline in strength, it has been very unpopular in recent days, and it is often provoked and disdained by femininity. All this was brought about by that human being. After a while, a cold voice sounded, indifferent. Go to a few of you, get rid of that human being who doesn't know whether to live or die, and disturb the coming of my lord. Sin deserves death. The rotten old man at the head spoke, his voice was as sharp as a knife, and it was terrifying. Hiss! The taste of a strong human being. The ripples fluctuated, and the giant snake sank into the darkness. I'll go as well. The illusory figure is hazy, it is a fierce and strange wind, and a white figure can be vaguely seen. Supreme Grand Master. Haha. The four-armed man with a calm expression on his face walked out, sneered, and was extremely disdainful. The whole body was covered with black energy, and he stepped out of the dark curtain like ink. Yaksha, you go out too, the Lord is at the most critical moment now, and there is no room for interruption. The turbid white eyes of the rotten old man were glowing with black ons, and he looked at a monster with black wings and a snake tail crawling behind it. Yes, priest. The human snake-tailed monster had a respectful attitude, flapped its wings, held a trident, and rose into the sky. Chapter 59. Interesting place. The floor under his feet shattered into pieces. Jiang Feng looked at the underground space with a calm gaze. This underground palace is very strange and huge. In the perception, there are many negative things gathered together in the deepest part of the underground palace, as if performing some kind of mysterious ritual. Chu Yi followed behind him, and the fluctuations in the deepest channel made him frown. There are several powerful auras, comparable to the Supreme Master. There is even one that is comparable to him. There was also a fluctuation that made his body instinctively tremble, flickering and disappearing. I think it is the Yin God who is about to descend on this world. It is definitely a terrifying existence standing in the monarchy. This may be the will of the other party, it is hard to imagine how terrifying and powerful his real body is. Let's go to hinder the arrival of the Yin God first, and it's enough to hinder it a little. It is bound by the power of the world. It is not so easy to succeed. Chu Yi reminded that his strength is not enough, and he can only rely on Jiang Feng to stop him. He was afraid of that thing. Such otherworldly Yin gods are too mysterious, full of ominousness and terror. If you leave it alone, there is a chance that it will break through the obstacles and come. At that time, it will be a catastrophe, and the entire land will be devastated. Not urgent. Jiang Feng's face was unwavering and unmoved. Obstruction? He wished that the other party could break through the barrier and arrive. This is the main point of this trip. Those weird things are just the beginning of the dish, and the real big meal is still to come. Coming. After a while, Chu Yi made a sound and stopped. There are several powerful femininity to kill. Human, I don't understand why you came to die, but I will not let go of the fresh meat delivered to your door. Huge shadows came swiftly in the darkness, mingled with hair-raising hissing noises. A big snake like a train appeared, and a pair of window-sized blood pupils stared at Jiang Feng. Hey, too! Its eyes were unpredictable, and it jumped on Chu Yi and Jiang Feng. Forget it, let's eat together. It didn't think much about it, just treated it as a snack. The huge snake tail slammed the ground with astonishing power, and a large piece of floor tiles exploded and smashed. The giant snake showed a speed that did not match its size, and its huge body sprang out like an oversized missile. This is a real behemoth, with the physique of a vicious beast and strange characteristics. As it swam at high speed, the white lines on its body filled with the phantoms of countless unjust souls. Like countless ghosts, the speed reaches an extreme, which is extremely scary. This guy is really greedy. The gloomy wind swept through, and there was a figure whispering in a cold voice. The black snake will die, those two people are not easy. The four-armed man appeared with a thoughtful look on his ghost face, as if to verify his words. Next moment, boom! The deafening explosion shook the dome, and countless tons of gravel fell from the sky. Call out! The shrill screams came from far to near, and a huge black shadow flew out with a terrifying momentum. A stone pillar hugged by dozens of people was directly smashed and cracked, falling to the ground, and the earth and stones splashed. The entire ground was collapsed by the cracks pressed by the amazing impact. It was a giant snake, no longer as terrifying as before, like a dead snake. Most of its huge head disappeared, it was violently smashed, its flesh was blurred, and its body was motionless, lying there. Black blood infested the floor. There is no breath. The host kills the horror-level femininity and obtains 120,000 energy sources. Died. The sound of the strange wind was still biting, but it was incredible. It knows the strength of that giant snake, it is no less than it, and it was beaten by one move. He Zong said, a supreme master, how could he be able to deal with it, just hit the stone with an egg. You step back, I will kill him and welcome the arrival of my lord with the blood of a strong human being. The four-armed man's tone was indifferent to the death of the black snake. Feminines are emotionless, and long-term relationships will not make them so harmonious. Go together. The gloomy wind swept through, and a gust of wind rushed out. I can't stop it if I insist on dying. I hope the priest won't be angry. The four-armed man did not stop him, his tone was calm, his figure was like a ghost, and he fell hundreds of meters in one step. A white jade bottle appeared out of thin air in Jiang Feng's hand, he put Yin Yuan in it, and collected it into the system space. The system space can only store the extracted items, and cannot directly store items that are not related to the system. This scene was caught in the eyes of Chu Yi, who said nothing. Rao is well informed and can't even see what the bottle is about. The peeping that can cut off his eyes. You must know that you have a strong talent for space, and everything in the world has nothing to hide in front of him. But that bottle is very strange, it is suspected that it contains extremely powerful rules, which can isolate the prying eyes of the outside world. Even he was moved by such a strange item. Chu Yi suddenly did not understand Jiang Feng. He obviously has the strength to crush everything, so he has to play the game and wait for the strange waves to come up. Instead of going straight to the old nest and preventing the Yin God from coming into the world. Wouldn't it be better to slaughter these irresistible monsters then? How do you feel that his move seems to be delaying time? Could it be that he deliberately waited for the Yin God to come, not to interfere? Chu Yi had a bold idea. Even he was intimidated. That is the great horror of the other world, a will can be comparable to a lord, who knows what will happen when it comes. If Yuan Rangheng is here, the first thing to do is to destroy the sacrifice process and block all possibilities. But Jiang Feng acted differently and had an amazing plan. Human, die. The four-armed man's eyes were cold, his mouth spit out a killing sound, his forearms like black ink danced, four fists came out, and they came directly to kill. Ah! Jiang Feng sneered, raised his palm, and called out with a slap. Boom! The thunder rumbled, and the flesh and blood stumps splashed hundreds of meters. The host kills the evil spirits and obtains 220,000 energy. In front of Jiang Feng, a strange corpse whose upper body was missing slowly fell down. With the thought of a move, the divine sense is like a sharp knife, slicing the flesh and blood of the corpse, and the black blood is sprayed like a fountain. A piece of yin source was taken out by him, which was a full circle larger than the yin source in the giant snake. The strange wind swept in, and after seeing that the four-armed man didn't hold back even a single face, he obviously paused. That's a monster at the level of evil, with the body nourished by yin energy. The body is extremely powerful, and it is not weaker than the terrifying body of a beast at all. As a result, he slapped it down in an understatement and broke it in half. Wei Feng was stunned, and then without thinking about it, the gust of wind swept toward the rear. Vaguely, there was a terrifying scream. Jiang Feng flatly stretched out his right hand. Chu Yi's eyelids twitched slightly when he saw this scene, but he knew that Jiang Feng's innate abilities were no less than 5 kinds. At the beginning of Jinnan's battle, he was aware of the whole process. A monster with no less than 5 innate abilities. The lords will be dumbfounded. Grasped the 5 fingers, and the void hundreds of meters away suddenly trembled, causing violent ripples, and the terrifying pressure was like a mountain squeezing. Boom! The fleeing strange wind was crushed by the terrifying pressure, and the black mist exploded like thick ink splashing. Boom! The dust was everywhere, the area collapsed for dozens of meters, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground, and the 5 fingers were clear. The host kills the horror-level femininity and obtains 120,000 energy sources. Chapter 60. Finally, a bigger ant came, so it wouldn't make me drowsy. Jiang Feng smiled coldly and looked into the deep passage. The sharp air hissing suddenly exploded. A series of sonic boom clouds appeared in the distance, and objects flew through at extreme speed. A pitch-black trident flew out, the cold light flickering as fast as lightning. It's like a black light coming straight at it. This blow has the potential of thunder, and the momentum is terrifying. Chu Yi raised his brows slightly. This halberd actually gave him a sense of threat. He has stood in the realm of the Supreme Master for hundreds of years, and has already reached the realm of transformation, standing at the peak of this realm, and is about to usher in the ultimate leap. Jiang Feng looked calm. In the eyes of ordinary people, the trident, which is as fast as lightning, and impossible to avoid, is as slow as the speed of a turtle in his eyes. He raised his index finger and stood in front of him. Clang! The screeching metal crash was deafening. The galloping trident was like hitting an iron mountain, unable to advance an inch. All the strength was blocked by a single finger, and the whole halberd was constantly buzzing and shaking. It looks like a trident flying nearly 10 times the speed of sound. It's just a piece of paper sculpture, without any impact. Crack! The black halberd, which was more than 3 meters long, was directly broken into 2 pieces. A layer of thick black resentment shrouded in the halberd body vanished. It became bleak, and was held in the hand by a large slender hand. Impossible! In the darkness, the monster with a snake tail couldn't believe it and muttered to himself. That trident drank an unknown amount of human blood, including the blood of the strong. Watered with blood all the year round and nourished by evil spirits, the trident already possesses extremely terrifying power. Even close to psychic, this weapon can be called all its hard work. However, the blow he threw with all his strength, not only did not injure the enemy in the slightest, but instead broke himself. This result is totally unacceptable for it. There's nothing unacceptable. Jiang Feng held the broken halberd, and his voice was flat. Human, I want you to die. The monster with the snake's tail was instantly provoked, its wings fluttered, and it struck with the sound of ghost crying and wolf howling. Countless unjust souls screamed and struggled, trying to put people in an illusion. Act recklessly. Jiang Feng ignored the other party's words and his face was cold. The broken halberd in his hand was glowing, revealing strands of golden light. Gold veins emerged, as if a large golden net enveloped his body. At the chest, a round of hearts filled with endless light and heat were beating. Under the installation of Jiang Feng's power, Broken Halberd began to become magical, illuminated by golden light, and the whole body was dazzling. Jiang Feng threw the broken halberd at will. Boom! A sonic boom several times more intense than before resounded through the dome. A fast, uncapable golden light shot out like lightning, instantly spanning a distance of a kilometer. Like a stream of sparks, it pierced through the body of a human snake-tailed monster in an instant. Pfft! The viscous crimson blood spurted out dozens of meters away, with strong corrosiveness, and bursts of blue smoke rose from the ground. A terrifying hole with transparent front and rear appeared in its chest, and at that time, the chains that lit up the symbol light were cut off. Heart, spine burst. A dull wing fell, covered in blood. I'm not willing to. The monster was roaring, and the hideous face was full of pain. At its wound, a little golden light lit up. That was Jiang Feng's remaining strength, like a fire burning dead branches, and his entire body was ignited. The raging fire ignited, burned wantonly, and could not be extinguished. In the blink of an eye, a piece of ashes scattered in the air. The host kills the evil spirit and obtains 260,000 energy. It's that shape. Chu Yi was secretly shocked, his pupils widened. At this time, Jiang Feng is really too dazzling. Every inch of his skin was glowing, his golden qi and blood were boiling, Shen Xi was dazzling, and the jade bones of the color of glass were clearly visible. With brilliance, the whole person is like a god of war in the heavens, flawless, golden blood and jade bones. Chu Yi really never thought that people can really be so dazzling and bright, just like the gods of myths and legends come into the world. Even he was dumbfounded. Human, mistake me for a big event. There was a loud shout from the depths of the underground palace. The priests of the strange clan were completely enraged, killing 3 strange creatures in a row, one of which was a shackle-level femininity. Such a loss, even it can't help but get angry. Immortal Emperor's secret technique, Eyes of Heaven. Jiang Feng's eyes quickly lit up, becoming dazzling, and the white light was dazzling. Boom! 2 golden beams of light were like long rainbows running through the sun, tearing apart the void, and 2 deep ravines appeared on the surface. Bursting out from thousands of meters away, carrying monstrous murderous intent. Chapter 61. Boom! The sound of thunder rolls, and 2 golden beams of light run through the void like the sun's corona. What? From the depths of the underground palace, there is a horrified voice, trembling incomparable. The mighty cloudy mist hurriedly retreated. But with their reaction speed, how can they escape the light beam like electric light? Boom! The golden light exploded in an instant, and the golden ocean drowned the darkness, bright as day. In the depths of the passage, it is like a scorching sun is rising. The light was too dazzling, as if a large yield nuclear bomb had been dropped, and the divine might was indescribable. The dark, deep, ominous black air collapsed upon touching it, like the great sun shining on the ghost, and it vanished in an instant. The vast waves of light are rolling in like stormy waves. The entire underground palace vibrated wildly, and the terrifying big crack spread for thousands of meters, tearing the dome, and countless boulders rustled down. The host kills the terror-level femininity and obtains 110,000 energy. The host kills the murderous peak femininity and obtains 30,000 energy. The host kills the evil spirit and obtains 230,000 energy. The host kills the terrifying peak femininity and obtains 140,000 energy sources. Host kills. One after another prompting tones sounded one after another, Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed, and his mood became extremely happy. One blow blew up the strange nest, and I don't know how many ghosts disappeared in the terrifying explosion like gas. In the blink of an eye, millions of sources can be credited. Unprecedented great harvest, Rao is him, and his heart is full of joy, and he can't help but scream in the sky. Chu Yi stared dully at the terrifying scene that was comparable to the rising of the sun in the distance. The monstrous golden flames illuminated every inch of space. The fluctuations that came from made him tremble all over, and the pain between his eyebrows was incomparable. This was a warning that he had passed over with death. Just fluctuations are enough to overturn everything. Enough to make the existence of a supreme grandmaster at the peak of his death and soul scattered. The overwhelming hot air waves are surging and sweeping freely. The giant pillar, which was embraced by dozens of people, cracked, was swept away by the shock wave, black smoke rose, and countless cracks climbed up, and it was about to collapse. And a few little ants. Jiang Feng's eyes are cold and high-spirited, with an indescribable overbearing brilliance. Like a god of war. Like a fairy. Like a supreme. The whole body is surrounded by red gold blood energy like a dragon, and the limbs are surrounded by dragon-shaped blood energy. His celestial canopy is shining brightly, where the blood energy is the most surging, like a horned dragon roaring, the brilliance blooms, as if it is about to rise into the sky. Since coming to this world, Jiang Feng broke out such a powerful fighting force for the first time, shocking the world. Chu Yi couldn't help squinting his eyes. The fluctuations on Jiang Feng's body were simply appalling. The entwined red gold blood has the high temperature of distorting the space, making his eyes dry, filled with incomparably dazzling brilliance, so that he is blinded without being illuminated. With a shocked expression, he stepped back again and again, away from this monster that was about to turn into a god. Just the spread of breath made him suppressed and uneasy. The fields that are fully developed are like candles in the wind, and they will be blown out. So terrifying! So terrifying! He has personally seen the Marquis make an angry shot, but it is far less shocking and frightening than it is now. For a time, Chu Yi's mood fell into violent fluctuations, and even forgot the purpose of this trip, and forgot that he was here to obtain the source of the yin. Jiang Feng's body is surrounded by golden light, and the red golden flames flow and converge independently, condensing a flame gun. Lifting the spear upside down in one hand, like a god descending into the world, stepping on the golden light directly into the depths of the underground palace. The thunder was rolling along the way, and the golden clouds were sprayed, and even his face was shrouded, and he couldn't look directly at it. What? Below the altar, there was a figure in the huge fire that screamed heartbreakingly, and black smoke rose from the body like wolf smoke. Even with the barrier protection of the yin god, it was swept away by the aftermath and almost evaporated. Humanity! Countless resentful voices resounded, and a powerful feminist who was only struggling in the sea of fire roared, hating Jiang Feng to the bone. A bunch of bugs in the gutter, how dare you bark! The indifferent voice exploded, and Jiang Feng came down with a flame spear. He glanced indifferently at the surviving femininity, and the altar that stood like a huge pyramid. The top black coffin flew out of the vortex, and half of the coffin body had already broken free. The whole body was covered with strange black lines, which made Jiang Feng feel a little uncomfortable. He held back the blow just now, and did not want to completely destroy the place, for fear of affecting the arrival of the yin gods. Otherwise, the entire underground palace will collapse in that hit, and none of the monsters can survive. He looked at a roaring roar that turned out countless ghost claws to kill it. Without raising his eyelids, he raised his hand and fired a flaming rage dragon, shattering the terrifying and strange blow. The host kills the horror level strange and obtains 110,000 energy. Hold him, don't give him a chance to destroy the altar. As long as the Lord comes, everything will belong to us. A psy with black hair all over his body, slender limbs, and a face full of serrated mouth parts roared. The commander blocked Jiang Feng in a strange way. It is very powerful, standing at the realm of the peak of the evil level, it is weaker than Chu Yi, and it is the strongest except for the strange sacrifice. Die! Humans, become our blood food. 35. Several terrifying and strange-looking terrifying people rushed forward one after another, and their voices were cold and terrifying. It's quite positive to die. With a smile on Jiang Feng's face, the flames rose, and a shot out like a thunderbolt. Boom! A violent light group suddenly lit up, thick plates were lifted off, and a terrifying giant crater with flowing magma appeared on the ground. The host kills the horror level strange and obtains 120,000 energy sources. Roar! A pair of huge fan-like ghost claws slapped Jiang Feng's head. It was a gigantic ghoul that was pitch black and looked like a monkey, with a body as burly as a King Kong. Jiang Feng's blazing golden eyes were calm, and he didn't care at all. He shot through a terrifying body. Raise your left hand, the golden lines are shining, and clench your fists against it. Boom! 35. The ground with a radius of 10 meters suddenly sank a few meters, and a punch was like a meteorite impact, and the strength was maddening. 0. The 5-meter-high ghost monkey exploded. The iron-like body was like paper paste, it was torn to shreds, exploded every inch, and countless meat foam splashed, and it was smashed into minced meat by a punch. What a cruel human, blood must be delicious, let's go together and eat his flesh and blood. I want its head. Give me the arm. The eerie voices came from all directions. The weird people were not frightened by Jiang Feng's strength, but became even more crazy. The sound of Suana horns was deafening, and strange fluctuations broke out. A white sedan chair jumped, and there was a smiling face on the curtain. There was a burst of crying in the back, and a row of walking corpses in white clothes scattered flower petals, or blue Suana. The ghost flute plays, strangers avoid it. A gloomy voice floated from the sedan chair, and the chill was everywhere. The weirdness and the altar around it disappeared. A large mass of graves appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes, crows howled, and dead trees were growing. And he was standing in front of a desolate path, facing the oncoming sedan chair. Specially weird. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged, and a strong force of rules enveloped him. He has been pulled into a special field, and the scene in front of him is both real and real. Haha, as expected, I was locked in the ghost girl's field. GG, human boy, after all, he will die. 35. Amidst the ruins, there was a terrifying and strange voice laughing loudly, a group of demons danced wildly, and howled ghosts everywhere. Boom! The ground shook suddenly, and the palanquin as pale as snow suddenly exploded, turning into countless falling snowflakes. The mighty blood slammed down, like the thunder of the sky, crushing the ghosts in white. End. Chapter 62. Boom! The sky collapsed, and the violent fluctuations hit, and a group of ferocious and strange rags flew out. What? Weird people can't believe it, this human being is really strong against the sky. It was pulled into the field of rules by a special and strange, and it was broken in less than 2 seconds. The ghost girl, who has a vicious name in the strange group, was run over like an ant. The result terrifies them. If the Lord fails to come, none of them can escape here. The human in front of him is too perverted, and it is estimated that the strongest priest can't do anything about him. You might even be beaten to death. You are also violent. Chu Yi appeared beside Jiang Feng, lowered his head, and scanned the large pits and black blood on the ground. 340s. He didn't dare to look at Jiang Feng's figure. No way, the light is dazzling, and the eyes hurt to see. It's really coming, won't you stop it? He looked up at the top of the altar, and the black coffin that was as deep as ink became more and more clear, squeezing out most of the coffin body. I don't know if Jiang Feng intended it or not, but he never smashed the barrier to stop it. What does he mean? Chu Yi's mind was very confused, and he couldn't fathom Jiang Feng's intentions. You don't need to worry about this, I will kill it when it comes. 99. Jiang Feng's pupils were shining brightly, and he glanced at Chu Yi lightly. One after another divine rune rushes into the sky at the Tianling Gai. The high-spirited fluctuations spread, like a tsunami that sent the strangeness flying hundreds of meters. Several giant columns with a diameter of more than 10 meters were knocked down. Chu Yi was silent, cold sweat dripped from his back. Jiang Feng glared at him. He had an intuition that he was about to die. It's not an illusion, it's a feedback from the mind, and it's a warning from heaven and earth. Okay, leave me a few weird ones, don't kill them all. Chu Yi did not dare to intervene, resisting the horror of his scalp tingling, and looked at the strange group of howling ghosts. Jiang Feng's strength is incomprehensible, and now he has a clearer understanding of his strength. Judging from the breath, this monster is more than one step stronger than Yuan Rangheng. Even Yuan Rangheng couldn't give him the intuition that he was going to die at a glance. Row. The dazzling figure holding the flame spear nodded, opened his hand, and detained several horror-level monsters, like controlling a marionette and throwing it to Chu Yi. That attitude is like throwing out the trash. There is also a terrifying corpse with 8 pairs of compound eyes that is suspended horizontally. That corpse was a demon-level femininity, and it was considered generous to Jiang Feng to throw it to Chu Yi. Kill yourself, I won't do it, or you won't be able to get the yin source. Jiang Feng's tone was flat, but it was like the sound of the sky, and the ground cracked. The sound wave directly crushed a terrifying monster that took the opportunity to attack. The strange volley exploded, as if it was hit by a 10,000-ton hammer, and it turned into a swirling rain of blood, leaving nothing left. The host kills the terror-level femininity and obtains 120,000 energy sources. Indeed, as he said, Jiang Feng's strength is too strong, and the strange and weak body cannot be spared at all. He was too lazy to keep his hand to take out the source of yin just now, and he directly blasted it into ashes. 6,699. Chu Yi's face changed, and he didn't dare to say what was in his stomach. If you offend the other party, chances are that these few genitals will be crushed into scum in the future, and you won't be able to catch a single hair. Although he was a little unwilling to gain only so much, he was silent after feeling the instinctive fear of life. He didn't even have the qualification to look directly at each other, for fear of blinding his own eyes. What confidence does he have to negotiate with Jiang Feng? With a helpless sigh, Chu Yi grabbed a condensed azure blue long knife, and slashed the terrifying level of strangeness that came at one end. Compared to Chu Yi's battle, Jiang Feng's side is much more violent. The sky shook and the thunder rumbled without stopping, and a little shot would be earth-shattering. The flaming spear swept across the sky, smashing into the strange group like a flaming meteor, causing a big explosion like the sky. Jiang Feng's golden divine pattern flowed in his palm, and he punched out with a fluttering punch. Ripples appeared in the space, and a big earthquake occurred in a radius of 100 meters. The terrifying blast of air resounded like an air raid siren. The whole earth was lifted up, and that force was countless times more terrifying than the fall of the mountains, and one end after another was eerily vanished into ashes. The flame spear strung a gourd and nailed the 3 horror-level monsters, and flew back to Jiang Feng's hands in a big circle. At this moment, the strangeness in the field has been cleared, and only the old man who is still kneeling on the altar stairs is left. At this time, the black coffin was about to be fully exposed. Only a small piece is left in the vortex. The fluctuation became more and more terrifying. Black air filled the sky above the altar, thunder was entangled in the black mist, and a real terror was about to come. Ha ha ha! There was a burst of crazy laughter. The skinny old man turned his head, and the blood-red robe on his body exuded an evil red light. Flow like life. It flicked its claws. Call out. A wooden staff with a faint green light flew out, very strange and full of weirdness. One by one green strange spells lighted up, and the wand body was covered with lines. It was able to ignore the evaporating eerie flames and release a creepy aura. A huge evil spirit with a green face and fangs, whose hands and feet were bound by iron chains, flew out of the wooden staff. As if a fierce god came into the world, opened his mouth and blew out the raging fire with a mouthful of black wind. Roar! The evil spirit opened his mouth and roared like a landslide. The terrifying 5.0 pole sound wave swept away, the floor was shattered and cracked, and the scattered stone statues were swept away. Kook! The croaking sounded, and another monster flew out of the wooden staff, as if it was connected to the nether hell, and the energy source kept summoning the terrifying monsters in it. A large toad with pustules all over his body and 10 meters high appeared, his eyes were like two green lights, and his physique was huge. Another monster descended, its limbs were like pillars, its limbs were burning with black fire, and its pupils were beating with a faint green fire. It was a hellhound, more than 10 meters tall, with a huge body, comparable to a building. These three monsters are uncompromising behemoths. Even Chu Yi frowned, these three monsters are not simple, and after taking that half step, their strength is even higher than him. Chapter 63. Evil Spirit, kill him. The blood-robed old man spoke quietly, cold and ruthless. With a big wave of its hand, the three erect behemoths were immediately driven. Chi roared and rushed towards Jiang Feng, the earth shook due to the impact of the three behemoths. Three good food. Jiang Feng, who was shrouded in Shen Xi, looked cold and his voice was cold. Seeing this, Chu Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly left. When you hear this tone, you know it's going to be big. God knows what kind of tricks this monster will use. The previous two beams of light deeply shocked him, and he didn't want to get closer, for fear of being affected. He can't see through Jiang Feng at all now, it's too mysterious, and the means are endless. Each of them is extremely powerful, and it can shock the eye of a group of people when placed in the outside world. Roar! The sound waves burst, and the feral dog that ran wildly opened his mouth and spat out a green fireball. That ball of fire carried a biting chill, full of evil erosion. The fireball with a diameter of several meters pierced through several stone pillars blocking the route, and shot out quickly. Also 18 didn't answer Jiang Feng's reaction, he just raised his palm and held the fireball far away. Boom! The fireball exploded, fierce flames spewed, and the strong impact shook the ground, but was bound by an invisible force. Countless fluorescent sparks were sputtered, imprisoned in a small area, and quickly corroded into a shocking deep pit. Cuckoo cuckoo! The huge toad was screaming strangely, and its belly full of pustules began to bulge, as if a gust of air was brewing. Let out a very violent growl. Dull, thick, depressing. Like the thunder before the rainstorm. Boom! Several groups of invisible air currents were advancing at an alarming speed, but they were blocked 5 meters away from Jiang Feng, surrounded by an invisible wall. The ground vibrated violently, and the huge force spread into the ground, and layers of black stones were immediately scattered. Jiang Feng, who was in the center of the domain, turned a blind eye to these long-range attack methods. He stretched out his index finger, and the fingertips were condensed with intense golden light, radiance lingering, and golden runes emerged. Chu Yi, who was hundreds of meters away, noticed this fluctuation, and the expression on his face turned into horror. The scalp is about to explode. What a trick this is! Just looking at it is like being hit hard, and the soul is trembling with fear. He didn't even think about it, he retreated another 200 meters before calming down a bit. I only saw Jiang Feng pointing at the Cerberus from afar. Hee, arrogant humans, want to point to a dead hellhound in the air? Delusional. The blood-clothed old man standing on the stairs watching the battle sneered, disdainful of Jiang Feng's actions. Even if there is any powerful innate ability, what is a Cerberus? That is a ghost dog brought out from hell by the Supreme Lord. Have half the power of God. How can a small human know how powerful it is? But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, and his expression froze. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can it be so strong? The face that looked like dry tree bark was full of disbelief, screaming like crazy. Splintering fingers. 35. Boom boom. The sky shook, and the entire dome seemed to be overturned. Above the underground palace, the light is like the sea. A huge finger covering the sky emerges. Flawless, crystal clear, blooming with boundless brilliance. When a finger is dropped, the whole earth is shaking, and layers of wrinkles appear in the void. What a power that is! Like fear. Chu Yi stared at the giant finger falling from the sky in stunned eyes. What kind of trick is this? He widened his eyes and spat out his first foul language in 200 years. The three fierce and mighty monsters were like three little chickens, shivering on the ground. He completely lost his previous ferocity, and bowed his head directly, so frightened that he screamed and screamed in terror. The blood-clothed old man opened his mouth wide, and the green wooden staff in his hand was also trembling. He even shrank to the ground, concealing all the strangeness, becoming ordinary, not daring to reveal a single strand of power. At the same time, a majestic voice resounded, like the sound of heaven. What demons, ghosts, and ghosts are nothing but vain. What if the yin gods come? I can destroy them with only one hand. 39. See me at the end of martial arts. Boom! The sky collapsed, and the three monsters as huge as hills did not dare to move at all from beginning to end. My whole body trembled under that monstrous aura. When the giant finger fell, it was completely annihilated like smoke being blown away in an instant. Infinite bursts of light and heat, like the great sun blooming mighty power. The abyss of terror spread out, and the earth was wiped out. Large chunks of land collapsed layer by layer, as if a black hole swallowed it underneath. The scene is shocking, it is a disaster even more terrible than the wrath of nature. This power. 99. Chu Yi's eyes were shrouded in azure blue brilliance, staring at the brilliance that bloomed violently thousands of meters away. Unspeakable fear, all the hairs stand up, the cold air permeates the body, and the trembling comes from the depths of the soul. That feeling, as if I was an ant, looking at the giant dragon soaring in the sky. It seems that even the soul is frozen and solidified. Horrible. Chu Yi was speechless and tried his best to resist the aftermath of the mighty impact. The next moment, his face suddenly changed wildly, without even thinking about it, he directly turned on his true body form. An ocean of blue light surrounded him. The limbs are slender, the hands and feet have sharp claws, and the fine scales are covered, and the blue light is faintly flashing. His head was shaped like a crocodile, but no, it wasn't as flat and long, it was thicker and thicker. After opening the real form, Chu Yi's strength has skyrocketed, but it is still useless. Boom! The light waves that were bombarded by the world destruction wave directly blew him away. It was like being shot by a big mountain, and the field was shattered like paper. The body flew out of the sky, and the internal organs seemed to explode. With his realm, with his physical strength, he still opened his true form, but he couldn't bear the impact of an aftermath. Simply sensational. Over the past 340 years, the shock that has been experienced in the past few hundred years is not as much as today. Chu Yi's body flew out like a cannonball, smashing a stone pillar with a terrifying impact, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and passed out on the spot. This is the old monster of Feng Caojing. This was Chu Yi's last thought before he fell into a coma. The host kills the evil level peak femininity and obtains 320,000 energy. The host kills the evil level peak femininity and obtains 330,000 energy. The host kills the evil level peak femininity and obtains 320,000 energy. The host kills the evil level peak femininity and obtains 280,000 energy. 4 prompt sounds sounded in succession, and more than 1 million energy was harvested in an instant. He glanced at his total energy, which was an inspiring number, a total of 4.31 million. Unprecedented. Jiang Feng was quietly suspended in the air, shrouded in brilliance, holding a flame spear in his right hand, and looked at the top of the pyramid altar faintly. Ahead, a huge abyss blocked the way to the altar. Standing there like a moat, it is more like a great rift valley formed by plate movement. Instead of being pointed out with a finger. The strongest monster is finally coming out to die. 99. The vortex in midair has disappeared, the cracks in the space have closed, and all the fluctuations have returned to calm. But not everything, but a brief silence before the storm. Because this means that the other party has successfully crossed the border. A 5-meter-long black coffin was suspended above the altar, the black light flickered, the mist lingered, and a terrifying aura was brewing. Chapter 64. Pretend to be a ghost. Looking at the black coffin that suddenly became quiet, Jiang Feng sneered. The flame spear in his hand shines brightly, and the blazing high temperature spews like a torch, burning the void. A flaming angry dragon wrapped around the spearhead, hovered there, and roared silently towards the black coffin. Jiang Feng infused with divine power, and a shot flew out like a cosmic meteor. As soon as the spear got out of his hands, it turned into a fire dragon with a length of more than 10 meters, hit the deep black coffin, and passed through in an instant. Like a bomb detonated. The coffin suddenly exploded. Even a black coffin made of unknown metal could not withstand such a blow, and it would be torn apart. The red flames exploded suddenly, but there was no earth-shattering explosion seen in the imagination, as if it was swallowed by a mysterious force. Black smoke exploded like thick ink. The rich black gases like wolf smoke, not only did not dissipate, but also spread to the entire underground space. There is a haze in the air, which is very depressing. Jiang Feng watched quietly, without moving. It's not that I'm afraid, I'm thinking about how to kill this boss monster later. For the first time encountering such a strong monster, Jiang Feng was very excited. It is dozens of times stronger than Yuan Rancheng's 1,000-year-old prince, and it is not an existence of an order of magnitude. With one full blow, the monster in front of him can also punch 2 or 3 times, which is really amazing. Jiang Feng didn't plan to kill the evil gods all at once, that would lose the fun. It's like getting a favorite toy, are you willing to break it all at once? Certainly not. Human, you killed all my slaves. A deep voice sounded in the dark fog. Obscure, like the murmur of the evil god, full of bewitchment and confusion. A single word can lead some people with weak minds to go astray and become faithful believers. The ground shook, and the entire underground palace shook violently. The voice was too cold, as if it was floating from the nether body, making people shudder. Before you know it, the pitted ground has been covered with frost. One word froze the earth. The air was freezing cold, and ice crystals and snowflakes were scattered everywhere. The frigid winds raged, and the goose feathers were snowing heavily. Even Chu Yi, who was in a coma, frowned and felt a chill that went deep into his bones. Not only do I want to kill him, I also want to kill you. Jiang Feng's voice was serious, as if explaining a fact that was about to happen. There was even a hint of excitement in the voice, it was the joy of seeing a suitable sandbag. You can throw a skill at random and have a good time. Even if I carry the ghost realm and need to suppress the evil god with one hand, I am as invincible as Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled lightly, his words were high-spirited, and he was very confident. At this moment, he has an invincible aura like An Lan. It is so conceited and self-confident, and even the spirit is like a retreat. There seemed to be an unknown magic in those words, and even the rolling black mist stopped for a moment. As if in awe. Are you sure? Just you? 35. The sound of laughter sounded, as if he heard some big joke, and the cold GG laughter caused the temperature of the world to drop suddenly. He was outraged. How can you not be angry when you are so provoked by an ant in your own knowledge? This is what he should have said. The black mist rolled like waves, and a tall black shadow descended. The rich black air entangled his whole body, making it difficult to see his true face. Crack clap. The cold wind howled, and within a radius of 100 meters, the ice on the ground rose 3 feet together, turning into thick frozen soil. Jiang Feng's eyes brightened, blessed with golden divine power, and saw through all falsehoods and obstacles. It was a huge humanoid monster 3 meters high. The head has black horns, and the skin of the whole body is as pale as snow, but the blood vessels are incompatible black. With long blood-colored hair and a shawl, the light in his eyes is like 2 black lamps. There is no white eye, only pure black, deep and dark. The fingers and toes have black claws with arcs like daggers, and the heart is a wriggling black sphere, beating rapidly and deeply. The will of the evil god. Really different. The sufferings of the world will never return. Believe in me and get eternal life. Believe in me and. The blood-haired man murmured evilly, his voice faint. The vicissitudes of countless resentful souls suddenly appeared in Jiang Feng's mind. Follow good manners, erode the soul, and attempt to drag his soul into the abyss. This method is very strange, and it can sound directly in the deepest mind of a person. Jiang Feng has a feeling that this method can be resisted and uncontrolled except by the lords. Even the Supreme Master will be polluted by his personality in an instant, lose himself, become his most loyal believer, and join the strange group. You're noisy, and it won't do you any harm to sell less MLM. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded in front of the black mist. The man who uttered bewitching words in the dark air raised his head in amazement. A fist that shone with golden light suddenly slammed into his chin. The surging power is like a volcanic eruption in an instant. Boom! Countless broken teeth flew, the horns on the head were shattered, and half of the sharp head was lifted. Centered on the fist landing point. A loud explosion sounded like a drum playing at Tiananmen, and the boundless turbulence was clearly visible to the naked eye, like an ever-expanding full moon scimitar. The mighty spread out, cutting out large cracks dozens of meters deep on the rock walls thousands of meters away on both sides. This is the rapid spread of the shock wave, forming a gas blade with extremely strong cutting force. The black mist covering the dome shattered like a mirror, and the surging red-gold blood burned the void, rising like a boundless sea of blood. Hey! 35. The extremely sharp airflow whistling and screaming spread far and wide. A figure flew to the dome at a speed far exceeding the third universe. It directly slammed through the rock formation that is not known how many meters thick. Jiang Feng glanced at the flying broken teeth and the pitch-black skull, grinned, and stepped into the air. Boom! The wet earth suddenly swelled up a tens of meters high earth bag. Then, a pale figure penetrated the earth bag and flew into the sky at an alarming speed. You! Blasphemy! Sin deserves death! The incompetent fury resounded through the sky, and the huge human figure stopped the flying body and roared angrily. The face was blurred and rotten, half of the head was opened, and the facial features disappeared, revealing the dark paste inside. The humanoid body is only the appearance, and its internal structure is different from that of human beings. The roar overwhelmed the thunder in the sky, as if it was really a god roaring. God? I have never seen such a weak god. Your fragility is suffocating. The unbridled provocation sounded, and a figure turned into a golden rainbow, rushing towards the shadow shrouded in the black mist. God, no provocation! The evil god's will was angry, and the cloud quickly spread over a kilometer, accumulating more and more, and the whole sky seemed to be pressed down. That is purer black than night. A true darkness. Within 1,000 meters, it has all turned into his yin domain. Die. 35. The mournful roar exploded black lightning, a vortex like a black hole condensed in his hand, raised his hand and blasted it out. The vortex has a terrifying suction force, and wherever it goes, whether it is microorganisms or air, it is all sucked into it. In the blink of an eye, the air in the yin domain was sucked clean and turned into a vacuum domain. Weak means. Jiang Feng's eyes, all right, were as bright as electricity, and 2 golden divine lights burst forth between the opening and closing of his eyes, directly shattering the black vortex. The dragon-shaped blood energy wrapped around his body roared, wrapped around his arms, and punched out like a horned dragon. Die. 35. The black mist is very cold, and it is not afraid. A large pale hand sticks out, extremely confident, and collides with Jiang Feng's fist. Boom! A super decibel sound wave exploded in the sky, and the ground was thinned by the fierce airflow. The blood-haired man stared blankly at the disappearing right arm and fell into a daze. How can a mortal be so powerful? Weak god. It's the same familiar saying. There was no time to react at all, and another golden fist smashed the minister in the face. Crack! His whole face was blown up again, his facial features were sunken into his brain, and a deep fist mark appeared, which penetrated into his brain and stirred violently. That surging boundless brute force instantly tore his neck and turned into a headless corpse. Jiang Feng grabbed the body with his left and right hands at the same time, and suddenly pulled it out. Tear off! Blood and rain were flying in the air, and the body of the 3-meter-high evil god was torn in half. Chapter 65. Trash. 35. Jiang Feng smiled disdainfully, and Jin Guang held the black heart the size of a basin in his big hands. A sudden pinch. Under this power that can flatten the mountains with bare hands, without any suspense, the heart burst. It turned into countless thick rains of blood. Ah! 99. A shrill scream resounded, and a hazy phantom regrouped in the void. Immortality? Jiang Feng was surprised, the heart and head were crushed, and the other party could reorganize in an instant. This is incredible, no wonder he dares to call himself a god. It seems that there are still two. But only twice. Human, how dare you tear my body? The blood-haired man no longer covered his face, and his 3-meter-high body stood there, exuding endless cold. The air is frozen, extremely depressing. Humanity. His body was suppressed to the extreme, furious. Boundless fury. As a god, even a wisp of wool has unstoppable might. He came to this world for the first time, he should have reigned over the world, dominated the world, set off a bloody storm, and hundreds of millions of believers recited his real name day and night. At this moment, he was humiliated in countless ways by a human being, and his face was swept away. This is a shame that must be washed with the blood of billions of souls. The black fire burned, and the conical ice crystals all over the sky condensed. A giant snake with its teeth and claws swung across the sky, and the dense smoke rose up. Boom! The sea of red gold and blood is surging, and the long blood dragon traverses the sky, abruptly igniting the scorching fire from the deep to the extreme darkness. Look down from above the sky. One side is dark as boundless purgatory. One side of the corona rises with golden light. It's like the confrontation between light and dark, the contest between ice and fire. Human, you have no chance to surrender, you have angered God, there is no second way. A giant snake, thick as a demon, wrapped around his body. I choose the third rule. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, the bloody curtain broke through the black cloud, and competed with the dark realm. You, 39. At this moment, the blood-haired man's eye sockets are spinning, becoming incomparably evil. Like the deadly darkness, everything that can be seen in an instant pervades. In the name of my evil god Izero, open the door to hell. Bafa, infinite black light is slowly emitting from his body. The ghost of the infinite hell, dripping blood, dragging its soul, struggled and twisted and crawled out of his flesh. It seems that the body of the blood-haired man has become a portal to open the nether hell. 10,000 ghosts out of hell. Disrupt the world. That innumerable ghost is just the tip of the iceberg among the countless servants of this evil god in another world. Even if the will comes, but after coming to this world, you can communicate with the body of another world with familiar coordinates and positions. You can even summon some powers to come. This is the most terrifying thing about him, just a will is so powerful. The strength of its body is difficult for even the current Jiang Feng to guess. The ghost eats the heart. The dark magic light rose into the sky, forming an extremely huge vortex of heaven and earth. Countless ghosts flew out of it, overwhelming the sky, like countless dark clouds floating in. Whoa! The group of demons danced wildly, and the demonic sound pierced through the ears. The sound of ghost crying and wolf howling reverberates for thousands of meters. Really want to turn into an endless ghost realm? Thousands of ghosts are rampant. Countless ghosts rushed out, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Just a glance. The bones of the whole body seemed to be bitten and eaten by the spectre, and it was as uncomfortable as the 10,000 snakes. Humans, for you, death is now a luxury. You will fall into the hell of rebirth and suffer the pain of being bitten by thousands of ghosts. The sharp sound seemed to pierce the sky. Hee, you can try it. Jiang Feng narrowed slightly, his thoughts moved. The secret technique of the Immortal Emperor, Star Picker. Infinite white light shines in the sky. It's so bright, like a day that goes beyond the sky, illuminating the world. A big, boundless hand lifted the clouds and rumbled up. The dazzling golden light ripped apart the boundless ghost realm. The mighty force of the most yang and just permeates the sky, spreading like a tidal wave. Vaguely, the sun, moon, and stars appeared in the palm of his hand. It seems that he is really holding up the stars. Even if it is a vision, this is enough to shock people. Countless ghosts screamed, and black smoke rose up. A large number of strange groups were evaporated by golden light in an instant. The host kills the serious femininity and gets 200 energy. The host kills the murderous femininity and obtains 21,000 energy. The host kills the horror level femininity and obtains 90,000 energy. Host kills. A continuous beep sounded. Jiang Feng's face was as indifferent as water. He raised his palm, and the giant golden hand that was hundreds of meters behind him slammed down. Where the giant hands go, the ghosts retreat. But under the pressure of that eloquent divine might, just a wisp of fiery yang wind is enough to burn the evil spirits. There is no escape, there is no escape. Impossible, impossible. This yin god, surrounded by countless strange people, looked at the golden hand that was overwhelmingly shot. It was as if the sky was falling, and the terrifying momentum that suppressed the entire sky shocked him. A shrill roar came out of his mouth, shocking beyond belief. Little human race, how can there be such a person? Such magical powers, even his body did not possess. If the illusory shadows of the sun, moon, and stars become real one day, how terrifying it would be. Holding the sun and the moon and picking the stars, what a stalwart. What secret method is this? Why does it appear in this extremely weak world? Boom! The big hand directly smashed the dark and deep ghost realm, bursting out 10,000 bright golden lights, and pieces of yin creatures screamed and disappeared. The man in the blood-clothed roared, and the giant black snakes bombarded the golden hands, but they were like mud bowls into the sea, without any hindrance. He was unwilling, and thousands of ghosts flew out of his body, but the golden light was crushed by the big hand, and before he had time to react, he disappeared into pieces. The mantis arm is the car. A voice like the decree of the gods oscillated from the void, resounding thousands of meters in the sky. The boundless terrifying power exploded, and the entire sky suddenly lit up. The body of the blood-haired man was instantly crushed, like an ant that was trampled to death. Not even the slag was left, evaporating nothingness. The rays of light rushed into the atmosphere, reflecting a piece of the sky, rendering a piece of golden and bright. Chapter 66. The harvest is really not small. 99. Jiang Feng glanced at Yuan Neng and smiled. A slap fell, and a full harvest of millions of energy. The total amount of energy is more than 5.3 million. It's a pity that the guy who claims to be a god is too weak, otherwise it would be good to put more ghosts. Humanity. A cold voice rang in his ears. I can't think of it, ha ha ha, I said, this god is immortal. 99. No one can kill me. Not even you. The blood-haired man stood behind Jiang Feng and gave a sharp weird smile. You have a lot of secrets, worthy of this god's spy. His pupils became deeper and deeper, and there were strange fluctuations. Boom! Jiang Feng suddenly appeared in front of him, holding the jade bottle, and smashed it down. Hee, a bottle! Clang! Year! The sound of metal collision sounded, and the head of the blood-haired man was blasted open by the jade bottle, and his brains splashed. Fool! Jiang Feng is holding the jade bottle, like holding a hammer, which is very inconsistent. But this bottle does work well. Not only does it weigh tens of thousands of catties, but it also possesses a strong power of rules. Even he didn't dare to fight the jade bottle with his physical body, not to mention this guy's frail and appalling body. This evil gods will dares to use his forehead to forehead, it is true. Before he could condense his head, Jiang Feng held the end of the bottle and hit him in the chest again. Boom! Ribs were broken in pieces, the back bulged, and blood was sprayed from the blood vessels in the neck like a high-pressure water gun. The whole body was beaten like a human being, twisted like a twist. Carrying the impact force, it falls like a meteor, smashing a deep pit. Idiot! Jiang Feng appeared in the deep pit, kicked out, and directly cracked the earth, causing several grand canyons. A figure flew out of the ground at an extreme speed, like a drift in water. After hitting the ground, it bounced up violently, and flew out for thousands of meters. You! The will of the evil god is about to be mad. This human being is simply insane, and every time he has not reorganized his body, he is beaten to pieces. As soon as he spit out a word, a white light from a distance blasted rapidly. Pfft! The tall body was like a broken foam board, torn apart, and the bloody stump flew into the distance. The original place was smashed to the ground by the jade bottle, and a mushroom cloud was rising. Boom! The deep magic light lit up, and the void seemed to be boiling. A huge dark portal appeared in the air, as if connecting to another world. There is an ancient rune branded with crimson blood on it, which is a kind of writing, and its meaning is the gate of hell. You can't deceive my real body. Force me to use my real body power, human, you are really good. An angry voice came from the blood-haired man's mouth. It was smashed to pieces several times in a row. What the clay figurine did was going to get angry, he no longer hesitated, and directly summoned the gate of hell for the real body to come. As long as the real body is shot, even one finger can crush the human in front of him. Yes. Jiang Feng smiled lightly, non-committal. The white jade bottle flew back to his hand and disappeared. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted from the gate of hell, and the man in blood stood there, as if he was serving as a carrier for the arrival of a supreme being. Jiang Feng's pupils glowed and he saw through the scene behind the portal. The scarlet earth, lava flowing, the whole sky is dim yellow, full of pungent sulfur smell. An unimaginably gigantic hand stands in the sky, reaching out from the sky, squeezing out layers of clouds. That big black-scaled hand as huge as a mountain is about to reach out through the gate of hell and unleash its power. It's time to end. Jiang Feng retracted his gaze. A huge divine bow suddenly appeared in his hand. The bright starlight flows through the bow body, and each point of light is imprinted on it like the orientation of the stars. Earthquake bow. Zhentian bow out, then use the blood of an evil god to sacrifice this weapon. Jiang Feng spoke quietly to himself. What is your bow? The man in blood suddenly widened his eyes, staring at the radiant divine bow in Jiang Feng's hand, his swirling pupils burst out with greed. Nice bow, I have accepted it. The calm and heavy voice echoed in the heaven and earth, no doubt. The whole scarlet and dark gate of hell trembled faintly. An incomparably huge knuckle sticks out, with an endless breath of death, burning magic flames, and black smoke billows. As if to erase this world, he pressed one finger at Jiang Feng. But it was very slow, and as soon as it appeared, it was suppressed by the overwhelming force of rules. This is his true body, not his will. The whole world is against him, crowding out. Just sticking out a finger, it was unimaginably repelled. forcibly shot, will suffer the world's backlash. The divine bow in Jiang Feng's hand is too tempting, he can't help but want to shoot it, even if he is injured, he will win it. Still want to cross the border? Delusional. 99. 0. Jiang Feng smiled coldly, picked up the sky-shaking bow, and the majestic starlight lit up, like a vast star map, and the space shook faintly for a moment. The bow of the gods has no strings, and the mighty golden blood is the guide. Pour it into the sky-shattering bow to form a golden bowstring, and the golden thunder snake roams away. Jiang Feng tensed his arms and pulled the bow with all his strength. The golden rays of light were prosperous, endless airflow riots, and the air in a radius of thousands of meters was drained. The power of qi and blood surging in Jiang Feng's body was completely drained and turned into a dazzling golden light in the center of the bowstring. It was an illusory arrow that was gradually solidifying, and the sky and the earth were filled with golden light. The mighty radiance covers the earth, like a great sun. Whoosh! With a bang, the night turned into day, and the long arrow penetrated the void, rising like a vast sun. 0. That huge finger, which is thousands of meters long, was hit by an arrow in an instant. The golden light is prosperous, and the light is shining. What? Blood poured down like a river, and the giant finger like a mountain exploded inch by inch. In the gate of hell, there was a heart-piercing scream. The boundless earth rumbled and vibrated. What, this, how is this possible? The bloody man's complexion changed, revealing a look of anger. His body was injured, and his wool was like a candle in the wind, swaying unsteadily. The body became hazy, flickering and disappearing, as if it was about to truly dissipate into the invisible. Ah, human race, dare to hurt my real body, I will drag you into hell, experience the pain of 10,000 ghosts, and never enter reincarnation. 35. The earth-shattering roar came faintly through the space. The gate of hell that was about to close suddenly trembled, and was opened again by life. Are you still looking for death? Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows, without the slightest fear. The opponent's strength is far behind him, and he is definitely an overlord-level existence. He can push the world horizontally, and no one can compare. Even if the opponent can crush him with one finger, so what? Chifeng spears out and the whole world surrenders. The ancestral technique of the Immortal King An Lan, the long spear can destroy the stars and the universe. How powerful can a Myriad god be? It's not just jumping on the mainland. The spear brand on Jiang Feng's right arm shines brightly. Clang! A divine spear that bathes in the brilliance of immortality emerges. The golden spear screamed, shaking the world. Unparalleled golden edge soars into the sky. Jiang Feng directly activated the Chifeng Spear, to attack with the most powerful posture. End. Chapter 67. Tianxing City, 300 kilometers away. The dark night was suddenly lit up. The light is bright, even more dazzling than the sunrise. What's the matter? The sky is suddenly bright. It's only been dark for a few hours, how can the sun rise? Countless people were extremely puzzled and suddenly looked back. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance in disbelief. I saw a picture that I will never forget. Hi! Is this a nuclear explosion? No. The whole sky is golden yellow. This is a spectacle, an astronomical spectacle. How could a nuclear explosion have such an effect? It's too far off. My goodness! Exclamations sounded one after another, and countless people were stunned by the scene in front of them. The splendid brilliance traverses the sky and the earth. The whole sky is golden, brighter than the noonday sun. In the distant sky, streaks of golden beams of light that reach the sky and the ground rise up, penetrating the 9 layers of the sky with mighty might. That is the most splendid divine light. It is extremely dazzling, like a torrent of 357 erupting, like a great sun star that blooms. As you can see, streaks of golden beams of light that penetrate the sky and the ground penetrate through the clouds, breaking through the sky. The golden ocean drowned the earth and sky, and the earth-shattering murderous intent shattered the void. Chifeng Spear. Full recovery. The top of the ferry, proud of the world, with me, Jiang Feng, there will be heaven. The ancient and vast Dao sound is rumbling, like the sound of the sky. It is more like the king of the gods, who is looking down on the cycle of the era, sitting for 9 days and giving orders. So majestic and sacred. It was a dazzling spear that contained the sharpest rays of light in the world. Terrifying and dense chains of order are intertwined, and ancient bright golden symbols emerge. The immortal light reflects a vast and incomparable sight. That is a stalwart god who is bathed in supreme divine light, standing in the starry sky, and in his eyes there is a scene of the world's continuous destruction and rebirth. A boundless galaxy was annihilated under its gaze. He stepped on an ancient chariot, and behind him hundreds of millions of gods and demons kowtowed, saluted and shouted An Lan by his real name. In the dark, a mighty voice resounded through the sky. The top of the ferry, proud of the world, if I have An Lan, there will be heaven. 39. The voice is the same young, the same high-spirited self-confidence, the same has my invincible will. That voice, which overlapped with Jiang Feng's voice, evolved into a terrifying scene. In the gate of hell that was being opened, there were screams of screams constantly resounding. Like a speck of dust under the sun's rays, it's too insignificant. A ray of light that shattered the world is reflected. Directly letting its real body explode and reorganize, it is just a burst of sharpness, and it can make an evil god die millions of times. What weapon is this? How can you be so strong? You are not immortal at all. Who are you? The voice trembled with hysterical shouting. Fear spreads all over every cell, the souls of the dead run wild, and cracks appear in the immortal godhead. If the power of the rules of the hell world hadn't been blocked by a full-scale riot, he would have been annihilated on the spot and ceased to exist. God, it is insignificant in front of that endless spear. The heretic god is so frightened that his soul is so frightened that he is about to leave his body. Like crazy, he closed the gate of hell at the fastest speed in his life, and he didn't dare to stay at all. The sight was terrifying. Just looking at it through the world is like being slashed by 1,000 knives, and the wool is constantly being torn apart by sharp edges. I don't know how many times I died in an instant. If he hadn't been protected in the hell world, he would have been annihilated into ashes long ago. A weak god is not qualified to know. Jiang Feng stands in the center of the endless bright ocean, like a god of the sun, and the whole body is amazing. It directly tore apart the murky evil god's will, causing it to be truly destroyed. The host wiped out the will of the median evil god and obtained 2.3 million energy. He looked at the closed hell portal and whispered softly. Try whether you can penetrate the turbulent flow of time and space and kill the real body. Chifeng Spear. The golden spear shot across the sky, directly tearing apart the barrier of heaven and earth. With only a faint residual breath, he entered the space boundary wall. Izaro, you idiot, do you know what you are doing? Hell is going to sink, you complete idiot. The reddish-brown earth suddenly trembled wildly. The thunderous voice resounded, and the anger was monstrous. It was an evil god. It has wings, its tail is like a falling mountain range, and its whole body is covered with dark red scales. Its scarlet pupils stared at a huge mountain like a mountain, and its body was constantly bursting and wailing. The anger almost turned into reality. But he didn't dare to get too close. There was an astonishing edge on the other side. It was that sharp edge that kept shattering Izaro's immortality. Approaching may be affected, although not completely kill themselves. But no one wants to experience the endless pain and the power that plummeted after the godhead was broken. You brainless idiot, half of hell has been overturned. More than a dozen lower-ranking evil spirits have been implicated, and now they are half dead. Who on earth have you provoked? I don't need you to remind me, I know what I'm doing. 35. Izaro roared in pain, and with a bang, he fell apart again. UBD, you have caused great trouble, you dare to provoke such an existence, don't you know that this will bring disaster to hell? There was another angry voice, and endless flames spread. An evil god with no physical body emitting a scarlet light group descended. He was roaring, sketching a terrifying evil face, and when he opened his mouth, a sea of fire spewed, and the earth was scorched. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens and the earth trembled, and cracks appeared in the endless hell and underworld. I don't know how many distant voids, an incomparably bright light erupted. Like a supernova explosion, the golden light flooded the sky and the ground, drowning everything. Time and space are blocking that ray of light, preventing it from coming. But there is still a beam of light that breaks through the obstacles and comes with the power to destroy everything. The will of the hell world riots, and the power of various rules erupts, forming an overwhelming dark web, to block the beam that crosses the border. What kind of power is this? The two evil gods that appeared were extremely terrifying. The evil god's body trembled, and he couldn't imagine how powerful it was. Don't worry, that person has no coordinates and doesn't know our location. It's just the aftermath of a random collision. The will of the world will not be left alone. Izaro finally broke free from the endless destruction, and the magic flames burning on his body dimmed a lot. The voice is weak, but reveals confidence. Boom! 39. The earth-shattering power erupted, and the will of the world let out a scream that shook the underworld. In an instant, all the evil gods felt a chill in their hearts. The will of hell, which is above all evil gods, has suffered a heavy blow. How is it possible? 9. Several evil gods trembled, their eyes filled with endless fear. A purposeless, random beam of light that has severely damaged the will of the world that gave birth to countless evil gods, what kind of existence is this? A ray of light ripped apart the void and flew out of it. The bright golden spear still had its divine power, turned into golden light, and fell into his right arm. It's still too far off. Without specific coordinates, I can't find the world at all 5. Jiang 5.0 peak sighed, and it was a pity that he failed to stab the true body of the evil god with a single shot. Ancestry is just a branding talent after all. Even if his own is not the same as the real ancestor. The power is stronger, but it is not a real weapon. If the real Chifeng Spear appeared, a drop of murderous intent could annihilate the galaxy, and it would be easy to find that world. Jiang Feng suddenly looked up at the sky and noticed that something was watching him. A satellite. He saw military satellites orbiting in outer space. I didn't care, the whole sky was covered with golden light. It hasn't dissipated yet, and it would be hell if he could see his true face. Moreover, from beginning to end, his body was filled with brilliance, burning flames. Unless you want to, or even a vassal, you can't see the true face. 76 million yuan energy, I don't know if I can create a high star fetish. Glancing at his source energy, he breathed slightly. Jiang Feng has a hunch that he is very likely to extract something incredible this time. Chapter 68. Forgot about this man. Jiang Feng's figure appeared in the tattered underground palace. This place has long been smashed into ruins by his collision with the will of the evil god, and there are falling rubble everywhere. After a few casual glances, he quickly found Chu Yi, who was buried in the rubble. Are you dead? Jiang Feng pulled him out of the ruins. This guy is still in his true form. The scales all over the body, the arms and thighs also have armor-like guard blades, which looks very domineering. The form is very different from the original Lin Yat. Jiang Feng looked at the face that looked like a crocodile, raised his hand and slapped it with 2 slaps. Although he has paid attention to his restraint, he still overestimated the opponent's defense. The scales on Chu Yi's cheeks fell off a large piece, blood overflowed, and a clear 5 fingerprint appeared on each side. It can be seen how powerful he is, if a grandmaster's brain flower may spill out. Jiang Feng blushed a little when he saw this. He really didn't mean it. Hey, it hurts. Chu Yi, who was unconscious, woke up suddenly, gasping for breath in pain. The burning pain on his face made him unable to bear the discoloration, and after realizing the situation, he suddenly returned to his human form. Ended. He glanced around in amazement, and there were huge stones and ruins everywhere. The altar of the pyramid has disappeared at some point, and can no longer be found. When he saw the abyss in front of the original altar, his shocked expression changed greatly. 18 showed a deep shock, and received a huge impact. As expected, it is an old monster of the 9 realms of lordship. The abyss in front of him was too exaggerated, and the canyon was nowhere near it, cutting off the entire underground palace, like a crawling giant snake. Chu Yi began to doubt life. The will of the Yin god was killed by you? Although he knew the ending, he couldn't help but ask. Hearing it with your own ears has more impact than guessing. Yes. Jiang Feng's voice was calm, without any turbulence, as if he had accomplished a trivial matter. He is humble and not good at pretending. When Chu Yi sees the traces on the ground, he will surely be shocked for a whole year. Chu Yi's trigeminal nerve twitched, and it hurt so badly that he didn't have the strength to take in a breath of cold air. Only to be shocked inwardly. Let's go, there's nothing to stay here, go and contact Yuan Rangheng about the situation. The top floor of Yuyang World Trade Building. You are hurt. Jiang Feng glanced at Yuan Rangheng and his eyes moved slightly. The opponent's body is intact, this is just an appearance. At the Feng Kao level, flesh and blood trauma will hardly appear on the body surface, except for some powerful attack methods. For example, the power of rules preventing recovery, super corrosion, or ultra-low temperature, ultra-high temperature can effectively hinder the recovery of injuries. He felt a weak breath from Yuan Rangheng. It was a hidden injury, and there were several powerful martial arts true meanings that stayed in the body and kept colliding. Well, fighting against a few old enemies, I didn't expect to join forces against me, it's really unkind. But the injury doesn't have much impact and can be recovered in a few months. Yuan Rangheng shook his head. It's on your side. Yuan Rangheng's lips moved, but he stopped talking. When he got the news from the organization, he was completely shocked. The Battle of the 9 Realms of Feng Kao. The field of the two sides is almost overwhelming, covered by golden light and dark clouds, and military satellites can't see the slightest battle scene at all. But at that level of fluctuation, every shock is comparable to a nuclear explosion, and the traces left after the event are comparable to a large meteorite impact. It is definitely a battle at that level. In the end, the golden light that penetrated the sky and rushed out of the atmosphere no longer even belonged to the domain of Feng Kao, it exceeded the limit. The state capital was in an uproar, and even other states were shaken. The top aristocratic families are all trying their best to get the news and pay great attention. That person was suspected of using some kind of extremely powerful forbidden technique and briefly established himself in the king realm. Because Jiang Feng has never shown the power of a king before. Therefore, it is suspected that it is a terrifying taboo secret technique, not the level that it has reached. He thought that Jiang Feng's strength would be stronger than himself, but this result was far beyond his expectations. Who can become a marquis, which one is not a genius of the sky, famous when he was young? After reaching this realm, their differences will not be manifested in terms of talent. People who can enter this level have already narrowed the gap between them. Everyone is basically at the same level, except for a very few outstanding people, who are expected to be crowned kings. Even if there are some differences, it is extremely small. There are a total of 9 realms in the Feng Kao realm, which are divided into 3 stages, the blood-changing realm, the bone-changing realm, and the Dacheng realm. There is one more step after reaching the 9th realm. The 9 realms are unified and turned into perfection, and the essence of heaven and earth is used to temper the whole body, sublime and transform, and break the realm and become the king. And Yuan Rangheng, almost 200 years of promotion, can now stand on the 5th realm. Almost all other lords are like this, breaking through a realm in 200 years, and after a long period of accumulation, they can achieve the 9th realm. And he was confronted by several princes in Chongning City, which left him with no small hidden wounds. You know the result, that thing was killed by me, it's very strong, it's just a trace of wool, but the harvest is not small. Jiang Feng took a sip of his tea, and his tone was flat. Yuan Rangkung was not surprised by this answer. The ability to kill existences at the same level as him, and the extremely terrifying secret technique, can really be comparable to the king. I believe that it will not be long before he will truly step into that realm. Don't worry, only the two of you know your true identity, and only the top-level people in the organization know, not many, just a few people. Yuan Rangkung suddenly and solemnly explained. No one knew why Jiang Feng wanted to hide his identity. Maybe there are other deeper plans, maybe he wants to hide, all kinds of reasons are possible. But it is related to a powerhouse with amazing combat power, and they, including the organization behind them, will never want to expose it. Confidentiality will be protected with the strictest confidentiality measures. Even the chiefs of other states have no right to know about Jiang Feng. I know that your organization is pervasive, and we are still partners. If there is any news like Yin Shen's coming to the world next time, remember to notify me. Jiang Feng got up and glanced at the full moon in the sky. Of course. Yuan Rangkung got up with a smile. Being able to make friends with Jiang Feng with intelligence information, they are very happy to see such a result. Even if they went with Jiang Feng to the place where the yin and the gods descended, they were all willing to accept it. This is called one willing to fight and one willing to suffer. Looking at Jiang Feng's disappearing figure, the shock in Yuan Rancheng's eyes surfaced again. With the will of the yin god as nourishment, perhaps, he is really about to take that step. He suddenly turned to look at Chu Yi, who was silent. Walking with him, how many yin sources have you gained? Chu Yi's face twitched, and he took out 3 pieces of yin yuan, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. 1 Sha level, 2 terror level. This is all he has gained, which is terrible. Yuan Rangkung opened his mouth but did not speak. For the system to be upgraded, it needs 5 million energy to evolve into a new version. In the suburbs, Jiang Feng's face darkened. He even suspected that the system saw that he had so much energy, and had the idea of robbery. But after a closer look, I found out that it wasn't. The current system of 373 is the initial version. Although there is a name extracted from the world, there is also an upper limit. You can only extract items from the 8-star world at most. No matter how high it is, those supreme figures may detect the cause and effect and obliterate it with a single thought along the line of cause and effect. And the system is upgraded to version 1.0, after being patched by the master of the great and supreme system, the discovery of the strongest person in the 9-star world can be ignored. The news surprised Jiang Feng. Master of the system? It's scary to hear the name. Jiang Feng immediately cut off his thoughts, not wanting to stop thinking about it, for fear that a big terror would come. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Feng decided to upgrade. Because after the upgrade, not only the upper limit of extraction is increased, but the probability of extracting good things will also slightly increase. This made Jiang Feng very envious. It doesn't appear to be a losing deal. He took out the jade bottle, a dozen pieces of yin source were absorbed by the system, and the source energy increased by another 930,000. The total source energy is 8.58 million. Upgrade. Jiang Feng reluctantly ordered. Ding, the upgrade is successful, the current system version is 1.0. Is this the end? Less than 2 seconds before and after. I looked at the remaining 3.58 million yuan energy. 10,000 realms extraction. The world is being picked randomly. Ding. Extraction succeeded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced space ring. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Knight's breathing technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Fang Tianhua halberd. Congratulations to the host for getting a batch hen chicken. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a world that covers the sky with one leaf, Martial Dao Tianyan. The faint blue color surrounds the font, it is a 5-star talent. Exploded. Jiang Feng widened his eyes and muttered to himself. Northern Emperor Teng, Martial Dao Tianyan. Only this word echoed in his mind. Chapter 69. In the magnificent palace, countless figures with terrifying breath surround the central pavilion, with their eyes filled with anticipation and worry. Jiang Feng looked at the figures with joyful expressions on their faces, with complicated expressions. At a glance, they are all monks who are countless times stronger than him. Boom! The thunder exploded, and one after another terrifying lightning flashed. The thick dark clouds broke apart, and the thunder and lightning dissipated. 2 rays of divine light burst out, reaching the sky and the ground. In an instant, golden light radiated in all directions, and in the golden glow of the sky, there were phantoms of dragons and phoenixes, and the sound of dragons and phoenixes sounded. The whole world shook. Between the lofty mountains, immeasurable amount of essence gushed out, and streaks of colorful ruxia shrouded the sky above the central pavilion. The dragon and the phoenix are in harmony, and the heaven and the earth are in harmony. The birth of the young master of our clan actually led to such a vision. Blessed by heaven and earth. This is the birth of a great person. That cultivator had unstoppable shock and ecstasy on his face. The Wang family is about to take off. My son has the appearance of a great emperor. In the palace tower surrounded by fairy mist, a man with a resolute face stood on the high platform. He raised the crystal clear boy in his swaddling clothes high and shouted at the clansmen, his voice full of pride. As soon as these words came out, the clansmen who were looking forward to the field were moved. The pose of the emperor. There are skinny old people dancing with excitement, but their blood is as amazing as the burning furnace. Wang Teng. Jiang Feng looked at the baby surrounded by clansmen and said 2 words. Crane leads the way, inherited by the great emperor, known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, known as the wolf god of the highest glory in the northern territory. Wang Teng. With great luck, he was born in the royal family of Biwen in the 5 domains. When he was less than 2 years old, he was carried by a crane and sank into the clouds, often disappearing for a month or 2. Every time there is a reborn change. For the first time, his clan was still worried. Then he was picked up by any crane, and he didn't stop until he was 12 years old. During this period, he even obtained the inheritance of the only great emperor in the northern plains, the great emperor of chaos. At the age of 5, I danced with the dragon in the deep pool, and at the age of 7, I entered the ancient god lake in the northern region to get the golden ancient chariot. At the age of 9, he entered Gudi mountain and brought out the ancient talisman and the divine sword. At the age of 12, he fell into the divine phoenix cave and obtained the blood of the divine phoenix. It can be said to be a great fortune, a perfect protagonist template, not inferior to the fate of the ancient emperor. If he hadn't met the heavenly emperor who was invincible across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he would have really become enlightened. This is a supreme genius who can at least achieve the quasi-emperor. It's a pity that the end is sad, making people sigh a heroic elegy. The screen changed suddenly. A golden ancient chariot roared, surrounded by 4 real spirits, with the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, and insects on it, and the earth, wind, water, and fire spinning, which was extremely dazzling. A stalwart figure stood above the ancient chariot, quietly looking in the direction of Jiang Feng. He is majestic, with black hair and a shawl, and his spirit is breathtaking. There are endless stars and disillusionment in his eyes, which is unfathomable. Those are a pair of eyes, very deep, like 2 magic lamps, the eyes are shining. Every blink makes the heavens and the earth chirping, like the ringing of the scriptures of the great Dao. Eyes opened and closed, like a galaxy, unfathomable. The starlight is disillusioned and reborn, showing the vicissitudes of the years, just for a moment, as if thousands of years have passed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, Martial Dao Tianyan. The screen turned and came to the real world. Wu Dao Tianyan. Jiang Feng's eyes were hot and fiery. When he opened his eyes, there was a golden glittering flower, and the heaven and the earth hummed together. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, sees through the source, sees through the illusory, no matter how fast the movement is, it is as slow as a snail in the eyes. Jiang Feng can see through everything when he activates his blood energy to move his eyes, but it is different from the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, which is too different. As long as his strength is similar to his, he can't peep. The martial arts eyes are different. All movements, all moves, all secret techniques, there is no secret at all in the eyes, you can see through it directly. All camouflage and blocking are useless, see the most core details of things, and see through the enemy's flaws. Martial Dao Tianyan can also issue powerful attacks and various mysterious powers. Jiang Feng looked around with his eyes and did not condense any divine power. In his field of vision, everything was slowed down to a certain level. With a little movement, the heaven and the earth seem to stand still, and the two bright golden lights condense, and the light of annihilation that destroys all things can burst out at any time. The ability is similar to the heavy pupil, but it is not as powerful as the heavy pupil. The peerless talent of martial arts can be opened up the day after tomorrow, and it can also continue to evolve, becoming stronger with the master. And heavy pupils are natural. You can even kill enemies in seconds. Good Zhao good. When the heavy pupil first entered the Immortal King, he killed several Immortal Kings in an instant with the power of the heavy pupil. Although he also suffered a serious price, it was shocking enough. Because there is no physique or talent that can accompany the Immortal King domain and have a great effect. Most of them have exhausted their potential when they are in the realm of the Great Emperor, and Chang Tong has broken the limit. Martial Dao Tianyan, it really lives up to its reputation. Jiang Feng's eyes are shining, and his eyes have become deeper and full of magic, as if two black holes want to suck people into it. It took 10,000 worlds to extract 100,000 energy, and such a good thing appeared. The 5 million source energy was really not in vain, and the upgrade of the system was not in vain. Jiang Feng is looking forward to it. What else can be opened next? Chapter 70. System, make 20 precise extractions. Please choose the extracted world, or the type of extraction. Jiang Feng made a decision after thinking for a while. Accurately extract cultivation resources. 35. The cave body in the Sea of Bitterness has not yet successfully condensed, and it will take many years to wait until the day when one can practice the exercises. The evolution of the world is not temporary, even in the cave world. Your body in the real world is not suitable for cultivating those systems. The reason is very simple, for fear of being split into slag by the thunder and lightning from the will of the universe. He's worried about that now. Practicing different systems at will in other worlds is actually a very mortal behavior. You can only find loopholes to drill into the horns and hide from the sky. Once discovered by the will of the universe, no one can save it. The horror of creating a robbery is not something I can resist. The greater the potential of the system, the stronger the thunder tribulation. If you bring out the laws of the world, such as a leaf that covers the sky, you will die miserably. It's better to honestly pile up the resources with the physical body, and follow the original world system slowly. The stronger the main body, the faster the cave world will open up, and sooner or later, you will be able to practice. Resource extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 kilograms of pure source. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Soul Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-grade prehistoric spirit grass. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Tiger Wolf Pill. Congratulations to 373, the host has obtained 100 caddies of xenogenic source. Congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of divine spring water. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 orifices golden elixir. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th grade medicinal pill Huangji Dan. Congratulations! A series of prompts sounded, and the various cultivation resources extracted were varied, and there were all kinds of worlds. Jiang Feng had a headache when he heard it. He hadn't even heard of the names of some medicinal pills, and he didn't even know which world they came from. He only knows the trilogy world, as well as some popular novel world. For example, the Huangji pill, from a certain Dochi Huama world, is a 6th grade pill. It can increase to Huang powerhouses who take it by 1-2 stars. For the current Jiang Feng, it cannot be said that there is no improvement, but it is also very small. What he valued was the various spiritual treasures that covered the sky with a single leaf. 20 times of precise extraction, nearly half of them are the resources of the world that covers the sky and the world of perfection. It really has an indissoluble bond with the trilogy. Pure Source 12,000 jins, Divine Source 3 jins, Alien Amethyst Source 300 jins, Divine Spring Water 2 bottles. Jiang Feng's words stopped. Simply open the introduction, and finally know the origin after some inquiry. Zhuqiao Jindan comes from a certain gate of immortality, and the small cannot live in the small world of Xian Huang. Although it was insignificant compared to dust to that door, it was truly a huge world. The strong ones among them are naturally extraordinary. The strong can be comparable to the great sage or the quasi-emperor. The 9 orifices golden elixir comes from that world. After taking it, it can increase the lifespan by 900 years. The medicinal power is ferocious and has many miraculous effects. In Jiang Feng's eyes, it is currently the most precious medicine. It's not because of Xiao Yuan. In this world, he has no worries about lifespan, and the heaven and the earth will not repel the cultivator's essence to replenish the heaven and earth. After all, not every world is as desolate as the world that covers the sky with a leaf. The Supreme Emperor who covers the galaxy, his lifespan is only 10,000 years, how sad. Such as a certain hydrogen god king, a floor world where ordinary people used to be able to hang hammers. The so-called War 5 scum god king can live forever, without comparison, there is no harm. This time, half of the resources are beneficial to you. Treasures such as Shen Yuan, Zhuqiao Jindan, etc., can make his strength skyrocket. There are still 1.48 million energy sources. Jiang Feng pondered for a while. Suddenly, there is the option of physical fitness. The magic weapon talent and supernatural powers are understandable, and the skills are not overwhelming. But the physique can still do this, can it be superimposed? Jiang Feng feels like he has discovered Huadian. If it can be superimposed, it will really shine like a cow. Think about the ancient sacred body, the gods and demons, and the chaotic body, if they can all be integrated together, it will really become a freak. System, perform 14 accurate physical extractions. Buffa. Jiang Feng was gearing up, without hesitation, he extracted directly. He believed that with the ability of the system, there would never be any conflict or the like. The system says it can. There's a reason for it in that. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a flame body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5 elements. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primordial spirit body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gathering spirit body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a martial art. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the titanium body. With the continuous beeping of the system. When a body is added to the body, the various characteristics it carries begin to bless itself. The flaming flames lingered, the attributes of the 5 elements appeared all over the body surface appeared dazzling titanium gold, and the blood of the martial arts rumbled. Jiang Feng suppressed the restlessness of his body. That one after another physique exudes completely different properties at the same time, it is too chaotic and disorderly, and the earth, wind, water, and fire are all presented one after another. His body seemed to contain a volcano, and at this moment, a riot broke out, and the terrifying fluctuations spread, like an erupting volcano. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of a wild bear. With a roar of the wild bear, the physiques that were fighting for each other instantly surrendered and merged into the body of the wild bear. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded by this change. Shocked. It turned out to be played like this, in a big way. Put simply, the big fish eat the small fish. The big fish wraps all the characteristics of the small fish, and automatically occupies all the mysteries and abilities of the former. Invisibly, Jiang Feng saw an extremely terrifying road. Constantly swallowing physical evolution? After thinking about it, he shook his head. It sounds beautiful, but most of these physiques extracted have a low upper limit and are extremely unbearable. It is the most rubbish batch of physiques. Even if they are combined, the value will only increase slightly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1000 venom body. A prompt sound made Jiang Feng's complexion change. Is he going to turn into a poisonous source to pollute the earth? Fortunately, the wild bear roared in the body, directly swallowing the 10,000 poisonous body. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes. He had already extracted 13 constitutions, and the last constitution was left, and he didn't know what level it would be. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first Holy Communion. The mechanical voice exploded in Jiang Feng's mind like thunder. First Holy Communion. Maybe some people don't understand, but speaking separately, the first generation Eucharist that was born and raised is the ordinary Eucharist. The Eucharist of the first generation is far more powerful than the ordinary Eucharist. The ancestor of the Eucharist in the age of mythology is the first generation. It is the honor of the first Eucharist between heaven and earth. In the ancient times, the 9 great holy bodies rose up, which were unparalleled and invincible in the world. They were called the ancient holy bodies. Also known as the immortal golden body. Chapter 71. Boom! The scene before me suddenly changed. A vast starry sky appeared. Jiang Feng held his breath and couldn't turn his eyes away. He knew that this was a true representation unique to high star items. Ordinary Eucharistic completion can fight fiercely with the unsublimated Supreme, but will be defeated by the sublimated Supreme. There is no suspense in the competition with the flawless Peak Emperor. The challenge is just a challenge, and only for this, at most, if you cause serious injury to the opponent, you will die. As for the first generation holy body, Dachan can have a combat power comparable to that of a Peak Emperor, such as the well-known Yetiandi. Just after Dachan, he single-handedly killed Xiao Tianzun, one of the 9 Tianzuns. You must know that the 9 Heavens Venerable is much stronger than the ordinary self-killing Supreme and the ancient Emperor. But being killed by Yehe, who had just finished his career, was truly shocking. The first Eucharist and the ordinary Eucharist are stronger and weaker at a glance. It's a huge difference. Jiang Feng saw a mountain. An incomparably majestic black mountain, shrouded in black mist all the year round. Majestic, mighty, and magnificent, he is the emperor of the mountain. Straight into the sky, straight into the outer starry sky, the height is unfathomable. The Big Dipper's 7 forbidden areas of life, the Undead Mountain. Boom! A terrifying beam of light burst into the outer starry sky. The boundless black fog enveloped the star field, exuding an extremely strong death energy. The dazzling rays of light erupted, and the aura belonging to the Emperor's powers spread throughout the universe, and the stars exploded, blooming like the sun. The starry sky suddenly became extremely splendid and colorful. My deadline is approaching. I will use the life essence of all living beings today. 55. The Dark Sovereign spoke, indifferent and ruthless, and Xingai trembled under his voice. All the major holy places and Dao lineages escaped into the small world and hid with the help of the power of the Supreme Dao Emperor. Countless creatures cried out, full of grief and despair. For they knew that a terrifying dark upheaval had come. A catastrophe will sweep the entire universe, and I don't know how many souls will die tragically, and the whole body will be drained and turned into blood. Those self-killing Supreme want to step on the road of immortality, they have to cut themselves with a knife, and live in the restricted area of life. But today is short, and it appears again, to set off a bloody storm, replenish life essence, and continue to prolong life. This is the darkest ancient times, the human race has no emperor, no one can protect all living beings, contend with these evil dark Supreme, and calm down the turmoil. Jiang Feng's martial arts eyes are fully functioning. This is the supreme shot, and it is difficult to see it once in a lifetime. Even watching from the sidelines has unimaginable benefits. As a mortal in the past, I had no idea when I saw the Immortal King take action, and I could only be shocked by the melon-eating crowd. Now it is different, with the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, the understanding of Dao is more profound. A random blow from the Supreme will affect the world, and the ocean of laws will be entangled. As long as you observe a little, the benefits will be unimaginable. The big stars burst apart, like fireworks exploded, chaos rolled, infinite fairy lights gathered, and a huge and boundless cyan giant claw protruded from the black mist. The sun, moon, and stars circulated between his palms and fingers, and a terrifying breath spread out, grabbing at a huge ancient star of life. Then the golden light exploded, a tall and majestic figure tore through the churning black mist, and the golden blood slammed into the cyan giant claw. That is the holy body of great perfection, standing up and guarding all beings when darkness and turmoil come. The battle between the two powerhouses of the Supreme Series, the avenues are trembling, and the roars of thousands of roads. The terrifying Dao and the majestic blood pervade the sky and the ground, and the void is like a fragile porcelain cracking silently. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed, and all the pictures in front of him disappeared. He smacked his lips somewhat indifferently. The battle of the Supreme Series looks extremely enjoyable. Because of his understanding of the Tao, it was even more shocking than when he was immortal when he saw An Lan's arrival. This is the difference between the level and the state of mind, and the understanding is completely different. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a world that covers the sky with a leaf, the first generation Eucharist. Jiang Feng's body roared, and the whole body was covered with golden light. The first generation holy body was directly integrated into the body, swallowing the body of the arrogant and domineering wild bear. No hindrance at all. Jiang Feng felt an unprecedented fulfillment, it was the transformation of his physique. The source grew rapidly, and even the golden sea of bitterness in the body lit up. The blood has become more pure and golden, like a flawless robbery gold. Ruxia takes a picture of her body, and the fairy mist spews. The roar of the flesh is like Hongzhong de Lu. In the monstrous ocean, a boundless golden continent gushed out of the sea level. In addition to the golden spear standing in the sky, there is also a golden sun, which is the source of the holy body. The resources consumed by the Eucharist are often nearly 100 times that of the same realm. Jiang Feng's mood was slightly heavy. Originally, his physique was already scary enough, and it would definitely not weaken the holy body in a high-level fantasy. Now, the mutant first-generation holy body that has swallowed more than a dozen physiques is integrated into the body, and the two powers are added together, which can be said to be even more powerful. The effect is more than just 1 plus 1. But the resources consumed have to be multiplied many times. Fortunately, it is not the holy body that was cursed by the Supreme Being after the ancient times, that is the real bottomless pit. It was even called a waste body after the ancient times. In order to step into the secret realm of the Four Poles, Yehe gathered enough tens of millions of kilograms of Yuan Fang to break through. And he was killed by Xiantian Deatu, and he almost didn't survive. The Eucharist Jiang Feng obtained did not have any negative effects. The curse of the Underworld Supreme is not so terrifying yet, and it can affect Jiang Feng across so many universes. The blood of the Eucharist is very strange, and at first it slowly turned from bright red to gold. And when it finally reaches the great perfection state, it will slowly fade away from the golden color and return to bright red. At this time, it is the time of great achievement. But Jiang Feng is different, his blood has always been golden. Now that the holy body is integrated, the breath of blood is even more amazing and terrifying. End. Chapter 72. The white jade bottle and the silver iron pot floated in the air, exuding an inexplicable wave that enveloped the room. That is the power of special rules, the pattern of heaven and earth engraved in the material, which can play a covering role after being urged. Jiang Feng covered this place with the Tao of two magic weapons, opening up a field. When he practiced, the fluctuations were too terrifying, and he didn't want to disturb his parents. One leaf covers the original text. After the four-pole secret realm of the holy body, it is considered a small achievement, and only after entering this realm can the holy body manifest its vision. However, the first-generation holy body swallowed up so many sources of physique. Although they are all inferior physiques, they should be different. Jiang Feng's eyes were shining brightly, and every time he blinked, there would be a buzzing sound in the void. Not only did he have the first Eucharist of alienation, his own talent is also at the level of the Immortal King's lineage. The superposition of the two strong 373 great sources may cause a deeper mutation in the Eucharist. Moreover, the source of the Eucharist is still hanging in the real sea of suffering, and it may undergo unpredictable changes as the world evolves. Therefore, it cannot be regarded as the original text. A thumb-sized black gold elixir appeared, and there were 9 holes on the elixir, and in the 9 holes, a medicinal fragrance was emitted. What's even more amazing is that the 9 orifices, like the 9 orifices of a human being, contain airflow, and if there is life, they are breathing in and out. Life is so strangely vast. Jiang Feng was moved. Sure enough, it is the world of local tyrants, and any medicinal pill has its own peculiarities. This medicine pill is not very rare in the great world of Xianhuang, but if it is placed in a single leaf to cover the sky, it will definitely make the Supreme Being jealous, and maybe it will be born for this. 900 years of life extension. Putting it on a leaf to cover the sky, it is the second highest elixir of immortality. A bunch of old monsters that are about to go into the ground will definitely fight for this, fighting to the death. Pills enter the stomach. Jiang Feng felt like he had swallowed a nuclear bomb that was exploding. It was a scorching medicinal force that was too thick. Even though it is very gentle, that energy is so majestic that his radiant body is shocked. Jiang Feng directly runs the real sea of bitterness, swallows and inhales all the medicinal power, and refines it with the grinding disc of heaven and earth. Low match prehistoric spirit grass. Jiang Feng took a deep breath. It was a human-shaped medicinal herb, gilded in golden color, radiating light, and immortal mist was transpiring. It's like a fairy tree root. Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment. 12. Taking a sip of the dense mist emanating from the spirit grass, Xiao Yuan rose for a few years. Just one breath. The corners of his mouth twitched. If you eat this, you won't become a million-year-old king? Do not lose the immortality medicine in terms of life extension. It will definitely make the restricted area supreme crazy and set off a world-shattering war. And that's still underrated. The system's definition of world-class is really unclear. But Jiang Feng was relieved after thinking about it. Xiao Yuan in the Great Desolation is meaningless, because everyone is immortal. A random immortal retreats and meditates, and it is calculated in 10,000 years. A calamity is a long period of billions of years, and there are countless calamities. For such a long time, the perfect immortal will sigh in the sky. Therefore, there are immortal herbs everywhere and it is not fake. It is estimated that no one will pick them up when they are thrown on the street. But this low-profile word still made his eyelids jump, feeling very exaggerated. Swallowing the whole root of the spirit grass, Jiang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, as if the eyes of the sky had just opened, the ghosts of gods and demons appeared, and the whole room was bright with snow. The violent roar is like the first divine sound of the world, constantly exploding in Jiang Feng's body. The isolated field opened by the two magic weapons almost collapsed. Xiao Yuan skyrocketed for tens of thousands of years. Outrageous. 35. Jiang Feng felt the vitality in his body and was dumbfounded. It was exactly what he thought. Today's life is incomparably vast in nature, as boundless as the stars. But this is an illusion. For the vast universe, thousands of years are just a moment, and nothing can be changed. God Source. Jiang Feng took out a bean-sized divine source. There is a small sun in the room, so dazzling, it is almost impossible to look directly at it. The divine source, the energy is far greater than the pure source, it is the source of the spiritual energy that existed at the beginning of the world, and it is extremely cherished. Has the purest, most original essence. Even a small grain of soybeans is comparable to thousands of kilograms of pure source. The dazzling rays of light are dazzling, and the essence of heaven and earth is sucked into the body by Jiang Feng, refining and feedback. Jiang Feng's body roars. The splendid golden blood rumbled and flowed like a torrent, extremely hot. His body is surrounded by flames, and visions are constantly manifesting behind him. Different fire burns the sky, earth feng shui fire destroys the world, giant bear roars the galaxy. After many constitutions were merged by the Eucharist, the essence was even sublimated and turned into a vision of the mutated Eucharist. Each vision has a combat power bonus, which can suppress the opponent and increase its own combat power. The 13 visions evolved behind Jiang Feng, and each one is very different. In the end, it even turned into 13 completely different divine rings, and the visions were full of visions revolving around Jiang Feng. Like the stars arching the moon, they complement Jiang Feng's body shrouded in Shen Xi, and worship the origin of the holy body together. In the next few days, Jiang Feng had nothing to do, he went to play poker and brought the eggs of Bach hen chicken. There is also the self-produced essence of the powerful holy body for Ning Shanshan to quench her body. She soon also entered the field of masters, refreshed, and seemed to be nourished by the essence of heaven and earth. In fact, it is some kind of energy, not any elixir. Ning Shanshan only took the elixir. After becoming a Grand Master, Ning Shanshan kept silent and kept her originality. Jiang Feng has lived a very happy life for more than 10 days, and rarely goes out hunting at night. After the large and powerful monsters in the underground palace of the evil god were captured, the probability of weird events in the entire US has dropped a lot. There are very few powerful and strange bloodbath incidents, only 3 or 2 cats and dogs, and the pressure on the Foreign Management Bureau has been reduced a lot. 5.0. During this period, Yuan Rangheng visited many times and sincerely invited him to join the organization behind him. It is said that you can learn deeper secrets and know the real secrets of the world. Jiang Feng doesn't care, he is confident that his current strength can be world-beating. There was no temptation for him to join an organization. Soon, news came from the Jinwu Bureau. The experience competition held by the major forces is about to start. Jiang Feng went to the border of US naturally not to compete with a bunch of Tianjiao for the top spot. He wants to drop by the Tianyu Mountains, where as the front lines of several states, there are countless beasts. Every day, there are beast tides breaking out, and the warriors are killed in pieces. It is very tragic, but it is Jiang Feng's favorite place. There represent countless sources of energy. Chapter 73. 10,000 meters in the sky. A delicate and small flying shuttle quickly passed through the clouds and flew towards the distance. Taiyu. 39. In the cabin, Jiang Feng suddenly opened his eyes, the golden light was restrained, and the mysterious Dao rhyme was lingering, and he looked in one direction. It is the huge and majestic Taiyu that connects the sky and the earth. It was not a whim, he had all kinds of doubts long ago. Although his previous strength was strong, he could not see through the mountain of Taiyu and reach the bottom. Obstructed by invisible barriers. And the existence of the martial Dao heavenly eye made him perceive something unusual. Has the repressive power of the top of Taiyu really endured since ancient times? Or for another reason? Everything will be revealed now. Heaven's eyes open. Heaven and earth are condensed. Time seemed to stop, and even the shuttle that had been flying at supersonic speed stopped in an instant. Everything in the world seems to have stopped. Jiang Feng's eyes are glowing, divine patterns are revealed, and the sound of heaven is chirping. The world in his eyes has changed, the sound, color, light and shadow, everything is still, as if returning to the origin of time, the first paragraph of the universe explosion. Can't see through. Jiang Feng was shocked. Martial arts have open eyes. Number 18 is said to be able to see through all falsehoods, peep into the sky and see the earth, and penetrate the origin of all things. But now, a layer of specious mist blocked his vision and could not move forward. Open. Jiang Feng gave a low drink, the body was covered with brilliance, and the gun-shaped brand was shining. The power of the Chifeng Spear and the holy body were both used. 8-star talent and 6-star physique blessed with 5-star martial arts eyes. Nothing can obstruct his vision. The fog, broken. Even if an ancient sage comes, it cannot isolate Jiang Feng's eyes with great magic power. What is that? Jiang Feng was surprised that in Taiyu Mountain, there was no rocky mountain or space node at all. There is a pure land there. Immortal sounds are lingering, Rui Cai illuminates the Buddha, chaotic waterfalls are flowing, and there is a touch of vitality in the dense purple air. It turned out to be a small world. Suddenly, the sky and the earth burst into a radiant glow, intertwined with splendor, and outlined a stalwart and tall figure. My family's fresh blood, with a special physique and good luck, you are very good to be able to discover my existence. 99. A bunch of terrifying eyes lighted up, and the world suddenly became brighter, and the eyes opened like day. Leaping across the void, coming with Tianyan, looking straight at Jiang Feng. Warning! A high-energy reaction was detected, and a 4-star powerhouse was discovered to be watching. Please pay attention to your safety. Jiang Feng's Adam's apple rolled, and he stared dully at the 2 beams of light that lit up inside Taiyu. 4-star? What is that existence? 1 leaf covers the sky saint-level powerhouse. The voice is very friendly, without a hint of hostility, and even appreciates himself and has goodwill. However, Jiang Feng's eyes couldn't help but sting for a while. The light faded, and I saw a silver-haired shawl, wearing a golden silk robe, an old man who looked immortal and looked at himself with a smile. The world is open, chaos is approaching, I can see from you that you are full of vigor and courage. You deserve a place in the future. Are you my human senior? Jiang Feng didn't understand why this terrifying old man would brag to himself as soon as they met. But he knew that the other party was really strong, not a fake. Even with Chifeng Spear's natural body protection, he felt uneasy. Well, I am one of the guardians of the human race in the ancestral realm, you can call me Kang Guyu. The old man nodded, his face was gentle, his voice was kind, and he told his origins. The Dao of this world has retired, is in the end of the law, and everything is in the cycle of heaven and earth. It is not easy for me to intervene in worldly affairs, but I can still tell you some things. The old man sat upright in the fairy mist, and the purple air curled up, as if he was really about to become an immortal. He raised his hand a little, and a stream of light flew towards Jiang Feng. Young man, leave it alone, I hope that one day, you can walk out of this world and go to the ancestral world. 35. The sound gradually dissipated, the fairyland disappeared, and everything was restored to its original state. The invisible pressure disappeared, Jiang Feng took a deep breath and calmed down. He never imagined that a 4-star powerhouse would be systematically evaluated. To appear in this poor world with thin spiritual energy. That is the existence of the ancient sage series, put it in a world that covers the sky, it is enough to start a school to shock a galaxy. Putting it on the Big Dipper burial of Emperor Star is a unified line, and it is admired by the world. Now appearing in this weak world makes Jiang Feng feel unrealistic. For a powerhouse of that level, even if he is holding the ancient Emperor's Jideo Emperor's army against him, there is no chance of winning. Weapons have to be motivated by people, unless the Imperial soldiers take the initiative to recover, otherwise the Imperial soldiers will be captured and people will be killed. Although his Chifeng Spear is strong, it cannot be as strong as a real Imperial soldier. After all, it's just an ancestral technique that imprints the blood of the younger generation, not a real weapon imprint. Grown-ups. The two pilots asked tentatively. The pressure that Jiang Feng spread unintentionally was too terrifying, and the two of them turned pale and shivered. It's okay, just let me know when you get there. Jiang Feng replied. Then stop paying attention to the outside world. Carefully check the information that the old man entered into his sea of consciousness. I don't know if I don't see it, but I'm startled when I see it. The planet Earth did not know how many years ago, two supreme powers fought. A fragment torn from the Wanzhou continent. Passing through the turbulent flow of space, falling into this universe, and evolving into today's terrestrial planet. The so-called recovery of spiritual energy, the invasion of fierce beasts and monsters, is just a battle between the ancestral realms and the passage of space, connecting many worlds. Including those ferocious beasts, the world where evil gods are rampant. Hence the term Great Invasion. There was a proud past on the planet, but it was annihilated in the long river of history and could not be traced. Jiang Feng just had a little understanding of these past letters. He is more concerned about now. For example, is there still a dormant existence like Kanggu? The answer is really there. The Great Xia Imperial City, the place where the dragon energy gathers, also sits in the seat of a human guardian, and even has such a thin blood relationship with the royal family. But it's too long, I don't know, tens of millions of generations. In the world, it is not only the human race that has unparalleled powerhouses, once the passage runs through it, which can accommodate the appearance of terrifying powerhouses. Caused a very powerful existence to come. Many mountains, rivers, seas, and lakes on the planet were transformed by those strong men. Such as the Tianyu Mountains where Jiang Feng is about to set off, a place where ferocious beasts are ravaged. A long time ago, it was transformed by the hair of a big demon, extending 8,000 kilometers in length and breadth, and became the branch of the first mountain. One hair, 8,000 kilometers. That big monster and the old man are of the same level, extremely terrifying. And the mighty first mountain range is a piece of scale armor. I thought I was invincible in the world, alas, there is a long way to go. Jiang Feng sighed. From the news of the old man, we learned that there is the murderous aura of that big monster in the depths of the Tianyu Mountains. If someone who exceeds the limit appears, it will trigger murderousness. Obviously, Jiang Feng, who is now in the holy body and taking a bunch of elixir, has exceeded the upper limit of his strength and is not a strength under the apocalypse. Will be killed as an intruder from a once glorious era. Chapter 74. Yuezhu number 1 line of defense. A huge steel wall up to 100 meters guards the front. This is Outpost 3, also known as Outpost 3. In an outpost city like this, there are 10 in the entire number 1 defense line. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and tens of thousands of warriors were stationed in each outpost city, and the elite troops dispatched by various states were assembled. It is like an unbreakable copper wall, defending at the forefront, resisting the influx of fierce beasts into the inland. The cloud of war has always loomed over the huge base city. From time to time, a huge explosion sounded in the distance, and a dazzling mushroom cloud bloomed. That's a small-yield tactical nuclear weapon detonated. However, such a fierce war. For the size of the entire empire, it was nothing but a small local conflict. There was a hum in the sky. Dozens of armed helicopters flew from different directions and landed on the tarmac one after another. The annual war season has begun again. Yet, it has gathered the top talents in the entire Yuezhu. This is a big man destined to be the top in the future. I don't know what kind of characters will appear in this session. I hope that fewer young people will die in battle. Everyone is a pillar of the future, and it shouldn't end like this. Many fully equipped and heavily armed soldiers looked at the landing helicopter with envy in their eyes. There are also the older generation of warriors who regret it. The war season is not a playground, it pays great attention to actual combat. Only by accepting the test of blood and fire can one become a real strong man. All tasks in the practice match have a certain chance of death. This group of young people who have never seen blood will undergo the most cruel baptism here. Just imagine, what would happen if a group of uncooperative and inexperienced rookies were thrown into a rapidly changing battlefield. Although the intensity is very low, it was specially opened up as a secondary battlefield for the training competition. There are still countless murderous intentions hidden, and if you are not careful, you will die. In previous years, the ashes of dozens of students were brought back every year. The reward is very generous, but it is really cruel. In front of the apron, several strong, grim-faced officers put their hands on their backs and stared coldly at the students who got off the plane. The breath is condensed, the blood is surging, and the aura with murderous aura spreads vaguely. They are all masters at the master level, or the kind with extremely powerful combat power. Only in a grand event like the experience competition, can the masters and strong masters be used as instructors. Chongning City, there should be 5 people, but 5 people are actually there. 55. Jinan City, there should be 5 people, but there are 5 people. Tianfu City, there should be 8 people, but there are actually 8 people. 6,699. The trainees got off the plane one after another, voluntarily lined up one by one, and in each city, a team leader stood up to report. The leading officer glanced at the energetic students, had a general understanding of their strength, and nodded with satisfaction. There are many good seedlings in this class, which is very good. I heard in the main city that there is a genius who has awakened with a special physique, also has bloodline talent, and his combat power is close to that of a Grand Master. If there is no accident, it should be the top of the list. An officer also spoke, and there was a moving expression on his indifferent expression. Glancing at the direction of the students in the main city, there was a hint of amazement in their eyes. There was a handsome young man standing there, with a dignified aura, and his eyebrows were extravagant, extremely extraordinary. Several officers suddenly had a topic, and they chatted like no one else, not paying attention to the team leaders who reported each and every one. Yuyang City, there should be 3 people, but 2 people. The beautiful voice sounded, many students looked sideways, their eyes were surprised, and even a few officers frowned. Anyone else? A sturdy officer was suspicious. There are still people absent, which has never happened in previous years. Although the training competition was cruel, it was jointly organized by the U.S. Hujin Hall, the state government, the General Military Headquarters, and the Foreign Affairs Office, and the rewards were unimaginable. Even top aristocratic families send out geniuses for gilding experience. Yuyang City, isn't that a small city? The kind of poor people who can't bear to miss the experience. Hehe, the designated person is afraid of death and dare not come, after all, their strength is too weak, and they are most likely to die here. A group of students whispered, and many Tianjiao in the big city showed ridicule. Not necessarily. Some people looked at the students who were sarcastic, didn't tell the truth, and couldn't bear to attack them. Regarding Jiang Feng's strength, different forces have different versions. Some stay in the Grand Master stage, and some upgrade to Grand Master. But because of the blockade and concealment of the Duan family and the official, many aristocratic families who are too far away know nothing about the existence of Jiang Feng. Naturally, there are geniuses with unknown circumstances that are disdainful. The old god Duan Sheyu was present, and he sneered at those geniuses who made mockery. Too weak? Hehe, if they knew the truth, their jaws would have dropped to the ground. People are received by a special plane from the state government, and they stay at home all year round without asking about world affairs, which limits your poor imagination. Yuyang City Team. The two girls with proud stature and beautiful faces noticed one after another glance, and there was a touch of unnaturalness on their faces. One of them is Wang Xian. After the awakening of the yin spirit body, there is still a powerful yin being instructed, her strength improved by leaps and bounds, and she soon became an official martial artist. And surpassed the person who originally chose to participate in the practice match, and pushed the opponent down. The other is a beautiful girl with wavy curls and red hair. What happened? An officer stared at him with a scrutiny in his eyes, and was stared at by a grandmaster who had been fighting all year round. The two girls couldn't help but shudder. Don't ask, there is one very special, you will know later. The leading officer's eyelids twitched. There are many strong people in the base who fight with beasts every day. I never knew about some of the news that circulated. Special. The two officers looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's eyes. Call out. A delicate and small shuttle came out of the sky, with its tail nozzle facing down, and it landed vertically. At the same time, a group of terrifying and powerful generals with high military rank rushed forward. Looking at this posture, it seems to be welcoming the arrival of a big man. Isn't that Instructor Bai? Why did she even come out? An officer was in shock, looking at a beautiful person with a breath like ice and a perfectly shapely body. The fiery red hair was equally striking. Although it is a hot and beautiful appearance, it is as cold as 1,000 years of frost, making the Grand Master hairy. That is a master at the master level, the chief instructor of the training competition, Bai Wenjing. Chapter 75. Two serious-looking, meticulous Grandmaster officers stepped forward and opened the shuttle's hatch. In the eyes of all the people, a young man with deep eyes and as handsome as an immortal appeared as if he had stepped out of a picture scroll. The handsome and unreal, those eyes have infinite magic power, as if they contain the scriptures of heaven and earth, seducing people into them. Gao Yuan, the ethereal meaning rushed towards the face. I don't know how many young students lost their minds. Who is this? Many students were sluggish and muttered in disbelief. This pomp is too exaggerated. The great master leads the team to greet him, and the son of the state lord comes in person. There are young people in the main city team frowning, and the pressure is heavy. This handsome young man of the same age as them is amazingly strong. Even if they asked themselves that their peers had no rivals, the pressure was enormous, and the arrogance in their bones had to surrender. Rival the great master. Created an unprecedented precedent in history. Such characters are not at the same stage as them at all, they are more like powerful older generation characters in the clan. Even Duan Sheiyu was startled. He instinctively noticed that Jiang Feng's strength seemed to be much stronger. Compared with the original, the momentum has changed significantly, completely different. It is definitely the influence of the surgeon's strength. My God, he is about to become the supreme master. Duan Sheiyu muttered to himself, like a dream. The progress of this person in front of him is inhumanly fast. He was grateful for the Duan family's decision, and even more fortunate that he had a relationship with such a character. Student Jiang Feng, hello, I'm Bai Wenjing, and I'm in charge of the training competition. I welcome you on behalf of Base City No. 3, 5. Stand at the front. Carrying the rank of Major General on her shoulders, wearing a general uniform, tall and slender, the breathtakingly beautiful Bai Wenjing smiled and stretched out her beautiful hand. I have seen the great master. 35. As her voice fell, all the officers in the team gave Jiang Feng a military salute. Solemn and solemn. This is the special treatment of the strong. In cruel times, the strong are respected, and Bafa, soldiers who have experienced war have a deep understanding. There is only admiration for the young man in front of him, and he is convinced by his talent. They seem to have seen a rising star in the future, destined to stand on the top of US Hu, overlooking everything. Grandmaster student. Someone's face changed wildly and was horrified. Even some Tianjiao who knew a little about the situation changed their color with a swoosh. What happened? Isn't he a master? How could he become a great master after 20 days without hearing the news? Are you kidding me? Question marks poured out frantically, and many people had absurd thoughts in their hearts. What a joke! Jiang Feng. Wang Xian bit her lip, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. The girl next to her with red hair and Bai Wenjing's eyes widened. How could it be him? 5. Impossible, I must have read it wrong. Hello everyone. Jiang Feng nodded towards the saluting officer. Then he stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Bai Wenjing. The complexion is very calm, and there is no wave in the ancient well. This scene suffocated the blockbuster Tianjiao. They came to experience, break through themselves, and even prepare for life and death. As a result, I don't know where a peer of the great master appeared, and the treatment was reddened with jealousy. He is here to work hard, but he is better, and he directly becomes the leader to inspect the base. Even a group of grandmasters and school officials treated them with respect, and the great grandmasters were greeted by the beautiful people in person. Mad people are more popular than dead people. Countless people complained wildly in their hearts, but they did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces. He could only watch with admiration as the welcoming convoy drove away. Transform, pervert. An officer's lips trembled, and his eyes choked out a few words as if he had seen a ghost. The heart was beaten to the point of being broken. The state of mind that came out of the bloody sea of corpses was unstable. The leading master sighed deeply. There is nothing to envy, some people are destined to shine brightly. Although he has a special status, he has to go to the battlefield in the end. However, unlike these rookies, he entered the frontal battlefield. Under that tragic level, the great master is also in danger. Several officers nodded involuntarily. Although Jiang Feng is a great master, he participated in the war season as a student. The documents from the state government have come down, roughly to distinguish Jiang Feng from a group of Tianjiao. Don't throw this bomb into the fish pond to fry the fish. Instead, let him enter the frontal battlefield, but the expression of the state government is also very euphemistic, not forced, it all depends on Jiang Feng's meaning. But if there is no accident, the other party will definitely step into the frontal battlefield. After all, if there is no such meaning, Jiang Feng has every right to refuse to participate in the practice competition, instead of coming here to do nothing. Diverting their eyes, several officers focused their attention on a group of rookies in front of them. What are you doing? Pack your bags. Come with me. 35. Rejoice, your nightmare is about to begin. The voices of several officers were like thunder, and the explosions caused many students to feel pain in their ears. They all shivered. Why does it feel like we're on the execution ground? These instructors look so scary. 35. Nonsense, which martial artist in the base city has never been on the battlefield, and who can come out of that meat grinder-like environment, who will look approachable? Don't you think this is the aura that only the real strong have? A group of arrogant arrogances followed a few ferocious officers out of the tarmac. Only a few people can remain calm under the aura of a Grand Master. Young Master? A talent beyond the awakening of the gods? It is very suitable for my assimilation and devouring. I don't know what changes it will bring to my martial arts. In the main city team, a handsome young man was very indifferent, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 76. The convoy drove towards the depths of the base city. Jiang Feng and Bai Wenjing were in the same car. She drove the car herself and introduced Jiang Feng to the institutions in the base. Ahead is the control tower. In the distance ahead, a giant tower that reaches the sky rises from the ground, pointing directly at the sky. That is the core organization of the base city, and it is also the headquarters, maintaining the orderly operation of the entire base city. It is the core center of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, monitoring every move of the entire front line. All the combat orders were issued from the control tower. I don't know how many strong people are stationed inside. I'm curious, how many strong people are stationed in base city No. 3? Jiang Feng could clearly feel that there was too much powerful aura on that tower. The vast real meaning of martial arts almost shrouded the entire tower, as if it was an insurmountable peak of martial arts. In his perception, there are hundreds of Grand Masters, and there are dozens of Great Masters. All of them are powerful, with an aura of iron blood, and they have experienced many bloody battles. It is an unparalleled powerhouse who has truly emerged from the battlefield, fighting bloody battles every day, and honing his combat skills to an astonishing level. It is more than one step stronger than those who are pampered and nested in the back of the same realm powerhouse. In base city No. 3, there are 289 Grand Masters and 23 Great Grand Masters. As for the Supreme Grand Master, there are 3 Supreme Commanders of the base city. 35. Bai Wenjing said a number. It's amazing. The number of powerhouses in a base city is almost comparable to that of a medium-sized city. She glanced at Jiang Feng's calm profile and added, compared to other base cities, the situation in base city No. 3 is already peaceful. Like the No. 1 base city, facing the central battlefield, it is the most tragic, where is a lord of the military who sits all year round. 55. Jiang Feng was a little surprised. After all, the number of Yuezhu feudal lords does not exceed 10. Pixels such as Yuan Cheng are not included in this list. But minus the major star families, it is very rare that the official can send a prince to be stationed all year round. Jiang Feng estimated that there should be no more than 4 official lords of Yuezhu. There were only 3 lords Yuan Rangkung met in Chongning City, and they were all from the power of the Xing Chen family. It can be said that in Yuezhu, the family and the official are on an equal footing. The top strengths of both sides are similar, because they belong to the powerful departments of the empire, they do not dare to be too presumptuous. Of course, almost all of the nobles of the aristocratic family have official positions, and they are still very important positions. It is not wrong to regard all the feudal lords as official power. This is a kind of solicitation, but also to appease, the national strength is weakened, the empire can only resort to this. Jiang Feng nodded slightly and did not speak. He glanced at Bai Wenjing's clean forehead without a trace, where there was a fiery red lotus imprint. With long fiery red hair and a perfect and proud figure, she looks like a frost beauty. He had never seen a woman with such a contrast. Jiang Feng was very curious. So there was a hint of golden light in his eyes, and he quickly glanced at her. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, pierces through all obstacles. At the same time as Jiang Feng was hot and dry, he suddenly understood. It turned out to be a 100-year-old girl, no wonder she is so cold. But why is it red? Jiang Feng was puzzled, even rarer than one of the 4 vicious beasts in charge of killing aura. Is it a talent effect? But if you have a flame body, you may not turn into a flamingo. Bai Wenjing felt that Jiang Feng's eyes were very strange, and she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. This guy? What are you looking at? She was puzzled. But when she thought of her family's advice, her heart jumped. Command Tower, Commander's Office. A middle-aged man with a resolute face stood in front of the windowsill, silently watching the slowly approaching motorcade ahead. Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Base City No. 3, Xiao Heshan. He put down the teacup in his hand, and said without looking back, "You came to me, what's the matter?" A man with purple hair walked out of the void without making a sound. "It's okay, while escorting the ancestors and their children, I will stop by to see you. It seems that my void talent is still not at home, and I haven't been able to hide it from you." Xiao Heshan turned his head and said calmly, "I don't believe you will come to me if you have nothing to do. Don't expect me to be able to exert my strength in the experience competition, I can't interfere, besides, the help of outsiders will not be of any benefit to me other than to improve my ranking, so I have to look at Jiniu himself." The real powerhouses have come out of the war by themselves, and you all know that helping him is actually harming him. The purple-haired man did not speak, his eyes were faint. I didn't let you use your privileges, you don't have to be so eager to shirk. After a long silence, he spoke with a mocking tone. I didn't see it. After being stationed on the front line for so many years, your behavior has become so fair. The battlefield is really a good place to train people. The purple-haired man smiled and deliberately increased his tone when he said good place. It's just business. Xiao Heshan was non-committal. You know that Jinyu has awakened the martial arts. He is a dual talent owner, and the ability to swallow and assimilate can perfectly integrate any talent. The purple-haired man spoke quietly, with a faint smile on his face. So you? Xiao Heshan's expression changed. He already knew what the other party meant. The purple-haired man sighed, that person's talent is really amazing, there has never been such a person with such extraordinary talent in the history of US Hu. In the Battle of Jinan, he showed no less than 5 kinds of talents, not only is it as simple as surpassing the awakening of the gods, but he has more abilities that have not been exposed. This person is a treasure. In just 10 moves, he defeated Duan Yuanshan, who started the blood burning. In a few years, he will be able to step into the level of you and me. Xiao Heshan stared at him closely, his sharp eyes like a sharp knife. There are many people watching him now, you attack him, are you not afraid of the state's face? 55. If there is no accident, he will definitely make the ultimate leap and enter that kind of field. Needless to say, the state government attaches great importance to him. His voice fluctuated. Is the family crazy to actually attack that celestial capitalist? This is no less than igniting a powder keg, which will completely break with the government. So the accident happened. You don't have to hold an objection attitude. Don't forget that you are still a member of the Xiao family. In everything, you must first consider the interests of the family. The purple-haired man didn't care about his gaze, and at the end of his words, his tone became a lot more intense. Xiao Heshan fell silent and did not refute. Point 0. Indeed, he is a member of the Xiao family. To be able to sit in this position, it is necessary for the family to work secretly. He has no right to oppose the family's decision. What does the ancestor mean? This is the meaning of the ancestors. Those lords will not fight with their families for a dead person. The enemies are not only strange beasts, but also foreign forces. Take care of the overall situation, they won't tear their faces, and my Xiao family has never done anything too outrageous before, and this is the only time. If it wasn't for Jinyu who just awakened these 2 kinds of talents, and could take that person's talents as his own to a large extent, the family would not have such an idea. The purple-haired man was very indifferent, with a sense of superiority. Decide on the life and death of others at will. This is the Star family, and its status is unparalleled. What about the peerless monsters? After all, they are nothing but mortal dust ants. Being stared at by the ancient family who sat and watched the passage of time, no one could protect them, and no one dared to protect them. Only by becoming a victim and fulfilling others is the ultimate value. In exchange for the life of a person who has nothing to do with the family's glory for thousands of years, everything is worth it. We won't do it for the time being, this thing needs to be done slowly. The family members in the criminal law department have begun to investigate his dark history. He will seize all of his past and find a charge on his head, so that he will not die in a vague way, so that the official can better accept it. 5. The purple-haired man gave Xiao Heshan a deep look, and his figure disappeared. Xiao Heshan didn't say a word, silently watching the motorcade approaching from a distance. Ugh! A long sigh sounded. The will of the family is unquestionable. He couldn't stop it, and he couldn't stop it. He doesn't want to participate in this matter, but what can he do? Even if he doesn't do anything, he is still in the game. As a member of the Xiao family, we share weal and woe, and are implicated in each other. Chapter 77. Commander-in-Chief Bai wants to see you. After entering the command tower with Jiang Feng, Bai Wenjing suddenly said something. White. Jiang Feng noticed this surname, which is the same as Bai Wenjing. Could it be that this bubbling beauty in front of me is an unmarried old aunt from a certain big family? It seems that the power of the family is quite strong, and there is a supreme master of the family as the commander-in-chief. To be able to let a supreme grand master come out and serve in the military department, the family background can be imagined. Compared with the Duan family, we know that the ancestors of the Duan family are absolutely reluctant to go to the front line to join the military, even if they become an important commander. Because their background is not enough, there are only two supreme masters. Once one is gone, the influence will be greatly reduced, and there may be a well-matched family that stretches out its minions to 3 nines to divide the interests. It's the senior in the family. 39. Bai Wenjing tried her best to squeeze out a smile, but she was stiff. She was too taciturn and not good at words. Oh. Jiang Feng nodded casually, knowing her details. The Bai family is definitely the Xing Chen family, only the Xing Chen family has such a heritage. Because they have lords in charge, they are not afraid of everything. Only the other strong members of the family can move around at will, develop into the upper class in all walks of life, and continuously expand the influence of the family. There are members of the Xing Chen family in almost every industry, everywhere. So they can prosper and stand tall. This has been the case since ancient times. Even if the empire in its heyday wanted to move them, they had to think carefully. The forces are intertwined, and their influence is too great. If one pulls the trigger, the whole body will be affected, which will cause great damage to the social economy. Commander-in-Chief Bai's office is on the 467th floor. I'll take you there. Bai Wenjing recovered the ice-cold beauty of the iceberg, pressed the elevator, and quickly climbed towards the top. Come in. 95. Before Jiang Feng knocked on the door, he heard a steady and heavy voice from inside. Pushing the door and entering, there is an old man sitting in front of the table with a smile on his face. He was grey-haired, spirited, and full of blood. The old state is only his appearance, and his blood is extremely vigorous. This is a high-level supreme master. He looked at Jiang Feng carefully, then nodded with a smile. There are dragons and phoenixes among people, as expected of a young hero. Not bad, sit down. Jiang Feng sat opposite him, and the old man handed him another cup of tea, very eager, making Jiang Feng inexplicable. What's the matter with me, Commander? Jiang Feng took a sip of tea and asked. It's nothing, I'm just asking you, the above will ask you for me. What do you think about the practice match? Bai Lu condensed for a while before asking. This is the great young master, and sooner or later he will become a prince. The state government is very concerned about him, and everything depends on his wishes, not forcing, but condoning. I came to participate in the experience competition. Naturally I came along the way, and at the same time tempered myself on the front line, but I was not with those geniuses. Jiang Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. Those people are really uneasy, and they have to ask themselves even such a thing. He must have come to kill beasts to obtain energy, or else come here to see the scenery. After receiving Jiang Feng's reply, the smile on Bai Lu's face became even stronger. Since you are like this, then I will put you in the battle sequence. If a commander-level beast appears, the intelligent terminal will send a message to remind you to participate in the battle. After all, he took out a delicate and compact terminal, like a watch, and handed it to Jiang Feng. Bai Lu stared at Jiang Feng for a while, then suddenly asked, What do you think of Bai Wenjing? 5. Very beautiful. Jiang Feng said from the bottom of his heart. More than beautiful, with red hair, rare in the world. Thinking of what he saw with his martial Dao heavenly eye, he couldn't help surging with blood, and he was about to bleed from his nose. Bai Wenjing should have some kind of special physique, and he has never heard of the lotus mark on the forehead of the flame talent. It must be some kind of physique that has not yet been discovered. It is normal for the hair to be red, and even the hair is red, which is unheard of. That's good, although Bai Wenjing is 130 years old, she is still very young for her age. It's embarrassing to say, she is more than 100 years old, and she has not been in a relationship yet. You young people get along well, and our older generation will not bother you. Bai Lu smiled knowingly and patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. Jiang Feng was speechless. I have become a fragrant pastry, and wherever I go, there are people who want to get rid of their own kidneys. This old antique really wants to be beautiful, and wants to recruit himself as the son-in-law of the Bai family. I also want to let an old ant and old cow eat tender grass. What did the commander tell you? In the spacious passage, Bai Wenjing and Jiang Feng walked side by side. Nothing, ask me if I want to go to the battlefield. Jiang Feng nodded absently, and his eyes were faintly golden. Bai Wenjing didn't notice the change in his eyes, but his face was a little rosy. She had already guessed what Bai Lu and Jiang Feng were talking about. A future lord, several star families are all eager to move, each with his own thoughts. There are those who want to recruit and win over, and there are those who want to get rid of them quickly. But everything is under the supervision of the state government, and no one dares to act rashly. With the Bai family staring here, those people have no chance to attack. Because the Bai family is very close to the official. They also came up with the idea of marrying Jiang Feng. Because Bai Wenjing was the only unmarried female grandmaster in the clan, she delegated this important task to her. The other families also had this idea, and the Bai family knew it and wanted to be one step ahead. Such a good son-in-law slipped away in vain, and the 5.0 hand patted his thigh slowly. This is your room. The equipment and facilities are complete. There is also a gravity room, which can be used for training by the Great Master. If there is a major incident, the alarm will sound. There are still many things that I need to deal with in the practice match. Bai Wenjing gave a few orders and left. As the chief instructor of the training competition, it is natural to make a speech, and there are still many things to be done by hand. Jiang Feng opened the room. It was only discovered that the area inside was amazingly large, occupying almost half of the space on this floor, which is thousands of square meters. There is a gravity room inside, as well as a variety of training equipment dedicated to great masters, all of which are made of expensive animal bones, hard and heavy. Jiang Feng did not use these equipments, which was too far from his own strength. Chapter 78 Tianyu Mountains. Jiang Feng stood in the sky, looking at the rolling mountains in front of him, spreading to the end of the sky, with a heavy heart. Before he went deep, he felt the pressure coming towards him. That is the murderous aura that belongs to the great demon of Casting Star realm. Casting Stars, a super strong man who can absorb the matter of the universe with supreme mana and create a huge star. Such magical powers are comparable to the ancient sage who covered the sky with a single leaf. Such a person can crush thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with a single strand of hair, and the sky and the earth are torn apart. What's more, the murderous aura on the hair has not retreated, and it contains the power of a blow, which is equivalent to a sage's blow. Jiang Feng holds the Chifeng Spear, and is confident that even if the Chifeng Spear can stop it, he has to weigh whether the planet under his feet can stop it. For the aftershock spread of the wave, we don't know how many kilometers it will spread. In the ancient times, these earth-shattering powerhouses descended, causing the area of the continent that was still in the sky to be shaved, and finally exploded directly. After the end of the Dharma era, it was a human powerhouse who cast the star realm and gathered a small piece of debris and entered the fortune. After a long period of evolution, it became the world of today. But in the process, the corpses of the strong people floating in the starry sky were captured by gravity and sucked into the planet, becoming famous mountains and mountains. Jiang Feng was really afraid that he had touched the murderous aura of the Tianyu Mountains, causing the 8,000 kilometer mountain to turn into the sky. In that case, the whole of Yuezhu would be ruined, life would be devastated, and it would be difficult for his parents to be safe. Staring at the huge figure dormant in the depths of Tianyu Mountain, Jiang Feng took a deep breath. Much regret. In the peripheral area, even the beasts of the commanding realm are pitifully few, and even the proving grounds of those geniuses are at their feet. There are only a few random roaming heads, which are the finale bosses of the experience competition, and they need the combined efforts of the geniuses to kill them. The real frontline battlefield has to be pushed forward by dozens of kilometers, and the number 1 base city is in the adjacent area. Every time the beast tide riots, there are many commander-level vicious beasts, secretly driving other vicious beasts to attack. Sometimes they will take the initiative to get out of their nests and attack the defense line. There is no shortage of higher level, more powerful bloodline leading beasts. That is a terrifying existence that is enough to crush the high-level Grandmaster. The physique of the beast is too strong, and in a battle of the same level, the beast can pick several one at a time, which is extremely powerful. If it contains the blood of some powerful giant beast, it will be even more terrifying. We can only wait for the large-scale beast tide to appear. Jiang Feng looked helpless. However, according to the rules here, the commander-level beasts must be monsters once every 3 days, and fight against human powerhouses. If you don't eat a few tactical nuclear bombs, a large number of casualties will not run back in despair. He is not worried that these beasts are always squatting in their nests and refuse to be born. Jiang Feng wandered around the periphery for a while, crushed 5 commander-level beasts to death, and found that there were no targets worth attacking before he was able to stop. However, the fierce beasts are indeed surprisingly strong, their blood energy is a lot thicker than that of humans, and the source energy they provide is much more than the weird and inferior goods. A commander-level beast can provide more than 40,000 energy sources at will. After a while, he collected 220,000 energy, plus the 80,000 he had left before, there were 300,000 energy available. This makes Jiang Feng very happy. It is estimated that there will be an outbreak of a beast tide, and at least he will be able to obtain millions of energy. Early in the morning, the sun rises. The arrogant talents of the experience competition were successively put into the trial area. Start a 30-day practice. The rules here are cruel, there are various restrictions, hot weapons cannot be used, cheating is prohibited, and only students can help each other. And at 6 o'clock in the evening, the students can return to the camp to repair. Otherwise, it will be regarded as an automatic waiver. If you encounter a crisis, you can activate the emergency function on the communication terminal, and the base city will arrive in the shortest time to rescue the rescuers. However, this kind of situation will have a great impact on the students' grades, and a lot of points will be deducted. But there is one special person. Jiang Feng, he is still known as a trainee student. It means that he can help other students, and it is not cheating, which is in line with the procedures. This is outrageous, but it is a fact, and the official organizers have acquiesced. Roar! The grass vibrated, and large leaves rustled. A tusk pig more than 1 meter high shoveled the bushes, like a bulldozer ramming over. A squeak sounded, and a young girl with red hair held an alloy sword and passed by the rushing tusk pig. As soon as she flipped her wrist, the fire element talent was activated, and the battle knife instantly turned red, and slashed at the back of the tusk pig. The war knife slashed from the waist of the fierce beast, and the sharp and hot war knife cut the beast in half in an instant. The splattered blood stained the girl's combat uniform, like the bright plum blossoms, which were extraordinarily beautiful. After killing the tusk pig, the girl did not take out the spoils immediately, but took a picture with the communication terminal and uploaded it before processing. The tusks of the tusk pig contain special metal elements that can smelt extremely hard alloys. Therefore, the price is expensive. A pair of fangs weighing dozens of pounds can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan. Hey, there are only 451, so it's still at the bottom. When the girl saw her rising points, she glanced at the ranking again, and the joy just now turned into a bitter face. Yi, be content with you, many of the geniuses in those medium-sized cities and large cities are in the martial artist realm, and the most inferior are high-level martial artists. It is not bad for you to be ranked more than 400 with the strength of an intermediate warrior. The fire element talent makes you not weak in combat. Advanced martial artist, you must know that Yuyang City is 500 kilometers away in previous years. Wang Xian came over with a blood-drenched sword, and held a black horn in his hand that flashed with metallic light. Ah, Xian, you came to attack me on purpose. Tell me, have you awakened any talent or physique? How did you become a high-level martial artist in just a few days, and your ranking is almost 305? Meng Yi rolled her eyes. She suddenly saw the origin of Wang Xian's unicorn, and the next moment, she screamed in disbelief. My beauty, that's the horn of a unicorn 390 wolf. Ordinary junior martial artists are very difficult to deal with. How did you kill it? Hey, guess what? Wang Xian made a face, took a photo, sent it to the statistics station, and the ranking rose 2 places. Roar! From the distance came the roar of a beast that shook the sky and earth. The ground rumbled and vibrated, as if thousands of troops were galloping. Then, with the harsh sonic boom, a fighter jet cut through the sky and headed into the distance. Even at high altitudes, huge bombers flew by, like dark clouds, swarmed with bombs. Seeing this scene, the 2 girls changed their faces at the same time, and they lost their joking randomness. It's a beast tide, there's going to be a big battle on the front line. The roar of the beast just now is so terrifying, shouldn't it be from the commander-level beast? Meng Yi's face was pale, and the loud roar was so frightening and heart-wrenching. Be careful next, although the front-line battlefield can stop most of the beast tide, there are still a small number of fierce beasts that will run away, maybe they will run to us. Although Wang Xian's face was solemn, he was not flustered. She has yin spirit protection and is not very afraid. Just a few days ago, the yin spirit who had been sheltering and guiding her recovered to the level of terror, and the combat power was very strong, surpassing that of human warriors of the same level. This is the pinnacle of existence in the VA. With the protection of the Big Sister, her life will not be in danger. Chapter 79. System: Perform 30 Myriad Realms Extractions. Inside the room, Jiang Feng unfolded an invisible field, distorting the space and preventing anyone from peeping. The world is being picked randomly. Ding! Extraction succeeded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dragon Tiger Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blue Shadow Sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a sweaty BMW. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Flowing Cloud Step. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Do Lingdan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Jade Ling Zi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dao Jing Wang Kai Scroll. After some extraction, what you get is pretty good. Just a few useful things. Jade Ling Zi, Purple Salvia, and Wohuangguo are very good, and they are very beneficial to Jiang Feng. The Dao Sutra Will See scroll is available, but it is not available for the time being. You need to wait for your Dongtian spirit to successfully raise your body and spirit, and then think about which system to practice first. Some other things, a large part of them are mundane. For example, Long Huden, looking at the name of the cow, is actually not good at cooking. At first glance, it is a product of the martial arts world. If you can add 1,000 pounds of strength or something, it is a step into the sky in a low-level world. Throwing it here, it can only be used by the bottom-level warriors, and the effect of the warriors has been greatly reduced, so there is no need for such low-level items. There are also medicines or spiritual materials that Jiang Feng can't use, but can be used to improve his subordinates or relatives and friends. For example, De Wang Pill can increase De Wang Strong by 1 star, while the 6th grade medicinal pill Huangji pill extracted by Jiang Feng before can increase to Huang by 1 or 2 stars. It is still of great use to the warriors of this world. The former can give a large degree of improvement to the low-ranking lords, and can directly improve a realm. The effect of Huangji Dan is of great benefit to the 9 realms of Feng Hao, and it can increase the hope of breaking through the realm. There are also some miscellaneous medicinal herbs, many of which are tasteless and unfortunate for him. It can be used to strengthen your future subordinates. Jade Ganodermalocidum is as big as a wash basin, as white as a flawless jade, translucent, gorgeous, and fragrant. The purple salvia is half a meter long, with dense purple air, lush roots, and shining purple light. Wuhuangguo is the size of a fist, the whole body is blue-green, full of energy and full of fruit. After devouring the 3 spirits one after another, Jiang Feng smashed his mouth, and after a long aftertaste of the wonderful taste in his mouth, did he unlock the distortion field. Hey! The beast swarm broke out, and there was a major incident. As soon as he let go of the distortion field, Jiang Feng heard a shrill siren, and red lights flashed in the room. The big commander-level beast appears. Please receive the notification and rush to the front line to participate in the battle, don't delay the fighter. A voice in the conning tower kept reminding. Jiang Feng looked at the communication terminal and, unsurprisingly, had his name. He didn't hesitate, the floor-to-ceiling windows in front of the room opened, and he jumped straight out and rushed to the front line battlefield. Dozens of kilometers away, artillery fire continued, and the sound of explosions continued. High in the sky, a group of bombers flew by. Heavy bombs fell like a downpour, densely packed like raindrops. The ground is full of fire, smoke is filled, and the dense explosion is mixed with the angry and painful roar of the beast. The whole land is like countless blooming fire lotus flowers, like a flat-bottomed thunder, dull, continuous and long. The scene is absolutely stunning. The Air Force's first priority is to plow the ground to relieve the pressure on ground combat troops. It is difficult to annihilate the beast tide by bombing. There is an incomparably powerful field in the commander-level beast, and once it is unfolded, it can directly isolate most of the explosive power. The rest of the lethality can be completely blocked with a thick defense. Perhaps the indiscriminate and intensive bombing can kill the commander-level beasts, but once the number increases, it will be overwhelmed. The power of the domain avoids most of the lethality, cannot cause enough damage, and can only blow up those insignificant low-level beasts. It is more difficult to pose a threat to the commander-level beasts. In the sky, 6 figures stood there, and behind them were dozens of grandmasters wearing battle armor and holding swords and swords. All are ready to fight against the advanced beasts. On the ground, armored tanks were lined up with their muzzles raised, pointing to the front. These monsters are really strong perverts. Looking at the bombing area where the sea of fire, many great masters looked gloomy. If it was them, in this environment, it would be much more difficult, and they had to stabilize the Grandmaster realm at all times, and they couldn't rampage like fierce beasts with bombardment. A stream of light came at an extremely fast speed, and the speed was astonishingly fast. Even the great masters couldn't help but narrow their eyes, secretly frightened. Jiang Feng stood tall and straight in the sky, calmly watching the beast tide ahead that was about to break through the bombing zone. Jiang Feng, you don't have a weapon? 35. Bai Wenjing raised her beautiful eyebrows when she saw Jiang Feng was empty-handed. Hehe, this is the first time you come to the battlefield, don't be foolish enough to hold you back. This is not the kind of game in the rear. The brutality of the beast is far beyond your imagination. A slightly mocking voice sounded. It was a young man in black armor and holding a long silver sword. He is a mid-level grandmaster, one of the top combat sequences on the front-line battlefield. At this moment, he looked at Jiang Feng with jealousy and resentment. Apparently, she has admired Bai Wenjing for a long time. Xiao Qintao, why do you speak so yin and yang? 55. Some grandmasters stared at him coldly, while others frowned. Disgusting, good promise, Xiao Chintao's tone. Now that the enemy is present, is this guy still in the mood to be jealous? In fact, it wasn't that he was too easily stimulated, but that it was too rare for Bai Wenjing to take the initiative to care about a man. Xiao Qintao has known Bai Wenjing for decades. Except during the war, he usually said no more than 10 sentences. It is indescribable to be as cold as an iceberg. Now seeing a boy whom he had never met, suddenly being so concerned by his goddess, the anger in his heart was about to burst out. There is now. Jiang Feng ignored Xiao Qintao, who was sour. The flames lit up, and he held a spear wrapped around the red flames in his hand. Use talent as a weapon. The great Grand Master spoke with awe. He seemed to know Jiang Feng's identity very well and was not too surprised. Because he is from the Duan family. Chapter 80. Some people are really ignorant, they don't know the identity of the other party before they ridicule them, they stay on the battlefield all day, the news is blocked, they are ignorant, and it is uncomfortable to be slapped in the face. Duan Yangrui said lightly, meaning something. Xiao Qintao's expression changed, but he didn't open his mouth to refute. Because the opponent's strength is stronger than him, he is a high-level grandmaster. What's up with this kid? Xiao Qintao gave Jiang Feng a pitiful look. Although he came from a family of stars, he stayed on the battlefield all the year round. His mind was all on the fight, and he didn't read many of the messages sent by the family, and he didn't even know how strong Jiang Feng was. Jiang Feng's strength can only be inferred from the reactions of many great masters. Roar! Come on! 35. Many great masters looked solemn. Whoa whoa! Overwhelming arc bombs tear the smoke and hit you like a torrential rain. A group of monsters with the shape of a car, covered with armor, and a tail as thin as a scorpion's tail rushed out. Their tails are flashing purple electric lights, and arcing bullets are constantly flying out. It's the electric beasts, let's kill their leaders first. The great master of the Duan family roared, his blood surged, and the great master's field opened 390, instantly breaking through the sonic boom, and burst into the beast tide with the explosion. The other great masters also started to move, and they passed by with sonic booms. Be careful! Bai Wenjing left a sentence, holding a red iron spear, and joined the battle. Roar! A huge ape with a height of more than 10 meters and with scales like rocks jumped out, and the earth and rocks exploded with a loud roar, and its prestige was amazing. This is a big commander-level beast called the black-scaled giant ape, with an unusually powerful physique. I'll deal with him. Xiao Qintao was full of self-confidence and ran towards the giant ape with his sword in hand. Every great master has found his goal, even Bai Wenjing is fighting against a giant wolf with a gleaming blue light. The flames and the cyan light beam continued to collide, causing bursts of big explosions. The terrifying high temperature swept through, and it actually overwhelmed the beam of light that spewed out of the blue wolf's mouth. The wolf's body like a hill was burnt. This record is strong enough, Bai Wenjing's flame ability is not a talent, but a physique. The combat power is much stronger than the blood of the Xing Chen family. On the other hand, the other great masters fell into a hard battle. And Xiao Qintao was crushed by the black-scaled giant ape, and he had the lowest level in the field. One after another, the sharp sword chi slashed out, leaving only a white mark, which could not even break the defense. And the thunderous roar of the black-scale giant ape can make him vomit blood. Chong! The flame spear swept across the sky, like an invincible divine weapon, piercing the beast tide like a flying fire and meteor. Where the spear swept past, the fierce beasts with their fangs and claws were directly strangled to slag, even the commander-level beasts were not the enemy of unity. The host kills low-level beasts and gets 210 energy. The host kills the intermediate beast and gets 1350 energy. The host kills the commander-level beast and gets 42,000 energy. The host kills high-level beasts and gets 4,300 energy. In one face-to-face effort, Hundreds of beasts were strangled. The source energy suddenly soared by 350,000. Even the great masters who were caught in the war cast their gazes in surprise. This ability has never been seen before. What kind of talent is this? Army control or flame type? Xiao Qintao was completely dumbfounded. It was just a spear with condensed talents, and its power was so terrifying. There is also the magical ability of the spear. It seems to have self-consciousness, automatically strangling the beast back and forth. When distracted, Bafa, a fist bigger than a tank hits. Expensive armor smelted with beast scales and alloys exploded on the spot. His body was almost smashed into two, and it flew out like a cannonball, smashing an ancient tree that was hugged by several people. Smashing into the rocks is like opening a mountain to explode mines, blasting a big hole in the mountain. Delicious and loving. Jiang Feng didn't even look at the big hole in the mountain in the distance. He let the flame spear roam the beast tide, squeezed his fist and blasted it towards the black-scaled giant ape. Jiang Feng! Jiang Feng, don't be impulsive! 35. Exclamations sounded one after another. This black-scaled giant ape is not a good stubble, its physical strength is amazing, and it is absolutely deadly to fight with its power. You must know that Xiao Qintao is not weak. Born in a family of stars, he has the talent of anger among the many powerful bloodline talents in the family. The higher the rage accumulation value, the stronger the combat power. The disadvantage is that it is easy to lose his mind and turn into a fighting madman, and he is not afraid of death. But regardless of strength, speed, defense, and resilience, it will be improved in all aspects, and it can be stacked to a very high level. This is a top bloodline that is stronger than the blood burning of the Duan family. However, he was easily tortured by the black-scaled giant ape. The white cone-shaped sonic boom exploded, and Jiang Feng broke the sound barrier with one punch. The black-scaled giant ape saw that this tiny human dared to punch it. Humanized contempt appeared in his eyes. He raised his arms thicker than a bus, and threw a punch. Boom! The shock wave visible to the naked eye suddenly opened, and the landslides and ground cracks within a radius of 100 meters. The violent air ripped everything apart. The grass, trees, and rocks were directly shaken into powder. Countless ferocious beasts were strangled directly into pieces. The ground collapsed for more than 10 meters, forming a huge pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters. One after another high-pressure blood column rushed up. That is the blood of the black-scaled giant ape. Its bloody mouth screamed in pain, and the sound shook 100 meters. Such a scene shocked a lot of people. The Grand Master, the Great Grand Master and the powerful beast in the distant battle all staggered suddenly, and their bodies were unsteady as they were pushed by the violent shock wave. What? Xiao Qintao, who had just climbed out of the mountain, was bleeding from the 7 orifices, and looked at this scene in disbelief. He felt as if he had been slapped on the face, and it was burning hot. The black-scaled giant ape, who couldn't break the skin with all his strength, was severely injured by a punch from the boy he looked down on and screamed. Chapter 81. Boom! There was another thunderous loud noise, and everyone felt a tightness in their chests. A huge figure flew out of the sky, smashing a small mountain and cracking. I'm blanching. Some masters and strong people are stunned, their eyes are about to fall here. Is this still a human, fighting and crushing the black-scaled giant ape known for its strength? The Supreme Master is just like that. This scene was so shocking that even the tidal wave of beasts stopped. All the beasts bowed their heads and whimpered, as if they were deterred by some terrifying existence. Bai Wenjing looked at the black-scaled giant ape in the distance, whose scales and armor had dropped most of its body, and its chest was sunken. 2 punches shocked the world. Even the big commanding beasts were uneasy, looking at the man who stood like a god and a devil with blood and energy like a tsunami. So brutal. 2 punches annihilated the extremely powerful black-scaled giant ape among the beasts of the great commander. Rao is that these great commanders of Wuthering Mountains are all terrified and give birth to retreat. Haha, well, as expected of my family's true dragon pride, with an invincible appearance. A great master laughed, and the ground trembled. Shocking, but more than joy. The more wealthy people like this, the safer the human condition will be. Jiang Feng's body surface erupts with golden light, which is extremely magical, with golden veins all over his body, like a god descending to earth. Golden form. 35. Those who knew about it were shocked. It was this invincible form that defeated the Grand Master of the Duan family and became famous all over the world in the first battle. Now it is used again, to kill a big commander beast. Boom! The void is distorted, and a large sea of fire rises, burning the sky, like a boundless fire. Behind Jiang Feng, the vision of the fire burning the sky appeared, shaking the world. This is... The great masters were not surprised, but shocked, dumbfounded, and each one of them stared at the manifested vision. If the previous gold pattern is still understanding the range, the terrifying sight of boundless flames burning the sky was beyond their understanding. Special physique. Not only does he have no less than 5 powerful talents, but he has a special physique. Duan Yongrui was horrified and finally understood. It is rumored that when a special physique is activated, all kinds of amazing visions will emerge, and it is true when I see it today. The horror on his face is undisguised. This young man is so perverted. Simply the son of plains. So young, yet so powerful. Almost comparable to the Supreme Master. The entire battlefield fell silent, and whether it was beasts or humans, they all felt a huge pressure coming. My chest was so heavy, it was hard to breathe. Flame physique. Bai Wenjing's beautiful eyes widened, there was something strange in her body, and there was an urge to rush over. This is the mutual attraction of the physique. Bai Wenjing's body instinctively wants to approach the more powerful flame body. Just like the attraction of a magnet to a metal, it is inherent. The giant cyan wolf in front of him had a look of shock in its huge pupils. Its intelligence was already equal to that of a teenager, and it could clearly perceive the powerful oppressive force emanating from that human being. It's like facing the beast overlord in the mountains and forests, you can't help but bow your head. Boom! 2 long flames roared out, and the astonishing high temperature made all the strong men suddenly change their colors, and quickly retreated hundreds of meters. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion sounded. The power far surpassed the previous bombing. It was an incomparably blazing red golden fireball with a diameter of hundreds of meters, almost like an explosion of a small-yield tactical nuclear bomb. The sea of flames surged out, directly gasifying all the beasts within a few hundred meters, and nothing was left. After half an hour, a huge pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared, and the surrounding area was charred black, braving the high temperature. The host kills the big commander beast and gets 140,000 energy. The host kills low-level beasts and gets 180 energy. The host kills the intermediate beast and gets 1,650 energy. The host kills the intermediate beast and gets 1,680 energy. One after another prompt sounded one after another. In an instant, the source energy soared to 930,000. A group of great masters and masters are messed up in the wind. What kind of skill is this? Powerful and terrifying. It is almost comparable to a tactical nuclear bomb, and a mid-level Supreme Grandmaster may not have such power in a single blow. 0. Perhaps the high-level Supreme Master burst out with all his strength, and combined with his offensive talent, he can have such destructive power, but after a single blow, he will definitely collapse. The terrifying explosion caused the beast tide to retreat. Even many bloodthirsty and brutal beasts are instinctively afraid and dare not go forward. Roar! The beasts of the great commander roared furiously, and the beast tide that had retreated seemed to have been hit with stimulants, and began to riot again. Jiang Feng could see that those who commanded the beasts to indicate the tide of beasts were not his own wishes at all. But in the depths of the Tianhuang Mountains, there is a more powerful existence issuing orders. Otherwise, These powerful beasts who have long been born with intelligence would not be foolish to die. The ferocious beasts have distinct classes, and the powerful beasts have absolute dominance over the weak and small beasts. Just like a robot controlled by one button, they will execute whatever command is given. Even if there is no doubt about death, he will die without hesitation. This is the suppression imprinted in the gene of the beast. It's been like this since time immemorial. That's good. How can I kill it if I run away? Jiang Feng smiled slightly, restrained the vision of the sea of fire, holding a long spear, and killing the blue giant wolf facing Bai Wenjing. End. Chapter 82. Many people are terrified, so arrogant. Are they going to stay here with all the big commanding beasts that will attack? How amazing it is to fight so many big beasts with one's own power. Then his prestige must reach an unimaginable level and become a legend in base city number 3. Become the god of war admired by countless warrior soldiers. Ouch! The blue giant wolf howled and gave up Bai Wenjing in front of him. The beast's pupil exuded a hostile aura, and a blue light rose from his body. The limbs jumped, and they rose into the sky, like a cyan hill passing over the beast tide, colliding with Jiang Feng. Boom! A terrifying sound wave swept through, spreading out from the center of the collision between the two, instantly strangling dozens of low-level beasts. The bright red blood rain sprayed the sky, and the blood rain poured down in a radius of 100 meters. All the great masters avoided them one after another, trembling with fear. This young man is really brave and incomparable, and he is a mess. Let them be ashamed of the old and powerful. Ouch! The wolf howl sounded, no longer full of chi before, with endless pain and grief. The cyan giant wolf flew out at a faster speed than before, like an oversized cannonball loaded into the beast tide. 390s. The ground rumbled and rumbled unbearably. The cyan giant wolf's body is over 1,000 tons, and the speed of the crash is comparable to that of a meteorite falling to the ground. A large area of beasts that had no time to escape were smashed into flesh and bones, with no bones left. A blood-colored ravine more than 10 meters wide spreads for hundreds of meters, and wherever it passes, there are blood mud mixed with broken flesh, blood and soil. The blue giant wolf's limbs twitched, the blue light on its scales dissipated, and its breath was sluggish. There is a terrifying fist mark on the forehead, which runs directly through the head, and the blood flows like a fountain. It directly turned the gully into a blood river. Call out! A terrifying sonic boom came, and a flaming spear pierced through the body of the giant wolf at an astonishing speed. It's transparent from start to finish. Blood and water don't need money to be sprayed, sputter everywhere. The host kills the commander-level beast and obtains 135,000 energy. Ho ho ho! Another big commander beast was beheaded on the spot. The beast tide not only was not deterred, but even more violent. Even the great masters and the great masters changed their faces. The situation is out of control. The two great leaders of the fierce beasts, Thunder Wanjun, were killed, but the effect was diametrically opposite. This is very abnormal. There is definitely a terrifying existence in the depths of the Tianhuang Mountains to manipulate the beast tide, otherwise the loss is so huge, the beast tide should have retreated. The ground was constantly lit by fire, falling into a frenzied beast tide, constantly impacting the armored core defense line. The thick armor plate of the main battle tank could not stop the attack of the beast, and was destroyed by various attack methods. The explosion ignited thick smoke on the spot. There are many warriors wearing power armor to fight with fierce beasts, and the killing is indistinguishable and bloody. Roar! A male lion with black mane as black as ink and fur as shiny as charcoal came slaughtered. It is huge in size and arrogant. I don't know how many beasts I trampled to death with one foot, and directly stepped out of the shocking blood pits and ran towards Jiang Feng. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the surrounding air like a whirlpool. Then release it violently. An air cannon that was concentrated to the extreme blasted out. Boom! The transparent air column is like a steel drill bit, shredding the body of the unknown beast along the way, vertically and horizontally for hundreds of meters, and blasts directly to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's whole body is full of vigorous blood. The ultra-high-pressure air column full of penetrating power exploded directly in the air, and the high-pressure air flow scattered. It is like cutting down invisible sharp knives, cutting the earth with many holes. OM. Everyone felt a flower in front of them, as if the sound of the avenue resounded directly, hitting their minds, and their movements were stagnant for a moment. It was the sound of the heaven and earth scriptures ringing. Bai Wenjing only saw Jiang Feng's eyes filled with golden light, exuding a sacred and bright meaning. The next moment, two golden beams of light that destroyed the sky and the earth swept out like a sword. Wherever the beam of light passes, everything is ashes. The black magic lion was evaporated in an instant, and the body dissipated. A terrifying explosion resounded throughout the battlefield. The dense beast tide seemed to be cut open by an invincible divine weapon, and the entire land was divided into two. The golden shock wave swept across a kilometer radius, shrouded in an unknown number of beasts. That terrifying power is like a volcanic eruption, earth-shattering. The host kills the commander-level beast and gets 150,000 energy. The host kills the big commander-level beast and gets 140,000 energy. The host kills the big commander-level beast and obtains 138,000 energy. The host kills the commander-level beast and obtains 43,000 energy. It's that kind of method, the destruction ray emitted by the eyes, but it is much stronger than before. One of the great masters was so terrified that his hair was upside down. This method of Jiang Feng has a profound impact. The devastating power is simply invincible, and nothing can stop it. Several great commanding beasts did not even let out a scream, and they just vanished into ashes. The entire battlefield was immediately emptied, and even the beast hordes that filled the mountains and fields were cut off and could not be replenished. His destructive power is no longer comparable to that of ordinary supreme masters. Several great masters retreated far into the sky, overlooking a terrifying ravine that was 500 meters long and terrifying. So scary, so scary. The breathless voices rose and fell to each other. They feel that they are just superfluous now and can't even help with chores. For him, the fierce beasts who fought with blood to do their best to lose both sides, in his hands, none of them could last 5 rounds. The beast that dominated the mountain and forest was killed like a chicken. They made a big move to clear the field directly, the perverted can't be described in words. Our estimate of his strength has to be improved by a few grades, and we are not at the same level as us. Only those commanders are at the same level as him. He's only 18 years old, you can't be so exaggerated when you practice martial arts in the womb. It must be a prince, you understand the meaning of this sentence, this is the state government's evaluation of him. The unparalleled arrogance of the heavens has created the ultimate in Yuezhu's history. It's not as good as it is, it's really not as good as it is. A group of great masters stood on the side and side again and again, breaking the hesitation that the back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves, and the front waves died on the beach. No need to intervene, next is his solo show, we can take care of those who slip through the net. 99. Grandmaster Duan took a deep breath and calmed down. Then he glanced at Xiao Qintao, who was pale. Irony on his face. Just such a waste, he dared to speak ill of such a strong character before. His face was fanned into a pig's head. It works great. Jiang Feng glanced at the source energy that had soared to 2.4 million, and nodded in satisfaction. With a big move, his worth has become rich again. This trip really came to the right place. The smoke of gunpowder dissipated, revealing the earth riddled with holes. There was hardly a beast with a complete corpse at the scene, only a charred skeleton. As for the few big commanding beasts, after being touched by the beam of light, nothing left, and they died cleanly. Countless soldiers below looked at the front with lingering fears, sweating profusely from shock, and fighting with fierce beasts in blood was not so terrifying. I was afraid that the god of war in the sky would be unable to control it and swept the beam of light towards his own people, and he would not be able to find a single bone. The existence in the depths of the Tianhuang Mountains seemed to be deterred by this blow, and under its drive, the remaining beasts quickly retreated. The 4 fields were silent, not a single beast dared to make a cry, tucked its tail and shrunk its head back into the mountains. Jiang Feng stared at the depths of the mountain, his eyes shining. He then shifted his gaze and glanced at Xiao Qintao, who trembled suddenly as if struck by lightning. Idiot! The word 5.0 light and fluttering resounded in Xiao Qintao's ears, with a contemptuous indifference. His face was ashen and his whole body was shaking, but he didn't say a word. Now he doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the eye. Just these 2 words shattered Xiao Qintao's pride over the years. Jiang Feng's voice was not concealed at all, and many of the great masters and even the masters who were present heard it clearly. One by one, their expressions became strange, and their faces were teasing. Xiao Qintao's reputation is not very good, he is arrogant, and many masters have been beaten by him. Seeing his disgraced appearance, but not daring to let go of his fart, many people felt a bad breath in their hearts and were extremely happy. Even Bai Wenjing's beautiful face couldn't help showing a smile, which made Xiao Qintao feel aggrieved. Jiang Feng, wait for me, you are arrogant for a while, but you can't be arrogant forever. Xiao Qintao's heart was full of anger, but he didn't dare to be angry at all on his face. As a direct descendant of the aristocratic Xing Chen family, he was so despised by others that he couldn't even lift his arrogant head. This feeling of suffocation has never been seen since birth. Chapter 83. The number 3 Base Command Tower, the General Headquarters. Inside the huge headquarters, there was no sound, and needles could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at the big screen. This. A dignified middle-aged man rolled his throat. Bai Lu, who was sitting in the main seat, was shocked from the beginning, and then showed a clear smile on his face, staring at the handsome young man with unparalleled power on the screen like he was looking at a treasure. The eyes of the female officers in the headquarters were full of brilliance, and they stared intently. Old Bai, is this really the one who participated in the practice match? After a long time, the middle-aged man sitting on the lower left of him sighed in frustration. This is too perverted. Haha, it's a monster, it's normal, don't you call it a monster if you don't change, Lao Zhou, you've lived for hundreds of years, isn't it? Bai Lu has a smile on his face, joking with his colleagues who have been with him for many years. Anyone can see that he is in a very good mood now. It's only been so long, and it's so strong that even I'm a little scared. If I give him a few more years, wouldn't it mean that he will eventually become a prince? Hey, such a good baby bump was snatched by your Bai family first. The middle-aged man said at the end with extreme envy in his tone. With such a monstrous character becoming a son-in-law, he Zhou cannot be strong. The Bai family already has 18 lords in charge. If we add another one, it will be able to compete with the Xiao family. Thinking about it, Zhou's Haijun glanced at Xiao Heshan next to him without a trace. Haha, if you can, it's not impossible to make a small Y-head film for your family. It's okay to have a few more spouses, and the country still supports it. Bai Lu let out a haha, his face flushed, as if he had met a big happy event. There was a rare joke on the serious face. In the command room, all high-level executives are in a happy mood. The vicious beast was defeated and returned, and even 7 of the commander-level vicious beasts died. Base City number 3 has not had such a record for many years. And these were all killed by that young, over-the-top teenager. Really young Yingzhe, a gift from heaven. Everyone was immersed in joy, only Xiao Heshan, who was sitting on the lower right side of the exposure, had a heavy face. The Supreme Master level. Tianjiao? How to start this is already a big problem, not to mention the state government and the Bai family are closely watching. With the strength he has shown, there are no 3 or 4 high-level Supreme Masters, so don't even think about taking him down. I hope the family will consider it properly. Jiang Feng's action deterred the powerful existence of the Tianhuang Mountains, and not only cleared up the beast tide that invaded the number 3 base city. It also relieved the pressure on other base cities. Because of his influence, the number of beast hordes that attacked other base cities dropped sharply. Obviously, he was shocked by the battle situation on the front line of number 3 base city, and he has restrained. Late at night, student dormitory. You know what happened today? 35. A figure walked out of the void and appeared in a room. Xiao Jianyu's eyes shone brightly and nodded. It's really amazing, it's unexpected that he has a special physique, but I don't know if it compares to my martial physique. He held his chin, as if thinking. The distance between you and him is too far, that guy is 18 years old and is already comparable to the Supreme Master, his combat power is shocking, and in my eyes, he is not a human being. The purple-haired man was speechless. There is absolutely no comparison. Although he is the parent and son of his ancestor, he still has to call each other a little ancestor in terms of seniority. But when the other party said this, he still couldn't help but complain. If the martial arts were really that strong, why would they go to great lengths to seize other people's talents and physiques? Saying this is to slap yourself in the face, it's boring. That's true. Xiao Jianyu took it seriously, lacked interest, and lost the idea of comparison. I originally thought that I was the parent and son of Feng Hao, and should be the best among the younger generation of US Hu. But when Jiang Feng appeared, it was really shocking. However, he was not discouraged. The stronger the opponent, the more in line with his heart. It's all about making wedding dresses for him. He has become a supreme grandmaster now, and it's a little difficult to start, and his combat power is inhuman. There are not many people with similar strength to me. It is estimated that it will be difficult to win him. The purple-haired man said solemnly. It is not to increase the enemy's momentum and destroy his own prestige. The destructive power shown by Jiang Feng is really no less than the powerhouse of their level. If you underestimate it, it might be yourself who will be disheartened. At that time, no one caught it, and his face was ashen, and the entire Xiao family would become the laughing stock of US Hu. What else can I do? Let the family send some backgrounds here, and make sure that nothing goes wrong. Now that his strength is getting stronger and stronger, don't delay any longer, and let the people in the judiciary prepare the evidence. At that time, he can be taken away logically. If he resists arrest, he can be killed on the spot. We rely on evidence to do things, and the official people can't say anything. Xiao Jianyu smiled coldly. In order to seize Jiang Feng's talent and qualifications, he has been planning for a long time. At first, when Jiang Feng revealed Chifeng Spear's talent, he had the idea of taking it for himself. But thinking of such a genius, it should be properly stocked for a period of time, and then harvested after the fruit is ripe, that is the time when the taste is the sweetest. Jiang Feng at the current stage is undoubtedly the best stage to start. Awakening a special physique, and showing a huge vision of burning the sky with flames, these made Xiao Jianyu's eyes extremely hot. His martial arts are far inferior to his. When his physique is activated, the true meaning of the vast martial arts is revealed, and there are strong men stepping up in the sky. This is the vision of the martial arts. Compared with Jiang Feng's vision of the fire burning the sky, it is simply scum, and the gap is too obvious. However, after investigation, I found a pleasant surprise. Jiang Feng's father was originally an intermediate martial artist, and his mother was an ordinary person. But more than 20 days ago, after his parents went home to meet Jiang Feng, they both became masters. An ordinary person became a master in just one day. There is no such strange thing in the world. I really don't know if I don't check it. I'm shocked when I check it. There are too many secrets hidden in that guy, but it doesn't matter. After you swallow and assimilate, you will be able to know everything about him. The corners of the purple-haired man's mouth twitched slightly, as if he had found a big surprise. This news is very valuable, and when the time comes, he will be arrested on the charge of conducting a basic 390 cause experiment on his parents, violating human ethics and morality, and absurdity. 35. Xiao Janayu smiled lightly. Quick guru method? Yes, he smiled. By the way, he made up a charge on his head for this reason. When this leader is established, they will stand on justice by arresting them. It only needs a small reason. Even if there is no reason, the Xiao family of the Star family has the right to arrest anyone. This is the convenience brought by power. Recently, there have been a lot of happy events. The yin spirit that I have raised has rioted for no reason today, because of the appearance of the yin spirit body. Xiao Jinayu's breath suddenly turned cold, and a vague and terrifying femininity floated out from behind him and circled around him. Yin spirit body? I didn't expect this physique to appear again. It is rumored that the yin spirit body usually appears in women. The purple-haired man's expression moved, and he told an unknown secret. Yes, that woman's name is Wang Xian. She has a peerless beauty, and it's a coincidence that she has some connections with Jiang Feng. I've robbed him of his talent, and I'm going to rob him of his woman. After speaking, Xiao Jinayu laughed himself. This man is really miserable, and he will lose everything when he is brilliant. The woman who loves him will be robbed by himself, and the talent and physique will be swallowed up. There is no one worse than him in the world. It's just that he was unlucky. The purple-haired man shook his head without the slightest sympathy. In his opinion, it is a matter of course to contribute to the glory of the Xing Chen family. That person should be honored. Chapter 84. The Conning Tower, 329th floor. A twisting field enveloped the room. System: carry out 24 precise extraction of cultivation resources. 35. The world is being randomly selected to extract training resources. Successful extraction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden core of the golden core monk. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sunshine grass. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Zhuguo. Congratulations to the host for getting Dragon Tooth Rice X100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Qi and Blood Pill X10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Qi Gathering Powder X10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Zhuang Gudan X10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit grass in the fairyland. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9th turn Chaos Promise Golden Pill in the cultivation world. After 24 extractions, Jiang Feng took out the 9-turn Chaos Promise Golden Pill with a nervous mood. With such a hanging name, even if the world class is sewers, it won't be so weak. Then, Jiang Feng looked at the simple and unpretentious medicine pill in his hand, only exuding a hint of golden light, and was completely silent. What a title party, nothing but grandstanding. The imagination is beautiful, the reality is very skinny. Jiang Feng's face was full of grief and grief. This wave is really deceived feelings. He really thought he was going to fly into the sky. Mater turned out to be such a bully name, but the things he opened were so unremarkable. It is not as good as 100 caddies of pure origin. He really couldn't think of how weak the world level of the comprehension world was, and the top level medicinal pills would be so rubbish. Perhaps it is the kind of world where a saint is 10 meters away, and a true immortal is weaker than a mortal. But aside from this accident, many other things are quite valuable. For example, Jindan, a cultivator of Jindan stage, had the experience of being deceived by that rank 9 Chaos Promise Jindan, and he also specially checked the efficacy of this medicine pill. The life expectancy is increased by 1,000 years, and those who take it can fly to the sky and escape the earth, like a living immortal, breaking rivers with fists and moving mountains and mountains. Sure enough, it's better to have an unremarkable name. And the sky sun grass, when it was taken out, it was like a small sun, with a dazzling golden light. It's hot like the core of a planet, containing terrifying high temperature. After taking it, the blood will be exuberant to the extreme. Even if Jiang Feng uses it, it can increase a little. You know, his 1 point is far more than 1,000,000,000 points for others. Tianyangko is a bit harsher for the user, and needs to withstand tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature. Otherwise, it can directly create a powerhouse comparable to the king's combat power, which is equivalent to a monk in the secret realm of the Taoist palace. What surprised Jiang Feng was the fairy world spirit grass. He remembered to extract a fairy world weed last time. It contained quite a lot of life essence, which gave him a lot of strength at that time. And now this spirit grass is even more amazing. The whole body is glowing with ancient cyan color, and wisps of smoke are fluttering. It is the essence of life that is extremely rich. Another longevity medicine. Jiang Feng's eyes moved slightly. He has been taking too many life-extending drugs recently, many of which have been added for hundreds or thousands of years. The life essence of this spirit grass is almost the same as that of the weed, but its medicinal power is obviously much higher. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Feng put away many spiritual materials and medicines and removed the twisting force field. It's early in the morning, and there have been no major incidents for a few days. Who would look for him? Opening the door, Bai Wenjing stood outside the door with a sullen face. There's a group of people looking for you. Her tone was heavy, and when she spoke, she glanced around and was very vigilant. Who? Jiang Feng was puzzled. He saw Bai Wenjing's face. It didn't seem to be a good thing. Come with me, I'll take you to my grandpa. Bai Wenjing didn't answer the question. After she finished speaking, she took Jiang Feng's hand and walked towards the elevator without any explanation. She was in a very anxious mood, completely ignoring the difference between men and women. Looks like something big is going on. Jiang Feng was stunned. It turned out to be her grandfather, and thought it was her father. He smelled the smell of the mountains and the rain, and although he didn't know why, he still had a flat and calm expression. As long as it wasn't for those powerhouses who didn't ask about the world, he didn't think there was anything that could threaten his safety. As soon as they entered the headquarters, a large number of eyes turned towards the two of them. So lively. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows when he saw the scene inside. A group of strange men and women wearing standard clothes and armbands stood there with a cold breath. Seeing Jiang Feng coming in, strange light flashed in each and everyone's eyes. The high-level officials of the base city headed by Bela stood there with a sullen face, and stood there without saying a word, confronting this group of mysterious people. Jiang Feng recognized that kind of clothes, which were the standard clothes adopted by the Jinyu Bureau. But these people's clothes are more refined and advanced, and they come from the more advanced Jinyu Hall. And these people have a shadow logo on their armbands. Belong to special sector agencies. When people come, we will take them away, so as not to trouble you. The purple-haired man at the head sneered when he saw Jiang Feng, and was about to come with a group of men. Wait a minute, what place do you think we are here? This is the number 3 base city. Everything here is the master, not the place where your supervision bureau is rampant. Bai Lu suddenly shouted angrily. His beard and hair were all stretched out, like an angry old lion. Except for Xiao Heshan, many senior officers showed anger. It was Jiang Feng who went to base city number 3 to arrest people indiscriminately, or Jiang Feng who made great achievements in the world. If this were to spread out, hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be in an uproar. Even Zhou's Haijun's face was gloomy. The aura of the Supreme Grand Master dissipated and directly enveloped the headquarters. A tall man with a youthful appearance stood out from the crowd without the slightest stage fright. He said indifferently, "Our Jinyu Hall Supervision Bureau has the right to take away any suspects we suspect are involved in major cases." After he finished speaking, he also exuded a powerful aura, offsetting Zhou's Haijun's Supreme Dezhongshan domain. Have equal shares. Many great masters narrowed their pupils, showing shock. Zhou's Haijun was a high-ranking Supreme Master. The young man was even on par with him, and his aura was no match for him. They glanced at the four at the head. The breath is comparable to that of the young man. 5 Supreme Masters. The number is breathless. You must know that there are only 3 powerhouses at this level in base city number 3. And the Supervision Bureau of Jinwu Hall actually came to 5 great masters who had no good promise, and they were aggressive, and the people who came were not good, and they came straight to Jiang Feng. You are so farting, Jiang Feng is the hero of our number 3 base city. He killed 7 big beasts in the first battle, scared away the beast tide, and relieved the pressure on the entire USHU defense line. You want to arrest him for no reason, what nonsense, I don't even recognize it. Besides, you don't even have the approval document for arrest, and if you want to arrest someone, you should fight with Lao Tzu first. Bai Lu was immediately furious and cursed without giving any face. He vaguely guessed the purpose of these people, it could not be a good thing anyway. I don't know what the unknown is plotting. If he wants to take Jiang Feng away, if he agrees, he may never see him again. If it wasn't for worrying about those people setting up an ambush outside, Jiang Feng would have run away long ago. This is the designated son-in-law of the Bai family, and the ancestors attach great importance to this matter. It is still the top priority of his granddaughter, and it is also a task assigned by the state government. In any case, he must take good care of Jiang Feng, and there must be no accident. Chapter 85. The purple-haired man said in a cold tone, the Supervision Bureau needs Jiang Feng to cooperate with the investigation, and we do not need to show the arrest documents. This is the privilege granted by the Empire to the state supervisory bureaus. This is the rule, no one can interfere, Commander-in-Chief Bai, even if you are the Supreme Commander of Base City number 3, you have no right to interfere with our actions. Jiang Feng, please come with me. His words were unquestionable, and he walked over with a group of people, wanting to forcibly take Jiang Feng away. Bai Lu and Zhou Haijun led a group of officers to stand in front of them, refusing to give in. They are also high-level direct descendants of the Xing Chen family, how can they not understand the origin of these people in front of them? The Xiao family used their strength in the Supervision Bureau, and they also sent a few long-hidden people. The other party's purpose is obvious. Xiao Zhenggang, don't think that your Xiao family in USHU can cover the sky with one hand and act nonsense, my Bai family is not dead yet. White Deer widened his eyes angrily. My Zhou family has not yet escaped from the world. Zhou Haijun stared at several people coldly. Both of them are aristocratic families that have good relations with the government, and they have frequent contacts, and they stand on the same position without hesitation at this time. Xiao Heshan watched this scene quietly, without any words or actions. 2 commanders, it's up to you, Jiang Feng, we must take it away during this trip, this is the order of the deputy guard of the Jinwu Hall, and we come with his token. 35. The purple-haired man smiled lightly, grabbed the void, and took out a golden token. There is a grand and atmospheric word town printed on the token, and it emits a faint golden light. Although the light is weak, the breath makes everyone look changed. Monarch. It turned out to be the token of the feudal lord, and many officers were hesitant to hold it. Even the expressions of Bai Lu and Zhou Haijun suddenly changed. The Xiao family really made a lot of money, and even the lords personally intervened. This represents a deep meaning. The Xiao family's lord, the deputy guard of the Jinwu Hall, is very interested in Jiang Feng. If he meant it, no one could stop it, no one dared to stop it. Those characters, looking down on the changes of the years, are as powerful as heaven, who dares to go against their will? No one, unless other lords come forward. Obviously, the other lords don't know about this now, otherwise this action would not have happened at all. I suspect that Jiang Feng is involved in human experimentation, using his parents as the original body of the experiment, which violates human ethics and morals, and involves human, Bafa, experimentation. This matter is of great importance and must go back with us. 5. Another person spoke and charged Jiang Feng with a crime, so that the actions of himself and others would be logical. I have to say that this dirty water spray is very timely. Many disgusted officers looked uncomfortable after hearing about the human trials. Bai Lu's face changed, he couldn't believe the reasons these people made up. In this circle, he doesn't see too many routines, and uses the excuse of fairness to make his unfair behavior fair. Obviously infringing on the interests of others, he must disguise himself as a righteous party and hold high the banner of justice to crusade against evil. Solid robber logic. He secretly sent a voice transmission to a master of the Bai family, asking him to contact the family and inform the ancestors. As long as the lords of the Bai family speak with the lords of the military, this plan of the Xiao family will definitely fall through. Several, we don't have time to delay with you, this token carries the power of a blow from the deputy guard, whoever dares to stop it, I don't think I need to say more. 9. The purple-haired man smiled coldly, raised the token, and a halo appeared on it. That kind of fluctuation made the Supreme Grand Master face death threats. A blow from the Lord, even if it is a blow, is definitely not something that the Supreme Master can stop. Not a realm at all. I disagree. Bai Wenjing stood up, and her beautiful eyes glanced at the group of people coldly. Hehe, what can we do if we don't agree? Unless the State Master comes in person, no one can stop us today. The young man sneered mercilessly. Come on, don't waste time. A group of people came coldly and wanted to take Jiang Feng away. You. Bai Lu and the others were furious, and they were about to act. Commander, don't worry, I'll just walk with them. Suddenly, Jiang Feng opened his mouth and stopped Bai Lu and the others. There was a faint smile on his face, which was incomprehensible. Jiang Feng, you. Bai Lu and Bai Wenjing were in a hurry and spoke in unison. Don't worry about me, I'm measured. Jiang Feng transmitted his voice to them and was always calm. The purple-haired man glanced at Jiang Feng and said with a sneer, you are quite self-aware, let's go. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, I am happy to accompany you. A group of people walked out of the headquarters. Commander, all our signals are cut off, and the message cannot be sent. Even if we do our best to repair it, it will take an hour to return to normal. A technician stood up anxiously. These lunatics. Bai Lu was furious. Xiao family, really crazy. Paralyzed all the signals of a base city, in case there is a beast tide at this time. The base city has become blind and cannot effectively organize soldiers to resist. 9 times out of 10, it will be captured. At the price that the beast might break through the defense line and invade the inland, just to capture one person, the Xiao family is really completely crazy. Make every effort to repair the communication system, and in addition, go to base city number 1 with a few people and inform the commander there, and then inform the military commander. Bai Lu gave an order with an anxious expression. At this time, only this method can save a little hope. Now the number 3 base city can't contact the outside world, and can only fly to the number 1 base city 100 kilometers away by manpower. But those people were stopped before they walked out of the headquarters gate. I'm sorry everyone, I can't let you out for the time being. If I can see who walks out of the city wall of base city number 3, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers here may be less. Someone whistled at the door, threatening the lives of those soldiers. You will be punished. Bai Lu's face was extremely gloomy. I have to say that although the opponent's move is extremely shameless, it is really effective. He didn't think that these lunatics who dared to cut off the signal of the entire base city could not do things like massacre soldiers. As a top commander, Bai Lu couldn't bear to see his soldiers being slaughtered, but he couldn't watch Jiang Feng being taken away. The 5 supreme masters, even if he and Zhou Haijun joined forces, Jiang Feng counted, but there were only 3, and he absolutely could not compete with those 5. Once there was a battle in the base, it was unknown how many innocent soldiers were involved and died on the spot. For a time, he was in a dilemma, struggling extremely. Grandpa, you should believe him. His words are serious, which shows that he is sure. The silent Bai Wenjing spoke up. She looked very lonely, but she could only believe Jiang Feng's last ambiguous smile. Hope he is safe and sound. Her body was throbbing involuntarily, echoing.